Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, we will see second part Harry and Hermione reunited far away from the wizarding world. Here's a quick glimpse. Years after vanishing, Hermione resurfaces in New York, where Harry unexpectedly finds her. Away from the wizarding world, the two discover secrets, emotions, and a new life they never imagined. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Now, let the story unfold. The 12th of March 1992, Hogwarts. Yeah, Harry was right in his decision to stay the F.K. away from that boy. He was a disaster waiting to happen. Harry nodded and decided to go to the Great Hall. This little encounter had ruined his appetite. He did his best to push back any thoughts of his detention and Longbottom. He was excited to come back to class, especially with the dueling club session in the evening. Harry did his best to pretend as if the detention didn't happen. It was the first time being in a life or death situation and it had left a mark on him. He really didn't want to face it, nor have anything to do with Longbottom's frankly suicidal adventures. Not for the first time, Harry wondered about the sanity of Gryffindors in general. Longbottom looked completely untroubled from almost dying. Maybe he was just too young to realize what just happened to him, what he almost lost, but it was still very far-fetched. Harry shook his head and decided to stop thinking about Longbottom entirely, or anything related to him really, even Hermione. Harry had barely spoken to the Muggleborn in the last few months, but they were on somewhat friendly terms. They were barely more than partners in potion class, and there was a bit of awkwardness between them, but enough to be a bother. Choosing to forget about former friendships, Harry decided to see what his schedule was for the day, especially since he was excited to go back to class. Of course, Harry's excitement withered away when he realized that his first class after a week in the infirmary was with Snape. Sighing in exasperation, he was immediately joined by his friends, and they all started to eat their breakfast. Afterwards, they slowly walked down to the dungeons for the practical potions class and sat in their assigned seats. Hermione was still there waiting for him. When Snape entered the classroom with his cloak billowing without there being any wind, Harry was sure that he charmed it to act like that, and just proceeded with the lesson. Honestly, Snape wasn't that bad of a teacher. He tended to let people make their own mistakes instead of stopping them and scaring the living hell out of them later. No one here made the same mistake twice, even if the guy was an A.S. about it. Snape rarely involved himself in the theoretical lessons, but he does make a few comments while explaining mistakes. Yeah, he was harsh, and very petty to be so gleeful at messing with students, but if he hadn't done an acceptable job, he would have been fired long ago. Potions were critical in many prestigious careers, and having underqualified potion brewers was a bad thing for everyone. Still, the number of Hogwarts graduates holding potions Newt was lower than when Slughorn was teaching, although they tended to be more competent. No one really liked it, but the headmaster had vouched for him, and he wasn't doing too bad of a job for people to make a fuss and risk opposing Dumbledore of all people. As usual, Harry did his best to brew the required potion, a basic bruise healing balm. They had moved on from traditional simple potions that you would drink to other ones that are applied directly or taken differently, like balms and pastes. It was interesting, because you could use ingredients that are toxic to eat but have very specific properties to the touch. People have been trying to find a way to avoid drinking potions, since, they taste horrible, and developed many remedies with alternate methods to ingest them. Harry had read that more than a few ambitious Muggleborns have tried to make magical pills that the user would swallow but none were successful. It was considered to be a fool's errand in the potions community. While brewing, Draco, who was on the table to his left, spoke up mockingly, "Oh, Potter, you finally woke up from your nap. It's a shame that you missed our trip to Hogsmeade. We had so much fun. It was such a shame that you weren't there." "Oh, right, the Hogsmeade trip. Since Slytherin had won the House Cup the previous year, first and second year Slytherins were allowed to have 2 Hogsmeade trips throughout the year. The first one was supposed to be the previous weekend, and Harry had missed it. It wasn't really a big deal, he didn't really miss much, especially when he could go there anytime during the summer. He was not planning on returning to Privet Drive anytime soon, and since he didn't want to be discovered by the Ministry and he didn't want to stop using magic, he was going to need to stay in the magical world. He was probably going to stay in an inn and buy a few aging potions to hide his age. Back to the annoying bee-owned Slytherin, Harry simply raised an eyebrow. Are you seriously picking a fight with me again? The boy paled, shook his head, and went back to work on his potion. He didn't even speak for a bit. Damn, Harry really had traumatized the boy. He hadn't even hurt him or anything. Still, at the end of the lesson, when Snape claimed his bomb to be acceptable, he proved how much of an asshole he really was. He slowly stalked towards Harry's desk, and spoke up with a soft voice, Potter, as you have not submitted any of your assignments in the last week, you have until tomorrow at 10 in the morning to bring them to me, completed. I have granted you this extension from the goodness of my heart. If you are even a minute late, I will give you a 0 in every single one of them. Someone gasped in shock. It was probably Hermione, but she had a point. Yeah, that man really was a petty ass. Seriously, why the hell would he give him a day to finish a week's worth of assignments? Still, Harry was still one step ahead. Oh, right, Professor, I have my assignments right here. I was a bit bored in the infirmary, you see. He knelt down and grabbed his potions assignments, fully written assignments that he had done the previous day. Harry had prioritized them because he knew that Snape was the only professor that could end up doing something like this. Harry slowly stood up and walked towards Snape's desk and just put his assignment on it while giving a polite smile. Thank you, Professor, for your consideration. He then bowed and left the classroom, leaving everyone gawking behind him. Yeah, it might be a little petty from him, but so was cornering a student who was unconscious for a week because of some stupid decision the staff made. Snape was always prowling at him as if he waited for Harry to do something wrong just to catch him. What the hell had James Potter done to him that made him that wary of his son a decade after his death? Thankfully, the rest of the day went by without anything unusual happening. Finally, Harry found himself at the Great Hall after dinner, waiting for the dueling club session to begin. Professor Flitwick was waiting for them, and Harry saw his fellow club members slowly join him. The half-goblin looked excited and clapped his hands. Ah, good, you're all here. Today is the day I know you've been waiting for. You will start really dueling. It was supposed to be last week, but since Mr. Potter was injured at the time, I chose to postpone it since it's a very important session. Harry sighed in relief at the fact that he hadn't missed this session. He noticed that the other students were giving him the stink eye for some reason. They haven't really been dueling in the past sessions. It was just mock duels with 1 or 2 spells at most. It was more like a choreographed fight, with events and tactics, that didn't really have a winner. Still, Harry was excited at the prospect of being in an actual duel, at least in a controlled setting. Harry shivered at his encounter with the Wraith in the Forbidden Forest. Don't think about it, Harry. Don't think about it, Harry. He took a deep breath and calmed himself. He really needed to get a grip. He had missed half of what Flitwick was saying in his little inner freakout, so he decided to pay attention to the rest. You will have access to your full arsenal, as long as the spells are in the current Hogwarts curriculum. That means no unknown spells, and especially no dark magic. Am I understood? Everyone nodded. Yes, sir. Good. Let's start with Potter and McLaggen to warm up a bit, the diminutive professor exclaimed. They all nodded, and the 2 contestants slowly walked up to the dueling stage that the professor had conjured. This particular style of dueling had a narrow rectangular stage, where each consistently stood at one of the edges. They were not allowed to go past a third of the way to the other side, meaning that a physical confrontation was impossible. This was designed to showcase how skillful the duelers were at magic and countering hexes. It didn't leave a lot of space to move around and dodge too much. It wasn't even close to what a real fight would be, but it was very entertaining to the masses. Harry and Cormac McLaggen walked to a side of the stage each, inclined their heads slightly, and took their stances. The Gryffindor seemed to prepare to be on the offensive, and so Harry took a defensive stance, ready to dodge or shield the coming spell. Professor Flitwick spoke up. Now don't forget the rules. If you break them, you will be expelled from the club. Am I understood? Both Harry and McLaggen nodded at him. All right, the duel will start at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Harry tilted his head slightly when the punching hex came his way, dodging it. He retaliated with a flipendo which McLaggen was able to block with a Contigo. Harry took a deep breath, and the entire room washed away. It was just him and McLaggen. Harry waited for his opponent to send another spell to counterattack. Luckily it was a cutting hex of all things. It was a pretty dangerous spell that's derived from the cutting charm but that attacks enemies. It was taught in defense against the dark arts in the second year, but it was easily countered with a Contigo shield from Harry. Unfortunately, the spell required far more magical manipulation to cast. The truth is that when you cast a spell, you manipulate your magic to cast it. To cast another spell, you need to wait until your magic comes back to normal before casting, or else the spell will either fail or just destabilize and cause an explosion if it's very wild, but that was a rare event. Long story short, the more a spell needs manipulation, the more time your magic needs to regulate itself. Meaning that generally complex spells take more time to recover, while basic spells like the simple cast can be used continuously without any problems. Of course, the magic of the caster is important. People who are attuned to a certain magical field will recover quicker since they don't need as much magical manipulation to cast a spell in the first place. Back to the duel, McLaggen had cast a very intensive spell without a way out, leaving him defenseless for a couple of seconds. It wasn't much but it was enough for Harry to send 3 basic casts at him, hitting him in the every time. Honestly, the spell really wasn't that impressive, damage-wise, but it required no magical manipulation whatsoever, meaning that Harry could cast it multiple times without pausing, and it was effective. By the time his opponent was able to cast a shield, he was already hurt. McLaggen was on the defensive, with Harry bombarding him with basic casts, making him unable to drop the shield. Harry tried to sneak a disarming charm in between them. The Gryffindor's shield buckled at the surprisingly more powerful spell. But he was able to dodge Harry's finishing strike, giving him enough time to send a desperate counterattack. McLaggen sent a green spell at him and suddenly everything changed. Harry knew that it wasn't the killing curse. The shade was different, and his arcane magic analyzed the spell, showing it to be a common hex. But suddenly, Harry wasn't in the Great Hall anymore. No, he was in the forest again, fighting an impossible enemy. Harry quickly dodged it and sent a fireball at his opponent who barely shielded against it, and then sent an overpowered stunning charm that knocked him out. Just like that, the Great Hall returned, and Harry looked at the shocked club members. He shouldn't have shown off like that in the end. The stunning charm was a 4th-year spell. He shouldn't have known it. And the fireball was just too dangerous to use in an average duel. The professor applauded and called for the other students to duel. Harry half-heartedly listened to him as he analyzed their match. What happened in the duel was dangerous. Harry was almost tempted to send actually dangerous spell at McLaggen. He really needed to get a grip on this and fast. The 24th of May 1992, Hogwarts. The professor applauded and called for the other students to duel. Harry half-heartedly listened to him as he analyzed their match. What happened in the duel was dangerous. Harry was almost tempted to send actually dangerous spell at McLaggen. He really needed to get a grip on this and fast. It was a beautiful day. The birds were singing, there was no cloud in sight. It was a rare hot in Scotland, where every single student would have loved to spend outside, swimming in the lake, or just relax on the ground. And yet there was no one in sight. It was expected after all, it was time for the end of the year exams and every single Hogwarts student has been desperately trying to cram as much knowledge in their head in the hopes of passing. Harry's friends were no different. Yes, for the first time in the year, Harry was actually joined by his friends in the library to study. They weren't really bad students. Daphne, especially, was very diligent in her studies, but Blaise and Tracy tended to procrastinate when it came to their studies. It wasn't anything drastic, but they needed to work a lot to catch up on what they missed. Still, they were going to pass anyways. From the looks of it, Hogwarts isn't that strict when it comes to passing. In the past decade, barely one student was held back, and that was because he had to leave school for personal reasons in the middle of the semester, and literally didn't know a single thing about his curriculum when he tried to pass the exams at the end of the year. It was all fearmongering from the professors, to get the students to take things seriously. Still, if it got students to actually start studying, then Harry was all for it. It seemed to work very effectively. Any confrontation between Gryffindors and the Slytherins had ceased entirely. There were no more pranks, no more hexing, nothing really. This was what a school was supposed to be like. Hell, even Ron Weasley of all people was going to the library to try to grasp a passing grade, at Hermione's behest. Speaking of the Muggleborn, she looked like she was having a mental breakdown from most of the studies. Her hair was constantly frazzled and looked suspiciously close to an afro. She was constantly walking around with a book in her hand, mumbling about one subject or another. Harry didn't really know how to feel about her. Ever since they spoke after Christmas, they have been cordial with one another, but rarely ever spoke. Although Harry did notice that she was fighting with Longbottom after the whole detention thing, and when they made up, the boy who lived had cleaned up his act and stopped harassing people. Still, Harry couldn't really consider her to be nothing more than a friendly acquaintance at best, and in a way, he was glad for it. He wanted nothing to do with Longbottom and his cursed adventures. The events of his detention in the Forbidden Forest had taught him that. Back to the tests, they were mostly divided into written and practical exams, except for History of Magic, that is, each taking half the grade. It wasn't that difficult, since they're geared towards children, really. The written portions were insultingly simple. Harry had breezed through them without any trouble. Well, there were the flying exams too, but they didn't really count. Everyone had gotten their flying license without much trouble, even Hermione, who was scared of heights. They were already finished with their potion exams, which was a relief, really. Harry was thankful that he didn't have a partner while brewing. Yeah, Hermione was a competent brewer, at least for her age, but she always kept questioning Harry during lessons whenever he chose to alter or fix a potion using his arcane hearing, which could get irritating after a while. Thankfully, Snape didn't really harass Harry in the exams, choosing to stay by his desk and grade papers. He was probably overworked at that time of year. Weasley creating some sort of black slimy atrocity that seemed to come to life, where he should have made a simple bruise bomb, didn't help his patience. For the practical charms exam, they had to make a pineapple tap dance across a desk. Professor McGonagall watched them in Transfiguration turn a mouse into a snuff box. Points were given for how pretty the snuff box was, but taken away if it had whiskers. These were textbook spells that they had taken in class. There weren't any curveballs in any of the exams, you were just required to redo what you had done in class. Harry honestly didn't understand what the fuss was about. Harry watched his friends celebrate as they finally finished their History of Magic exams. Tracy had a wide smile on her face and was singing, "It's finally over. It's finally over," repeatedly. Blaise was half asleep but looked more relaxed than he had seen him for days. Even Daphne had a small smile on her face. The Potter Scion shrugged, "I don't know what you were so stressed about. It wasn't that bad. It was hell, Harry," Tracy answered with a glare on her face, "and I'm not going to let you bring our mood down. We're finally free. No more books for months." Daphne seemed to come to Harry's rescue. "Come on, you have to admit that it was a lot easier than we thought it would be. There were just too many facts to memorize." "I don't care," Tracy responded without losing her grin, "we're finally done with this hellhole." "Speak of yourself, you lucky pricks," Harry grumbled. Yeah, Harry was one of the last students to do his practical defense practical exam, and it kind of freaked him out. Not the exam, of course, but the fact that he'll be alone with Quirrell, without any witnesses. The other Slytherins had done their practical exams the day before, and Harry couldn't help but be slightly worried. Before they could answer, Harry grabbed his friends and pulled them down. Immediately, a spell splashed at the wall behind them. 2 Ravenclaws were dueling, and a stray spell had almost hit them. The young Slytherins slowly walked to the Great Hall while docking. Blaise loudly complained, "They're still doing this. Exams are done." "Not for the upper years, they aren't," Tracy responded. Harry did notice that Ravenclaws tended to be very vicious when it came to the end of the year exams. Apparently, there was some kind of prize for the top Ravenclaw student every year. At least, according to Tracy, that is. It had to be something big. It would explain why they kept constantly trying to sabotage each other, and curse their housemates in the back, and so forth. It was pretty toxic, but the Ravenclaws seemed to like it for some reason. Daphne mumbled, "Ravenclaws are weird." Yeah, he wasn't going to refute that. With a quick tempus, Harry was able to see the time. His practical defense against the dark arts was in a few minutes, and he didn't want to be late. He excused himself and started walking towards the classroom. On his way, he thought about his trauma from the forest incident. After his duel with Flitwick, Harry decided to focus on his occlumency, which had a calming effect on him. Over time, He stopped hyperventilating anytime he saw a green spell, and he didn't get lost in his dueling sessions anymore, but every time saw Quirrell, he couldn't help but panic. The Potter Scion found that just spending time with his friends and practicing magic in peace was a good way for him to relax. He had developed a routine of a sort. Every day, he would wake up and practice his occlumency, and then join his friend at breakfast. They would go to class together, and then study in the library for a few hours, before going to an empty classroom to practice their spells. At night, Harry would sneak up to either the restricted section of the library or the room of requirements for his self-study. There was something comforting to the monotony of it. There was nothing unexpected, like unicorn attacks, or baby dragons, and he loved it. Yeah, it might be a bit cowardly to just stay away from the whole mess, but Harry wasn't a Gryffindor. It wasn't his job to protect the castle, it was Dumbledore's. Still, it was an improvement to how he felt before. He had decided to just not involve himself with anything to do with Longbottom and prayed that Dumbledore and the Dark Lord left him alone. He knew it was a desperate hope, but it had worked for months. Now, the possessed asshole just needed to get exorcised by Longbottom's super blood protection and Harry would be perfectly happy. With every step towards the defense classroom, Harry's feeling of dread grew. Quirrell had singled him out and he didn't like it. He couldn't exactly say that he refused to attend an exam without any valid justification. For 15 minutes, Harry and a possessed Quirrell were going to be alone in an empty classroom. He felt like he was walking toward the maws of the beast, which was going to swallow him whole. Harry waited until the very last second before knocking on the door. He wanted to delay this as much as possible. It was a vain hope that the man would forget about it or something. For a few seconds, Harry hoped the man wouldn't be there, but he heard the quivering voice of his defense professor, "Come in, Mr. Potter." Harry gulped and opened the door. The room didn't look any different, but he still wanted to run away as far as possible from this place. The man let out a slight smile and asked, "Good, you're ready. Put your bag to the side and take out your wand. We'll get started when you're ready." Harry did what he was instructed, and slowly but surely put his bag to the side and instinctively took a dueling stance. The professor must have noticed. "I see you're taking your dueling session seriously. I have to say that the other professors and I were very shocked when Flitwick allowed you entry into the club. Although, with Longbottom joining the Quidditch team, a precedent was made in breaking the age restriction to extracurricular activities." "Yes," Harry nodded, "I am very grateful for him giving me an opportunity like this." The man gave him a slight smile and clapped his hand. "Well, this is not the time for these types of talks. This is supposed to be an exam. Now, it's a fairly simple exam. I will give you a list of 5 spells that we have covered in class. You will cast these spells on the dummy at the end of the room. You will be graded on how effective your spells will be. Do you understand the assignment?" Harry nodded and the professor gave him a list of spells. It wasn't really anything impressive, just the basic cast, a knockback jinx, a tripping jinx, a petrifying curse, and a jelly legs jinx. In a single minute, Harry had cast these spells in succession. They were fairly simple spells that he had mastered a month after being in Hogwarts in the first place. Perhaps, with this done, he would have been allowed to leave the classroom. Quirrell hadn't killed him yet, so that was a good sign. Of course, that hope was dashed when he turned around to see the glowing red eyes the man had. Before he could react, Harry could feel a spell coming his way with his arcane hearing. He dodged it immediately and sent a stunning charm by reflex. The man deflected it easily enough. The Potter Scion decided to take away his opponent's sight. He could make do with his arcane hearing to cast, but Quirrell, who was far more experienced and skillful, didn't have that luxury. With that done, Harry tried to send a lightning-piercing hex at his head. It was one of the deadliest spells he had known and had a relatively small magical cost. It was like a small drill made of lightning that could actually easily kill someone. It was designed to pierce, nothing more. He had aimed it at where he sensed Quirrell was. For a second, he felt like it worked, that he had taken the man by surprise. Unfortunately, in a fraction of a second, chains came out of the wall behind him and bound Harry. A disarming charm hit his hand, sending his wand away, and the smoke faded very quickly. A smirking red-eyed Quirrell slowly made his way to him, twirling his wand. "That was far more entertaining than I thought it would be. I believe that we have many things to discuss, Mr. Potter." The 24th of May 1992, Hogwarts. He had aimed it at where he sensed Quirrell was. For a second, he felt like it worked, that he had taken the man by surprise. Unfortunately, in a fraction of a second, chains came out of the wall behind him and bound Harry. A disarming charm hit his hand, sending his wand away, and the smoke faded very quickly. A smirking red-eyed Quirrell slowly made his way to him, twirling his wand. That was far more entertaining than I thought it would be. I believe that we have many things to discuss, Mr. Potter. The Potter Scion thrashed, trying to get out of his restraints. The red-eyed professor smirked as he watched his useless efforts at escaping. Don't try to run, Potter, I have enchanted these chains myself. Bound I may be by this body's pitiful magical circuits, I assure you that my skills are not diminished. Harry stopped, understanding how hopeless it was for him to try to escape. Voldemort had just revealed himself to him. That was bad. No, it was the worst possible scenario because it meant that there was a good chance that Harry wouldn't make it out of this classroom alive. The possessed professor grinned. You're not surprised, are you? That I'm not who I said I was. For the first time, Harry chose to speak up. Is it just you in there, or is Quirrell still hanging around? The Dark Lord snorted. You're very perceptive, I'll admit to that. No, Quirrell is still there, but mostly dormant. He hasn't been awake for months. It was a shame I had to wrestle control over his body. He felt remorseful after Halloween, almost killing students. He wanted to confess to Dumbledore. I couldn't take that risk and so, he remains asleep. But I'm not here to speak of the sniveling cowardly waste of magic that Quirrell was, but about you. From the moment you saw me, you knew exactly how dangerous I was. Dumbledore himself was fooled, but not you. I don't know what you're talking about, Harry protested. You're a terrible liar, Harry. You see, there's something you must know about me. I'm a master of legilimency. After all, you did not meet my eyes for almost a year. It's almost admirable, all things considered. If I hadn't been paying attention specifically on you, I wouldn't have noticed it. You were good at it, very good, but you were arrogant. You didn't know everything. Yes, you prevented my legilimency from taking hold, but you didn't know that I was also an empath. Harry froze, and the Dark Lord burst into laughter. It was one of the worst sounds the Potter Scion had ever heard. Oh, the look on your face. Yes, I noticed you from the very first day. The other students were nervous, yes, but you were absolutely terrified to the bone, yet you didn't show it. I spied on you when you were with other professors, and you weren't even bothered. Even Severus did not frighten you. What you felt was an emotion that I was familiar with. It was the fear I felt whenever anyone saw me before my downfall. The crushing fear and mind-numbing terror, that would make your heart beat wildly. You felt it and I immediately realized why you felt that way. You knew who I was from the very first day, and it terrified you. Harry felt a mind probe try to enter his mind, and immediately employed his occlumency, reining in his stray thoughts. The Dark Lord could not be allowed to enter Harry's mind. The secrets inside could very well destroy the wizarding world. He expected Riddle to be angry, to start torturing. He did not expect the man to burst into laughter again, and occlumens at your age. Do you have any idea how rare that is? I wasn't even half that good when I was your age. You're something special indeed. But I'm not a master of legilimency for nothing. Harry could feel the mind probe shift and attacking specifically his mind. This wasn't a legilimency probe anymore. It was something more, something deeper. For the first time, Harry was afraid. However, his magical crest started to warm up and Harry could feel the frustration coming from Voldemort as his attempts fail at breaking the mind protection of his crest. Yeah, mental protections were commonly put on magical crests to prevent people from stealing the family spells inside them. Oh, it didn't protect against legilimency as it senses the projected thoughts of the user, it simply stops deep dives into the mind. Mind magic was a very dangerous field of magic, which could potentially reshape the very personality of a person. No one wanted their legacy to become nothing but puppets, giving away their secrets to unworthy families. Harry's crest was no different in that regard. It protected his mind and for the first time, the professor's crimson eyes were not amused. A magical crest, he murmured. That's how you're blocking me. I had forgotten about that particular side effect. It does explain how you were able to banish me from the forest. I wasn't able to return afterwards, and this body is starting to fail me without a steady supply of unicorn blood. Harry realized something: you're dying because you took over Quirrell's body. His magical channels are slowly getting acclimated to your soul and it's tearing the body apart. The man grinned once more. See, that's why I offered to make you into my apprentice. And yet you refused me. You could have had everything you wanted. Power, reputation, wealth, everything you could have ever desired, but you turned down my offer, knowing exactly who I was. It was nothing personal, Harry retorted, you just have a bad reputation when it comes to treating your servants. Not everything they say about me is the truth. I do have a code of honor of sorts, and my goal is a noble one, the man answered. You seriously think that genocide is a noble cause? Harry answered incredulously. Of course not. I do not condemn mudbloods out of anger or hate. They are simply sacrifices. They are the price for me getting control of the magical world and achieving my dream. And what dream would that be? The Potter Scion asked. Peace, the man murmured. Peace. You want to achieve peace with genocide. That's literally the opposite of peace, Harry retorted with an incredulous tone. Young Harry, how little you know. How little you understand. The magical world has been at war for thousands of years. The light and the dark have been fighting ever since history could remember. At every given moment, there is a champion of light and a champion of darkness. They are granted immense magical potential and a near instinctive intuition when it came to magic, so much so, that history gives them the same label, even if most do not understand the implications of that name. They were called archmages, and their very purpose is to lead their faction to victory, fighting against one another, in an endless cycle of pain and suffering. The moment a champion dies, another takes his place, and the war continues. I wish to end this war, to have peace at last. Harry was oddly entranced by the story. So, I'm guessing you're the Dark Champion. The man snorted, no, I am not. There can only be a singly Dark Champion alive. There is a reason why Dumbledore did not kill Grindelwald. The champion of the light imprisoned the dark and stopped a new champion from emerging for decades. There is a reason why the light reigns supreme in this era. I am neither a champion of the dark nor of the light. I stand alone, wishing to end this senseless war. Then why did they call you the Dark Lord, then? They do not understand, not really, what a true Dark Lord is. I have driven myself to master the magical arts. I did not have the champion's advantages, but I had my mind, and I honed it and my magic for decades until I was strong enough to challenge a champion. I performed countless rituals to hone my body and enhance my magic. I have traveled the world, learning every scrap of knowledge I could find, and I succeeded in my dream. I have even transcended death, as you could see. I have become the first archmage in history that was not a champion. The first Dark Lord that was not a dark champion. I have to say that I took Dumbledore by surprise when I first attacked. He looked so confused at having a challenger to his position. Harry stayed frozen for a second, processing what the man just said, before answering, but what does that have to do with Muggleborns? I needed to oppose the champion directly. Dumbledore needed to be involved for it to work. The moment Dumbledore dies is the moment my plan will commence. I have built an artifact capable of detecting champions. I have snuck as an Ermengarde guard to study Grindelwald's magic, and I spent years doing my best to do the same with Dumbledore's. The moment Dumbledore and Grindelwald perish, I will track down their newborn replacements, trap them in suspended animation, frozen in time and death, where I would look after them for an eternity. Rookwood was very helpful in that regard. He was one of my most valuable followers, having worked in the temporal department as an unspeakable. The plan was perfect and ready to be followed the moment Dumbledore dies. I would have waited for the old man to die of natural causes, but the man's connection to Nicholas Flamel was very concerning. The possibility of him drinking the elixir of life was too high. I needed to kill him. Hence, the war. I needed to oppose Dumbledore, and I used the ideals of the opposing factors. They were nothing but tools after all. Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing, and you were prepared to slaughter every single Muggleborn in the world. How is this peace? What are the lives of a small faction compared to endless peace? Imagine a united magical world, without any wars, without countless battles. Imagine a Camelot without Merlin and Morgana fighting. Imagine ancient Greece without Zeus and Hades fighting. All over history, you can see it, the countless deaths that occurred because of this accursed war. What I have done is barely more than a drop compared to the vast oceans that are the champion's body count. It's not like it's permanent. After the purge, and I'm in control, I would have made concessions to integrate new Muggleborns into the magical world. And where does Longbottom have to do with any of it? The man growled at the name, and Harry had to shiver at the sound. It was a trap. I see it now. Dumbledore set out my downfall. He tricked me into going after the Longbottom heir, and I fell for it. But that does not matter now, the plan is still in motion. It can be salvaged. After getting the stone, I will have stolen Dumbledore's main weapon and I will return to my former glory and fulfill my destiny. Yeah, that man was insane. There was no way around it. Harry could hear the chaos of his being underneath all that veneer of civility, and he wanted to run away as far away as possible. He was in this situation because of his arrogance. He had thought that distancing himself from the story as much as possible, that staying passive would keep him safe. He chose not to change anything drastically because when the story was over, the good guys won, and the bad guys lost, and if things progressed the same, then everything would have been alright. Voldemort would die, one piece of soul after another, at the hands of the Chosen One, and everything would be alright. It was why he gave up so easily on his friendship with Hermione, why he didn't just warn a professor about Hermione being in the bathroom. That surety that everything would be alright was why he was in this situation. His inaction had made him suffer. The possessed professor might be civil with his, but that was it was a mask. Harry was in danger, and he knew it. Harry couldn't help himself and asked, "What makes you so sure that it's your destiny to break the cycle?" "Because I suffered for it. Because I gave away everything that made me human for my purpose." The man took a deep breath and calmed down. "I have sacrificed everything I had to fulfill that goal. I saw firsthand how dangerous these champions could be and the suffering that they caused everyone. They are a blight to the world, and I made it my mission to purge them." There he was, the Dark Lord. His red eyes were filled with anger and madness. Yeah, that was the truth. Underneath all the layers of charm. Harry did his best not to flinch at the malevolence of the released magic. "Why are you forthcoming with all of this?" "Oh, that's very simple, Mr. Potter. You see, I will be leaving this classroom with either a new apprentice who will need to know my true goals or a dead body to hide. After all, dead men tell no tales. You see, I can tell that you will grow to be an exceptionally powerful wizard and I can't take the risk of you being convinced with Dumbledore's honeyed words. So, you're either a potential ally and perhaps even my heir one day, or you're a potential enemy. I don't particularly enjoy threats to my goal, and you will be one. This is your choice, Potter, serve or die. So, what will it be?" The 24th of May 1992, Hogwarts. "Oh, that's very simple, Mr. Potter. You see, I will be leaving this classroom with either a new apprentice who will need to know my true goals or a dead body to hide. After all, dead men tell no tales. You see, I can tell that you will grow to be an exceptionally powerful wizard and I can't take the risk of you being convinced with Dumbledore's honeyed words. So, you're either a potential ally and perhaps even my heir one day, or you're a potential enemy. I don't particularly enjoy threats to my goal, and you will be one. This is your choice, Potter, serve or die. So, what will it be?" Lord Voldemort watched as the chained young wizard paled in fear. There was just something about the expression on his face that just delighted him. The terror at the thought of dying, the anger at being in the situation, the wounded pride that he would be nothing more than a glorified servant, and finally the regret for the actions that brought him to this situation. The Dark Lord remembered this exact feeling all those years ago as if it was today. Back when he was Tom Riddle, back when he was nothing more than an exceptional student. He had just gotten his L results. He thought that they might be his ticket out of the hellish orphanage that he was forced to stay in. He was so foolish back then, believing in a utopian magical world. That was until the Wizarding Great War came to his doorstep. Oh, the Muggle one was still happening, and London was being bombed frequently, but the Ministry of Magic had tracked down every Muggleborn in the country and set up a basic anti-bomb ward on their homes. It wouldn't hold up against any magical attacks, but it was more than enough to ensure his safety from the war. No, the big shock came when two magical titans dueled in the middle of London. Grindelwald had decided to attack the city and Dumbledore was dueling with him. It was then that reality set in, that he realized how small he was in front of the two archmages. His vision of the magical world was broken at the sight of the two duelers carelessly killing countless innocents, wizards and muggles alike, that were just bystanders to their fight. An attack that Dumbledore redirected ripped the flimsy Ministry wars as if they weren't even there and destroyed the orphanage with Tom still there. He had crawled his way out of the mess, his magic keeping him alive, and saw the destruction around him. Everyone was dead, not that he really cared about it, but magic was the only thing that saved Tom, the only thing that stopped death from claiming him. The worst thing was that the fight ended with a stalemate with the Dark Lord retreating, leaving a devastated city in front of him. The following day, most of the destroyed buildings were restored, and the survivors healed. The Muggles chucked it up to a mass Nazi bombing after a few obliviation charms, and everyone went on their way, unaware of the constant threat of death that hung on their heads. But Tom was aware. He remembered the emptiness. He remembered death's icy grip almost touching him, but his magic fought it off. He had almost died a meaningless death, without any meaning. On this day, he vowed never to feel such a feeling again. And thus, Lord Voldemort was born from the ashes of Tom Riddle. At first, he directed his hatred towards Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Until that is, he researched such fights. In every generation, there were always two archmages, one of light, and one of darkness, who fought, bringing nothing but ruin and destruction. If either side wins, another challenger would appear a few decades later, and the cycle kept going on until it was done. It didn't always happen in Britain, or even in Europe for that matter. But even if they were continents apart, they sought each other out and fought in their seemingly destined battles. It took years of travel and exploration to understand the nature of the light and the dark and their role in shaping the history of the magical world. He realized that to stop them, he needed to stop the entire cycle, not just Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Thankfully, Grindelwald was imprisoned and not killed, meaning that he had time to prepare, and prepare he did. He honed his magic to a maddening degree, committed atrocity after atrocity, to hone his body and magic to compete with the absurd power of a champion. He succeeded, and with excitement in his veins, he was ready to start his revolution, to save the magical world. And yet here he stood, barely more than a wraith, a cursed existence that could barely even be considered alive, nor have a presence in the world. He needed to rely on weaklings like Quirrell to survive. He had tricked the pathetic Muggle studies professor into accepting his possession, only for the man to cowardly go back on his word when he had almost gotten a student killed. He ended up taking over the man's body before he could foolishly confess to Dumbledore, but the mismatch between Quirrell's magic and his soul was tearing the body apart, which was why he had needed unicorn blood in the first place. He had lost a chance from killing Longbottom during one of his hunts. He had lost it because of the chained boy in front of him. Back to the boy in front of him, who was glaring defiantly at him, he amused the Dark Lord immensely. He was a brilliant boy, one that he would have assumed was the Dark Champion, if it wasn't for the fact that Grindelwald was still alive. He would have become a threat, but he was also a potentially powerful asset. The boy responded, "We both know that you don't need an heir, so don't try to hone your words. It's servitude or death. There is no middle ground." As he said before, the boy was clever but still arrogant. Yeah, he was immortal. His Horcruxes guaranteed his survival no matter what happened. There were too many of them for there to be a risk to his survival. You would need to do the impossible to gather his Horcruxes, and even then, the aftermath would be noticeable enough that he would know to change their hiding places. Why would he need an heir if he was going to live forever? The boy was right, but he was foolish to point that out. The thin veil of civility was his own protection. Voldemort gave him a wide smile and answered, "I was planning on making you my lieutenant, of giving you control over the British Isle after my conquest. But fine, if you want to do it that way, then all right, servitude or death. Which one will you choose?" Voldemort knew the boy's answer before he could speak it. He had seen it in the mirror, the utter desperate fear of the abyss that was death. The boy would choose servitude, he just knew it. However, instead of bowing his head and accepting his gracious offer, the Potter boy spoke up, "Do you know why I never tattled on you to Dumbledore or anyone else?" The possessed professor raised an interested eyebrow. "Do tell." "I wanted nothing to do with your war with Dumbledore. I don't trust him not to screw me over, and I definitely don't trust you. I wanted to live in peace and learn my magic, and not be dragged into a conflict that wasn't mine." "It was your parents' conflict too," Voldemort remarked. "Yes, and they died for it. It's no longer my problem. And yet, here you are giving me the illusion of a choice between two horrible options while being dishonest about what you represent. While he was still somewhat angry by the boy's defiance, the Dark Lord was slightly amused. He didn't really need the Potter boy's allegiance, but he was curious. The boy was like him. He had the potential to be an archmage, while not being chosen as a champion, and he was curious about it. Honestly, even if most of what he had told the boy was true, he did bend facts slightly. Voldemort had no intention of restraining the champions of light and dark, but absorbing their magic, absorbing their might. Freezing them in time was the original plan because there was no other motive. Alas, in an ancient Sumerian tomb, the Dark Lord found another way. A ritual stolen from Solomon's grimoire himself, to absorb the power of a champion. The legendary mage had tricked the champions of his era and had trapped them. He studied their power and devised the ritual. He absorbed both their powers and became the single most powerful being in history. His reign was a peaceful one, a true age of prosperity. Alas, the cycle continued after his death. But Lord Voldemort had conquered death. If he performed the ritual, it would guarantee that no one would ever try to free them. The result would be peace, eternal peace, with him as the magical messiah. Voldemort had prepared himself for the ritual, committing atrocity after atrocity, readying his magic, mind, and body, to receive the power of the champions. He would become the strongest being in history, surpassing Solomon too, and ushering in a magical golden age. He would need to redo some of those preparations after regaining his body, but that wasn't really an insurmountable obstacle. So, yes, perhaps he wasn't being truthful with the Potter boy, but did that matter when he was the one in control? No, it did not. Sure, the boy was a curiosity, an amusing distraction to have an opponent to Dumbledore's golden boy. Two potential candidates of the prophecy, fighting against one another. It almost seemed like fate in a way. "You're testing my patience, boy," the Dark Lord answered with a menacing voice. "Maybe I am. But you're going to leave me be either way," the boy retorted. "And why is that?" Voldemort responded, out of curiosity than actual anger. "You really think that I would walk in here without any assurance? You literally singled me out. I wrote a letter to Dumbledore telling him exactly where I was, who you are, and what you're trying to achieve. You kill me, you so much as injure me, and my owl will deliver the letter. And you can key your chances at getting the Philosopher's Stone goodbye." The Dark Lord almost burst into laughter. Oh, he wasn't surprised by the boy's knowledge of the stone's presence. It wasn't that hard to deduce, especially with the half-giant simpleton of all people knowing about it. He would have thought that it was a trap by Dumbledore if it wasn't for the powerful magical signature that he had tracked down after his heist in Gringotts ended up being a failure. The Philosopher's Stone was in the castle, and he had tracked the stone to the Forbidden Corridor. It wasn't a subtle thing, and why the Flamels kept it in fortified places over the centuries. Anyone could track the stone. But retrieving it was another matter altogether. He didn't know what Dumbledore's angle was, nor did he care. The stone was there for the taking, and it was a chance for him to return to his former might. As for the boy, this was proof that taking him under his wing would be a mistake. Dumbledore is in a Wizengamot meeting, one that would not end for hours. I timed my heist while making sure that he would not be able to interfere. Your letter is meaningless. I would be long gone by then, with the stone in my possession. But I see now that I was mistaken in offering you my mercy. Goodbye, Harry Potter. The boy barely had time to widen his eyes when the possessed professor waved his wand in a familiar pattern, Avada Kedavra. A blinding green light hit the boy and he stilled. It was a shame. What a waste of potential. Alas, the boy would have been a threat to his world order. The Dark Lord quickly walked out of the classroom and walked towards the Forbidden Corridor. He had a stone to steal after all. The possessed professor did not notice the blood in the boy's palm, nor the small glow his cloak had a fraction of a second before the spell hit him. The 4th of June 1992, Hogwarts. A blinding green light hit the boy and he stilled. It was a shame. What a waste of potential. Alas, the boy would have been a threat to his world order. The Dark Lord quickly walked out of the classroom and walked towards the Forbidden Corridor. He had a stone to steal after all. The possessed professor did not notice the blood in the boy's palm, nor the small glow his cloak had a fraction of a second before the spell hit him. When Harry regained consciousness, all he felt was pain, unrelenting pain. It was like there was fire coursing through his veins, and that his muscles had turned to stone. The mere thought of moving his body had sent a wave of agony throughout his being. His limbs simply refused to obey him, choosing to stay limp in his little bed. Wait a minute, that wasn't in bed. Harry turned his head and saw the familiar white walls and ceiling surrounding him. The Potter Scion groaned, which was a bad idea since he started coughing the moment a noise left his throat, it being on fire as well. Of course, the coughing made him unconsciously move, putting him in even more pain. All this happened because he realized that for the second time in his enrollment at Hogwarts, he was transported to the hospital wing unconscious, the first time being after fighting the Wraith in the Forbidden Forest. Madame Pomfrey was going to kill him. Fortunately, Harry's bed was surrounded by curtains, giving him some privacy to freak out properly. He murmured to himself, "What happened?" His voice was sore, gravely. "How long has he been there? What happened?" It took a minute for Harry to realize what had occurred. He remembered being anxious about meeting Professor Quirrell for his practical defense against the dark arts exam. They dueled, and he lost, again, badly. It wasn't unexpected for the man to end up victorious. Harry would still lose against any competent adult wizard. For all his intelligence and natural grasp regarding magical subjects, he was still far less experienced than them, that's not even including the vast difference in raw power. It took a few moments to process Quirrell's revelations, or more appropriately Voldemort's revelations. The Dark Lord was far more civil than he expected. He could see why the man would inspire loyalty. It was easy to see Tom Riddle in his core. The charming manipulative magical prodigy that could talk circles around anyone. If it was anyone else, a person that didn't know about the man's past, someone who couldn't see the nature of his magic, Harry was sure that they would be convinced to follow him. Oh, the man talked a good game, but every single word he said was crafted. He was a master of words, and it showed. The idea of using genocide to rally the magical world against Dumbledore, to stop an endless war, made sense, in a warped sort of way. It was obvious that the man believed his cause to be just. Harry had no idea if he was telling the truth about the endless conflict between the champions of light and dark, but he will research it thoroughly. No one could hide that much history from the world, especially if Voldemort was to be believed, their fights shaped the magical world. It was a shame that their history of magic lessons was about nothing more than the Goblin rebellions. Yeah, that was what they got when their professor was a ghost that died in the midst of the last Goblin rebellion, which wasn't technically a rebellion since only a single faction of the Goblin Nation had decided to start attacking wizarding settlements. If the history of magic covered all of the endless conflicts between the light and the dark, then lessons would have been far more interesting. Back to Voldemort, his speech was sort of inspiring. He had a way with words that made you want to listen to him speak, but for all his seemingly altruistic goals, Harry could hear his magic, and it wasn't pretty. His song was of darkness and rage. It was what drove him the most, his rage, his fear, and his greed. He was angry at the world, at the people who failed him. He was afraid of death, the ultimate end, and he wanted to conquer the magical world. There was this madness to his method. He had kept it locked up, ready to burst out at any moment. There was chaos in him. It was what probably drove him to start killing unicorns or try to curse the broom of the boy who lived in the middle of a match, in broad daylight. And it wasn't even this madness that terrified him, it was that his song was obviously incomplete. Yeah, he wasn't a complete person, and it showed. Everyone has a song, with each instrument showing a personality trait. It was something he had noticed growing slowly ever since his crest was unlocked. It was the extra dimension he saw in spells. The nature of the caster, and his mindset while using the spell. It took some concentration, but Harry had heard Voldemort's heart, his soul, and it was missing. Some basic instruments that symbolized apathy, guilt, love, lust, and so much more, were simply non-existent. They weren't quiet, they were just absent, and that was utterly terrifying. Was that what happened when you split your soul? You take away some of what makes you, well, you. A soul is an abstract but sacred thing. Seeing someone tamper with it made him want to throw up. It was sacrilege that for some reason made Harry angry. And the obvious taint from the unicorn blood had even suppressed even the few things that the man enjoyed. Voldemort couldn't be called a man, because his soul could barely qualify as one. He would never experience joy because of what he has done to unicorns, he will never experience love, and he will never empathize with any being. All he could experience was hate and rage. What a cursed experience. Even if he came back to his body, he would be as miserable as he was as a wraith. The mere thought of being forced to serve such a man was so revolting. Deep down in his soul, Harry was utterly disgusted with the length the man had gone to for power. Death was preferable. He didn't know why he refused his self-preservation instincts and tried to fool the Dark Lord somehow, to live another day, but it was like his body moved on its own. Of course, the man's intelligence was still there. And unfortunately, Harry's gambit with sending a letter to Dumbledore hadn't panned out. For one, the headmaster probably already knew about Quirrell being guilty, especially with the rumored personality changes. And also, the Dark Lord simply didn't care about his threat. It was a half-baked idea, but Harry couldn't have done anything else. No, he could have, but he was unwilling to do it. He was so certain that everything was going to go with the script, that he was safe. But Voldemort hadn't confronted anyone before trying to steal the stone, and yet he did Harry. This wasn't a story. People didn't follow some sort of script because the stories said so. No, things were different, and banking on them was utterly foolish. Harry wanted nothing to do with the spat between Dumbledore and Voldemort and yet was pulled into it regardless. He was an idiot for not taking things seriously, for considering this to be a children's story. And when Quirrell revealed his crimson eyes, Harry knew deep down that everything had changed. Voldemort had completely taken over the man's body and wasn't just hitching a ride. No more. He wasn't going to stand aside and wait for the story to occur in front of him. For one, he had no faith in Longbottom of all people, and he definitely didn't trust Dumbledore or Voldemort. He was going to live his life how he wants it because it was his. He was going to fight for his own side, for his own right to freedom, and if some wannabe archmages wants to stop him, then he will surpass them all. With a renewed sense of confidence, Harry felt things snap into place. His magical crest warmed up slightly, but instead of the intense heat and discomfort he always felt, it was oddly comforting. Speaking of the crest, there was still something that he was missing. How did the conflict end? He refused the Dark Lord's offer and tried to blackmail him, banking on Longbottom killing him because of the whole love magic bullshit that he probably had, or at least, that the headmaster wanted to convince the boy he had. Harry was still convinced that it was an elaborate sacrificial ritual, but it was not like he could convince anyone if Albus Dumbledore himself said otherwise. Back to the conflict, Harry started to remember. Voldemort had cast the killing curse at him. But something happened. He was like he was hypnotized again by his crest, but it was a little more forceful than the time in the forest. He clenched his hand enough to get some blood and palmed his cloak, which was his invisibility cloak in disguise. When he touched it, he heard a voice in his head. It was more like the wind itself was whispering in a language that Harry had never learnt but could somehow understand. No magic can touch those who travel between worlds. And then Harry felt his magic being dried up, and then absorbing forcefully the ambient magic around. Calling it painful would be an understatement. It barely lasted more than a fraction of a second, but Harry could feel as if his body was tearing itself out. The curse passed through him and splashed into the enchanted castle walls. Afterwards, everything turned black. Was this a capability of the cloak? To somehow phase through magic? If that was the case, it was somewhat overpowered, but it was very costly magically. Harry doubted that he would be able to do it without consequences anytime soon. After all, if using it once had kept his magic dry enough to put him in the infirmary for what felt like days, he was not planning on doing so anytime soon. Harry was so engrossed with his thoughts that he hadn't noticed that the room was not silent, at least not as much as it should have been. He heard two faint voices speaking. It took a few seconds for the Potter to recognize them. The voices belonged to Longbottom and Dumbledore. The boys sounded surprisingly vulnerable. The encounter with the monster who killed his parents must have shaken him deeply. The mere revelation that Voldemort was still alive must have terrified the boy to his bones. Of course, the headmaster kept reassuring him, and told him about Voldemort being alive and the fate of the stone. Harry didn't trust the man one bit and didn't actually believe that the real stone was in the Forbidden Corridor, in the first place. The conversation seemed stale until Longbottom asked, "Why couldn't Quirrell touch me?" Oh, so, Quirrell had died in exactly the same way as the stories. That was something. It was hard to believe that the man that had so easily beaten Harry could have been destroyed by the accidental touch of a 12-year-old boy that's barely more than average in his magical studies. There was something odd about it. Of course, the man started a small speech about the power of love, and his mother's sacrifice. The boy, funnily enough, didn't seem to take it at face value. "Professor, I thought it was some kind of alchemical ritual or something. Something about a life for a life." The aged headmaster's voice took a harsh tone. "Who told you that, my boy?" "Potter did, sir. He said it was the only way he could think of. That it was preposterous that people believed that I was involved in any way. He's a clever boy, young Harry, far more advanced beyond his years, and yet he doesn't know anything." In a way, he was correct. Many theories emerged on how exactly you survived. People tried to scry for years in an attempt to take a glimpse of what happened and replicate it somehow. I will admit that such a method did enter my mind, but there were simply no signs of a ritual there, not even a single trace, which would have existed should something of this magnitude have occurred. Such a ritual would also not continue to protect you now. Sometimes, people tend to forget about the simple things in life. They make convoluted theories about complex subjects, forgetting how something as simple and as pure as love can even ignite the stars themselves. Isn't that right, Mr. Potter? The 4th of June 1992, Hogwarts. I will admit that such a method did enter my mind, but there were simply no signs of a ritual there, not even a single trace, which would have existed should something of this magnitude occur. Such a ritual would also not continue to protect you now. Sometimes, people tend to forget about the simple things in life. They make convoluted theories about complex subjects, forgetting how something as simple and as pure as love can even ignite the stars themselves. Isn't that right, Mr. Potter? The Potter scion froze in panic. He was hidden by a curtain and hadn't moved or made a noise. How in the name of magic did the headmaster know that he was awake? Gently, an old hand grasped his curtain, revealing Albus Dumbledore in all his glory. The man chuckled at his shocked expression. "Do not be alarmed, my boy. The infirmary simply has charms to alert Madame Pomfrey when a student wakes up. As the headmaster of this illustrious school, I have the privilege to interact with these charms as well." Harry wouldn't really know it. The mere idea of using any magic, even his arcane hearing, seemed ill-advised. The young Slytherin could do nothing but groan and sit back on the hospital bed. The man seemed to take this as permission to continue his conversation, and asked, "So, young Harry, I believe you had quite the encounter with Professor Quirrell. I have to say that thanks to your letter I was able to return to Hogwarts quickly enough to save Mr. Longbottom from a rather dire fate. In normal circumstances, I would have ignored the letter. I thought it might have slipped past my mail wards somehow, but you're always very insistent that I take it. You have found yourself quite the remarkable companion, Mr. Potter." Wait a minute, Hedwig had bypassed his mail wards. How is that possible? And yet, for all the impossibility of it all, Harry smiled slightly, that she is headmaster. A second later, he remembered something that Dumbledore just said and pretended to be shocked. Wait, that was really the Dark Lord. I thought he was just some impostor or something. No, I'm afraid that Lord Voldemort has yet to leave this mortal plane. I have to ask, though, young Harry, that you explain the events that led you to your current condition. This is not the first time you have overwhelmed your magical circuits, and continuing to that trend could end up crippling your magical potential in the long run. Harry paled and started recounting the events of his encounter with Quirrell. Well, I was asked to come in for my defense practical exam. It started normally, with me demonstrating a few spells, but Professor Quirrell tried to curse me, and we dueled. I lost, very badly. He was different. He acted differently, even his eyes were red. I ended up disarmed, bound, and chained to a wall. He had started talking about his mission to turn the magical world into a utopia of understanding and wonder. He asked me to join him. It didn't really come out of the blue, with him trying to get me to accept him as a tutor a few months ago. I refused because I already had an agreement with Professor Flitwick about the dueling club, but he seemed quite vexed when I told him my decision. Longbottom, who had stayed silent during the entire conversation, choked on his spit. Even the headmaster looked surprised. "And you didn't accept his offer?" His voice had a tint of steel that wasn't there before. Was this the small taste of the true Albus Dumbledore, the champion of light? Was this core of steel what was under the image of an old amiable man? Harry simply shook his head. Of course, I didn't. He killed unicorns and drank their blood. Learning from someone capable of committing such horrors was just a bad idea in general. The Potter scion noticed Dumbledore and Longbottom relax slightly and continued, well, as you can expect, he didn't really like my answer. He tried to convince me nicely, then he started to get frustrated. The last thing I remember is him casting a very painful curse at me. I think it was black, but he didn't say any incantations. I felt my magic fight against it, and weaken it slightly, but then when it hit, I felt like my energy was being drained from my body. I was horrible, it was like someone had replaced my blood with pure lava. It burned so much. I think I passed out from the pain. Of course, Harry was lying about that last part. There was no reason for Dumbledore to know that he survived a killing curse. Well, his cloak allowed him to phase through the killing curse. The man was already obsessed with the Deathly Hallows. Harry didn't need the man to have even more of an interest in him. And so, Harry projected his pain for that fraction of a second when the curse hit him, and only modified the color of the spell. Dumbledore had flinched imperceptibly, meaning that he had used his legilimency to try to get more information about the encounter. Harry could sense his probe slightly, and so arranged for him to get what he wanted. There was a reason why legilimency wasn't really admissible in magical court. It was nothing against the field, but the more skilled a user is in the mind arts, the more they can alter the projected memories. Changing the color of a spell is easy, far easier than faking an entire conversation for that matter, but it could deeply affect a trial if it was taken into account. Simply changing the spell to the familiar sickly green of the killing curse would have anyone sent to Azkaban for life, and that wasn't feasible in any administration. The headmaster seemed to buy it though, since he nodded. The pain couldn't be fake, and he knew it. Faking something like this couldn't be done if it wasn't experienced in the first place. So, unless Harry kept getting his magic S.Ked dry by other artifacts, it was very likely that the man would take his words at face value. Really, learning occlumency was one of his greater ideas, even if was barely a beginner. He knew how to shield his thoughts from preliminary legilimency scans and project a few memories, with a few alterations of course. He would have been truly F.Ked if it wasn't for it, to be honest. The headmaster spoke up. Lord Voldemort had sunk to depths that I will admit to not even have known that they existed, to gain power. I do not know the spell you're describing, but I am not a master of the dark arts like him. However, the effects of the spell seem to be temporary, putting you in a magical deprivation coma until you recover. But I will admit that I don't know how you knew to send me that letter. Harry sheepishly looked down. Well, I knew that Quirrell was the one who killed the unicorns. I recognized the wand, you see. So, every single time I met him, I told Hedwig to come see me if I don't return. The letter I gave you was written months ago. It had nothing to do with Longbottom, really. I didn't even know that he would try to retrieve the stone that day. At Longbottom's attempted rebuttal, he continued, come on, you have hardly been subtle. Hermione point blank asked me in potions class who was Nicholas Flamel. It didn't take long for me to realize what was hidden in the corridor. And that Quirrell was looking for him. And why would you not have come to me sooner? Dumbledore asked with a raised eyebrow. Someone who would be willing to slaughter a unicorn and drink its blood is without a doubt desperate. I trusted your defenses on the stone and chose not to bring attention to myself, and risk dying. Not that it worked for that matter. I can see why the hat put you in Slytherin, then, Mr. Potter, the headmaster retorted. Well, with that out of the way. Harry interrupted the headmaster. Sir, I had a question. The man motioned him to go on. I have found that asking questions to be a worthwhile pursuit. What troubles you, young Potter? Can you tell me about the fire of Godric's Hollow? It's just there was nothing I could find in the library. The newspapers just say that it was some kind of cursed fire. The man's jovial disappeared immediately. That's understandable. The fire of Godric's Hollow is one of the biggest tragedies in magical Britain during the last few decades, and it had very few witnesses. Even though I am not certain as to what happened, I have theories, all of which are very disturbing. But I will not reveal them. Pure truth is a beautiful and terrible thing and should therefore be treated with great caution. You are too young to be burdened with this knowledge. Harry motioned to protest but was silenced when the man raised his hand. What I can tell you, for that matter, is that this fire was unlike anything I have ever seen. It was probably unlike anything the world has ever seen. It consumed everything, literally. It wasn't even hot. Simply everything it touched turned to dust. It certainly wasn't natural. There's a reason there aren't any ruins in Godric's Hollow. It's because they don't exist. I can also tell you that the flames were tinged with your mother's magical signature. The man slowly turned and left the infirmary, leaving two silent boys. Longbottom seemed like he wanted to speak up, but Harry was too tired to deal with his prattling. He simply closed off the curtain. He needed to think. It didn't take long for him to conclude that the whole encounter with Longbottom was staged. There were too many coincidences, and the ending was too close to the one from the stories for it not to be one. The man must have known that Quirrell was after the stone, or that he was the one killing the unicorn, at least. And yet he did nothing. You could say what you wanted about the man. He was obviously manipulative. He had too much political power for a man who liked to say he was uninterested in politics. He was slowly changing the magical world to his image with his control over Hogwarts and his changes to the curriculum, but he wasn't the senile old man he pretended to be. His mind was sharp, and it showed. He used the Philosopher's Stone as a lure, that's for sure. He didn't know if the stone was real or not, but the Flamels would not have parted with it willingly. There was no reason to have the stone in a school for protection. For all its wards, Hogwarts was a public place, with many possible intruders. It simply wasn't safe. And if Longbottom was able to get past his challenges, they definitely weren't defined with a Dark Lord in mind. Dumbledore wanted Longbottom to go after the stone and make it only challenging enough for the boy to succeed after some effort. He designed the entire thing to have an encounter between him and Voldemort, but why? Was he hoping to trap the Wraith or something? Harry didn't know much about souls, but even if that was possible, it would be a temporary solution at best. Dumbledore wouldn't settle for something like this. Was he hoping to confirm that Voldemort was still alive? No, it was too risky. He could have gone to Albania years before and tracked him down somehow. He definitely wasn't hoping that Longbottom would somehow finish him off. It was too far-fetched for that to happen. Did he simply want to study the boy's protection by having it interact with Voldemort? And most of all, could Harry even believe a word he said about the fire that killed his parents and raised an entire village off the face of the earth? Harry was consumed with these thoughts as he fell into the realm of Morpheus, still feeling tired from his encounter with Quirrell. The 6th of June 1992, Hogwarts. For the 100th time ever since she met him, Daphne Greengrass re-evaluated her opinion on Harry Potter. However, if there was something she was certain of, it would be that he was unlike any other boy she had ever met. It was hard to explain it. He had this presence. Whenever he walked into a room, people noticed. Whenever he spoke, everyone listened. That's not even speaking of his frankly absurd skill in magic. Seriously, he tried to downplay it slightly, but it was like putting a small dam to hold an ocean. Magic was something instinctive. Downplaying it just was like downplaying a part of your own personality. When she first met Potter, she didn't really think anything of him. He was just some quiet bookworm that was probably destined to be in Ravenclaw. Sure, the Potter family was famous, well, mostly infamous because of the fire of Godric's Hollow, to which Harry was the only survivor, somehow. But as for the family itself, it wasn't really anything special. It was relatively old, not really impressive, especially considering Daphne's own roots to the Druids during the time of Camelot. They were about as old as the Malfoy family, who became ennobled in France, just a couple of centuries before the Statute of Secrecy forced them to give away their titles. The Potter family were mostly a family of relatively wealthy potion masters, that tended to grow the family fortune with their invention, up until the last few wars, of course. Charles Potter had, for some reason, spent a significant amount of wealth in the war against Grindelwald. According to her grandmother's diary, who was a year younger than him in school, it was completely out of character for him. He was known as a calm and very business-minded man, but he seemed desperate in stopping Grindelwald for some reason. James Potter had followed in his father's footsteps and practically donated most of what remained of his fortune in the fight against the Dark Lord. By the end of it, there was probably not going to be a lot of wealth left. So, in summary, Harry Potter was relatively well off for the average wizard or witch, but not nearly as wealthy as any formerly noble house. He wasn't supposed to be remarkable, he wasn't supposed to be smart. He definitely wasn't supposed to have the oddest magical crest she had ever heard of. No, he was supposed to be an average boy that was born into a progressive-oriented family, that would go to either Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. He wasn't supposed to go to Slytherin with her. He wasn't supposed to become one of her dearest friends. And yet, what was supposed to happen doesn't matter at all, what does is what actually happens. And so, out of nowhere, they became friends. They just clicked. Tracy, Blaise, Daphne, and Harry just started by going to class together, and after a while, they just clicked. Hogwarts without Harry would just be wrong, something that he had experienced in the last few days. Harry had gone to the defense against the dark arts practical exams. He was oddly jittery. Harry was always very confident during his exams. He aced them without a second's thought. He was a genius after all. Even if it was weird how Quirrell had decided to single him out for his practical exams, Daphne had chalked it up to the cowardly professor having forgotten about him or just wanted to assign him another test. Well, when Harry didn't return the following night, Daphne, Blaise, and Tracy went to their head of house and told him about their missing friend. The man had swept the castle and found Harry in the destroyed defense classroom, completely unconscious. The potion master ended up sending him to the infirmary, before running off the forbidden corridor for some reason. No one had told her what had happened to Harry, nor why he was unconscious, only that he was in a magical coma for having strained his magical channels. Quirrell had disappeared, and Neville Longbottom was also in the infirmary for some reason. No one would tell her anything. There were a few rumors that Weasley had spread, that Longbottom had fought Quirrell in the forbidden corridor for some reason. Something about a Cerberus, deadly plants, and a giant chess match. But there was nothing about Harry at all. No one even noticed his disappearance, with the boy who lived being hospitalized as well. The ones that did notice, thought that Harry had jeweled Longbottom for some reason, and they all ended up getting hurt. The close timings between the injuries weren't a coincidence. But for some reason, everyone kept talking about Longbottom's adventure in the forbidden corridor, nothing more. They had been allowed to visit him. He was so pale, so peaceful. Daphne had never seen him like this. There was always this gleam of intelligence in his eyes. He was always either frowning while thinking about some spell or another, or he was slightly smiling when they all hung out together. Without them, he just looked wrong. Without Harry, Hogwarts felt wrong, empty in a way that she couldn't describe. Oh, he wasn't perfect, not by a long shot. No, Harry was as flawed as they came. He was as socially dumb as he was a genius in matters of magic. He would always deny it, but he acted arrogantly sometimes, especially when it concerned his magical studies. He was so secretive and spent a lot of time alone. It had hurt her at first, thinking that he just didn't want to hang out with them, but after he started to put more time aside to spend with them, she understood that it was just his nature. He liked to spend time with his own company to de-stress, in a way. Although, she was curious about what he kept doing on his own. Sometimes she wanted to grab him by the throat and force him to tell her his secret. But no, this would spoil all the fun of figuring them out. Daphne had even discovered one of his secrets: he was Muggle-raised. She was kinda proud of that one, to be honest. Harry had done a good job at keeping it under wraps. He was obviously knowledgeable about the magical world, but that could just be him being smart enough to not show any sign of ignorance. But yeah, there were a few Muggle terms here and there, and he almost never spoke of his guardians. It took a few months, and Daphne had concluded about the fact that as a half-blood, he was as likely to be raised by his mother's Muggle family as to be raised in a wizarding home. She felt strangely closer to him when she realized that. With every piece of the puzzle that she discovered, she liked him more and more. Even now, as she stayed in the infirmary, with a nice book in her hands, Daphne kept thinking of him. Blaise had stopped going after 3 days, he wouldn't wake up. Tracy stopped coming after a week. But not Daphne. She would stay at his side until he woke up. Well, she would have, if it wasn't for the evil Madame Pomfrey that only allowed her to come for an hour a day. It was originally just 15 minutes, but Daphne had worn down the evil matron. Still, according to her, he had woken up a few days earlier when the headmaster was visiting. They spoke for a few minutes where Harry recounted his side of whatever happened, and then the Potter Scion fell asleep once more. And they still wouldn't tell her anything. Longbottom had woken up a couple of days back and came back completely fine. Apparently, Harry's condition was far more severe than the boy who lived. It was almost the end of the year feast, and Harry still hadn't woken up. They were leaving the castle in a few days and Daphne dreaded leaving the castle without making sure he was alright. She had never known anyone who had been in the hospital wing after the school year. Would he be transferred to St. Mungo's where she could still visit him? Or would he stay in the castle alone, under Madame Pomfrey's care? Daphne's frankly depressing thoughts were interrupted when she heard a soft hooting and looked up from the book with a slight smile. He's really taking his time, isn't he, Hedwig? The owl bobbed her head. She really was as remarkably intelligent as the owner. She had somehow been able to sneakily visit her owner and would not let him leave her sight. That is until the evil Madame Pomfrey kept trying to hex her. Apparently, pets weren't allowed in her infirmary. Still, whenever she was chased away, she snuck back in hours later. For some reason, the wards in the hospital wing just wouldn't stop her. The matron had given up after a few days and a tentative peace between the witch and the owl was made. Hedwig would not make a ruckus, and Madame Pomfrey would not try to hex her. The snowy owl was often her only companion whenever she visited her friend, and she curled up next to her whenever she was there. Hedwig hooted softly in answer and jumped towards her owner. She gave him a gentle peck on the forehead. Daphne didn't know why she chose this moment to do it when she hasn't touched Harry ever since he was in the hospital wing. Her doubts were immediately shattered when Harry started to frown and mumbled, "Stop it, Hedwig." She practically leapt from her seat and enveloped Harry in a hug. "Harry. You're awake." The black-haired boy frowned. "Of course, I'm awake, why wouldn't I be awake? You were hurt, remember?" "Oh yeah, Quirrell attacked me. I think I talked to Dumbledore somewhere in the middle of it." "Wait a minute, go back to the part where you got attacked." Daphne shrieked. "Well, I went to the exam, and everything was normal and then he declared himself to be some kind of dark wizard, that he was going to take over the world and all that stuff." "Wait, what?" Daphne was baffled. She must have heard it wrong, because Quirrell, a dark wizard. That was just insane. She thought he was some cowardly thief that wanted to steal something from the Forbidden Corridor, not a full-blown evil wizard. "Quirrell," she repeated, wanting to make sure that he wasn't joking. Well, he started explaining one of the single most outlandish stories she had ever heard. Apparently, Quirrell was the one drinking unicorn blood and had attacked him before when he also ended up in the hospital wing. Harry for some reason chose not to tell anyone about the fact that he obviously figured out who attacked him in the first place. Quirrell then decided for some reason to make Harry his apprentice. Or maybe he wanted Harry to be his servant. Harry had said no, and then they fought. Harry lost, and he was hit with a spell that forced his body to expel all of the magic inside at once, and then some, which was why he was in a coma. Apparently, the man tried to steal something from the Forbidden Corridor and ended up being stopped by Longbottom. Daphne really wished she could grab that turban-wearing freak and strangle him to death. Still, she chose not to think too much about it, especially considering the fact that she was just overjoyed that Harry was back. She was going to grill him on this later. After a few grueling tests by the matron, Harry was cleared to leave and go to the feast a few days later. Even if Dumbledore was biased enough to give Gryffindor almost 200 points because Longbottom and his lackeys decided to break the rules and still go to the Forbidden Corridor. But that didn't really matter to Daphne. Harry was back, and that was enough for her. The 7th of June 1992, Hogwarts. He definitely wasn't hoping that Longbottom would somehow finish him off. It was too far-fetched for that to happen. Did he simply want to study the boy's protection by having it interact with Voldemort? And most of all, could Harry even believe a word he said about the fire that killed his parents and raised an entire village off the face of the earth? Harry was consumed with these thoughts as he fell into the realm of Morpheus, still feeling tired from his encounter with Quirrell. The day after officially waking up from his magical coma, Harry decided to just follow Madame Pomfrey's recommendation and not really stress himself. The matron had done a good job when he was in the hospital wing. The Potter Scion felt like he was back to his best form, even if his body got sore whenever he cast a significant amount of magic. So, he spent his last days at Hogwarts with his friends, who had welcomed him warmly. Although, for some reason, Daphne was particularly clingy ever since he woke up. He didn't really get it, to be honest. It was probably because she missed him or something, but Tracy wasn't acting the same, so he didn't really understand. It seems like in this life and his previous one, he would never make sense of what goes on in the minds of the fairer say. He had missed his second Hogsmeade weekend. It seems like he was cursed to not visit Hogsmeade this year. Considering what happened in the story at the end of the year feast, with Dumbledore giving away hundreds of points to the boy who lived, he was also not likely to visit the village in the next one either. It's not like he would really lose anything interesting in the village would have an equivalent shop in Diagon Alley. Hogsmeade was originally a wizarding settlement. The whole business growth started because of the proximity to Hogwarts, whilst Diagon Alley was the veritable hub of magical Britain. It showed in the stores that were in Hogsmeade. It had a few inns, cafes, stores to buy school supplies and a chocolate shop of all things. Yeah, it was obviously geared towards teenagers. People were staring at Harry and his friends on his way there. Well, it was mostly Harry. Apparently, being attacked by the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor made him some sort of commodity. There were rumors about him being a secret Dark Lord and that he had jeweled Quirrell when he had confronted him, hence why the man disappeared without a trace. There were rumors that they were planning on stealing whatever was in the Forbidden Corridor together and that they had greedily turned on each other. Still, Harry slowly walked towards the Slytherin table and sat at his usual spot, his friends joining him. The entire room was decked in green and silver. The members of the House of Snakes were all smiling in victory at having won the House Cup and all of the privileges that come with it. Of course, Harry knew what was about to happen, that their smiles were about to be turned upside down in a few minutes. He was proven correct, when Dumbledore proceeded to his end-of-the-year speech, and well, pretty much handed the cup to the Gryffindors. The utter uproar at the announcement was galling. Harry felt bad that at hard work of the 4th years and 6th years, who had made sure that the privileges that came with the House Cup would be theirs the following year, was so easily dismissed with barely more than a second's thought. It was disgusting, and a quarter of the school was openly glaring at the headmaster. Of course, outside of the Gryffindors being overjoyed, the other houses didn't really care about the precedent the headmaster just made. Seriously, just deciding to give the House Cup on a whim was making it meaningless, and that's not mentioning the sheer enmity that the man was building in a house where he was already fairly unpopular. Honestly, the House Cup was what prevented Hogwarts from falling into chaos. There were just too many students and too few professors. Adding magic in the mix just made this place a recipe for a ticking time bomb, or at least it would be if it wasn't for the House Cup. The prize was enticing for older students, so they went out of their way to stop the younger ones from doing anything drastic. Without the credibility of the House Cup, and the fairness of earning it, the older students wouldn't be motivated enough to care about it, meaning that Dumbledore had basically told everyone that it was meaningless, that to keep the boy who lived happily, he would gladly just hand it over to his house without even being discreet about it. If he does the same in the following year, the upper years will just stop caring about it, which definitely wasn't a good idea in the long run. His friends were pretty grumpy about it. An hour after the announcement, Tracy was still grumbling, "I can't believe Dumbledore just gave the cup to Longbottom, just like that." "Tracy, let it go," Harry retorted gently. "We all knew that he was very biased when it came to his little boy hero. Honestly, I would have been surprised if he hadn't done anything." Blaise gave him a confused look. "I don't understand." Daphne snorted, "No surprises there, huh? Did you forget how much stuff he let Longbottom get away with this year? He got a spot in the Quidditch team even if he didn't deserve it. That's not to mention being caught with a live dragon in a school, which was a criminal offense that Dumbledore swept under the rug. Now, this. I'm not happy, but I can't say that I can't see him ruin the House Cup as a way to reward Longbottom somehow." Harry's eyebrow reached his forehead. This was definitely not something he saw Daphne, or any girl his age, really, understanding. It was a very good interpretation of the events. The girl gave Harry a wink and continued with a joking tone, "What? Did you think I haven't learnt anything in the last year? I'm not thick like the other two." Harry chuckled at Blaise and Tracis' protest. Yes, Daphne was very intelligent. She learnt things quickly and was dedicated when it came to any issue. The issue dissolved into their usual friendly bickering, and they all quickly forgot about Dumbledore's injustice. Time passed very quickly, and it was almost curfew. The prefects had led them back to the Slytherin common room, and they quickly went to sleep, stuffed with food, and comfortable. The following morning, all the first years gathered in the Great Hall for their customary end-of-year warnings, like no casting magic outside of school, or how much their summer homework was important. It really wasn't, since it was mostly just theoretical assignments that didn't necessitate any substantial research. From the looks of it, Harry could discern that it was a basic summary of the theory they had learnt in class, with a small introduction to the next year's curriculum. As for the trace, Harry had tried to find anything to beat it but came up empty. Seriously, even his meager wandless magic would be detected by the Ministry. After all, the charm was on his person, not the wand, like many thoughts. The trace's purpose is to monitor spikes of magic in Muggle homes, especially when underage wizards and witches are concerned. The medium of magic just didn't matter, and Harry couldn't really find a charm on him using his arcane hearing. It frustrated Harry immensely, even if he could understand its purpose. The trace wasn't really made to be biased against Muggleborns, but to preserve the statute of secrecy. Children and teenagers tended to be very unpredictable, and the Ministry had to know when someone revealed their magic, be it on purpose or by accident. So, Harry was stuck to staying in a place with enough wards to qualify as a wizarding home. Yeah, he was probably going to stay in Diagon Alley again, instead of a Muggle hotel he could easily sneak into without paying a dime. He already had a stock of aging potions to fool the innkeeper of the Leaky Cauldron again and spend the entire summer there. After having a taste of magic, there was no way he was stopping for a day, let alone for 2 whole months. After McGonagall's little speech, they followed Hagrid, who took them back to the Hogwarts Express on the boats again. It was a nice touch, to leave the same way they came in, even if some of the wonder had worn off slightly. As he boarded the Hogwarts Express, Harry found that he was going to miss the castle and its wondrous nature. Sure, he had copied a good part of the library during his nightly escapades using the cloak, so he wouldn't really suffer in terms of reading material, but there was just something about the castle that was just wonderful. It was hard to explain it. It was something at the edge of his mind that he could somehow listen to using his arcane hearing, despite the ambient magical noise. It was something that felt like a sense of welcome, a smidge of affection, a home open for all those who wished to learn. Harry sat in a compartment with his friends, wondering when the next time they would see each other again would be. It didn't really matter. If Harry was staying in Diagon Alley, it would be easy to meet them somewhere, but he didn't want any nosy adult to try to butt into his living situation. He sure as hell wasn't going back to the Dursleys, that's for sure. Funnily enough, Gemma Farley walked up to their compartment in the middle of the train ride to give them a letter that could contain their final grades for their year. Unlike his friend, he opened it without an ounce of hesitation and read its content. It had 2 pieces of parchment. The first read the following: Dear Mr. Potter, we thank you for your dedication this year and would like to sincerely congratulate you on all of your achievements. The entirety of the Hogwarts staff is eager to see what shall come next. Yours truly, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. As for the second piece of parchment, it contained his grades. Passing grades: O equals outstanding, E equals exceeds expectations, A equals acceptable. Failing grades: P equals poor, D equals dreadful, T equals troll. Harry James Potter has achieved astronomy, O. Charms, O. Defense against the dark arts, O. Herbology, O. History of magic, O. Potions, O. Transfiguration, O. It seemed like they just didn't count the defense against the dark arts practical, or just gave him full marks. What was the protocol when the defense professor tries to kill you anyway? Underneath his grades were the end-of-year rankings, where Harry was unsurprisingly in first place, followed by Hermione Granger and Padma Patil. After his friends grilled him on his grades, he took a look at their own. They did pretty well, all things considered. Daphne, the most diligent in her studies, got an exceeds expectations or outstanding in all of her grades, and Tracy and Blaise almost did the same, both getting an acceptable in History of Magic and Blaise having 1 in Transfiguration while Tracy had 1 in Charms. They all bickered about their grades as usual. Harry got teased for being a bookworm, and he told them all off for being underachievers. It was nice banter between friends, and the hours flew by quickly. Of course, all good things must end, and a distinct voice spoke up around him: "We will be arriving in London in 5 minutes. They all said their goodbyes and promised to owl each other during the summer break. While everyone went to meet their families, Harry snuck off to the other side of the platform, ready to take the night bus to Diagon Alley. Of course, all of this completely froze when he saw a familiar obese figure standing on the other side of the platform. Vernon Dursley, in all his purple face mustached glory, was there, glaring at Harry for some reason. He grumpily walked towards Harry. "Hurry up, boy, we haven't got all day." Harry looked back towards the families exiting the platform. He didn't want to cause a scene here. The last time he spoke to the Dursleys, he had made it abundantly clear that he did not want anything to do with them again. Choosing not to confront the man in public, he followed him to his car and was readying a small speech to give him a piece of his mind. The 9th of June 1992, King's Cross train station. Harry looked back towards the families exiting the platform. He didn't want to cause a scene here. The last time he spoke to the Dursleys, he had made it abundantly clear that he did not want anything to do with them again. Choosing not to confront the man in public, he followed him to his car and was readying a small speech to give him a piece of his mind. When he stopped by the man's car, his eyes widened when he saw his Aunt Petunia and his cousin Dudley in the car. The boy had lost some weight, Harry noticed, which was good for the formerly obese boy. Oh, he was still overweight, but he didn't look like a owned potato, so that was a good thing. It seemed like his frankly childish rant when he left had rattled them enough to make a few changes. Even if he had made sure that he wanted absolutely nothing to do with them. Harry looked around to see if anyone was looking at them. From what he understood of the trace, he was in the clear if he wanted to use any magic. There were too many magical parents that would come pick up their children. The ministry probably had a few obliviators on standby in case something happened. That meant that Vernon literally held no leverage over him whatsoever. The Hogwarts Express was made just for the trip to Hogwarts, nothing more. It was built to facilitate Muggleborn from going to Hogwarts. It was made around 2 centuries back to replace the endless portkeys that had to be enchanted for every student to have. It was better to overwork a few obliviators a few days a year, then arrange for hundreds of portkeys to be mailed to students and deposit them back to Hogsmeade. Outside of the trips to the school, the Hogwarts Express was unused, and thus, King's Cross wasn't really a common place for wizards to be, especially not to use their magic. But that didn't really matter now. Harry could use his magic as if he was in Diagon Alley. The ministry wouldn't really notice anything odd in such an area concentrated with wizards and witches. Harry again made sure that no one could see him and just stood still in front of the car, refusing to get inside. The obese muggle started to look like he was slowly getting enraged. His eyes were reddening, and so was his face in general, for that matter. He practically snarled at Harry, "Well, hurry up, boy. We haven't got all day." The Potter Scion ignored him entirely. "What are you doing here?" The man moved in a threatening manner towards Harry, who simply raised his wand. At the sight of the magical stick, Vernon practically wilted away. Petunia paled in fear, and Dudley honestly looked confused. Had they not told him about his magic? Choosing to ignore the comical image of a man 5 times his size flinching away from him, Harry spoke once more. "I asked you what you're doing here. What do you think we're doing here?" "We're here to pick you up, boy," Petunia snarled back. "I got a letter from that freak school of yours with the time to come pick you up. Yes, and we also agreed that it was time for us to go our separate ways. I live my life and you live yours. Isn't that what you always wanted? To get rid of the freak that your dead sister saddled you with. To get rid of the last connection you had to her world which you loathe with all your heart." Harry answered. "Yes, and we left you alone last summer. You didn't say anything about it being a permanent thing," his aunt retorted. Harry stiffened, doing his best to recollect exactly what their conversation was about. It was so long ago, but by the end, he just remembered feeling free of them. During his stay in Hogwarts, he had made plans to stay by himself during the summer. There was a small voice in his head reminding him about how safe it would be to be with them. It was what the Harry in the stories did, after all. He shook his head and removed this thought. His confrontation with Quirrell had shown him that following the stories was not always a good idea. No, this was real life, and he wasn't going to follow some sort of silly script and let it dictate his life. Harry loved his new life, he loved his friends, but most of all, he loved using magic. He wasn't about to risk not practicing magic for the sake of a story in another life. Maybe he didn't specify that he wasn't going to leave the Dursleys permanently. But right now, he didn't care. He wasn't going back to Privet Drive. He wasn't going to leave his magic for their sake. The Potter Scion gave a good look at his aunt and spoke up, "All right, then let's make it permanent then. I won't come back with you, and that's it." "You what?" the woman screeched. Again, Harry raised an eyebrow at the woman's voice. He really hadn't missed her voice, which is what he imagined a harpy sounded like. He had been forced to suffer this voice for years, and he had spent almost 12 blissful months without it. "Look, I know you tend to be emotional, but please don't make a scene in the middle of London," Harry calmly retorted. "So, that's it, you're moving out." Vernon spoke up with obvious glee on his face. "Yes, I am. I can take care of myself, and you won't have to suffer my existence anymore." "It sounds like a good compromise, right?" Petunia looked like she wanted to protest, but Vernon answered for her, "A very good compromise, yes." "Well, of course, there's the legal side of things," Harry remarked, making them stiffen. "Legal side?" Petunia repeated blankly. "Officially, I will still be living with you. At least, as far as the government is concerned. It's not really a bother, but things like the letter you got from my school and the like will be sent to your home occasionally. Every month during my summer break, I will come to see you in case you got any documents I might need. It will barely take 2 minutes of your time, 3 times a year. Other than that, we'll essentially be strangers. What do you think?" Harry didn't really need to do this, and it was likely that it would be for nothing. He was still a ward of the Ministry in magical matters, but Petunia getting a letter from Hogwarts showed that the Dursleys weren't entirely separated from him. It was better to visit them 3 times a year than just accidentally miss an important document that was sent their way. He couldn't risk the Ministry looking too deeply into his home life and messing his nice little system up. Again, Petunia wanted to protest, but Vernon spoke up for her. "It sounds like a small price to pay for peace, boy. Come on, Toonie, we're going home." "No," the woman exclaimed, "you're supposed to be Lily's boy, not this thing, you're not supposed to leave. You should stay with us." "And do what exactly?" Harry protested. "I love magic. I am magic. And no matter how much you would like to have your nephew with you, I know that you hate magic more. I saw it when I took out my wand. I saw your fear, your hatred, your bitterness. Stop being attached to the past, to a sister that you hated, and move on with your life. We're too different to live together without both of us being miserable. Let me go back to my magic and I will let you go back to the normalcy you crave. Goodbye, Aunt Petunia, I'll see you in a month." Harry turned and left his relatives near their car. He didn't look back. The Dursleys were his past, but they were not his future. He wasn't going to tie himself to some script anymore. Staying at the Dursleys would make them all miserable. It was better to rip the bandage now and make boundaries clear than to stay in Privet Drive out of some misguided flimsy blood ties. Harry took one quick trip to the bathroom, and he took off his clothes after locking himself in a stall. He took out a small vial of potion from his school bag and drank it in one gulp. He suppressed the urge to gag at the taste. Still, Harry's form started to slowly grow until he looked like a man with his familiar messy hair and green eyes. He had drunk an aging potion. Harry had stocked up on them over the school year, purchasing one every week or so. He had enough to last him the summer. The Potter Scion opened his bag and took out the large outfit that he had all ordered months back, and by the end, he looked like a dashing wizard, with a suitcase. With that done, he went out to the street and waved his wand in the manner described by the book he had read. There was a deafening bang, and Harry blinked to shield his eyes from the sudden bright light. When he opened them, he saw that a gigantic pair of wheels and headlights screeched to a halt exactly in front of him. They belonged, as Harry saw when he raised his head, to a triple-decker, violently purple bus, which had appeared out of thin air. Gold lettering over the windshield spelt the night bus. Yeah, it wouldn't be his most preferred method of transportation, but there wasn't a flow in King's Cross, and he didn't have any other choice. He didn't have any Muggle money to get a normal cab, so that was his only choice. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a conductor in a purple uniform, who leapt out of the bus and started to speak loudly. "Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand hand, step on board and we can take you anywhere you want to go." My name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor this evening. Where would you like to go? Harry tried to look as unfazed as ever. Diagon Alley, please. A short trip, then, Stan remarked, that would be 5 sickles for the trip. You could get a chocolate, a bottle of water, and a toothbrush in the color of your choice if you upgrade for just 4 sickles more. Harry shook his head and took out 5 sickles from his gold pouch. The standard ticket is fine, thank you. You lost, the conductor remarked. He then helped Harry lift his trunk with Hedwig's cage balanced on top, up the steps of the bus. The man pointed at a seat and said, "This is your seat. Over there is the driver, Ernie Prang. Try not to disturb him if you can." He then yelled at the driver, "Take her away, Ern." There was another tremendous bang, and the next moment Harry found himself glued to his seat, thrown backwards by the speed of the night bus. Harry stared out of the window and saw that they were now bowling along a completely different street. And so, the bus kept going and stopping, dropping one passenger after another. Honestly, Harry was starting to get motion sick. The total trip was probably around 15 minutes, but they felt like hours. Honestly, if he wasn't riding the damn thing, he would have been fascinated by the enchantments used to make this marvelous piece of magic. There had to be some spatial magic and a way to accelerate on a ludicrous level. But alas, he was doing his best not to care about any of it. He almost cried in relief when Stan started to yell at Harry, "Hey, you! We'll be in Diagon Alley soon. Get ready." Finally, Ern slammed on the brakes and the night bus skidded to a halt in front of a small and shabby-looking pub, the Leaky Cauldron, behind which lay the magical entrance to Diagon Alley. "Thanks," Harry said to the driver. He jumped down the steps and helped Stan lower his trunk and Hedwig's cage onto the pavement. He then looked at the familiar inn and took a deep breath. Yeah, he had a feeling that this was going to be his favorite summer yet. The 14th of June 1992, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore sat in his chair, pondering on the happenings of the previous year. With the students gone, the castle was oddly quiet, with only ghosts, elves, and the portraits keeping him company. His plans with the Philosopher's Stone were a resounding success. The confirmation of Lord Voldemort's survival was very valuable, and so was having an active participant to a true prophecy. Neville Longbottom had no idea of his true value, that until the prophecy is fulfilled, fate itself will move mountains for his survival. And in the case, he wasn't cooperative, or if the prophecy would obviously not end in his victory, breaking the prophecy and using it as fuel for a ritual could be very beneficial for Albus in the long run, as regrettable as that might be. The boy arrived exactly as he predicted. He was arrogant, and spoilt, but fairly talented, at least for a normal wizard. And Albus Dumbledore was nothing but a normal wizard. His tranquility was interrupted by a visually livid woman flowing to his office. He had been waiting for this meeting and dreading it at the same time. This woman could inevitably ruin many of his plans, just out of stubbornness. The visitor was tall, thin, and bony. She was wearing her customary stuffed vulture hat and was carrying her red handbag. The witch looked surprisingly formidable despite her age and was a terror in the Wizengamot session. It was Augusta Longbottom, the grandmother of the boy who lived. Honestly, Albus preferred to call him the child of the prophecy. He wasn't really special regards to living, his mother had used a sacrificial ritual of his own designed to trap Voldemort. Well, it was a ritual that the light, which he had sworn to almost a century back, helped him devise. He knew to trust the small whispers guiding his movements over the years, and they always delivered. Honestly, it was lucky that Lord Voldemort hadn't gone after the Potter himself. Whatever monstrosity Lily Potter had conjured on Godric's Hollows was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was good that young malleable Neville Longbottom was the child of the prophecy in the long run. It made his planning a lot more flexible, all things considered. The willful and strangely intelligent Potter boy would have made a terrible weapon, although, if he had a better hand in his upkeep, he would have probably grown up differently. Dumbledore, you have a lot to explain. Oh, right, Augusta was there to meet him. She had refused him access to young Neville in the past, probably paranoid because of the death of her son and daughter-in-law. But that wasn't nearly enough to stop him from influencing the boy. Just his reputation had been enough, considering the awe in the boy's eyes whenever he looked at Albus. Back to the angry grandmother, Albus pretended to sigh loudly. Can you be a little more specific, Augusta? The Philosopher's Stone, the little tests, the possessed professor, what else do you want me to say? The woman thundery returned. The aged headmaster repressed a sigh. The boy had ended up blabbing to his grandmother, after all. He had thought that he would have a smidge of discretion after all. Alas, the boy really was a Gryffindor to the bone. That woman really was irritating. Her husband was far easier to get along with. He had House Longbottom on his side in any Wizengamot meeting, but now, he had to appease her at every turn. Well, I can tell you that the Philosopher's Stone was nowhere in the castle. It was a small diversion Nicholas and I made to prepare to fake his and his wife's deaths, and see if Lord Voldemort was still alive. I dare say that it worked wonderfully so far. Albus explained. He was lying slightly in this. The Philosopher's Stone was in the castle, just under very heavy wards in a secret room in his office. His control over Hogwarts was enough to divert the magical aura of the stone and make it appear to be in the Forbidden Corridor. Lord Voldemort in his prime probably wouldn't have been fooled by it, but as reduced as he was, possessing an average wraith with barely a fraction of the power and skill he held, and counting for his desperation to regain his body, it was enough to trick him. The woman didn't seem to be appeased at all, and my grandson's involvement in this mess. I will admit that I did not expect him to take that as an invitation to figure out the ploy and try to stop it himself. It was never meant to involve him in any way, Dumbledore answered with a calming tone. So, it was just a coincidence that you pull this off during the first year you have access to Neville. The head of House Longbottom answered with a dubious tone. Yes, it was. It coincided with some very disturbing rumors I heard of a malicious wraith in Albania, which I thought might be Voldemort. And it was confirmed that he was still alive. Did you really wish that his return be a surprise, that your grandson and the legacy of Frank and Alice would be unprepared to deal with him when he inevitably returns? He will not leave the boy, you know it, I know it. This defeat was a sting to his pride, to his supposed supremacy. He will not take it lying down. It was easier to scare the woman than to try to outfight her stubbornness. It showed in the manner she paled in fear and flinched at the probable danger coming her grandson's way. It was better to give her that wake-up call, to remind her of the active threat a surviving Lord Voldemort could pose to her legacy. What are you doing to stop that monster? Well, there was a plan in place to capture him in his wraith form. The small trials were supposed to only slow him down, making him overconfident after passing the Cerberus. I put in place an artifact that was supposed to trap him, as it has many people. With the lure of the stone, it should have been done and over. Alas, it proved to be ineffective, be it because of your grandson's involvement or it simply did not work on whatever Voldemort has become. You can understand how I took that small risk to stop a war in the long run. A war that will inevitably come if he ever returns, and he will start by going after young Neville, Dumbledore explained. Yes, Albus had planned on trapping the wraith of Lord Voldemort in the Mirror of Erised. It was a way to eliminate Lord Voldemort without having to kill him, and still keep the prophecy alive in case of emergency. True prophecies were rare and Albus had felt its power when Sybil Trelawney had spoken hers all those years ago. But Neville had no hand in the mirror failing. The magic was simply incompatible. The wraith was entranced by the mirror, but Voldemort had the willpower to break free of it eventually. The space inside of the mirror refused to absorb the wraith and trap it inside for some reason. It was a long shot at best, but it was a very curious phenomenon. It was why he had also let the confrontation between the possessed professor and young Neville occur. He needed to study his mother's protection. Even if he had designed it, the protections were something new. He didn't always understand the will of the light and just followed its guidance. It had never led him wrong. But he was very curious as to the nature of the protection itself, and how it would react with Voldemort trying to finish the job. Well, from what he could understand, the boy would be safe from the supposed Dark Lord for now. It made the boy practically invincible. According to the prophecy, he must die at the hand of Voldemort, and yet, the protections assured him that he wouldn't, unless something drastic happened. This was the power of the weapon he had created against Voldemort. The headmaster's musings were interrupted by the Longbottom matriarch, and now what? Well, Voldemort is a very intelligent wizard, Albus said, and he will not fall into the same trap again. I had hoped to do this subtly, but I will need to research the method with which he survived the killing curse. We need to counteract his immortality somehow. I will continue to do this discreetly to avoid any mass panic, or his old followers from returning. Which is why I'm asking you to tell young Neville to not spread the news of Voldemort's survival to the general public. As for now, we can do nothing but wait. It will take time for him to return, time which you will need to prepare your grandson for the worst that could come. The woman nodded, and took a deep breath to calm herself before straightening out. But why did you make the trials this easy? Well, I didn't want any student to accidentally get hurt trying to be adventurous. The Cerberus was explicitly ordered to not hurt any wizard or witch under the age of 18, but still target possessed students and professors. The Devil's Snare was bred to inject paralytics and simply knock out the intruders. The Broom Key was just a delaying tactic, at best. The giant chess set was enchanted to knock out the intruder, nothing more. The room the trolls were in was warded to petrify the beasts and the students in case of mortal peril, and the poisoned potions contained sleeping potions. A student who would have that gotten far would have been unharmed in my trial, as they will need to know about the stone to be tracked. Even then, they could be released rather easily by myself. Everything was planned. I could not risk a student getting severely hurt under my watch. Tell that to the Potter boy, Augusta retorted. Albus suppressed a flinch at that. That was an unfortunate accident. That boy saved my grandson's life in that foolish detention that you allowed to happen. And he was attacked again under your watch. It's a miracle he was able to pass with all the days he missed, the Longbottom matriarch continued. Yeah, that was a sore spot. Dumbledore's opinion of the Potter boy was mixed. Sometimes, he just looked so similar to a familiar Slytherin boy with a troubled childhood, and yet there was a kindness and gentleness to him. He was a prodigy when it came to magic. Albus had noticed the obvious signs of occlumency training when the boy practically fed him the memories he wanted. They weren't modified, at least not in a way he could notice. The pain was too real, the emotions too wild to be fake. It was how you knew a memory was fake. A competent mind mage might be able to change how things looked, and how they sounded, but it was almost impossible to fake a feeling because you had to have felt it. Even then, the boy was 11 years of age. Even the most outlandish of prodigies did not achieve this much in just a year of magical education. Still, the boy had been attacked under his watch, and it was his inaction and anticipation of destroying Voldemort once and for all that almost caused the death of the boy. He owed it to his father at the very least to keep him safe. James Potter had heavily supposed the war against Voldemort as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, especially financially. He had been tempted to use what remained after the man's death, especially when dealing with the damage of the fire of Godric's Hollow, but he couldn't rob a boy of the meager remains. That wouldn't really help on a large scale. I will admit that what happened to young Harry was my fault. I can't take it back, but the boy fully recovered, and I do not plan on endangering him anymore. For James and Lily's sake. The severe-looking woman nodded imperiously. That boy was Alice's godson. See to it that he's not endangered again. The headmaster returned her nod and the woman silently walked towards his personal flow and left. Albus sagged the moment he left. Dealing with that woman was exhausting. Still, as crafty as ever, aren't you, Albus? A familiar voice spoke up behind him. He had felt the man's presence the moment he snuck in during the conversation, but he did his best not to react. Well, I have learnt from the best. Nicholas. The 14th of June 1992, Hogwarts. The headmaster returned her nod and the woman silently walked towards his personal flow and left. Albus sagged the moment he left. Dealing with that woman was exhausting. Still, as crafty as ever, aren't you, Albus? A familiar voice spoke up behind him. He had felt the man's presence the moment he snuck in during the conversation, but he did his best not to react. Well, I have learnt from the best, Nicholas. Albus didn't really like to admit it, even to himself, but he was always wary of the famed alchemist. Nicholas Flamel might not even come close to rivaling him in power or strength, but he had mastered his magic to a ridiculous degree. He had learnt during his apprenticeship with the man how ridiculous the man's skill in alchemy on a conceptual level was. Albus would never dream to come close to his skill in the field, even with the light itself guiding him. The headmaster turned to speak to his former mentor and saw the familiar figure of an elderly frail old man with silver hair. He looked like a soft breeze could topple him over. Oh, Albus knew that his appearance was deceiving. The man could move like a seasoned orar, and had more energy than a teenager, thanks to the elixir of life. Yes, you have. And what a disappointment you've become, Albus. You had so much potential, the famed alchemist muttered slightly. I embraced my destiny, Nicholas. You were only trying to delay the inevitable. What I have done was necessary, you have seen the results of my work. A magical peace on a global scale, the children are growing in the light without the dangers of the traitorous dark. I do not understand why you condemn my actions so much, Dumbledore returned with a slightly heated tone. Then what do you call your spat with the Riddle boy? Is that what your precious peace is? Most of the founding families of Britain have been either reduced to single members or just wiped out in your war. Defeating Grindelwald was not the end of all of your worries. Albus gritted his teeth. He would admit that Tom Riddle took him by surprise with both his power and his determination. He wasn't a champion of the dark, he had even checked on his old friend in Nurmengard in case he perished or somehow passed on his powers to another. You could never be sure with Gellert. But the British Civil War came out of nowhere. He didn't expect it. Without anyone to rival him in power, the political scene was his to do as he pleased, and he did push things for the greater good of the magical world. He had tried to eradicate the dark in a way that no champion before him had tried, by introducing a progressive faction that would slowly dismantle the rituals and traditions that were so commonly used by the followers of the dark. It had worked. Spells were banned, knowledge censored, and rituals destroyed. And it showed how effective it was. The years between the war with Grindelwald and Voldemort's emergence were the closest thing to a magical utopia ever since Camelot fell. Tom Riddle is an aberration, one that sacrificed everything he had for power. I never expected anyone to be prepared to lose so much of themselves and still be relatively functional. He's barely even human anymore. The headmaster retorted. For all your power, you still do not understand. These excuses show that I have failed you as a teacher. Your little display with the house points shows how little foresight you can have sometimes. It seems like wisdom is something that you still lack even after over a century of life, the old man answered with a soft and infuriatingly mysterious tone while shaking his head. I had very little choice in the matter. With Voldemort's inevitable return, it is imperative to prevent his future followers from getting any dangerous knowledge from the restricted section. You know that I wanted to stop the privileges of the cup for years, Dumbledore explained to his mentor. Then you could have removed the knowledge from the restricted section. It's not like you haven't done it before. So, what is it really? Fine. The headmaster said, some of the members of my faction didn't like the idea of a fourth Slytherin victory in a row. Many heirs have started Hogwarts, and their parents want a chance to see their children grow and surpass those of traditional families. I had to be heavy-handed because I certainly didn't expect Gryffindor to end up in last place with such a difference. Minerva was particularly strict when it came to punishing her own house, and Neville Longbottom was very troublesome to handle. Ah, at least that makes sense. You and your politics. You're losing yourself in them, boy. You have been trying your best to create the world of your dreams that you bound yourself to the wills of others. What happened to your sister was a tragedy and an accident, but do you have to limit yourself so? People are starting to forget why they followed you in the first place. A few decades ago, not a single family would have dared give you such an ultimatum. Simply because I chose not to act like some sort of brute does not mean that my methods are inefficient, Dumbledore protested. And yet, you're slowly losing, aren't you? The famed alchemist said with his usual infuriating tone. The sad thing was that he was right. Dumbledore had at the prime of his political power, control over half the Wizengamot. And yet with the appearance of the conservative faction, or as they like to call themselves, the neutrals, had split the Wizengamot into three factions. It was slow at first, but members of the progressives and traditionalists started to flock to avoid choosing between Voldemort's and Dumbledore's ideologies. This created a risk for his faction to leave at any moment since they had a place to turn to where they could be accepted and that they would return to. Currently, Albus' faction was made up of around a third of the Wizengamot, and he had to constantly try to convince members of the Conservatives to vote out any relevant law. It was cumbersome, and it certainly slowed down his momentum immensely. I am sorry that you think that I am a disappointment just because I haven't followed the plans you laid out for me. Don't think that I haven't noticed your machinations with Vlad Dracul, who happened to be Gellert's mentor as well, Dumbledore heatedly retorted. I will admit that creating a peaceful interaction between the light and dark champions has always been a motivation of mine and Dracul. We hope to break the cycle of hatred, of bringing true peace. It didn't seem possible with yours and Gellert's predecessors. They were too volatile, too consumed by the powers. Alas, we still dreamed. The last time a champion of the light and a champion of the dark united, Hogwarts was built, and an age of prosperity followed. The two of you were getting so close until the Ariana incident. You delved into the light, and Gellert embraced the dark. Each one of you hoped to create a mockery of the world you planned together, and it turned into a war between the two of you. You tried to meddle with something that shouldn't be meddled with. The light and the dark are enemies, and you know it. How many champions have you trained over the years? You should know this fact intimately. And how is what I have accomplished a mockery? The headmaster asked. You have destroyed magical society in a way that was never done before, boy, Flammel retorted, and for the first time, he looked angry. You have turned a race of explorers, of inventors and theorists, and turned them into muggles with magic. To be a mage is to walk with death, and you took that away from them, from us. You rendered the magical population into content simpletons, Albus. The progress in magical innovation has slowed down ever since your victory over Gellert. Enough of these games, Nicholas. You did not come to rehash an argument we had many times. Why are you here? You know exactly why I am here, Albus, the famed alchemist replied while snorting. I heard a rumor that you destroyed my stone. It was an accident, Albus started. The man burst into laughter. Oh, my boy, you have so much to learn. You asked me long ago how I made my stone, and I always refused to answer. I might have been magically bound to lend it to you, but I am sure that you failed to understand what it even is, let alone how to use it. So, let me give you a small hint. If what you had said was true, if you truly have destroyed it, then the island of Scotland would have been nothing more than a large crater. What is it? Albus asked, despite his reservation. It is my greatest accomplishment and my greatest failure. After graduating from Beauxbatons, Perenelle was sick. I had never seen anything like it, and I loved her more than life itself. It was a curse that was in her bloodline, that made her life force leak out faster. It was cast using a sacrifice of an innocent soul by a champion of the dark and was strengthened by powering itself from the very life force that was leaked by its victim. In every generation, it grew stronger, and it was very old. It was a miracle the line hadn't died out somehow, but I had to save her. Alas, I was only skilled in alchemy, but nothing really more than that. You know the rules of alchemy, equivalent exchange. Albus did not like where the story was going. Nicholas always seemed like a wise old man, a bit demanding, a little forcing and grumpy, but to commit human sacrifices, it was just so out of character. I found a way to nullify any other curse by sacrificing guilty souls, but Perenelle's was cast by a champion of the dark. Nothing seemed to be enough until I was desperate enough to just let magic decide. I create a plague that would not stop until the price would have been enough. It took millions of lives for the stone to be created, but it was nearly not enough, except that a newborn light champion was killed by it as well. It was able to supercharge the ritual and become the tool for immortality that it is today. Of course, the next champion immediately cornered me, and bound me to the light, to track down the light champions and train them until my dying breath. I saved Perenelle but lost my freedom. No one but could use the thing anyway, I have to activate it to work. And destroying the stone would have released the energy trapped within it, and it would have resulted in a spectacular explosion. Albus was flabbergasted. The Black Plague, that was you. I was young, desperate, foolish, and in love. I never told Perenelle about how I created the stone, but she does know of my servitude of the light. I still think she knows, to be honest. Seers tend to see through people rather easily. Now, Albus, my stone. Albus nodded, stood up and waved his wand towards a blank wall. The stone slowly parted into a metallic vault. He put his hand on it, and it disappeared as well, leaving a large vault filled with his most treasured artifacts. He handed over the stone to his former mentor, who grabbed it. The stone started to glow, meaning it was activated, and suddenly, Albus heard the whispers of the light come to life. Nicholas had activated the stone, and they were urging him to take it. It seems that the light believes that the man's sentence was over. Quick as a snake, Dumbledore whipped his wand and sent a spell at the distracted alchemist, who was inspecting his artifact. The man gasped in pain and doubled over. I am sorry that it's ending like this, Nicholas. I have treasured your tutoring greatly, but alas, the light deems your servitude to be over. I release you from your oath. The desperation in the man's eyes that he expected to see wasn't there. Instead, he was laughing. It seems that she was right, after all. Who was right? Albus asked, more out of curiosity than anything. Perenelle, she said that my penance would be over soon. That it was time for a new adventure, the man answered while gasping. I will need to visit her after this, Albus murmured to himself. The dying man snorted, no, you don't. Perenelle is dead. She died in her sleep yesterday. Those were the last words she ever said to me. Before Albus could even digest what the man said, the alchemist coughed up blood and pressed it on the stone. It glowed and disappeared with a flash of light. No, Albus yelled. Do you really think I would let you have my stone, boy? The alchemist answered with a gasp. Where is the stone, Flamel? The man was giggling, I don't know. That's the best part. It's lost to me, to you, to everyone. But that's not what's important now. You have far bigger things to worry about, boy. Death is coming, and it has eyes on you. Those were the last words the immortal alchemist said before life left his eyes, leaving an enraged headmaster to pick up the pieces. The 17th of July 1992, Diagon Alley. Harry jumped down the steps and helped Stan lower his trunk and Hedwig's cage onto the pavement. He then looked at the familiar inn and took a deep breath. Yeah, he had a feeling that this was going to be his favorite summer yet. Over the course of the previous month, Harry's theory was proven to be correct. This was, in fact, his favorite summer so far. In his previous one, there was still this nervousness at being in another world, utterly alien to what he was used to. He had put himself out there just to try to find a way to use magic. Having come very far over the course of the last year in mastering his magic, the Potter Scion was confident that he could handle whatever was thrown at him. Living by yourself was surprisingly freeing. Well, if you don't need to deal with my responsibilities that came with independence, that is. Having been staying in the leaky cauldron for over a month, Harry didn't need to clean or cook meals. Instead, he did his best to simply relax and enjoy his summer. There was more to the magical world than books, after all, and he had forgotten what it was like to be amongst adults, not children. Yeah, he was pretty much always using aging potions to move around. He looked like an average Hogwarts graduate, and people just spoke to him normally. There were side effects to prolonged use of aging potions, of course, but they tended to affect people trying to look younger, not the other way around. According to numerous researchers and potion masters, the only thing he risked was mild aches for a few weeks because of the large difference in size after he comes back to his normal body. Although, there were documents of actually accelerated aging when using the potion substantially to look younger. His older form allowed him to explore the alley properly. It turned out that Diagon Alley itself is simply the hub of magical London, but it didn't really stop there. It was an alley where any wizard or witch will probably be able to find any normal item they needed. The shops, for all how dingy and unclean they looked, were very expensive since most of the population just went there to get their stuff. Other shops had needed to settle from branches of the alley. To be able to survive, they were either really specialized or really cheap. You won't find a second-hand store anywhere in the main alley, but in Bargain Lane, they were commonplace. The Charmers Lane is specified for custom charmed jobs. There were shops for just enchanting clothes. Hell, Carket Market was a street filled with stalls that sold magical creatures and anything related to them. Then, there was Nocturne Alley, of course. Even in his adult form, Harry didn't dare venture there. The horror stories he heard about that place were enough. It wasn't even the danger of being hurt, not that it was insignificant, it was mostly the fact that it was a close-knit community and that he would be caught as an outsider in seconds. Magical Britain isn't that large, and people living in the seedier parts of the city all know one another. And for all its reputation with the dark arts, the alley was mostly home to the outcasts of magical society. Werewolves, vampires, hags, and every sentient magical being that the common wizards dislike are just sent there. The rents are cheap, people don't ask questions, and you can just do your job in peace. Of course, if you want to buy anything illegal, it would be probably easier to find a place no one asks any questions. So, yeah, the rest of the alley was just enough for him. For now. It might be cowardly, but the Sorting Hat did choose to put him in Slytherin for a reason. Harry opened his eyes this morning not expecting any letters. Blaise was back in Italy for the summer, and Daphne was currently in Greece for the holidays. Trace's parents had taken her camping in the woods for some reason. She had grumbled about it in her last letter. So, with all his friends doing their own thing, Harry decided to do his. He walked down the stairs, and saw Tom waiting for him. "Oh, hey Harry." "Hey, Tom," the Potter scion greeted. "Do you want the usual?" the man asked. "Yes, that would be wonderful, Tom." Tom went to the kitchen with his order, just a standard English breakfast. And was accosted by a small barn owl with a familiar newspaper in her talons. Harry took out the paper and gave a couple of nuts for the owl to take as payment, and it flew away immediately after. By then, his breakfast was laid out for him. He took a sip of his coffee, relishing its taste, before opening the newspaper and almost spitting it out in shock at the headline. Nicholas Flamel found dead in his home. Underneath the huge title, the famous alchemist and his wife Perenelle looked lying dead in the living room. Unlike most wizarding photos, this one was not moving at all. The two former immortals looked like they were sleeping together on the couch, not dead as they are. Of course, the rest of the article was the typical Rita Skeeter nonsense. It started with the man's accomplishment, his contributions to the field of alchemy. His association with Dumbledore, everything that was pretty much summarized in his chocolate frog card in just a couple of sentences. The bodies looked fresh, but the effects of the elixir of life were unknown to everyone, hence why no one said anything about it. Curiously, the man had left a sizable sum of gold for Beauxbatons, and people are still theorizing if there was still more that was hidden away. Yeah, the world was going on treasure hunts trying to find any caches of gold. As always, it wouldn't be a Rita Skeeter article without some sort of scandal. Apparently, she supposed that one of the alchemist's possible experiments on wizards backfired and killed him and his wife. Or that the Philosopher's Stone was a lie all along. Harry had to admit that for all the ridiculousness of it, the woman had a way with words. It was too bad she wasted them on trash like this. Funnily enough, the location of the Philosopher's Stone wasn't really mentioned anywhere in the article. That was the terrifying part. Somehow, the Daily Prophet just ignored the man's most notable achievement. Dumbledore must have had a hand in that, or maybe it looked like the deaths were natural, hence the assumption that the stone was destroyed or stolen. Still, things didn't look good. No matter what happened, the timing didn't match. Even if the stone was really destroyed as Dumbledore would say, they should have had the foresight to have more elixir. They left the damn thing with Dumbledore for a year, they wouldn't just only have enough elixir for exactly a single year. This was murder, and Harry was afraid of the implication of such murder. Flamel was a constant in the magical world for 6 centuries, and just like that, he was gone. And that was worrying. It was a reminder that the world wasn't safe and that no matter how experienced you are, you can never be safe. Dumbledore must be far more dangerous than he had expected. Voldemort's words came to mind slightly before the Potter scion dismissed them. These were the ravings of a mass-murdering, power-hungry madman who wanted to convince Harry to join him for some reason. He couldn't trust a word that thing said. The screaming when he had killed that unicorn still haunted his dream. The utterly wrong act of slaying something so fundamentally pure was disgusting. Back to the Flamel situation, Harry expected the demand for alchemical products to rise immensely in Europe. Alchemists were already rare, and the number of competent ones in Europe could be counted on 2 hands. Dumbledore had essentially bought a ticket to fortune in the aftermath of Flamel's death. He was the only real source of alchemical products. The classes in Hogwarts were nothing more than an introduction to the field. 2 years were not enough to become anything more than an amateur in alchemy, and the products on demand were notoriously complicated. This was a decisive win for Dumbledore, and that was a fact. It really was a shame. Harry had wanted to meet Flamel eventually, to understand what it meant to see the world go round before their eyes, to see civilizations be born and destroyed. He wanted to pick the man's brain when it came to alchemy, perhaps even create a philosopher's stone of his own. But that wasn't possible anymore. Choosing to not ponder too much on the issue, Harry decided to just explore the alley. He had already gone to the alley, but he didn't really buy anything, apart from a few curiosities. He did get his glasses charmed to magnify things by him touching the handle. These looked dead useful, and he wanted them. Harry also wanted to buy his school supplies, at least his standard ones since his letter still hadn't come in. After buying a few quills and rolls of parchment, Harry decided to have some ice cream at Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor, before going to the bookstore to see if the new books came out. Hogwarts was notorious for giving the book list at the last minute because of the defense professors changing every year. Still, Dumbledore might have finally found a defense professor. Harry really hoped it wasn't Lockhart. The Potter scion couldn't stomach another useless year of defense to deal with. Honestly, the man's book would have been sold very well as fiction books. He was a good writer, and competent as a public persona, but it was obvious that some of these stories were outlandish. Who in their right mind wrestles a werewolf anyway? Finally, Harry arrived at the bookstore, and as always was disappointed in the lack of a Hogwarts book list. He finally decided to just browse in the collection. Flourish and Blots was honestly the only bookstore in the alley. There weren't any libraries or any place that sold books really. Funnily enough, Harry had seen a Most Potenti Potions book in a second-hand shop he browsed. He had immediately bought it for a couple of galleons, knowing that it was worth so much more in both knowledge and value. Still, there seemed to be something fundamental about the lack of widespread knowledge, at least with any magical knowledge. Back to Flourish and Blots, there was a sign with a giant moving poster of Lockhart. The man in the poster was grinning and winking at everyone, and Harry suppressed the urge to curse the Ponce. And yet various witches kept sighing whenever he did that. What the hell was wrong with these people? Still, the Potter scion decided to look at the announcement. Apparently, the man was coming to sign his new book release. Having decided not to continue, Harry decided to leave the bookstore. His mood was already sour because of what happened to Flammel, and well, Lockhart fanatics were not going to help things. Harry slowly wandered around until he found himself in the leaky cauldron once more. He just walked up the stairs and entered his room. The Flammel situation simply would not leave his mind. The utter fear he felt at the idea of not being secure enough for something like that to happen. He learnt one thing for certain, and that was the fact that Dumbledore was King terrifying. He didn't want anything to do with the man, really, but that was it. With determination in his eyes, the last Potter proclaimed, "This is not over. I will become powerful, and I will survive. This is a promise." The 2nd of August 1992, Diagon Alley. He learnt one thing for certain, and that was the fact that Dumbledore was King terrifying. He didn't want anything to do with the man, really, but that was it. With determination in his eyes, the last Potter proclaimed, "This is not over. I will become powerful, and I will survive. This is a promise." Today was the day. Harry had woken up in the morning with a huge smile on his face. Living in Diagon Alley, and being able to do magic without anyone saying anything was simply amazing, but after a month of solitude, he was slightly lonely. The feeling was surprising. In his previous life, he had no one. He took care of his family, of his brother, but they were family. In a way, he relished the time when he could spend on his own, something that made him feel like shit after his brother passed away. Alas, life was cruel and ironic that way. And yet, here he was, free of any obligation, free of any supervision, and he was feeling lonely. He hadn't expected to be so attached to his friends like this, especially considering the mental age difference. Even if it was more of a technicality. Honestly, looking back to the previous year, he really shouldn't have acted that way. He was impulsive, cowardly, and vindictive. The way he humiliated Malfoy for insulting his parents was proof of that. He had spent years as an educator in his previous life, and he knew he could have handled it better. Although, he only taught to students in high school, who were a lot more mature, if a little rebellious, than his classmates. Honestly, the way he rebuffed Longbottom's attempt at friendship was due to his fear. Neville Longbottom was the boy who lived. Danger will follow him to the ends of the earth, and Harry wanted nothing to do with it. But the petty rivalry they had was not something he would have done in his past life. He would have simply shrugged and let the children deal with their own mess. Their opinion shouldn't have mattered, and yet it did. Harry had to admit that he was different from the man he used to be. He was mature for a child his age, but he didn't really have the maturity of an adult. This dichotomy was confusing. He had the emotional range of a child and the memories of an adult. And in a way, Harry did not want to stay the same man from his past life. He remembered how empty the man was. He had no purpose, no ambition, no love, no hate, no anger. He had no friends, no rivals, and it was only the act of teaching that brought a spark of passion into his life. He didn't dream of wealth, and yet he craved love but didn't feel like he would ever get to feel it or have someone feel it towards him, even if he didn't understand what love truly was. Harry still didn't understand it, to be completely honest, and yet he was hopeful that he would ever feel it. Harrison Smith was like a meat puppet that was just going through the motions, waiting for something to fill up the endless hole inside of him, and yet he knew deep down that the chances of that happening were slim to none. The Potter scion liked to distance himself from the man. He liked to think that they were two different people, even if the two of them tended to overlap. Perhaps it was a desperate attempt to not to share the man's fate, and if it meant having a shard of immaturity left in him, then it was a price he was willing to pay. Still, this childish cowardly thinking almost got him killed a few months ago. He had done everything right, and yet it didn't matter. Lord Voldemort had tried to kill him, and it was his magic crest and cloak of invisibility that saved his life. It had nearly killed him, but the cloak's ability had a lot of possibilities. Phasing through magic was a very overpowered ability, one that he was hoping to one day be able to use when his magic has matured enough. Still, Harry wondered what other secrets the cloak held. There was no mention of this ability in anything he had read about the Deathly Hallows. And his frustratingly silent magical crest was annoying. Other than saving his life in dire situations, the crest didn't really do anything. He was thankful for it, but it still was a mystery. He had a few guesses, of course, the first of which was the fact that it was the Peverell family crest, not the Potter one. The interaction between the crest and the cloak was enough of a hint. But any knowledge about the family was very scarce for some reason, so he was going around blind on that front. And yet, Harry doubted that his crest would be able to save him from a basilisk. Yeah, staying passive while a Dark Lord was possessing a professor was one thing. There wasn't really anything he could do about it. He was inexperienced in terms of magic to fight Quirrell, something that he was reminded of in both his encounters with him. And with anyone in a position of authority would ask how he knew that Quirrell was possessed, there was very little thing he could do but try to stay out of the way. It didn't work as intended, of course, and Harry didn't know which fate Carry happened with Longbottom to get him to kill Quirrell. But a basilisk actively attacking students in a school was where he drew the line. He wasn't going to gamble on the fact that the students would all be lucky enough to only see the reflection of the King of Serpents. Basilisks were the stuff of nightmares. They were beings of alchemy and blood magic that are designed to be the magical equivalent of weapons of mass destruction. Their killing stares were enough to make them very dangerous, but their magically impervious skin was immune to practically any damage, and their venom was so corrosive that it destroyed magic, in the same way fiendfire did. A drop was enough to destroy wards or protection enchantments. Breeding a basilisk was an immediate death sentence all over the world, and everyone knew it. Thankfully, basilisks were hunted down to extinction centuries ago, when the Statute of Secrecy was put in place, and any record of their creation was destroyed on a global scale using an extremely powerful secrecy spell. That was how dangerous these things were. Having children die on his watch because he chose to be passive was too much of a chance. He needed to intercept the diary, and the most convenient place to do it was in Diagon Alley, where Malfoy puts it in Ginny Weasley's cauldron. Which according to the books, would be today. It was the day of Gilderoy Lockhart coming to Flourish and Blotts to sign his autobiography. He had gone practically every day to the library in case he was mistaken. He wasn't going to take any chances with the diary. The only complication was that Harry's friends were coming that day as well. They were all back from their trips, and Tracy had insisted that they go buy their books on that day, probably because of Lockhart being there. That meant that Harry had to nab the diary in his normal body, aka in the body of a 12-year-old. It was nice that they wanted to hang out with him near his birthday. All of them coming back to London by the end of July wasn't really a coincidence, and the gifts they had given him were thoughtful. Daphne had gotten him a very nice portable perch for Hedwig, that way she could stay in the dormitory. Tracy had gotten him a sneakoscope that her Auror grandfather used to have, and Blaise had bought him some official-looking green silk dress robes that he could use on any official occasion. It was a touching moment. He hadn't had a birthday gift for years. He really had picked some great friends. Harry looked at the watch in his room and saw that it was almost 10, meaning that his friends were going to arrive soon. Harry wanted to have some breakfast before the inevitably hectic trip throughout the alley would start. He stepped out in his adult form and greeted Tom and ate his usual breakfast. Afterwards, he simply went to the bathroom, took a potion that would reverse his age, and changed his clothes. When he got out, he was just a normal second-year Hogwarts student here to do his shopping. Deciding to treat himself to some ice cream, he went to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, and sat down to eat. It was the place they had all agreed to meet. Of course, barely 5 minutes before he started eating, he was immediately enveloped by a hug from behind. He stiffened slightly before noticing that it was just Daphne. "Hey, Daphne, I missed you," Harry started. The girl just hugged him harder. "I missed you too." "Hey, lovebirds, don't forget about us," another voice spoke up. Harry looked around and saw Tracy and Blaise looking amused at them. Harry rolled his eyes, and Daphne blushed. He stood up and enveloped his two other friends with a hug of his own. "I really did miss you all." "Happy now?" Tracy was grinning brightly. "All right, I'm good. How was your summer, by the way?" "Not really interesting," Harry answered while shrugging. "I visited the alley a few times out of boredom, other than that I just stayed home." "That really does sound boring, mate," Blaise commented, although Italy wasn't that much better. "I kept getting dragged around by my mother, for some meeting or another. And then the shopping," Blaise shuddered. "Oh Merlin, I still have nightmares about it." Tracy playfully punched him in the shoulder. "At least it's better than camping. Dad was insistent that we cook our own food in the wilderness without any magic. We almost starved trying to hunt anything. Mum ended up stunning a deer so that we could eat. Even then it was so bad and so disgusting." They all looked to Daphne. "What? Greece was amazing. We went to this resort that was on the beach. We had a house elf assigned to just us, and we went swimming a bit. We even visited a few historical sites where the Olympians lived in. Although Astoria was a bit annoying, I had fun." The girl ignored the dirty looks coming her way and just huffed. "So, where are we going first?" "To Flourish and Blots," Tracy immediately answered. "You just want to see that Lockhart fellow," Blaise complained. "Of course not," the girl denied with suspiciously red cheeks. "I just wanted to get our books before they're sold out." "They would only be sold out because the defense professor practically put all of Lockhart's books on the list," Harry dryly replied. "To the bookstore," Tracy yelled out, ignoring his response entirely. All three of them shook their heads at their friend's antics and followed her out of the ice cream parlor. By the time he arrived, Harry could tell that the store was by far the most crowded in the alley. There were wizards and witches pressing everywhere. In fact, a lot were middle-aged witches. As they came near the doors of the book's shop, the reason for this gathering became clear. Across the upper windows of the building, a large banner stretched. "The 2nd of August 1992, Diagon Alley." Harry ignored Tracy's gasp when she first saw the famous wizard. He ignored the giant camera that was constantly flashing. He was only focused on what he picked up using his arcane hearing. It was a disgustingly familiar song, a shard of a hole, an abomination created using death. The unnaturalness of it made Harry clench his fist. The diary was there, and with it, was his chance to finally steal it. On his left, Blaise let out a pitiful groan. "Why did we decide to come in today? Practically the entire wizarding world and their mother decided to come to the alley today. We wouldn't have come today if it wasn't for a certain fangirl that wants Lockhart's autograph," Daphne remarked. Harry interrupted the brunette's inevitable retort. "Let's just get our books while Tracy goes in line to get an autograph. We should save some time, then." "But you'll miss Lockhart's announcement. He's been teasing it for weeks on Witch Weekly that he's planning on revealing something huge at his book signing today," Tracy protested. Harry released a sigh. He didn't have time to deal with Tracy's crush on the probable fraud that is Lockhart. He just decided to pull the band-aid. "Tracy, you're being inconsiderate here. None of us really care about Gilderoy Lockhart. As for the announcement, he's probably going to be our defense against the dark arts professor. So, now that we're all on the same page, Daphne, Blaise and I will go get our books, and you can stand in line for his autograph." His three friends looked at him with wide eyes. Blaise murmured, "Mate, did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed?" "I'm sorry, it's just there's something I need to get at Flourish and Blots, and I don't want to stand in line for some celebrity I don't care about." "How could you not care about him?" Tracy said while giving him a baffled look. "And how do you even know that he's our new professor?" Look, Tracy, for all his supposed accomplishments, the most remarkable thing I can see about him is that he's a good author who's somewhat attractive. Someone with his accomplishments should have gotten hurt somewhere, but he's practically spotless, Harry answered. So, you think he's some sort of fraud? Daphne asked with her eyes suddenly alert. I don't know. But some of his stories really did happen, even if the facts are embellished or sometimes even just wrong. They're too clean, without any real mistakes or gore. It's always the good hero against the horrible monster. That's not how life is. I honestly think that he's probably an author that's narrating someone else's story, or even multiple other people, that actually did all this stuff and is selling himself as this celebrity hero to get more sales, and with it more gold. It's not actually illegal. He's not selling his competence, just his character. If he had tried to help out Aurors or remove a curse professionally, then there would be issues with the law. But he's currently just a celebrity with some bold claims, nothing more. It's how I know he's our next defense professor after all. And how do you that? Tracy answered with a heated tone. You're joking, right? Did you even look at our book list? The Potter Scion answered with another question. Not really. It just came in a few days ago, the brunette responded. Well, take it out, and you'll understand. The girl did as he asked her and gaped at the piece of parchment that was sent to her with her Hogwarts letter. On it was written, second-year students will require The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 by Miranda Goshawk. Break with a Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart. Gadding with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Holidays with Hags by Gilderoy Lockhart. Travels with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Voyages with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart. Wanderings with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart. Year with the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. Daphne looked furious. These are all Lockhart's books. Who in their right mind would require us to buy 7 books just for a single class? No, Daphne, Harry replied, who would require every single student, from first year to 7th year to buy the exact same 7 books for a single class. Blaise was frowning. That has to be illegal somehow. My mother read a few of them. They're adventure books at best, not actual textbooks. The Potter Scion nodded. Yeah, who would do it, but the actual author? It's not for educational purposes, that's for sure. It can't be a fan, because they wouldn't really be taken seriously. Unless they don't care about it and want to gain something. That meant that it has to be the author, which in this case is Lockhart. And he's getting a lot of money out of it too. Assuming that there are at least 100 students in Hogwarts, Lockhart's books are almost 2 galleons each, so each student will be paying 14 galleons to Lockhart. That's at least 1,400 galleons just this summer for only accepting the job. That's without the free advertisement he's getting with the parents. Believe it or not, that was a lot of gold to be made in just a few months, for no effort whatsoever. The man probably leveraged his acceptance of the job to these requirements. The other 3 Slytherins just gaped at him again. They really need to stop doing this every time he needed to do something. Harry didn't really have the energy to deal with them. He missed them and all, but the library was more important. He needed to find it. All right, I need to get something. I'll get back when I find it. The Potter Scion didn't even wait to see their reaction and ran towards the abominable song. He needed to concentrate. It was very difficult to locate with so much noise going on. He was, of course, talking about magical noise. Outside of the wards on the property, every single person in the shop was exuding a magical noise. What Harry was doing was like trying to isolate a voice in a loud concert. But he had no choice, he needed that diary. The song, distorted as it might have been, starts somehow blending in with its surroundings. It was hard to explain. It was trying to hide, and it was working. With every second, the sound became less sinister, less abominable, and less wrong. Oh, Harry would no doubt be able to discern its true nature if he was on his own with it, but in a crowd, that posed a lot of issues. He was racing against the time, although he isolated the noise to the front of the shop. Harry practically ran towards the noise, uncaring about who exactly he was trampling. The thought of a basilisk roaming free in these corridors was frightening enough. He even pushed around the photographer from the Daily Prophet that was for some reason taking photos of an uncomfortable Neville Longbottom and Gilderoy Lockhart, who was handing him a bag filled with his books. Hey! The man exclaimed, "Get back here, you little brat." Harry didn't give him any mind and ran towards the fading sound of the song, just as a redhead, whom Harry assumed to be Arthur Weasley, practically threw himself at a pale man with long platinum hair, probably Lucius Malfoy. Well, at least things are going according to the script. The redhead knocked the former Death Eater backwards straight into a bookshelf without using any magic whatsoever. Dozens of heavy magical books came thundering down on all their heads. The Weasley twins were in pure Gryffindor mood, screaming, "Get him, Dad!" Would have made Harry laugh if it wasn't for the seriousness of the situation. A plump woman with red hair, probably the Weasley matriarch, was shrieking, "No, Arthur, no!" And at the same time the crowd present inside the store was running in every direction casting spells, with the employee of Flourish and Blots trying to restore order without any success. By the time the assistant started breaking the fight, Arthur Weasley had a split lip, and the Malfoy patriarch had a visible bruise that would probably swell into a black eye. The man was still holding a first-year transfiguration book, which was put in a redhead girl's small cauldron as he pulled himself up. "Here, girl, take your book, it's the best your father can give you." Having given his last dig into the Weasleys, he motioned his son to leave. By this time, the book had camouflaged his song perfectly. Harry could not detect it, especially with the crowd there. But thankfully, he knew the stories. The redhead girl, Ginny Weasley, is supposed to get Tom Riddle's diary, thanks to Lucius Malfoy putting it discreetly with her transfiguration book. Now that he understands the reasoning behind the fight, Harry could see how staged it was from the Malfoys' perspective. They were purists and would try to avoid a physical conflict at any cost, preferring to use their wands. Lucius Malfoy was obviously provoking the Weasley patriarch into a physical brawl to sneak something in. And no one would have batted an eyelash at it, since to everyone else, it was Arthur Weasley that had escalated the encounter. Discreetly, Harry slowly followed the family of redheads, as the Weasley matriarch kept scolding her husband in front of her children. The Potter Scion slowly walked towards the redhead girl, hoping to spare her from the fate that awaited her. "Hello there," he spoke up with a charming smile. "I'm sorry, but someone knocked over my cauldron back at the shop, and I lost a journal of mine. A small black book. Do you mind if you look for it in your cauldron? It's rather precious to me." The youngest Weasley blushed furiously before nodding and looking inside her cauldron filled with her schoolbooks. "I'm sorry, there isn't anything like that here." Harry stiffened. "Are you sure? It's very important to me." The girl just handed him her cauldron and he peeked inside. Yes, there weren't any unusual books. There was no black diary, and yet Harry was sure that Lucius Malfoy had dropped it off somewhere in the shop. The fact that the diary was somehow camouflaging itself from his arcane hearing was already very troublesome. He didn't even know that this was possible. Magic was always transparent in a way to him. It never tried to hide anything. Harry could detect wards, curses and any spell, and yet a 16-year-old boy enchanted a diary that was actively fooling him. But if it could hide from him, why had he sensed it when it entered the shop? The sheer wrongness of it was overwhelming, and probably anyone with a modicum of magical sensing would have noticed that it was an abomination. Did a sudden change in the environment disable its protection, which is why it needed time to hide its song once more? If that was the case, then theoretically, when they arrived in Hogwarts, the abrupt change in the wards should disable the protections momentarily, allowing Harry to track it down. It would be better if he didn't wait that long. A lot of damage could be done in a month. Harry needed to find it as soon as possible. He tried to spread his senses another time, hoping to find any trace of it, and yet there was nothing. King mysterious protection that Harry had never even heard of before. Of course, Ron Weasley of all people had to disturb Harry again. "What are you doing near my sister, Potter?" Thankfully Ginny stopped him. "He just wanted to see if I had a book he lost, Ron." "Now, go away." Harry shook his head. "It's fine. We figured out that it wasn't with you. Have a good day." The Potter Scion walked away. He still did his best for an hour trying to locate the damn diary, until deeming it to be a lost cause and returning to see his friends. They obviously noticed his foul mood, since they didn't comment on how long he spent there. He was thankful for it because all he could feel was disappointment. He had lost the diary and the students of Hogwarts were going to pay for it. He had failed. Ginny Weasley did not have the diary. From now on, he couldn't rely on the stories, and for the first time, Harry dreaded his return to Hogwarts. The 14th of August 1992, Diagon Alley. Harry was thankful for it because all he could feel was disappointment. He had lost the diary and the students of Hogwarts were going to pay for it. He had failed. Ginny Weasley did not have the diary. From now on, he couldn't rely on the stories, and for the first time, Harry dreaded his return to Hogwarts. The Potter Scion sat in his usual spot in the leaky cauldron, in his adult form, contemplating his failure in procuring the diary, as well as the consequences of that failure. Almost 2 weeks later, and the detail still eluded him on exactly what happened to it. Most likely Lucius Malfoy did end up involved in putting away the diary. The altercation at Flourish and Blotts just wasn't something that someone that's currently at the helm of a third of the Wizengamot, opposing Albus Dumbledore himself, would do. The story had even been published in the Daily Prophet. It was in a small article at the end of the paper that pretty much only said that a physical fight happened and that Arthur Weasley was the instigator. The Malfoy family is a very old one, and surprisingly secretive. Its founder was the bastard son of Henry I, whose mother was a skilled sorceress. He was quite skilled, but after his father's death, he attempted to usurp his true-born brother's throne, unsuccessfully. He was then banished from France and cursed with a name that branded his betrayal. Malfoy came from Malfoy, which means bad faith in French. When he joined William I in his conquest of England, acting as his personal spymaster, he was granted a lordship and a prime piece of land in Wiltshire, starting the rise of the Malfoy family. Not much is known about their family magics, other than it exists, they have magical crests, and that it isn't displayed openly. Of course, after the Statute of Secrecy, they lost their land, but their influence in magical society over centuries did grant them a spot in the Wizengamot. Malfoys often choose to focus on the realm of politics, and Lucius Malfoy followed his ancestors' footsteps. And so, someone of the Malfoy patriarch's reputation and prestige wasn't supposed to publicly get into physical fights, hence why it was probably planned. Lucius Malfoy was definitely involved in the diary being given away, but Harry did not notice him doing anything. The only thing he had touched was the Weasley girls' cauldron, and there wasn't a diary there. It was a mystery that just wouldn't be solved. Oh, how he wished he had a pensieve. It would have been very useful, but alas they were very rare, and probably cost as much as whatever remained of his family fortune. No matter what crackpots like to say, occlumency did not grant perfect memory. In fact, perfect memory retention was still being debated in both the magical and the Muggle worlds. Memory is not like a perfect recording device that captures and stores every detail of our experiences. Instead, it involves encoding, storing, and retrieving information, and it can be subject to biases, distortions, and forgetting over time. Our memories are also influenced by factors like attention, emotional significance, and personal interpretation. Of course, there are memory prodigies, with very good recall, but even then, it tends to be more domain-specific than universally flawless and comprehensive memory retention. What a pensive does is analyze memories and scry for the rest of the details. Sometimes they're faulty, especially if a place is warded specifically against that kind of magic, or they can be modified by outside sources, which was why memories really weren't admissible in any magical court. They were too subjective and unpredictable for it to work. Still, Harry didn't sense any unusual magic to stop scrying. Not that it meant much, the diary had somehow eluded his arcane hearing, something that he had no idea how. His arcane hearing was an interpretation of the magic around him. You needed to alter the very magic of something to hide its nature. A few concealing wards did that, but the fact that it was anchored to an artifact and that the magical camouflage was able to adapt in real time, was something Harry had never heard of. The fact that an adolescent Tom Riddle was able to do it was very impressive and disturbing. It definitely raised his threat level by a few notches. Alas, there was nothing he could do about the diary now. He was at a dead end, and his next chance would be at the Hogwarts Express when the diary first crosses the wards. The shock would hopefully disrupt the concealing enchantment, and Harry would be able to find it. But in the event that he fails, he needs to figure out a way to survive the basilisk, or whatever else was in the chamber. That's not mentioning the Riddle shade. He needed to figure out how to survive the basilisk's glare, before even thinking about anything else. It was too dangerous for him. But what was the basilisk glare in the first place? How did it work? Harry needed a way to neutralize it, and to do so, he needed to understand it. According to the story's indirect eye contact with a basilisk caused petrification, not instant death. Harry sincerely hoped that it was still the case, especially for the sake of the children at Hogwarts. Yeah, petrification was preferable to death. Assuming that it was the case, then the basilisk's sight can be distorted by reflections, weakening it. However, the interesting thing was the eye contact. If it was some sort of magical invisible killing beam, then meeting its eyes wouldn't have mattered. Honestly, it reminded Harry eerily of legilimency. A powerful and unrestrained mental attack in a single burst could explain the instance of death, and how it can be weakened with reflections. But it wouldn't really explain the petrification when looking indirectly. They weren't mental. According to the stories, people were physically petrified and needed a mandrake draft to go back to normal. However, one saying remained in Harry's mind. The eyes were the windows to the soul. Was a basilisk's glare use some sort of soul magic attack? It would make sense, but if that was the case, it would be very bad news. Soul magic was known to be undocumented, and even then, the texts that remained were very forbidden. Harry sincerely hoped that this theory was wrong. Harry let out a deep sigh. What he would give to just leave this place behind and go to another school. He would miss his friends, but at least he would be safe from the insanity that was magical Britain. Alas, with him being technically a ward of the ministry, he needed their permission to change schools, and well, considering how patriotic and proud British wizards were, that was very unlikely. It might even get people asking questions about his guardians and his place of residence, something that he was hoping to avoid as much as possible. He was not ready to risk his freedom for a very faint hope of leaving the country. Maybe after getting his owls, he could apply for early emancipation and leave this place, but that was years away, so he was stuck with the perilous environment that is Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The Potter Scion was so preoccupied with his thoughts, that he didn't notice someone sitting next to him. Well, what would make someone as young as you have such deep thoughts, Mr. Potter? Harry stiffened and looked at the man who had sat down, only to be faced with a pair of sharp, yet amused, penetrating steel-gray eyes. The man sitting next to him was fairly old. He felt like he was a soldier of some sort, even if he didn't really have any scars. He had this air to him, this aura. His magic was very well controlled, but Harry could tell with his arcane hearing that its nature was mostly destructive. This was a man to be wary of, that was for sure. Then he registered what the man said. He didn't use his last name in his adult form. How had the man known? "I'm afraid that my name is Evans, Harry Evans." "You must be mistaken, Mr. Ellipsis quote." The man let out a shark-like smile and answered, "Arcturus Orion Black. And I am not mistaken. You might be able to fool most people, but this aging potion makes it even more obvious to anyone who knew your father. I can even see my sister Doria's cheekbones and nose somewhere. Don't try to deny it, you look like a small clone of my nephew." Harry stiffened. To be perfectly honest, he didn't know what to do with the situation before him. He hadn't really researched the Black family much, since most of them were either dead or in Azkaban, and from their reputation, he should try to avoid them as much as possible. But he knew that they were powerful, magically and politically. He couldn't really risk the ire of a family like that, especially one who is famously known for its curses. Choosing to just come clean instead of insulting the man's intelligence, the Potter Scion raised his hand to shake the man's own. "Fine, Harry Potter. I'm happy to see you." "Good, at least you're not an idiot," the Black Patriarch responded. "I didn't come here to argue with a child, even one that's doing a surprisingly good job at convincing the world that he's an adult. I've been looking for you all summer. I even went to that loathsome Muggle family of yours." Harry stiffened for a fraction of a second before relaxing. Calling them family would be a stretch, to be honest. The man burst into laughter. "You really scared the crap out of them. I could practically smell their fear the moment you were mentioned. I obliviated them, of course, but it wasn't a really pleasant experience." "At least you came out all right. Why are you here?" Harry blurted out. Yeah, sue him. While he was scared out of his mind, he was still curious as to why the man was looking for him specifically when the magical world had forgotten about him for years. He also wanted to get straight to the subject and leave. "Well, like it or not, you have as much Potter blood as you do Black blood. And as a member of my family, I just wanted to meet you," the elder man answered. "No, that's not it. You could have tracked me down years ago. You came to see me after my time in Hogwarts. The man snorted, at least the reports on your intelligence aren't exaggerated. Yes, I didn't look for you before, because as far as I am concerned, you weren't my problem. You weren't advantageous. Until that is, you showed your prowess in your magical studies. You became useful and I am not the only one who's going to try to use that. I'm just being blatant about it and making sure that you get out of it as much as I do. Still, you didn't answer. Why are you here? I was one of the most renowned experts in curses in my time, boy. I have held the Black family high and raised my family name to new heights. Of course, my foolish sons and grandchildren ruined it by supporting that damnable fake Dark Lord and destroying whatever remained of my legacy. I chose to step down and retire with my lovely wife, and while I do not regret it, I'm sad to see what my family had been turned to. The truth is, with most of my descendants either dead or in Azkaban, I need to find an heir. There are a few candidates that are suitable to be the next head of the Black family. You have proven your worth in Hogwarts and, I just had to see it for myself. I have to say, so far, I am not disappointed. Harry's answer was simply gaping at what the man had just revealed. The 14th of August 1992, Diagon Alley. The truth is, with most of my descendants either dead or in Azkaban, I need to find an heir. There are a few candidates that are suitable to be the next head of the Black family. You have proven your worth in Hogwarts and, I just had to see it for myself. I have to say, so far, I am not disappointed. Harry's answer was simply gaping at what the man had just revealed. It took a few seconds for the Potter Scion to recollect himself. You want me to be your heir? Oh, by the powers no, the Black Patriarch responded with a snort. I'm just here to get a measure of you, to see if you would be a good fit. And, what do you think? Kid, the Black family headship is something that people have coveted for centuries. I never expected my family to implode the way it did when I stepped down and gave reins to my son. Our family is old and very powerful. We have access to knowledge that has been lost many times over during the purges. Our family crest contains enough information about forbidden magics that could shake the very foundations of our world. We are the only family with a member that reached the very root of magic itself, something every mage worth wanted to achieve. Dark Lords and Light Lords alike have vied for our legacy, and we have protected it for thousands of years. I will not give away the legacy of my ancestors on a whim. I will test you, I will observe you day and night, and I will make my judgment. Should I find you unworthy, you will never see me again. Harry stiffened and murmured, the root of magic. The man chuckled, you're curious. That's good, very good indeed. After centuries of research, it was concluded that magic has a source, an origin, outside of time and space. One of my ancestors long ago managed to uncover it and reach it for a fraction of a second, but the knowledge he had gained when he glimpsed at this mythical source was otherworldly. He became the first chronomancer, known nowadays as Kronos. He disappeared after a while, whether it's by choice or not, no one knows. But reports say that he was able to see multiple futures at once, change the very course of destiny, affect the fulfillment of prophecies, and so much more. He was the first Black, the creator of the first magical crest, even if it was filled with a pittance of his true knowledge. After the man disappeared, countless descendants tried to replicate his experiment but were barred from entry. Magic remembered the path he took and fixed it. This was the start of an arms race, the very purpose of every wizard in which for thousands of years, reaching the mythical root of all magic and earning its blessing. But why isn't it a thing nowadays? Harry couldn't help but ponder. Albus Dumbledore, the man's gray eyes were practically growing from the sheer hate he held for the man. He destroyed our society without any of us noticing. We are meant to be explorers of the unknown. Our purpose is to experiment, to enhance our knowledge to allow the next generation to have a chance of reaching the mythical root. Slowly, with his reforms, he banned many fields of magic, he turned Hogwarts into a place where the study of new magic is not encouraged, and he turned our heirs lazy. I and like-minded individuals formed a group to oppose him, the Knights of Walpurgis. We fought him on the political scene and were partially successful in evading him. Of course, we failed to see the effect of his efforts on our heirs. And that damnable fake Dark Lord convinced them to join his camp after we retired. The Knights of Walpurgis turned into the Death Eaters, and well, no one was able to stop Dumbledore anymore. Our heirs had turned into nothing more than savages, as to their desire to cause pain and misery, and we stood aside helpless to stop it. Our heirs forgot what it meant to be wizards. To be a mage is to walk with death, and yet the entire magical world became content in wallowing in their mediocrity. The man looked mournful at saying this. But some of his knowledge was terrifying. The very existence of Kronos as a true chronomancer was very disturbing. Someone capable of affecting fate in any measure was scary, capable of seeing timelines and go back and forward in it, that was just ridiculous. Harry definitely didn't know anything that could frighten him this way. Although the existence of a root of magic had a lot of connotations. If it was outside of time and space, then how did Kronos reach it in the first place? And if magic originated from outside the physical world, then how did it spread? And if it could remember and block the last intrusion, did that mean that there was sentience to magic? Arcturus Black seemed to be amused at Harry's pondering expression. I see it now. You're not like the other children, are you? You want to understand magic, to research it, not just use it. You're far above your peers, not because of some sense of honor or duty, but only because you're curious. Oh, you would have been wonderful if I had just gotten to you when you were younger. I would have raised you as a proper mage, with proper education, instead of the muggle nonsense you had to endure. You were able to catch up rather easily. If you continue down this road, I can see myself choosing you. Harry hesitated for a moment, before answering, but I can't hold the black crest. I have one of my own. And you will know that there is no way a body can handle two crests at the same time. The man's eye widened. The Potter crest. It's surprisingly picky with its holders. Charles told me that it practically refused him, outside. A few potions and a few battle spells. Although he could have been lying, the details of magical crests were very private family matters. Although, for some reason, your grandfather did loathe Grindelwald with a passion, enough to give away a fortune to help finance the campaigns against him. I had never seen him as afraid nor as dedicated as he was in the war. And even afterwards, he was still wary of Dumbledore, the man who killed Grindelwald, who he fought with a passion. Your father, on the other hand, refused to unlock it, and so did Sirius to prove some sort of point to his mother. It's why they were called blood traitors. They refused their legacy, choosing to listen to the seductive words of their headmaster. But let's not speak ill of the deceased. I had hoped that you wouldn't have unlocked yours, but it is no matter. You can have the headship and have the crest stay dormant until you pass it on to one of your children. I only wish that you secure my legacy. Harry hummed, out of curiosity, who are the other candidates? There are a few scattered all over Europe, but I wish that my legacy remains in the country that we helped build. I will not reveal them, I will not reveal your candidature to them, to keep things fair, and avoid sabotage. Understandable, but from what he could remember, Draco Malfoy was definitely a candidate, considering he's the man's great-grandson. However, while the boy did have some potential, he was a bit too arrogant and self-assured to be handed away such a rich legacy. Maybe after he grows up and matures with the difficulties of life, he would be able to handle it. Longbottom could technically be a candidate, with his great-grandmother being a black, but he was Dumbledore's puppet, and the Black Patriarch would probably rather let his family legacy die than leave it at the hands of the headmaster. The Weasleys were out, of course, except maybe Bill, who was a very good curse breaker, if the stories were right. But he was too old to be given a new magical crest. After all, the preliminary magical maturity at 13 was the deadline for getting a magical crest. Still, Harry was fascinated with the concept of the root of all magic, and that was enough to make this conversation worthwhile. The Potter Scion wanted to reach it. His main goal in life was to discover the mysteries of magic, and what better mystery was there than its very source? He needed to research it further, and also take a deeper look at his own magical crest. Yeah, he didn't know how his own irregular crest would react to a new one, even if it was dormant. From the sound of it, Harry's grandfather had a very weakened version of the crest, which made him get a few potions out of it, but also a deep wariness towards Dumbledore and Grindelwald, the very instinctive wariness that Harry feels whenever he thinks of the headmaster. Did he know that they were hunting the Deathly Hallows, and thus their family was in danger? Oh, how Harry wished he could meet the man. There was something missing, though. Sirius Black was dead. That wasn't supposed to happen according to the stories, and it was good that he had clocked it now instead of being surprised by it later. What happened to your grandson, Sirius? And what do you know about the fire that killed my parents? The man's eyes turned mournful. He died in the same fire as your parents did. After he ran away from his harpy of a mother, your grandparents took him in. After the Dark Lord hunted them down and killed them, they joined Dumbledore's order to fight him. Your father practically emptied his vault financing their campaign, and Dumbledore took advantage of that hatred. I don't know much about what happened in Godric's Hollow, only that it was a very large Death Eater attack that was targeted at your family. Sirius was fighting side by side with your father for hours, repelling Death Eaters, but they were being overwhelmed. Dumbledore was nowhere to be found, probably trying to deal with the aftermath of the Dark Lord's defeat at the hand of the Longbottom boy. Your mother was nowhere to be found, but after your father and Sirius died to a killing curse at the Lestrange's hand, the fire appeared from your bedroom, and disintegrated the entire village, with only you as the remaining survivor of the carnage. No one knows where that fire came from, or how it even worked. It wasn't even hot, it just consumed everything it touched. The unspeakables have been trying to figure that one out for years, but no amount of scrying or divining could see anything past that. The few that used a time turner either couldn't get inside the village, and those who directly tried to get inside either didn't survive the trip or just died in the fire. That's all I know. That was a lot more information than the pittance Dumbledore had given him. Now that he knows more about what happened, Harry expected to feel some sort of closure, but all he had were questions. If his father and his probable godfather had died before fire, then what happened to his mother? Why did she stay behind? Dumbledore did say that the fire had her magical signature all over it, but no one would be able to cast something like this fire at just over 20 years of age. Lily Potter was a brilliant witch, but this was something that still baffles the unspeakable. So, what happened? The man sitting at his table seemed to age slightly. I'm sorry for not getting involved in your life. I had lost a grandson, a granddaughter, and a nephew to this fire. It was so soon after the loss of my wife, Doria's death, and Regulus that I just decided to leave it behind for a while. I am glad you grew up into the man you are now, but still, to make amends, I'm offering you my help slightly. While I think you're happy with your living conditions, and the freedom it provides, I will fight on your behalf if you are caught. I will do my best to be your guardian if the Ministry ever catches wind of your living situation. Is there anything else in particular that you need? Harry's eyes widened at the man's help. He didn't trust him, but he was grateful for the man's offer of assistance when it came to his living condition. While he wouldn't want to be formally under a stranger's mercy, if it protected him from Dumbledore, then it would be worth it. Still, he was happy where he was, and he had a backup plan in case he was caught. That was a relief. But when thinking about what was probably going to happen the following day, he had the opportunity to get an advantage. The Potter Scion took a breath and answered, I need everything you have on basilisks. The 1st of September 1992, King's Cross Station. While he wouldn't want to be formally under a stranger's mercy, if it protected him from Dumbledore, then it would be worth it. Still, he was happy where he was, and he had a backup plan in case he was caught. That was a relief. But when thinking about what was probably going to happen the following day, he had the opportunity to get an advantage. The Potter Scion took a breath and answered, I need everything you have on basilisks. Harry walked around King's Cross Station while earning odd looks from the passerbys. He could understand it. He was lifting up his trunk, which was bigger than he was, as if it was nothing. It probably looked odd seeing a 12-year-old child walking by himself in a train station while holding a giant trunk that looked more like an antique than any modern accessory. Although Harry did buy this trunk, not because of how it looked, but because of its practicality. It was something that he had noticed: the less processed anything was, the better it can handle magic and the easier it is enchanted. It was probably why wizards and witches still used parchment and quills. It wasn't really about sticking to traditions, but it was simply easier to enchant a quill than a pen, and it was easier to enchant parchment than paper. Although, the Japanese have special scrolls that are very efficient in holding runes, only their own. They were very secretive people, the Japanese, and Harry ached to visit this civilization. They used magic so differently over there, and he wanted to figure it out as well. Well, As for Harry's trunk, it was made of wood and covered with leather. If it wasn't enchanted, it would have probably collapsed under the weight of the hundreds of books and small knickknacks that he bought over the summer. Having the Featherlight charm and a basic expansion charm added in was already proving to be worth the price. He would have had to drag that thing around the station. He passed by the entrance to the Hogwarts Express and entered the train. He had already let Hedwig fly to the castle since he knew how much she hated being cooped up. He sat down in an empty compartment and decided to continue reading one of the books Arcturus Black had loaned him. The man really went above and beyond. Outside of widening his eyes at the request, the man simply gave him a dozen of books that pertained to basilisks. Blacks really were something else if he didn't really mind giving a child a book on weapons of mass destruction. Well, at least there was nothing on the creation of basilisks, because that would be very irresponsible. Or maybe he just didn't have any books on it. Either way, Harry started understanding slightly how basilisks worked, even if its glare was still subject to a lot of controversies. Well, the venom, outside of being very poisonous, was designed to destroy the structure of any magic it touches. If it touches a wizard, it will slowly dissolve their magic circuits, something that was agonizing for the accounts. Phoenix Tears could theoretically counteract it since it promotes the generation of magic, outside of healing, of course, although the outcome would still be uncertain as the two substances would not really disappear but continue to fight each other for the rest of the mage's life. Now, unfortunately, the basilisk's glare was widely considered to be soul magic. So, Harry was right on that part, but no one was ever able to study them properly, since, you either kill them or you're dead if you look at them. What the basilisk hunters did was use goggles enchanted to reflect what they see multiple times, which made them slightly resistant to the stare, to a point. After 10 seconds of consistent eye contact, they were still petrified, but at least it gave them enough time to look away when the King of Serpents was attacking. Of course, the rooster's crow thing was a hoax. It did cause agonizing pain to young basilisks, and could even kill hatchlings, but to an adult, it was like a particularly annoying voice, and they became aggressive towards anything near the rooster. Apparently, it was theorized that somehow, the ritual used to create basilisks involved roosters somehow, probably as a training method when they were younger. Still, Harry had some trouble understanding some of the theories behind the glare, and he'll have to focus a lot to counteract them. The refraction thing was a good initial idea, but he would rather be immune than only give himself 10 seconds to run away. Barely 15 minutes later, with a huffing Tracy and Daphne came into the compartment. Harry smiled and commented, "You're late. We wouldn't have been late if it wasn't for those useless Lockhart books weighing down our trunks." "Seriously, why would anyone need that many books?" Daphne replied with some bite in her voice. "Hey, Lockhart's books are not useless," Tracy protested weakly. The brunette shivered at the piercing glare her own friend gave her. Harry, on the other hand, snorted, "Tracy, I'm not going to argue with you, but there isn't a single spell in any of the books, or any theories. They're adventure books that have no place in any educational institute outside of entertainment. But why didn't you just buy enchanted trunks? They're very handy." The brunette glared at him, "Because they're too expensive and our parents don't trust us with something that costs hundreds of galleons. Just because you can buy whatever you want doesn't mean that we all can as well." Daphne nodded and sat down at the seat next to Harry. Soon afterwards, Blaise joined them and started regaling them of his trip to Italy. Halfway through the story, Daphne stiffened as the Hogwarts Express started moving, curious. The dark-skinned boy gave her a dirty look for interrupting his story. "What's so curious? I didn't see Longbottom or Weasley on the platform. Usually, he's swarmed by photographers and admirers since people know where he's going to be." Tracy simply shrugged. "Maybe he just took the flow to avoid people swarming the express. But I did see the Weasley twins when I got up, so maybe you just missed Ron." Daphne nodded, but Harry, on the other hand, stiffened. He had forgotten about the Dobby situation and the fact that Longbottom was probably stuck on the other side of the barrier. The Potter Scion sincerely hoped that he wouldn't follow his counterpart from the stories and break the statute of secrecy instead of just flowing to Hogsmeade or contacting his grandmother. That would just be ridiculous. Although, if by some miracle, he does end up going to Scotland in a flying car, that would be hilarious. "What are you smiling about?" Daphne asked, having noted his small, amused smile at the thought of Longbottom flying to Hogwarts in a car. Just an amusing thought. I really can have an overactive imagination, Harry remarked. Blaise shook his head at the last Potter's eccentric behavior and spoke up, although, Longbottom is really popular since last year. Harry frowned. I don't remember people really liking him outside of his house. Oh, I mean because of the House Cup, Blaise answered. Slytherin has been winning it for years, and the moment he gets here, Longbottom snatches it. Even if Dumbledore practically handed it to him on a silver platter, it didn't really matter. The other houses are overjoyed that we didn't win for once. I heard an upperclassman in Hufflepuff saying that she's glad that we just didn't win again. The Potter scion shrugged. Jealous and envy are very human traits. People will always look to others to see what they do not have. Afterwards, the discussion moved to the absolute nightmare that was Bin's class and what Lockhart's own classes were going to be like. Harry was adamant that either the man would keep to theoretical work for the upper years and would involve his books somehow in the lessons to justify requiring the students to buy them. Tracy, however, was resolute that he'd pick the book for their practical applications and that he was going to set up an obstacle course with scenarios from the book, while he would teach them applications of spells that they already knew. Honestly, it wasn't a bad shout, but considering who was teaching them, Harry didn't expect much from the B.O. Ponce. The man was a performer, an actor, but he had no qualifications outside of his stories. He wasn't trained as an Auror, he wasn't trained as a hit wizard, hell, he wasn't even a dueler. As far as his books are concerned, one day, he just decided to start going on adventures. The average Hogwarts graduate would die horribly, or at least be mutilated without having the proper training to fight dark creatures and dangerous wizards. His narrative was just unlikely. The only way the Potter scion could see his narrative working would be if Lockhart was some sort of prodigy that hid his talents in school for some reason and wasn't deemed to be particularly remarkable to be recruited by the Unspeakables or the Aurors, and just decided to go on random adventures all over the world and just write books about them. Still, the bickering continued until the sun went down and Harry saw that they just went past Hogsmeade. He could feel his arcane hearing note the proximity to the Hogwarts wards and excuse himself. Sorry, I have to go somewhere. Harry practically ran out of the door and waited for the diary to be overwhelmed by the wards. As expected, barely 2 minutes later, Harry could feel the same abominable feeling he caught in Flourish and Blots. At least that confirmed that the diary was in fact in the train. The young Slytherin was following the quickly fading song of the abomination. It was far faster at adapting than it was in Diagon Alley. Was it because Riddle was already familiar with the wards? He had to have taken the book to the school after turning it into his Horcrux. Still, Harry ran from compartment to compartment, desperate to get closer to the cursed diary and not risk his fellow students' lives. He lost count of how many people he trampled on, trying to get to what seemed like the end of the train. By the time he was almost there, the song had faded into nothing, having adapted to the castle wards. Harry knew that he was so close, that he was barely more than a few compartments away. Frustrated beyond belief, he punched the compartment door. A young girl with long blonde hair and protuberant silver eyes opened the door to her compartment and gave him an odd look. "Hello," the girl spoke up. "Hello," Harry parroted back. "Why were you hitting the compartment?" The girl asked with a dreamy tone. "That girl was weird. I was just angry about something," Harry responded. "Oh, I thought you might have been hunting Raxperts. They're very tricky buggers. I think I saw one around here." "No," Harry answered, "I was just angry." "Oh, that's a shame. I would have liked it better if you were fighting the Raxperts. I have seen a lot of people around with infections. They're so full of negative thoughts." "Oh, I haven't even introduced myself. My name is Luna Lovegood, what's yours?" "Oh, that makes a lot of sense now. Luna was coming to Hogwarts this year, Harry Potter. You're a first year, right?" She nodded with that weird, dreamy look on her face and Harry continued, "If you need anything, let me know. You seem like a good person. You're a very kind boy, Harry Potter. Don't lose that. The world needs more kind people." "That it does, Luna Lovegood. That it does." Harry turned and left the compartment, oddly relaxed. He was still frustrated beyond belief for not finding the diary, but he had a lead now. He had isolated the possible culprit to the compartments he hadn't visited yet, which were around 1/10 of the total ones. Having stopped being frantic, Harry walked around the following compartment, making sure to note the faces of every single person he saw. One of them was the one being possessed by Tom Riddle, after all. He didn't really know all of them, outside of a few familiar faces he had seen in the Great Hall a few times, whose names still escaped him. He might have lost a chance at getting the diary, but at least, he didn't come back empty-handed. There was still the possibility of stopping Riddle before anyone dies. When he came back to the compartment, he was oddly smiling. He barely even batted an eyelash at the Thestrals pulling the carriages to the school. They were oddly beautiful in a dark sort of way. Alas, he was back at Hogwarts, and he couldn't wait to see what would happen next. The 1st of September 1992, King's Cross Station. He might have lost a chance at getting the diary, but at least, he didn't come back empty-handed. There was still the possibility of stopping Riddle before anyone dies. When he came back to the compartment, he was oddly smiling. He barely even batted an eyelash at the Thestrals pulling the carriages to the school. They were oddly beautiful in a dark sort of way. Alas, he was back at Hogwarts, and he couldn't wait to see what would happen next. Harry stared mostly at the Thestrals in silence as they slowly trotted towards the castle. It wasn't as beautiful as the scenery from the lake the previous year, but it was still relaxing, in an odd sort of way, and it gave him some time to think. Hogwarts, on average, was made up of roughly 300 students in the castle, that's from first years to 7th years. It was a bit low, but it was logical since Voldemort's war practically wiped out a generation, and the survivors didn't really want to risk having children. The number of students should risk in the next few years, a baby boom occurring in the safety of a post-war magical society. That number was of course outside of apprentices and journeymen that often visited the castle for some obscure book or to ask one of the professors about a subject or another. Knowing that the diary was in the train, the chance of a 7th-year student being its holder is quite rare, since they tend to apparate to Hogsmeade. It would be possible, but very unlikely, and there was still the risk that someone would be intelligent enough to realize that the diary was odd. Of course, Harry wasn't really holding his breath. Removing the 40 Newt students, it ends up with 260 students in all, and considering that Harry had covered all the compartments but the 10, statistically, he would have 26 suspects, which he would round it up to 30, but that's assuming that the train was equally divided, and that was just unreliable. Also, there was also the fact that a compartment can't hold more than 6 people and that they were resistant to expansion charms. Yeah, a student almost blew himself up a few years back for trying to fit in more people. Now, that gives a maximum of 60 students, which was a lot, but better than 300. Harry did his best to memorize the faces of the people in the last compartments. One of them was full of Slytherin upper years. Harry recognized the Burke twins and a girl that sneered at him. Her name was Selwyn, maybe. He wasn't sure, but it was probably not them. Malfoy wouldn't risk people who had family in his pocket. If they're caught, his political party would take a big hit in both reputation and support. Another had a gaggle of first years, 4 to be exact. They didn't have any house crest on their robes, so they weren't sorted yet. They were 2 boys and 2 girls that a Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope Clearwater, was reassuring. There was another compartment of Slytherin purebloods later, and then one with Katie Bell, Angelina Johnson, and Alicia Spinett. Harry had recognized them from the Quidditch matches. They seemed to be yelling at a boy, Cormac McLaggen, who was in Harry's dueling club. Thankfully, a few of the following compartments were empty, but there were 2 filled with Hufflepuffs in Harry's year. Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones were in a compartment together, and Zachariah Smith and Justin Finch Fletchley were also in one of their own. And of course, there was also Luna Lovegood, who was in a compartment on her own. It was a shame because she was a lovely girl. And finally, there was a compartment with Cho Chang, who was talking animatedly with her friend Marietta Edgecombe. The Potter Scion noticed that none of the Weasleys were there, meaning that his elimination of Ginny as a suspect in Diagon Alley was somewhat correct. Honestly, Harry didn't think he had forgotten anyone, but he'll do his best to try to remember. But as for now, he had a list of suspects. Removing the Slytherin that wouldn't make any sense for Malfoy to frame them, there was Luna Lovegood, Cho Chang, Marietta Edgecombe, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Justin Finch Fletchley, Zachariah Smith, Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, Alicia Spinett, Cormac McLaggen, Penelope Clearwater, and the 4 firsties. That's 16 suspects. The end of the train must have been quite a bit emptier than the rest. Of course, there was still the possibility that someone had left the diary in their trunk and moved to another compartment, but that was unlikely. Tom Riddle wouldn't have wanted someone to lose his diary accidentally, or to just forget about it at the bottom of a trunk. There has to be a compulsion to keep it closed, and that means that it was probably one of those students. Still, the Potter Scion needed to keep his options open and not get any tunnel vision. His thoughts were interrupted by Daphne hitting him in the shoulder. "What are you staring at?" Harry just noticed that he spent the entire ride thinking while staring at the Thestrals. Just looking at the Thestrals, beautiful creatures, very misunderstood. Most people think they're bad omens. The bee-owned looked concerned. "What are you talking about, Harry?" "There's nothing there." "No, they're pulling their carriages," he explained. "However, they're invisible. There's a very specific condition that would allow you to see them." "And what is it?" Tracy asked, curious. "You must have seen death," the young Potter simply answered. Honestly, the implications that Harry could see Thestrals were groundbreaking. Harry had never seen anyone dying, outside himself that is. Even then, he had read of a few reports of people that still couldn't see them after they had seen someone die. They had refused the concept and lost themselves to the grief of madness. The truth is, you need to accept the very concept of death to see the Thestrals, to understand the finale of it, and Harry, well, he knew exactly what the emptiness of death entailed, and it seemed that this was enough. Harry's answer must have made his friends uncomfortable since they just stayed silent until their carriage like the others passed two great wrought iron gates with large columns and winged boars on top of them, looking a bit ridiculous by the posture they were represented. The coach accelerated, as the towers, walls and turrets of Hogwarts grew more and more imposing from the tiny window available. When it came to a halt, they came out and found themselves directly in front of the entrance. Harry led the group, climbing up first the stairs which guided them into the castle itself, and when they passed the huge oak front doors, the cold disappeared in an instant, proof of the magic existing in the school. They did not stay long in the entrance hall, as the crowd of incoming students was growing without sign of interruption. Entering the Great Hall, they all went to the Slytherin table and sat down. Around 15 minutes later, Professor McGonagall opened the door to the Great Hall, showing the firsties towards the Sorting Hat. The damn hat started to sing rather horribly. You'd think after hundreds of years doing this, he'd know how to hold a tune or something, but it was as aggravating as usual. When this affront to music was happening, Harry made sure to pick out the faces of his suspects during the sorting. The first was Colin Creevey, who was then sorted in Gryffindor, followed by Ethan Glover, who was sorted in Hufflepuff. Alice Morris was sorted in Gryffindor and Angela Smith in Ravenclaw. Of course, Luna Lovegood was also sorted in Ravenclaw, having spent the longest under the hat with that same dreamy look on her face, although Ginny Weasley took almost that long to be sorted in Gryffindor. Harry recognized the four students that Clearwater was talking to in the Hogwarts Express. Colin Creevey, Ethan Glover, Alive Morris, and Angela Smith. These were his main suspects. They were obviously Muggleborns. Their amazement at everything magical was rather obvious. Malfoy would have an easier time tricking some ignorant young Muggleborn than a child born in this world and aware of its dangers. The rest of the feast went as expected. They ate, and then Dumbledore started his yearly announcement, saying that the Forbidden Forest was, well, forbidden, and he announced Gilderoy Lockhart as the defense professor as if it wasn't in the Daily Prophet for weeks straight. The funniest one was the speculation on whether the celebrity would be able to break the alleged defense curse and save the school. It was funny, imagining the Ponce trying to break a curse that Voldemort, at the height of his power, put on the position. Of course, the teenage female students, being well, normal teenagers, kept sighing at the sight of the admittedly handsome celebrity. This would get annoying really quickly. Of course, the aged headmaster was starting to say something about Quidditch tryouts. A loud bang appeared, and the enchanted ceiling showed a flying car, falling from the sky erratically. The entire room watched, gaping, as the car kept going to the other side. 10 seconds later, an enormous crashing sound reverberated across the castle. Damn, Harry had forgotten about Longbottom and Weasley getting a flying car. Why the hell didn't they just float to Hogsmeade or something? It wasn't that hard. In the stories, Harry's counterpart in the stories had the excuse that he didn't know much about the magical world, but Longbottom and Weasley had lived here all their lives. Was Longbottom even visited by Dobby like Harry's counterpart in the stories? Harry didn't know, and honestly, he didn't care. He decided to stop bothering himself with Longbottom and his little gang. He wanted absolutely nothing to do with them. He definitely wasn't going to rely on the boy who lived to kill AF, King Basilisk, out of sheer dumb luck. He wasn't going to rely on the story. He had reflected during the summer, and he realized that for all his thoughts of dismissal, he was still attentive to the boy who lived's activities. Maybe it was because of the stories, or maybe it was because Harry was curious about what Longbottom would do differently. But the encounter with Quirrell taught Harry to throw the stories out of the window and stop relying on them too much. This was real life, and in this life, he had nothing to do with Longbottom. Still, breaking the statute of secrecy this openly and coming to school on a flying car, which was illegally enchanted, was something that Harry had to notice. Honestly, Harry was sure that if it was anyone else, especially an adult, they would have been arrested and sent to Azkaban. If it was proven to be a malicious act of actively revealing the magical world to the Muggles, then they could even be executed. Yeah, the enforcers of the statute of secrecy weren't particularly merciful and didn't take any bullshit. Fortunately for the two idiots, Longbottom was a nationwide celebrity and would probably get a slap on the wrist, and some bad publicity, of course. The entire room unfroze when Dumbledore practically ran out of the Great Hall radiating anger and worry, followed by half the faculty. And of course, the room turned into a cacophony of noise. Tracy looked at them with wide eyes. Did that just happen? Blaise nodded, looking just as stunned. Wanna bet they get away with it? That's AS. Curse bet, and you know it, Harry replied. A first-year girl who had sat next to him after being sorted. Harry didn't really remember her first name, but she was a Yaxley, asked meekly, is this normal? Harry snorted and raised his goblet filled with his coffee. Welcome to Hogwarts, kid. I hope you survive the experience. The 2nd of September 1992, King's Cross Station. Blaise nodded, looking just as stupefied. Wanna bet they get away with it? That's AS. Curse bet, and you know it, Harry replied. A first-year girl who had sat next to him after being sorted. Harry didn't really remember her first name, but she was a Yaxley, asked meekly, is this normal? Harry snorted and raised his goblet filled with his coffee. Welcome to Hogwarts, kid. I hope you survive the experience. Harry woke up far later than usual, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to have his daily occlumency lesson and get to class in time. He was still exhausted because of the train ride, and the nightmares didn't help. The Potter Scion didn't know if he was back at the castle or something, but that night, he dreamt of Voldemort looming over him, sending a killing curse his way. The young Slytherin looked around and saw that most people were still asleep. What did he expect? It was still 7 in the morning, and most students had spent months waking up far later than that. Choosing to simply clear his head, Harry took out a book in the common room and started reading it. It wasn't even an academic one, it was a fiction book, which was a guilty pleasure of his. Yeah, he liked reading about adventures and such, and the authors in the magical words are very dramatic, which was something that he didn't think he would like but quickly learned to enjoy. Although Harry would have rather been exploring the Room of Hidden Things instead. Yeah, Harry did his best not to remove anything from it, with Voldemort possibly being in the castle. The man probably had wards that Harry didn't even know existed near the diadem. Yeah, he didn't want to accidentally trip them and make the man start panicking for one reason or another. Well, now his younger version was here, not him, meaning that he shouldn't really be notified by the wards. He was a fraction of a soul without any magic, which wouldn't really make him a living being to any magical protection. Harry's musings were interrupted by a pitiful groan and the sight of a familiar brunette with messy hair dropping herself on the couch next to him. Good morning, Tracy, Harry cheerfully stated. The girl just replied by groaning miserably. Don't take it personally, another familiar voice replied in her stead, she's been like that all morning. Harry turned and saw the familiar figure of Daphne, who was immaculately dressed and didn't look worse for wear. Well, at least you're actually awake, Harry said. The girl pouted, you're supposed to say that I'm beautiful, Harry. Of course, you are, Daph. Now, do you know if Blaise is still sleeping? Yeah, I tried to wake him, but he told me to get some breakfast without him. Harry simply shrugged. Fine, I guess we should get going so that we could eat before classes start. They all walked in silence to the Great Hall. Honestly, Harry was kinda hungry, but when they arrived, the entire room was busy staring at Longbottom. His crashing arrival the previous day was the talk of the school. For some reason, people seemed to admire him for it. It honestly confused Harry immensely. The boy had broken laws that would have gotten most people arrested and possibly in Azkaban. He had broken the statute of secrecy out of pure stupidity and negligence. The same statute that happened to be one of the globally sacred laws in the magical world. People were taught since the moment they could talk to not reveal the existence of magic, and yet a national icon did this. A soft hoot interrupted his thoughts when Hedwig came to perch on his shoulder with a letter and his subscription to the Daily Prophet. "Thanks, Hedwig, here have some," Harry spoke up while handing his companion a piece of bacon. The snowy owl nibbled on it and snugged into his face slightly before flying away once more. Harry opened his letter first and saw that it was simply his timetable. Did everyone get their timetables this way, or was Snape just not bothered to give them face to face? It didn't matter, only that while the organization was somewhat different, his practical lessons were still with the Gryffindor. There was actually a full-blown war between Longbottom and Malfoy because of this last year, and they are just left it as is. This was honestly getting ridiculous. And as expected, the front page of the Daily Prophet was a picture of Longbottom and Weasley in a flying car, breaking the statute of secrecy. The Potter Scion took a deep breath and decided to just continue eating. He wouldn't think about Longbottom, it just wasn't worth it. At least that was what he told himself until Tracy suddenly stiffened. "Look, Weasley got a howler." Remembering how the Weasley matriarch was yelling at her husband, Harry simply put his hands over his ears. Tracy gave him a confused look. "What are you doing?" Of course, that was when the youngest Weasley boy decided to open the letter, whose volume was so high that a few people were pushed away by it. For a moment, most of the students were left reeling, as a roar of legendary proportions had echoed in the hall who was almost shaking. Molly Weasley really had a point to put across. "Stealing the car, I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd expelled you. You wait till I get hold of you. I don't suppose you stopped to think what your father and I went through when we saw it was gone. Dear Lord, this woman had some lungs on her. Did she enchant the howler to be extra loud? Or was she just so loud that the howler was probably damaging the hearing of everyone in the vicinity? Hell, the implements and the plates were rattling, and the sound was echoed magically off the walls of Hogwarts." The poor redhead had practically sunk so low in his chair that only his crimson forehead could be seen. "Letter from Dumbledore last night. I thought your father would die of shame. We didn't bring you up to behave like this. You and Neville could both have died." Honestly, this was public humiliation at this point. The Weasley boy, while annoying as hell, had a very fragile ego that the woman kept battering on with this howler. Harry started to pity the boy if he was perfectly frank. He didn't like it. Although the fact that the Weasleys just revealed that they were directly contacted by the headmaster reeked of favoritism. The woman must have been too angry to care for subtleties. It was understandable somewhat because if it wasn't for the fact that Neville was with him, Ron would have been expelled and probably arrested. Absolutely disgusted, "Your father's facing an inquiry at work, it's entirely your fault, and if you put another toe out of line we'll bring you straight back home." A loud silence fell in the hall, the children and teenagers still under the shock their eardrums had recorded in all its fury. The red envelope, which had dropped from Ronald Weasley's hand, burst into flames and curled into ashes. Everyone was just too stunned to react or do anything, really. Of course, just as people started to talk, another howler appeared at the Gryffindor letter, but this time, it was in front of Longbottom. "Neville Longbottom. Never I have felt so ashamed of being your grandmother. How dare you steal a car and break the statute so brazenly? Frank and Alice would be ashamed of your actions. What you did was irresponsible and dangerous, and I will have none of it. When you come back home." Yeah, Longbottom wasn't spared from the humiliation as well. When the entire Slytherin house burst into laughter, Harry stayed silent. Tracy had tears in his eyes. "That was the best thing that I've ever seen in my life." Even the stoic Daphne was openly laughing, although she stopped when she noticed Harry's serious expression. "What's wrong, Harry? What happened the last time Longbottom was humiliated publicly?" He explained. They both frowned in thought, and the Potter Scion decided to just give them the answer. "Remember the Quidditch match, the one that Snape was refereeing and that he lost badly? Do you remember what he was like afterwards?" Both girls paled. "You're saying he's going to start attacking Slytherins again?" Daphne asked with visible concern in her eyes. "I don't know, but what I do know is that our dear boy who lived has a very fragile ego. I only hope the professors will stop him or just keep him busy afterwards." With that said, Harry decided to ignore Longbottom entirely and focus on the bigger problem at hand, the Chamber of Secrets. First of all, he needed materials to build his glare-resistant artifact, but more importantly, he needed to eliminate a few of his suspects. They were too many. As far as he knows, he could only remove them by confirming their alibis during the attacks. But that was just too much of a risk to wait for a student to be hurt. Wait a minute, Harry didn't need to wait until an attack, but until the chamber opens. Riddle has to make preparations before taking out the basilisks, like making sure it's still there. Harry could make a ward alert him whenever the chamber opens. He already knew the entrance, and it's not like he's losing anything if he does it. Choosing to take the initiative, Harry told his friends, "I need to get to the bathroom. I'll see you in a minute." The young Potter slowly walked to the second-floor bathroom, home to the infamous Ning Myrtle. Thankfully, the ghost didn't seem to be there. Harry walked towards the sink and using his arcane hearing heard a very subtle hissing. It was well hidden. Harry would give Salazar Slytherin that, but the obvious engraving of a snake kinda made it obvious. Still, Harry was sure that this was the entrance, and just under the sink, Harry took out one of his engraving tools and put a small runic array underneath. When he touched it, the writing started to glow and just melt into the stone. The array was simple. It would simply send a pulse using his arcane hearing whenever it was moved in space, something that was impossible unless the sink itself was moving, which was what happened when the entrance was opened. However, Harry wasn't done yet. He needed something else before it was useful. As far as he's concerned, what he's done is simply a warning system whenever the chamber was opened. Considering that the attacks were mostly random, Harry needed the location of most students. The Marauders map would have been perfect right now, but Harry didn't even know if the thing was real, let alone if the Weasley twins had it. He certainly wasn't going to risk breaking into the Gryffindor common room. Common rooms were protected by more than just silly passwords. The very design of the map didn't make sense. It was made in two ways: either it was hooked up to the wards somehow, or the Marauders somehow put detection charms that lasted for decades all over the castle. It was probably the wards, since the detection charms wouldn't really have access to any student's name. Dumbledore certainly wasn't going to let Harry mess with the castle wards. That left the detection charms. Yeah, Harry needed to somehow put on charms in the entrance of each common room, counting the number of people getting in and out, revealing if there's someone going out from any house just before the entrance to the chamber opens. It would help focus on the house of the possessed victim. Still, he had to do it at night or very early in the morning. As for now, he walked towards the greenhouses. He was almost going to be late for herbology class. The 2nd of September 1992, Hogwarts. Yeah, Harry needed to somehow put on charms in the entrance of each common room, counting the number of people getting in and out, revealing if there's someone going out from any house just before the entrance to the chamber opens. It would help focus on the house of the possessed victim. Still, he had to do it at night or very early in the morning. As for now, he walked towards the greenhouses. He was almost going to be late for herbology class. Well, herbology wasn't all that bad. Honestly, Harry wasn't all that passionate about the field, even if he understood its utility. Herbology wasn't just the study and breeding of plants for use in potions, even if that's what it was used for nowadays. No, it was a study of nature. Newt herbology students start to even learn a few druidic spells and a few rituals to promote plant growth. It was the only kind of ritual magic allowed in the castle, and in the country, really. Even Dumbledore couldn't ban them, only restrict them, as it would cripple potion production, which was necessary in any magical society. Magical plants could also be extremely dangerous and commonly used as weapons. Yeah, herbologist Auror was terrifying. There was this professor called Mirabelle Garlick over a century back that had somehow created a plant that fed on magical fire. During an attack on the school during the last Goblin Rebellion, this simple plant was able to kill a dragon, by growing from the beast's flames and binding the creature, who ended up being strangled to death. Yeah, that woman was badass. It was also one of the main reasons Harry never dismissed the seemingly kind and upbeat Professor Sprout. She had a mastery of the subject, which means that she probably knew more than enough way to give anyone a long and tortuous death. Something that Lockhart seemed unaware of since he kept pestering the woman about the correct way to doctor a whomping willow. Never mind that the tree was a creation of the professor in the first place. Yeah, Harry was curious about the professors a few times and used his nifty little spell to find any books authored by them, and yeah, Professor Sprout had written one on the properties of the plant that she had created. Yeah, that woman was terrifying, and Lockhart was actively insulting her prowess with his suggestions. Thankfully the woman ignored the man and did not turn him into fertilizer for her venomous tentacula, and just started the lesson, although slightly less upbeat than usual even after the Ponce left. Still, it was obvious that this year was going to be more interesting than the last, especially when they started the year with mandrakes of all things. Well, at least they were very young, so the most they could get was a headache or passing out. Yeah, this was a very dangerous plant that was actually used by certain hit wizard teams specializing in mandrakes. Of course, they used younger ones because the risk to their allies and for collateral damage was high, but it was still relatively common to have a mandrake or two in a team. As for fully matured ones, they needed to be put in specialized rooms with hundreds of wards and enchantments negating any form of noise. Yeah, the buggers' cries could somehow break a few wards on their own. It was why transporting adult mandrakes was such a problem and made illegal in most countries. Portkeys and apparitions could mess with the wards slightly, and a fraction of a second was all those plants needed to kill hundreds or even thousands of people. Even taking them while flying was risky because the enchantments wouldn't be as stable without an active anchor, like a warded farm. It was why most farms bought the things young and raised them themselves, which was what Hogwarts often did, but they returned the plants to a specialized farm outside of the country just before they mature. Honestly, mandrake farming was mostly done for Aurors and hit wizards. Even if it was useful in terms of an antidote for transfiguration mishaps, it was too expensive to use instead of just finding another cure which would work just as well. Very few incidents actually necessitated mandrake essence to be used in a potion, and considering how quickly it could be contaminated, it was done to order. The effects practically disappear in an hour, and you couldn't really apparate or use any magic near it or its effects will be diluted. The best practice was to raise a young mandrake from scratch and wait for it to mature. These victims are often not in critical condition, meaning that they could wait a few months before being treated. Still, repotting angry baby-looking roots was sort of fun, all things considered. Everything went fine except for Crabbe, who had put on his earmuffs incorrectly and was knocked out the moment he took out his seedling. By the end of the lesson, Harry left with a smile on his face, even if his friends were unhappy with touching dirt. That was until he realized that his next lesson was with Lockhart. Harry grumpily walked out of the room and Daphne caught up to him. "What's got you all grumpy? You looked pretty happy in herbology." "Well, we have defense against the dark arts next," he explained. "Ah, Lockhart, I still don't understand what you have against him. You weren't that fussed with Quirrell, and he was a pretty bad professor," Daphne responded with a questioning tone. "Quirrell was a competent wizard pretending not to be one. I could tell with the way he cast his spells, the way he spoke. He was a shit teacher, and he did try to kill me, but I could tell he knew what he was talking about. Plus, I was doing my best not to stay near him at any time. But Lockhart, I look at him and see a conman, who swindled his way into fame. I wouldn't really care about it if it wasn't the fact that he's supposed to teach us using fiction books, somehow. We'll see if he's worth it or not. If he's useless we could just self-study. I know you already do a lot by yourself," the Bee-Own said. "You're probably right. Alright, let's go catch up with Tracy and Blaze." They practically ran all the way there. The Slytherin girl nodded, and they walked to the classroom. They stopped for a second in the courtyard to see Longbottom getting into a fight with Malfoy because someone wanted his autograph or something. Harry didn't particularly care and just went to the classroom, leaving Lockhart to deal with the mess. It was his duty as a professor after all. Harry sat next to Daphne and took out the books that he was forced to buy. Honestly, he wouldn't have touched them with a 10-foot pole. They were all seated until Lockhart came back with a red-faced Longbottom, who was glaring at the man's back. Well, it seems that Lockhart was very good in hitting his nerves. When the whole class was seated, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly and silence fell. He reached forward, picked up Parvati Patil's copy of Travels with Trolls, and held it up to show his own, winking portrait on the front. "Me," he said, pointing at it and winking as well. "Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee by smiling at her." He waited for them to laugh. A few people smiled weakly. "I see you've all bought a complete set of my books, well done. I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about, just to check how well you've read them, how much you've taken in." When he had handed out the test papers, he returned to the front of the class and said, "You have 30 minutes, start now." Harry looked down at his paper and read. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? And on it went to 54. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would his ideal gift be? Yeah, Harry wasn't reassured in the slightest. He would have laughed if it wasn't depressing. It seems that the stories were right and that Harry would have to deal with a fraud as a defense professor. He simply wrote whatever came into his mind first without really thinking about it. He already lost interest in the class. 15 minutes later, Lockhart collected their results and took a quick look at them. Of course, the man ruffled through the tests quickly before vanishing them with a wave of his wand like they were useless. Harry could tell that the spell was somewhat inefficient using his arcane hearing. It wasn't close to McGonagall or Flitwick's control, but it looked slightly better than the one from the 7th-year students he saw training for their newts. It was an OWL spell, after all, but the wordless casting was somewhat impressive. The man stood up suddenly with an intense look in his eyes. "What you've just shown me right now, is that you could memorize facts. It's nice and all, but what I don't understand is why you all kept reading the books when you realized that there were no spells in there and none of you questioned me about it. What I also don't understand is why none of you said anything about how romanticized everything was in there. Defense against the dark arts is not pretty. When you're fighting dark creatures and dark wizards, you make mistakes, you get hurt, and you get a few people hurt, something that is oddly absent in my books. Because these books are made to entertain the masses, not to teach. At least, the version available to the public, that is." Harry stiffened as the man kept speaking. What the actual F.K. was going on? This was completely opposite to the stories. The Potter Scion turned around and saw people watching him either in heartbreak or slight admiration. The man played with his hair a bit and continued, "Which is why, the books I gave you are slightly different. As you probably know, buying a book with a Hogwarts letter entitles you to a discount on Flourish and Blots. I asked them to set aside books for you that were slightly different." The professor waved his wand and Harry could feel an enchantment being activated on the books, changing the content. He took a quick look and saw that each book was different. Not only did they contain the story, but there was a description of the spells used, how they were used, a comment on the tactics in each encounter, and most of all, it was real. Again, this surprised the hell out of the young Slytherin. He hadn't really looked over the books. They often had enchantments to stop them from being copies and such. And Harry didn't really look that closely at Lockhart's books. He didn't even really read them, just skimmed them quickly for a couple of minutes. Still, he should have noted the difference. Now, you can start reading something a little more informative than the previous text. With that out of the way, let's get started with our lesson. And what better way to start than with a slight practical lesson? It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizard kind. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. All I ask is that you remain calm and not scream as it might provoke them." As the whole class held its breath, Lockhart whipped off the cover. "Yes," he said dramatically. "Freshly caught Cornish pixies." People started chuckling, to which the man snorted, "You think this is funny then? Do you think that something looking as significant cannot hurt you? The magical world is full of hidden dangers. Now, let me show you how unprepared you are." With a flick of his wand, the cage opened, and pandemonium followed. The 2nd of September 1992, Hogwarts. People started chuckling, to which the man snorted, "You think this is funny then? Do you think that something looking as significant cannot hurt you? The magical world is full of hidden dangers. Now, let me show you how unprepared you are." With a flick of his wand, the cage opened, and pandemonium followed. The pixies were electric blue and about 8 inches high, with pointed faces and voices so shrill it was like listening to a lot of budgies arguing. When they were caged, Harry noticed that they had started jabbering and rocketing around, rattling the bars and making bizarre faces at the people nearest them. Yeah, Harry didn't know what the man expected when he just released them, but it was complete chaos. The pixies shot in every direction like rockets. 2 of them seized Seamus Finnegan by the ears and lifted him into the air. Several shot straight through the window, showering the back row with broken glass. The rest proceeded to wreck the classroom more effectively than a rampaging rhino. They grabbed ink bottles and sprayed the class with them, shredded books and papers, tore pictures from the walls, upended the waste basket, grabbed bags and books and threw them out of the smashed window. Within minutes, half the class was sheltering under desks and Finnegan was swinging from the iron chandelier in the ceiling. The Potter Scion would have been worried if it wasn't for the Contigo shield that he cast the moment the creatures approached. The shield was somewhat competent when it came to physical protection, and the pixies weren't heavy or fast enough to get past the limited protection it provided. Still, Harry only shielded himself and the table his friends were hiding under and didn't attack the pixies. He wanted to see where the man was going with his lesson. Lockhart seemed unconcerned with the destruction of his classrooms, and the pixies didn't attack him. The B.O.'d professor started speaking out. Cornish pixies are tough little buggers, they like to leave mischief and mayhem in their wake, but whatever mess they make is easy to clean up. No, what you need to worry about is their bites, which are venomous. Lavender Brown started screaming as he did this, using one of Lockhart's books to hit the 2 pixies attacking her. They're poisonous. The wild ones, yes, the professor answered, unconcerned with the girl's distress. However, you'll probably be all right after a few bites as the poison is not that potent. You would need to be bit at least a dozen times for you to be in any substantial amount of danger, and the poison is also easily treatable. However, lucky for you, I have defanged these little creatures, so you're not at any risk. Now, considering the way you've been reacting to the little creatures you laughed at just moments ago, are you still amused? Defense against the dark arts is not a joke. It could easily save your life one day, and you need to take it seriously. Outside of Mr. Potter, you all didn't even try to use your wands. Hell, you didn't even try to attack the pixies. Suddenly everyone stared at Harry, who was looking unconcerned with the Cornish pixies battering his shield. The professor then continued, using a shield charm, any shield charm really, would have been an easy solution. Shielding spells always have a resistance to magical attacks as well as physical attacks. If this was a rampaging Graphorn or Acromantula, Mr. Potter's shield wouldn't have held, and it would have been better to use a specialized shield that is primarily focused on stopping physical attacks, but right now, the pixies are small and not strong enough to make a dent. The man had a good point and it grated Harry to acknowledge it so. There was still something off about him. The way he speaks, the way he walks, it just wasn't the way of a warrior that he described himself as. He had no scars, no cursed injuries, and that was just impossible. He was too clean, too civilian. It was also his magic, it felt pampered, like a fancy tune of nobility, not one marred with conflict and suffering. Harry remembered what Lucius Malfoy's magic felt like. It was smooth, filled with a sadistic streak, but it was obvious that it had experienced conflict. Lockhart's just wasn't, and so, this unexpected competence was just wrong. Of course, he was teaching second-year students, where the spell required could be cast by any wizard with a reasonable competence in magic. But since it was different from the stories, it could be a clue. The diary had disappeared near Lockhart, so could it be possible that the Ponce was actually learning from the diary to be competent? It would explain the change from the stories, but it wouldn't really say anything about the hidden text in the books he sold, the one with the true story. This was too unknown, too unpredictable, but the Potter Scion couldn't discount the possibility. Everyone had frozen at the man's speech, even the pixies for a few moments. Of course, they returned, causing chaos on the unsuspecting students seconds later. Pansy Parkinson, who was trying to shoo the attacking creatures for some reason. What do we do, Professor? Well, you still haven't attacked them. They aren't really that resistant to magic, any spell would attack them, the man responded with a mocking drawl. Of course, the Gryffindors started hexing the hell out of everything, missing half the shots. Harry didn't know why they thought that casting prank spells would help, but at least Hermione was smart enough to hit a couple of pixies with the petrification hex. Lockhart shook his head. If they're too quick for you to hit with a conventional spell, either lay a trap or use spells that affect a wider area. Still, Harry remained unmoved. His friends started standing up, still under his shield. Blaise gave him a wide smile. That was close. Thanks, mate. You're welcome, he responded. You're not attacking them, Daphne remarked. Yes, this is far more entertaining, Harry answered with a snort. All four of them giggled at that, especially as Seamus Finnegan's wand was stolen by the pixies when he was still held up in a chandelier. It was all fun and games until Weasley raised his wand, Locomotor Wibbly. Instead of the usual spell, an explosion occurred, hitting himself and his housemates in the process. Damn, Harry had forgotten about the boy's broken wand. Honestly, how he was able to pass his exams with a broken wand in the stories was just absurd. Seriously, it had to be some sort of mistake because this was pretty much like passing a driving exam without a car. It just didn't any sense. Having had enough, Harry dispelled his shield and intoned, Ventus. A strong gust of wind sent all of the pixies flying back towards the wall, where he used that disorientation to levitate them all at once, putting them back in their cage and locking it when they were all gone. Everyone stared at Harry for a couple of seconds before Parvati Patil gasped and pointed at the Weasley boy. Professor, something happened to Ron. The blonde professor walked towards the redhead who had weird spots and burns all over his body. Longbottom and Dean Thomas also shared a similar fate, although on a far smaller scale. Lockhart then levitated the students with a flick of his wand and addressed the class. This lesson is over. I'll be taking these students to the infirmary. I want you all to write a small essay on what you've done wrong and how would you act differently this time. This is your homework due next week, as well as reading the first chapter of Wandering with Werewolves, the new chapter that is. Now, everyone, you're dismissed. Harry slowly walked out of the room, still keeping his eye on Lockhart. Tracy skipped past him. I told you he was the real deal, didn't I, Harry? Are you ready to eat your words now? The Potter Scion shook his head. No, he's somewhat competent and a little charismatic, but I still stand by what I said. He's a front and act, and it shows. Mastering the second-year curriculum as an adult wizard is pretty easy. I'll reserve my judgment until I hear the opinion of the Newt student. You're just stubborn because you can't stand the fact that you're wrong for once, Tracy retorted with a frown. I'm wrong all the time, Harry said, but there's still something off with him. Something I just can't put my finger on. Blaise rolled his eyes. Just admit that you're wrong and we can just move on. Harry, choosing not to escalate things into an actual fight, simply nodded. I guess I was mistaken. As far as I can see today, he'll be an alright professor. Tracy grinned. Come on, he's just as amazing as the book described. Did you see how unflappable he stood when the pixies attacked? They didn't even come near him. Hey, Harry wasn't worried too, Daphne protested at his side. The pixies were harmless, but he shouldn't have let people cast whatever they wanted, Harry commented. He should have specified rules so that people wouldn't get hurt. But even then, you heard him say that the books are romanticized versions of what happened, which means that they're pretty much made up. I am curious about what's different this time. Yeah, me too. We'll be the envy of his entire fanbase. Our copies would probably sell for hundreds of galleons, Tracy exclaimed. Yeah, the girl had a point. It wasn't good business sense to just leave these things out in the open. Lockhart is born with a persona, that he's invincible, that fighting dark creatures was some sort of heroic tale like the ones taught to children. He was selling a narrative, but if he showed a version of the events with blood and gore, his very premise would be irrelevant. Still, the Potter Scion was curious about what the updated books entailed. Was it really just another piece of fiction or was there any reality to it? After dinner, Harry decided to just stay in the common room and started reading Lockhart's books. He started with the first one, and he just kept on going, until he had finished the entire collection. It was almost midnight by then, and what a read it was. But Harry could tell that whoever had written this wasn't really Lockhart. There were traces of the man's writing, but the theory, the confrontations, it was like someone else had written them. The writing style was just that different. But the content was a goldmine. Yeah, he didn't wrestle with a werewolf, just stabbed it with a silver dagger. He didn't banish a banshee with some obscure spell, he simply added a basic ward in the village it attacked and used a laughing potion while the creature tried to break in to kill her from behind. Voyages with vampires had nothing about vampire hunts, it was just an explanation of their society and so on. The only piece of action was just some rogue young vampires that tried to attack a village which he weakened using the Lumos Solum charm and beheaded using a cutting curse. It wouldn't have worked if they were older or more powerful, but luckily, they were barely turned a few months before the confrontation and hadn't gotten their bloodlust under control. This was unexpected. No, this was more than unexpected. This was just too detailed and too close to the truth for it to not be at least reliable. Each method in the book could be found in a reference book or another. The spells used were explained in detail, down to the wand movements and the visualization aspect. It was suitable to be used as a textbook. But something was still nagging Harry. If he was some hero, then why did he force people to buy all of his books? Exclusive or not, he still made an absurd amount of gold in this sale. And giving first years and Newt students the same books was just illogical. They were worlds apart in terms of magical education. And that didn't explain Lockhart's obviously untrained magic, at least in terms of martial spells. Something was odd. Was he really a fraud? Or was there something else going on? Did Lockhart end up with the diary back in July and that was the consequences of it? If it was any other artifact, Harry would have noticed it, but the diary was a tricky little bugger. Speaking of the diary, he needed to start developing a way to survive the basilisk's glare. It was mostly done out of precaution, but he would rather not risk it. After all, he loses nothing by being prepared. The 5th of September 1992, Hogwarts. Did Lockhart end up with the diary back in July and that was the consequences of it? If it was any other artifact, Harry would have noticed it, but the diary was a tricky little bugger. Speaking of the diary, he needed to start developing a way to survive the basilisk's glare. It was mostly done out of precaution, but he would rather not risk it. After all, he loses nothing by being prepared. School had started for a few days and the entire student population wasn't sure what to think about the new defense professor. Lockhart was adored by the younger years because of his stories, and he was a good enough orator to make things stick slightly, but Newt students just thought that he was somewhat average. They were used to figuring things out by themselves after years of mediocre defense professors, but they honestly had no comments. The man just mainly stuck to the ministry curriculum, and the books were mildly helpful. Honestly, after the first read, the books weren't all that interesting. Don't get him wrong, they were far more interesting than the original books, and the magic used was very well explained, but even then, it was primarily stories, even if they were real ones. It was like someone had used aura reports while explaining the magic of each spell to teach defense. Yeah, it was interesting, but an actual textbook would have been more educational as it will include far more magic. Still, with the number of horrible defense against the dark arts professors, Lockhart was still one of the few that wasn't horrible and that was suspicious. Harry was sure the man was a fraud and this sudden rise in competence could theoretically be because of the diary's influence. According to the stories, Tom Riddle always wanted to be the defense professor and aiding a fraudulent professor was something a petty teenage pre-Dark Lord would do just to prove a point. Although Riddle's desire for the position could have been because of the influence over the next generation it would have given him. In a way, he wanted to be the next Dumbledore, something that the headmaster wouldn't allow as long as he was in power. All in all, Harry had enjoyed his first week at Hogwarts this year. Much of that enjoyment had actually come from the relative normality that had made up pretty much the entirety of the week. Binns was as boring as ever, Snape was as much of an ass, and the junior professors were just as useless as ever. Honestly, Harry barely even remembered their names. The most eventful things that had happened had been Ron Weasley's and Neville Longbottom's howlers, his early morning flying session with Cassius, his first lesson under the not-so-fake after all Gilderoy Lockhart, and of course, Harry's attempts at figuring out where the damned diary was. The Potter Scion had successfully put a small counting rune connected to a piece of parchment, which increments whenever someone enters each common room, on decrements whenever someone leaves. He did the same to the Great Hall, which he tied to each student's house, and one for each of the classrooms also with the same property. What most people don't know is that being sorted isn't just about wearing a different colored tie and just participating in the competition. The castle itself marks each sorted student to allow them to enter certain parts of the castle. They can be circumvented, of course, and the castle itself has this mischievous nature that would allow a few students to get past the wards, but the truth was that there was a reason no one could sneak into the Ravenclaw common room, even if it's only protected by a riddle. The riddle will only be spoken when a Ravenclaw asks it, and even then, there are other protections. It's the same reason why the Hufflepuff common room was still protected, even if it didn't even have a password, just a special knock. If you knew what you were doing, you could technically be able to tell the house of a student with the magic. However, for some reason the castle only allowed the wards to activate in public places. So, yeah, putting it in the bathroom with the entrance was a bust, so Harry stuck with his method. It was frustrating because he wouldn't have needed to do all of this if the castle just let him do it at the location of the entrance. It wouldn't have even let him put it outside the entrance to the male and female dormitory. Harry had snuck into each common room with his cloak and tried to do it, allowing him to pinpoint the gender of the possessed student as well. His enchantments just wouldn't hold. It was why he was stuck labeling the entrances to the common rooms, technically outside of it. If he had to guess, Harry would say that the castle allows students to add their own touch, and their own little mark during their education as long as it's in a public location. The common rooms, the bathrooms, and whatnot were just off limits, but the corridors and empty classrooms were alright. It was limiting, and frustrating, but he could make do. The small marker he put in the bathroom just wasn't permanent, it wasn't even a spell, just a trigger of movement. That was almost unseen, that wasn't even connected to the bathroom, but to a small artifact that Harry enchanted, not the other way around, which the castle seemed to accept for some reason. It was very confusing, to be honest, but at least he had a basic system that he could refine at any time. He could technically put it at the entrance of the bathroom, but that was honestly weird, and it was very possible that whoever was possessed by the diary would be able to notice the frankly basic ward in an empty corridor that held no magic. In a common room, they could easily ignore it as a precautionary issue from the school, but in front of the exact bathroom that was the entrance to the chamber, Riddle would know that someone knew about the chamber and about its entrance, and that would spell a lot of unnecessary trouble. Doing it by elimination was simply better. This would have been so easily solved if he had the damn Marauders map, if it even existed. According to the stories, the Weasley twins have it, and Harry didn't know where they hid what must be their most precious treasure. It could technically still be in Filch's office, so Harry had to plan to break in there and see if there was anything useful. He also still didn't know what to do about Lockhart. Technically, if anyone noticed the enchantments, they could think that they were made years ago to make sure no student was missing, but putting it on the entrance to a professor's room would be difficult to explain, especially if he was possessed by the diary. So, what to do? Harry wasn't exactly sure what to make of that issue. There was certainly a part of him that thought he was overthinking things, especially considering the utter mess of a detection system he had made, which wasn't efficient at all, and could be circumvented in many ways. He even ordered an omniocular of all things, to try to figure out its enchantment to craft something of his own. He was still waiting for Hedwig to return with the package. However, there was also a much larger, much more insistent part of him that was telling him he was most certainly not overthinking anything at all. In the end, he'd decided that as of now, he had made the best of his time to find out who has the cursed diary. It technically was functional, even if he could probably improve it since he rushed a lot of things, but he now had to focus on protecting him from the basilisk. It was, unsurprisingly, extremely complicated. This morning, Harry was planning to maintain his normal routine. He had just finished breakfast with Daphne, Blaise and Tracy. Now, he was off to the library to look for more information about the magical refraction effect. According to the books Arcturus Black had given him, it was this very magical effect that was used to fight basilisks. It wasn't perfect, but it was very complex in terms of magical theory. The idea was simple: when a spell touches a physical object, it tends to physically damage it, but if the object in question is spelled to be unbreakable, then one of three things happen. If the magic in the spell was higher than the one making the object unbreakable, the object is destroyed. If the magic is lower, then it's splashed around, and the enchantments are weakened. But curiously, if the object is transparent, the spell can go through it entirely, well, a part of the spell, while the other is refracted away, and the enchantment is barely affected. Someone had even tried to put it through a lens and the spell was somehow more focused. It was a very peculiar phenomenon that showed a certain similarity in the behavior of spells and the behavior of light. Now, by using a series of enchanted mirrors instead angled to cause the most refraction possible, each one removes a slight fraction of power from the spell which affects the enchantment itself. The spell gets weaker and weaker with each mirror until by the end of it it's basically harmless and can be surpassed by the inherent magical resistance all wizards and witches possess. In a way, the mirrors are turned into absorbing material and reflective at the same time. It reflects the magic while absorbing what remained, and the combination of multiple mirrors could take away from the spell, while not affecting the light coming in, allowing people to see through it. Of course, that's talking about huge mirrors with large spells. The basilisk's glare is magical, hence it works the same way. However, instead of using cumbersome mirrors, using goggles with dozens of miniature mirrors would work. They're awfully large, but still very useful and grant basic protection from the King of Serpents. The bigger issue is that they tended to break with prolonged eye contact, making the effects less potent, and sometimes even rendering them useless. The unbreakable enchantments were being overwhelmed by the glare, which was why Harry had a small alternative plan to the enchantment. The last basilisk hunt was almost 1,000 years back, and magic had come a long way since then, particularly jewel craft. Certain gems, when treated correctly, could hold a substantial amount of magic, enough to power wards for decades, and even centuries if they're filled entirely. It was a goblin technique that was reverse-engineered by a wizard a few centuries back, which actually sparked a goblin rebellion. Harry was hoping on getting a few gems and directing the energy reflected, not towards the unbreakable enchantment, but to be converted and stored as raw magic to enhance the enchantments itself, and maybe even power something else in the long run. This, combined with the advances in spatial charms, could theoretically make the googles somewhat wearable and not affect combat scenarios. It was a good plan, but the charms needed to do this project were just very advanced to even Newt students. That's not mentioning the tiny runes that need to be inscribed on every small mirror and the expansion charms that need to be somehow unaffected by the spell as well. It was a huge undertaking and by far Harry's largest magical project so far. At least he had a plan in place. He needed to buy the materials and enough practice to make it happen. Harry decided to go to the Ollery and use one of the school owls to order a rune carving kit, specialized for small objects, a few alchemically treated rubies to store the magic, as well as orichalcum to hold the enchantments and transfer the magic effectively. Damn, his vault was going to take a big hit after this. Of course, Harry's streak of normality was unfortunately about to come to a rather screeching halt, when a grinning Malfoy, followed by his lackeys, made his way to him. The Potter Science suppressed a groan. He just knew that this wouldn't go well. The 5th of September 1992, Hogwarts. Of course, Harry's streak of normality was unfortunately about to come to a rather screeching halt, when a grinning Malfoy, followed by his lackeys, made his way to him. The Potter Science suppressed a groan. He just knew that this wouldn't go well. Harry hadn't spoken a word to the bee, owned for months, ever since June really. After he had scared the crap out of the boy last year, Malfoy did his best to avoid Harry as much as possible. Although the Potter Scion had seen him in Diagon Alley once or twice, he didn't really see the point of talking to Malfoy of all people, especially since he was more interested in the boy's father and Tom Riddle's diary. Still, the bee, owned was very frightened of him and left Harry alone, which was exactly what he wanted. Unfortunately, Draco had somehow returned from the summer holidays with a bit more confidence than usual. Honestly, Harry was too preoccupied with not dying at the hands, well at the gaze, of a giant 1,000-year-old snake. That seemed to motivate the Malfoy Scion for some reason. Perhaps he thought that Harry was intimidated for some reason. He didn't really know what went on in the boy's head, and he didn't really care about it. The boy walked up to him with a smug grin on his face and Harry suppressed a groan. "What now, Potter?" the boy greeted. His two minions Crabbe and Goyle grunted in greeting as well. The Potter Scion didn't know why anyone would like to act like a bodyguard when they're 12, or why anyone would follow every order from someone their age. It was probably something their families asked of them, or if their actual families still practiced vassalage, even if it's been technically abolished for centuries. Well, before the Statute of Secrecy, lords from lower houses swore themselves to high lords as their vassals. Technically speaking, with the abolishment of nobility, these oaths were declared null and void. However, if someone was a blood purist who wanted to show how much they hated giving up their lands and titles to the Muggles during the Statute of Secrecy, Harry could see them imitate the vassalage system somewhat just to prove a point. And it's not like it was servitude. The High Lords provide their vassals with protection and sometimes even financial aid for their loyalty. It is an antiquated concept that would only make sense if there still were magical lords and wizarding nobles. The Malfoys were one of the wealthiest families out there who lost a lot when the statute was put in place. A lot of their business was in Muggle markets, and they held a rather large amount of land, all of which they needed to give up. It was logical why this family in particular would resent the Muggles who took away much of their power. Harry gave the Malfoy scion and his friends a soft smile. "Draco, Gregory, Vincent, it's nice to meet you. Did you have a nice summer?" For some reason, the young Malfoy was confused by his tone, but his two minions relaxed. "We went to the Quidditch season finale. Puddlemere United against the Holyhead Harpies. Puddlemere won. The game was almost 3 days long. They had to change the team around a lot so that the players could sleep." "That sounds fascinating. I hope you all had fun there," Harry replied. Crabbe answered this time, "Yeah, we did. It was nice, even if my mother didn't really like it." Draco seemed to get redder and redder as Harry talked and just exploded. "Potter, we didn't come here to talk about our summer holidays." "You didn't? Then why did you bring it up, then?" Harry asked with a confused tone. "I didn't. You're the one who talked about it," Malfoy said. "Oh, right, I did. Well, this was nice. We never really talk, do we? I'll catch up to you later." Harry pretended like the conversation was over and that he was leaving. "We're not done," the young Malfoy exclaimed. "We're not. Of course, we're not. Why do you think I came here to talk to you?" "If I had to guess," Harry mused out loud, "I'd say you were here to talk about our summers." "But didn't you say you didn't really want to talk about it?" "You're really giving away mixed signals, Draco dear." "No, I didn't want to talk about my summer." The B-owned protested. "Then why did you bring it up, then?" "I already said that I didn't." The boy was so red Harry was starting to get worried about him. It was honestly hilarious, and he wished that his friends were there to see it. "Oh, right. What were you talking about again? We didn't even get started." Draco Malfoy yelled. "Really, we've been talking for a while now. You really should go to the infirmary. You're looking awfully red, and that kind of temper isn't normal." "Did someone curse you?" "I'll admit to knowing very little about curses, but I can try to help you if you want." "I would still recommend you go to the infirmary though." The boy seemingly had enough because he yelled, "I got into the Quidditch team." The entire corridor stayed silent for a few seconds as the boy was gasping in exertion for some reason. Harry, who honestly didn't give a damn about Quidditch, put on a smile on his face. "Oh, that's great news. Which position did you get in?" "Seeker," the boy answered in a confused tone. "Yeah." Harry knew that the boy had bought himself a spot in the team. Well, his father did. It was what happened in the stories, and it didn't seem to be any different there, especially because the tryouts were in a week. And such an important position, too. "Now that's very impressive indeed," Harry nodded. "Yeah, but unfortunately, that means that you can't be on the team too," the boy answered with a solemn tone that was completely proven to be fake by the wide smile he was wearing. Harry simply shrugged. "I wasn't even planning on playing. I didn't even bring a broom with me, although now that I think of it, I should get one. I like flying, it relaxes me." "Wait, you weren't going to try out for a spot on the team?" Malfoy asked incredulously. "I don't really like Quidditch all that much, to be honest." "How can you not like Quidditch?" "People have their preferences," the Potter scion calmly answered, "just like you don't like eating vegetables, but I do. People can just not like things. I just find Quidditch to be needlessly violent with too many senseless rules that don't really mean much, and that's too hard to follow because there are 4 balls in the game. But that's just my opinion. I'm sure there are merits to the game I'm not seeing, but it's a personal preference. Quidditch isn't for everyone, I guess. Although, now that I think about your situation, if you're going to be the Seeker, what's going to happen to Warrington?" The boy held himself from exploding from the fact that Harry just didn't like Quidditch and calmed himself the more he explained it. "Well, Flint practically threw him out when he saw the brooms my father offered the Slytherin Quidditch team. And what kind of brooms were those? Harry asked while already knowing the answers. Nimbus 2001. My father bought 7 for the team. He likes to do things for me like that. It's a shame that you don't have anyone like him in your life, and even if you did, you'd probably end up broke. I heard the Potter finances were in a very bad shape after the war, so even if you had parents, they wouldn't have been able to do this. The boy's confused look turned triumphant at that. It was a petty dig and Harry wasn't particularly bothered by it. Yeah, he didn't have a parent, but he didn't really need one. As for the Potter finances, they didn't really look that great. It was enough for him to get by, but Harry had a few things planned to fix that. Still, the boy wanted to anger him, but Harry was a little above that. Instead, he put on a smile. I think I have enough to buy a few brooms, right? But you're right that it's a very expensive purchase. The Nimbus is like what, 200 galleons, right? More like 350, the boy corrected. All right, 350. That means that your father paid 2450 galleons just to help your team. And as admirable as that is, it looks from the outside that you bought your way into the team, while I'm sure that you have enough skill to back it up. It looks like favoritism, like what happened to Longbottom last year. The B.O. nodded, still not getting Harry's point. Yeah. Why should he get special treatment? Harry shook his head. You're not seeing the point. Do you remember what happened to our precious boy who lived when he lost that Hufflepuff game last year? His teammates utterly hated him. People made fun of him when he spoke, calling him a hack and a cheat. You'll have to work a lot to make sure that no one thinks you're unworthy of your position like Longbottom is his own. The boy paled, finally understanding what Harry was trying to get at. Yeah, the Potter scion understood how to make Malfoy tick, and that was to throw Longbottom in his face and let the boy's obsession and jealousy do the rest. But my father, the Malfoy scion protested. Your father is a very powerful man, Draco dear, but he's not a god. He'll do his best to help, but even he can't just stop people from thinking that you just bought your way into the team, that you're just a rich boy with money that likes to think he's good at Quidditch while he's horrible at it. Isn't that what they said about Longbottom? That he used his fame to get on the team when he was just mediocre. Do you want people to call you that? Or do you want to prove to the entire school that you're better than him? I want to show them that I'm better. The boy practically shouted. Well done. You have the passion, now you need dedication. Train like your life depends on it. For every hour Longbottom trains, you'll do 2 on your own. I want you to show the entire school that you're the best seeker around. Make them understand that the brooms are just tools and that you're just that good. You are that good, aren't you? I'm the best seeker in the school, the B.O. answered with a proud smile on his face. Then I look forward to seeing you play, Draco Malfoy. The Malfoy scion gave him a wide beam and practically ran to the Quidditch field, followed by his 2 minions who hadn't said a word after their greetings at first. Sometimes messing with that boy was too much fun. Draco was, at heart, a spoilt brat that wanted people to acknowledge him but didn't want to do enough effort to make it happen. Harry just gave him a little push to dedicate his time to Quidditch a bit more. For all the boy wanted to brag about his father bribing the Quidditch captain with an absurd amount of money for something as asinine as a Quidditch team position, one that the B.O. didn't even need since he sure as hell wasn't going to play professionally. He was being quite foolish by talking about it so openly. However, Harry just scared him and motivated him at the same time. A boy with such a large ego would do his best to not be humiliated by the public, and that's not even counting his competitive desire to defeat his rival. Yeah, the boy was going to train night and day to make that happen. This was how Harry was able to give the entire castle a vacation from Malfoy for at least a couple of months. Yeah, you're welcome, Hogwarts. The 5th of September 1992, Hogwarts. However, Harry just scared him and motivated him at the same time. A boy with such a large ego would do his best to not be humiliated by the public, and that's not even counting his competitive desire to defeat his rival. Yeah, the boy was going to train night and day to make that happen. This was how Harry was able to give the entire castle a vacation from Malfoy for at least a couple of months. Yeah, you're welcome, Hogwarts. By the time Harry arrived in the Great Hall, he was congratulating himself on the way he dealt with Malfoy. It was so simple. He didn't need to intimidate the boy or threaten him. Just confuse him and distract him with someone else. A boy like him was given everything he ever asked for, only treasured things he earned. Oh, he was still prone to a tantrum if he was ever refused anything, but giving him a challenge, something that means something to him, like proving to the entire school that he was better than Longbottom, but also threatening his pride if his performance is disappointing. The carrot and the stick, and at the same time, where his own pride is enforcing both. And to do it, he'll need to be too dedicated to bother stroking his ego with his little taunts and bullying, since he has a lot on the line. Yeah, Harry was proud of coming up with this in a second, and it showed with the smile he was wearing on his face as he sat next to his friends. Tracy looked at him and grumbled, "What are you so happy about?" She was always grumpy in the morning, that one, and Harry was too good of a mood to let that ruin it. "I just took care of something rather annoying." Blaise snorted, "Speaking of annoying, have any of you seen how Malfoy's been strutting around ever since he bought his way into the Quidditch team? I really wanted to punch his face. Yeah, he spent the entire day saying that he was the new leader of our year and that we all had to listen to him," Daphne complained. "Guys, he's not that bad. It's just some posturing because he's happy. It'll blow over quickly," Harry said. "I don't know why you're so unconcerned about it, Harry. You're the one Draco is trying to dethrone." The Potter Scion raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" "As the leader of our year," Daphne answered slowly, like he was dumb or something, "you must have noticed that we all keep following your lead. That's not just our group, but all of our Slytherin classmates. You're in a prime position to get a good position in the Slytherin court next year, while Draco has done nothing but lose confrontations with you and throw his father's name around." Yeah, the infamous Slytherin's court. Honestly, he didn't know anything concrete what it was. No one did unless they were part of it. There had to be privileges and responsibilities that came with it. As far as he could tell, the court was in charge of making house laws and punishing the people who break them. They arranged for the yearly rituals and protected the younger members of the house from being bullied. People still had grudges against members of the House of Snakes because of Voldemort's war. But outside of that, they were a basic smuggling ring of sorts. You paid them to court with a favor or something of equal value, and in exchange, you can ask for anything, be it information on another student, help on an assignment, an illegal ingredient of sorts, or banned books on forbidden magics. Everything had a price in the House of Snakes, and the court embodied that characteristic. To be perfectly honest, it wasn't really that big of a deal to Harry, who was mostly preoccupied with discovering more about magic as possible, but it could give him enough contacts when he tries to raise the Potter name in the future. His magic would be enough, but old magical families still had enough pull to make things difficult for him. People fought tooth and nail to be part of the court, even in the lower echelons. The positions were based on chess, oddly enough. The game was pretty popular in the House of Snakes, and there were tournaments for people to showcase their skills, but those were limited to upper years. As for the court position, there were exactly 20 positions in the court. It's made up of 11 pawns, 2 knights, 2 bishops, 2 rooks, 2 queens and a single king, the undisputed leader of the house, not that anyone knows who any member was. Outside of the pawns and the king, the positions are named after black and white. For example, there was a knight of black, and a knight of white, taken in by 2 different people. As stated before, the king was the one that commands the house and makes the rules. The queens are his ambassadors, in a way. They rule when the king is not there. The rooks are the enforcers. They are charged with the protection of the house's interest and enforcing its unspoken rules. The bishops are the researchers, which are involved whenever a magical matter is needed, like adding in a ward or an enchantment. The knights protect the members of the house from outside threats, like bullies from other houses. Finally, the pawns are just there to help in any way, and should they prove their worth, they are upgraded to a higher piece with better responsibility. Now, the entire upper court, all the pieces aside from the pawns, votes for the candidature of the next pawns. They also vote for promotions from any piece to one of the queens, and when a king leaves the castle and graduates, which queen to take their place. It was a very convoluted way to make some kind of hierarchy in the House of Snakes, which honestly doesn't mean much in the long term outside of the connections you make for fellow members of the court, and maybe the quick response if you want something to be made. It was a dramatic way to structure a house, but well, the House of Snakes was dramatic, wasn't it? There were probably more rules and regulations on that front, but that was what his friends had told him, anyway. Harry was brought out of his thoughts when he felt someone poking him. It was Daphne. Come on Harry, you spaced out again. Hey, I was just thinking. About the court? Tracy questioned with a sly grin. The Potter scion shrugged, maybe. Honestly, for all its perks, I still don't see the point. Yeah, it's nice and everything, but it's not something I'm willing to go to great lengths to get. And if all it took was a Quidditch position and a bribe to get accepted into the court, it would lose a lot of its meaning. But, Tracy started. Blaise interjected, he has a point, Trace. Everyone and their mother know that Malfoy spent a small fortune to buy his way into the team. The brunette pouted, but he's been so insufferable though. I wanted Harry to scare him away again. Well, I don't know about scaring him away, Harry said, but I did make sure that he would stop bothering us. Three heads snapped towards him the moment he finished speaking. How in Morgana's name did you manage to do that? Daphne exclaimed. I just reminded him about the position he put himself in. He could beat Longbottom and show everyone he's superior, or he could fail miserably, and he'll be a laughingstock. He already made our house look back and corrupt since he bought his way in, so he needs to prove to the entire school that he's worth more than a Gringotts vault full of gold. What he did was a gamble and I put it in front of him enough to motivate and scare him into spending every single free moment training for the match. And since the match with Gryffindor is the closest one, he'll be too busy to do anything. See, I don't always have to be violent. Harry ignored his friends' gaping faces and thought back to the situation Flint was in. Honestly, the Potter scion could sympathize with the Quidditch captain. Taking the broom was strategically the better choice, not just in terms of winning the Quidditch Cup, but to dominate the other houses and impress the scouts. Better brooms mean that Flint has a better chance at getting an internship, then a sponsorship, and finally achieving the career of his dreams. So, yeah, at the cost of a single teammate and a slight loss of reputation, the brooms were worth it. The Potter scion looked back to his friends before wondering, that's even assuming the brooms were better than the previous model. What? The three of them exclaimed at once. Harry rolled his eyes. Brooms are known to be released every 3 years. It's the time necessary to develop and remove any issues there might be. And since the Nimbus 2000 was only praised in the international scene, the quick release of the 2001 model means that it's either a money grab, and the brooms are essentially the same, or they rushed the development of this broom for some reason, which means that they won't be as stable as the normal 2000 model. They could be technically faster and just better in some ways, but they won't be as stable. So, in the best case, Malfoy was cheated by buying what is probably a prettier Nimbus 2000, or in the worst case, he bought brooms that might hinder the team, and in this case, everyone loses. And while the Nimbus series is perfect for seekers, beaters would prefer stability over speed to aim properly, and chasers don't really go that fast, but need to be agile. Tracy was the first one to stop staring at him. How do you know so much about Quidditch? I thought you hated the game. I don't, Harry answered, I just like to know about the market. Just because I don't personally like the sport doesn't mean that I'm interested in the economic benefits that can come from it. You're planning on investing in its competitors when the professional players start complaining, Daphne spoke up with a start. Yeah, I already have a few meetings coming up. I need to get things going a bit since the Potter vaults aren't looking that good in the first place. Yeah, financially speaking, the Potter family wasn't that well off after 2 consecutive wars. And with money in the Muggle world being practically useless, it wasn't really a reliable way of income since he was planning on staying in the magical world. Of course, he was going to have a little nest egg there, in case he was ever in trouble, or just wanted to buy something from the non-magical side of the world, but he was leaving it for the following summer. So, yeah, in terms of the magical world, the only product he knew was going to be very successful was the Firebolt broom. He had looked everywhere for any mention of it and found nothing, except for a designer that was laughed at by all broom manufacturers in the country for trying some weird method of incorporating enchantments into the wood, making them more precise and more powerful but a lot more expensive to manufacture. The man, Terence Smythe, had started his company with his life savings, and Harry had all the man for a demonstration and details to invest in the company. It was mostly just fact-checking, but it was an easy way for him to make money. Most of the meetings were scheduled during Christmas vacation when he would be free enough to make financial deals. He still needed to set up some paperwork for the ministry to be able to invest legally, but it should go through rather easily since heirs are often encouraged to invest with their allowances. Still, with a concrete plan to deal with the financial side of his duties, Harry thought back to his main problem. The basilisk. With the ingredients still not having arrived, Harry needed to figure out how to actually fight a basilisk in case he had no other choice. And for that, Harry would need one of his most powerful assets, one that had saved his life in the past, and unfortunately, one that he still had no idea how to use. He needed to figure out how to use his magical crest. The 8th of September 1992, Hogwarts. Still, with a concrete plan to deal with the financial side of his duties, Harry thought back to his main problem. The basilisk. With the ingredients still not having arrived, Harry needed to figure out how to actually fight a basilisk in case he had no other choice. And for that, Harry would need one of his most powerful assets, one that had saved his life in the past, and unfortunately, one that he still had no idea how to use. He needed to figure out how to use his magical crest. The weekend was over, and Harry hadn't really progressed in finding a way to kill the basilisk. He didn't want to fight the damn snake, but if he had no choice in the matter, it was better to have at least a plan in place. As far as he could tell, a basilisk had very few weaknesses. Well, they couldn't really be called weaknesses, more like vulnerabilities. Their skin was impervious to all magic and was pretty much indestructible. The venom had some kind of bullshit magic negation properties, that's not to mention that it could eat through mundane objects as if it was acid. The only weaknesses were the eyes, which also happened to be one of its greatest weapons, and its open maw. Even then, the very flesh of a basilisk was resistant to magic, meaning that spells would not really affect the damn thing. Although a rooster's cry could kill hatchlings, and severely hurt young basilisks, it doesn't really affect the older ones, which develop an immunity to it as they grow. Perhaps, somehow amplifying the impact of the rooster's cry was a viable option. Nah, he would need to study basilisks in general and have a few to test his theory before perfecting it, and that wasn't really possible. And if it was a viable option, the old basilisk hunters would have done it somehow, yet there was no mention of this method being implemented. What the old hunters did was train an entire generation of blind bats to attack the thing's eyes, and after it was blind, they would either try to immobilize it or kill it with enchanted weapons into the brains. Back then, it was the knight's duty to kill the monsters threatening the populace, and of course, they were equipped with the finest enchanted weaponry and armor, sometimes even blades of legendary power that had existed for centuries. As for how they immobilized the beasts, thankfully, ice was surprisingly effective. A basilisk is a giant snake, and it prefers a hotter environment. Master cryomancers were often employed to freeze the creatures and chain them up in enchanted ice until the knights killed them. Even just making the battlefield cold was enough to slow basilisks down, making the other steps go smoothly. Yeah, wizards were really beep in the Middle Ages, and even then, it took teams of around 100 wizards to hunt a single basilisk, and now Harry could possibly need to do it by himself, and that was King terrifying. He needed to get started on cryomancy and get his hands on any kind of enchanted weaponry, to either copy it if he could or just use it in desperation. He had already scoured the forbidden section for books on cryomancy and started practicing it slightly. His progress was somewhat slow, but it was still good enough. After all, cryomancy was more than just casting ice spells. It was the pure manipulation of ice and cold. A master cryomancer could literally freeze anything, and manipulate the element without a second's thought. There weren't any spells or rituals, just pure magical manipulation. The young Slytherin might be a magical prodigy, but the mastery over any element took decades of hard work. And even if he was cheating a bit with his arcane hearing, it would take a month for Harry to be proficient enough to use it reliably. A master ice mage could literally freeze fiendfire. That's how dangerous this is. It was so far beyond anything taught in Hogwarts it wasn't even funny. As far as he could tell, only a handful of actual cryomancers were still alive in the world, and they were taught that skill when they joined a guild, definitely not before. Ice magic always leaves this sense of detachment in Harry. If he had to describe it using his arcane hearing, it would be like having a strict song that's rhythmic and measured, with something like a drumroll in the back. In the past few days, Harry was able to move an ice cube with just cryomancy, not telekinesis. He was a long way from king the heat from an atmosphere or creating giant icicles out of nowhere, but it was still progressing. The books he had found were not really impressive. It was just the basics of how the magic worked, with a few exercises to get familiar, but it was enough to get going. A competent wizard doesn't need step-by-step instructions, after all, just an understanding of the theory and enough time for experimentation. To be a mage is to walk with death. Now, a problematic part of his research so far had been about weapons. Having spent the entire weekend learning about ice magic, Harry wanted to take a little break and see what he could unearth about magical weaponry in the library, and it was a pretty complicated subject. Legendary magical weapons were generally either made with adamantine or goblin silver. There were rumors about the exitance of mithril, but no traces of the miracle metal could be seen today. Adamantine was pretty much an alchemically treated metal that was pretty much indestructible once it was forged. It was pretty useful in armor since it had also magic negating properties. But for the enchantments to hold permanently, goblin silver was used. No one knew how it was made, only that the goblins outright denied making any more of it after Godric Gryffindor died without returning the sword he had commissioned from them. When they refused, everyone started refusing, which started an entire goblin rebellion. No one knew how it was made, nor why goblins were so enraged whenever someone refused to return it, but what is known about the metal is that it can be very easily enchanted to a ridiculous degree and that it can absorb whatever makes it strong, including potions and elixirs. It was honestly overpowered and could make some ridiculous swords. There were rumors the swords of the Knights of the Round Table were made of goblin silver, and well, Galantine, Gwain's sword which summons a solar flare of all things. Yeah, that was both awesome and terrifying. But the bad thing was that magical weapons were officially banned from the Wizengamot after the war with Grindelwald. Apparently, families who had access to these weapons used them, which caused a lot of damage and deaths. A lot of weapons were confiscated and destroyed for crimes against wizard kind, and the very knowledge of magical forging and developing said weapons were also banned thanks to a Wizengamot vote passed in 1947. This was limited to Britain alone. The rest of Europe had been quite happy to keep their swords, staffs, scepters and mighty artifacts. Honestly, most of the books who wrote about it called it one of the stupidest decisions ever made in magical Britain, but they were kinda polite about it. They weren't books as much as rants. Albus Dumbledore was especially vilified because he spearheaded the movement, and in a post-war scenario, he was practically a godly figure that no one really wanted to oppose. Long story short, Harry needed some goblin silver to make a weapon good enough to do something about it. Any information about forging weapons was censored heavily, but Harry could manage if he had access to them somehow. This was a dead end, but he could ask Arcturus Black about it later. He could give him enough pointers. Harry spent the entire time eating his dinner practically thinking about a way to survive what was coming. The materials for the glasses still hadn't come, and he had nothing to really injure the creature. The enchantment on the chamber entrance still hadn't been triggered, so that was still a dead end. The Potter Scion ignored the gossip about Malfoy getting into a fight with the Gryffindor Quidditch team because of some misunderstanding about reserving the Quidditch pitch or something. It ended up with Weasley cursing himself to vomit slug. Harry had forgotten that the redhead had broken his wand, which was a danger to himself and to others. He'll talk to Professor McGonagall about it later. But yeah, Malfoy was obsessed with his Quidditch practice and had left everyone alone so far. His rivalry with Longbottom was finally being useful for something, which was making him go away. The Slytherin common room was eerily calm these days. Anyway, there was only one avenue that Harry hadn't explored yet that might be of some help. His magical crest. The very thought made the thing tingle slightly on his. The last 2 times he had used it, it had practically kept him dry, and he wasn't even in control of himself. In a life and death situation, it was somewhat useful, but just practicing could accidentally kill him somehow. No, he had to try. He couldn't just stay afraid of his own heritage. What he had done the last time were very intensive tasks. There had to be something in the crest that wouldn't nearly kill him for just using it. Harry nodded to himself, his eyes filled with determination. Hadn't he said that he would no longer act like a coward? It was his family's legacy, his legacy, that he was afraid of. The crest had nearly killed him twice because there was no other choice. He had never trained using it, believing the books about the fact that the magic in the crests manifests after the 13th birthday of any mage. But that was for normal mages, and well, when had Harry ever been normal? The green-eyed boy stood up suddenly from the Slytherin table and started to walk away. Daphne held his arm. "Where are you going?" Harry gave her a gentle smile. "I just got an idea about something I was struggling with. I'll spend the night practicing magic a bit. I know I've been distant in the last few days, but I promise I'll make time for all of you, but this can't wait. Don't wait for me in the common room, I might be a little late." He didn't even wait for her to answer before walking out of the Great Hall. His body moved on its own, already knowing Harry's desired destination. It was in front of a familiar tapestry of a troll dancing in a ballet uniform. He opened the room of requirements, asking for a place to learn how to activate his magical crest safely. The room ended up giving him a relaxing office with some soft music playing in the background. Harry breathed a peaceful sigh before he sat on the chair and started thinking about how to activate his crest. The last time it happened, it was because he was in danger, so the crest must have had an automatic danger sensing mechanism that activated and allowed it to take over. The young wizard had never heard of any defense measure of this nature in any other crest, but he wasn't a specialist and people tended to hide what their magical crests could do. But it shouldn't only activate when it deals with a crest. Harry needed to channel his magic through his crest. He expected to feel pain, but it was strangely warm. The raven in Harry's started to glow, and it looked like it was moving slightly. Suddenly, Harry's mind was filled with a small arsenal of spells. He knew there was more later since the spells he had used during the few times he had activated the crest by accident were not there. Slowly, Harry chose one of them while looking at a pillow in front of him. It was a basic telekinetic push spell, and he activated it. Harry could feel his magic start to heat up, and some kind of glowing magical circle appeared in front of him. It glowed slightly and the pillow was banished away. It was far more draining than a standard banishing charm, but despite it, Harry grinned to himself. He had finally used his magical crest on purpose. The 26th of September 1992, Hogwarts. Slowly, Harry chose one of them while looking at a pillow in front of him. It was a basic telekinetic push spell, and he activated it. Harry could feel his magic start to heat up, and some kind of glowing magical circle appeared in front of him. It glowed slightly and the pillow was banished away. It was far more draining than a standard banishing charm, but despite it, Harry grinned to himself. He had finally used his magical crest on purpose. After a few weeks of school, things started to stabilize slightly. The usual start of the year hostilities was stopped pretty easily when McGonagall and Snape gave enough detentions to scare the overeager firsties into submission. Yeah, the Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry was practically a school tradition at this point, but they do end up calming up slightly afterwards. Yeah, Harry forgot about the whole thing, to be honest, and it took a reminder from Blaise asking his opinion on how it was handled compared to the previous year. It didn't even come close to the outright war that Longbottom and Malfoy caused the previous year. Thankfully, the two rivals chose another arena to challenge each other at Quidditch. The two 12-year-olds did their best to spend every free moment practicing seeker drills and learning difficult maneuvers. Honestly, it looked kinda cool and Harry wondered if he should buy a personal broom just to go flying whenever he wants. He remembered it being somewhat relaxing, and he did earn his license in his flying lesson, so could buy it without it being an issue. It was still a relatively expensive purchase all things considered. It was technically classified as a vehicle and priced accordingly, and it didn't make sense to buy one just for the sake of doing so. His vault already took a big hit with the materials for his anti-basilisk glare research, and adding in more expenses just wasn't worth the risk. Seriously, the 10,000 galleons that his parents had left him was a tidy sum, but it could be drained pretty quickly if he's not careful. He wasn't like Lucius Malfoy, who literally spent over 2,000 galleons just to buy his son a spot in a school Quidditch team. That's literally a fifth of Harry's vault on a trivial matter, while the young Potter was literally counting every piece of gold when buying materials that could save his life. A part of Harry wanted to be resentful at the injustice, but looking at the general populace, he was in a far better position than most of them. And he already knew how to make money, he understood investments and had a few plans in place. It wouldn't be instant, but he could see his fortune growing after a few years. He just needed all the capital he could have to start investing. The magical world didn't have stocks like the Muggle one because there was no need for it. Magical communities are pretty small, and the people with enough money to make significant investments are even smaller. The stock exchange was optimized to be used by millions of people in millions of companies. In the magical world, where everyone knew each other, there was no need for something like that. You owned a business like you owned a house. You register it with the ministry, and you can sell percentages of it like you want. But the actual sale is a private affair. It isn't as impersonal as the Muggle stock. You pretty much bought a part of someone's property and shared the same percentage of their profit or their losses. Harry had contacted a few companies, mostly selling charmed items and the like, and had set up a few meetings in the Christmas holidays. The Potter scion was ready to make his family name rise once more. So, yeah, between preparing for these meetings, figuring out his magical crest, making plans for the anti-basilisk goggles, his daily occlumency practice, and his venture into cryomancy, was it any wonder that Harry missed the school gossip? Honestly, he barely hung out with his friends, that was how busy he was. His friends weren't pressing, but Harry could tell that they weren't happy with him. He really wanted to make it up to them, but it wasn't his fault that he was the only one who knew about the weapon of mass destruction coming to the castle. At least, he had made some progress with his crest. It took 2 grueling weeks of effort. Harry was able to make a good enough assessment of how his progress with his crest was going. What was available to him so far were standard spells that were cast using magical circles and not a wand. There were 2 methods of casting the spells, either by casting by channeling magic into the crest and picking the spell, or by actually learning how magic circles work. There was no reason why the spells that were available in the crest so far wouldn't be used by the public, so Harry was able to slightly reverse engineer how magical circles work and found that they were very different from how wands work. Well, technically, the circle shaped and channeled a wizard's magic the same way a wand does, it just requires more attention to do it. But damn were they complicated. It took 2 weeks for the Potter scion to reverse engineer the telekinetic push he had cast previously, and he finally understood the limitations of magic circles. Well, the more you understand how it works, the less magic it uses. It's like a combination of the crest and raw magic filling in the gap to cast it without knowing what it is. So, an untrained wizard would consider using magical circles to be a waste of magic, but one that understands it could make it more specific and also alter it to suit his purpose at a whim. It took all of Harry's impressive intellect and his arcane magic to learn a single spell properly. It was like a combination of a puzzle and a riddle using a runic language that he hadn't seen anywhere in his life, that he needed to solve and give the answer in some kind of mathematical poetry. So, yeah, it was as much an art as a science, and if it wasn't for the crest helping him understand the language, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. But now, he had mastered the single spell, and it was somewhat handy since he didn't need to use his hand to materialize the circle. He could use it to push himself, alter the power of each push, and even make platforms to send him in the air from the base of his feet. It was fun jumping around the room of requirements with it, to be honest. But Harry knew that he had a long way to go, still. This was only a single spell of only a fraction of what was really inside the crest. He still had a lot to do, but he decided to spend the day hanging out with his friends. To be perfectly frank, Harry needed to take a breather, to shut off his brain for a little while. He spent weeks doing nothing but focusing on complex arithmetic problems and alchemy arrays. He needed a small break to not overwork himself too much. Plus, his friends already made the effort of joining the dueling club just to spend time with him, and it would be inconsiderate to ignore them. So, yeah, after classes, Harry decided to forego his usual training and just spend time with them in their common room. They seemed somewhat surprised, but glad at the same time. They laughed and joked around until it was time for the first dueling club session of the year. So, they made their way to the Great Hall to meet with Flitwick. His welcome speech was around the same, with a broad definition of dueling, and the schedules. The biggest change was the fact that only Harry's yearmates were there. It was probably because of the sheer size of the class. For some reason, Harry's own inclusion in the club the year prior made it a commodity of sorts. Harry and his friends were the only ones from Slytherin, but Sue Lee and both the Pottle twins and Seamus Finnegan were there. Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott were the only Hufflepuffs around. That is a total of 10 students from just this year, compared to the 5 that made up the third-year group. That was like a quarter of their entire year. Did he do things differently at the beginning of the year? Harry didn't know, but after giving away their schedule, The half-goblin said something that he hadn't revealed the previous year. Now, here's the kicker. The truth is that dueling isn't for everyone. No matter how much you like the sport, if you don't have a modicum of talent or you don't even try to improve yourself, you're more likely to be wasting both my time and yours for no reason. I will be investing in every single one of you, and if you decide to make a career out of dueling, I will do my best to give you sponsors and the best trainers around. That is a privilege, not a right. Your entire first semester here will be a test of sorts. During the progression of these sessions, I will be making remarks about your progress. If you show a smidge of potential, I will let you go to the second semester. If you don't, well, I will not be inviting you back and you will be kicked out of the club. That tone was so different from the jovial one he had during lessons. He had this seriousness and intensity to him that Harry didn't know the man could express. But the test thing did surprise Harry slightly. He didn't know about it at all. Although it did explain why people were pretty angry with him when he joined on a whim. He didn't go through the test, and that screamed of favoritism. At least, that was until the professor said that he was a probationary member and that he would be tested. They must have assumed that he had the test as well, only it was accelerated. Of course, the other students had questions. Padma Patil was the first to raise his hand. Is this something new? Because I never heard of this when I asked about the club. The professor shrugged. It's not a secret, but people tend to be ashamed when they leave the club, so they don't really brag about it. Either way, I have been doing this for over a decade, so there are no special circumstances. It's also why each year group is often smaller than the number of people joining. So, how many of us will stay? Susan Bones asked. You could all stay if you were all talented, or you could all be kicked out. It depends on your performance. But I found that around half of the second-year members are eliminated. Everyone's eyes widened. Half. It was pretty rough, to be honest. The idea of only half the people passing an exam was alien to them. However, in Harry's previous life, there were university courses that just had a high failure rate. It was worrying the first couple of times, but you got used to it. Of course, Seamus Finnegan couldn't keep his mouth shut. What about Potter? It's not fair that we have to do our exams, but not him. Mr. Finnegan, whatever gave you the illusion that Harry Potter didn't pass the test last year? He did, and he was the best student at his level. The only reason that I chose to make him stay is because you are his year mates, and the competitions that I'll be signing you in will be often based on age, so it would complicate things. But if it's a demonstration you desire, then it will be one you will get. Mr. Potter, how about we have a little practice duel to show your classmates what they should expect to learn? I always like to start these things with a little demonstration. The 26th of September 1992, Hogwarts. Mr. Finnegan, whatever gave you the illusion that Harry Potter didn't pass the test last year? He did, and he was the best student at his level. The only reason that I chose to make him stay is because you are his year mates, and the competitions that I'll be signing you in will be often based on age, so it would complicate things. But if it's a demonstration you desire, then it will be one you will get. Mr. Potter, how about we have a little practice duel to show your classmates what they should expect to learn? I always like to start these things with a little demonstration. Harry didn't like to be put on the spot, especially when something else was on his mind. He liked things to be organized, scheduled, with enough room for randomness. He didn't think that he would be fighting Professor Flitwick for the first time in front of his classmates, and from a look at the professor, the Potter Scion knew didn't really have a choice in declining. And so, he simply nodded and walked up to the platform. He couldn't hold back in this test, not really. Flitwick would know immediately and punish him for it. And honestly, for all his prowess in dueling, Harry wasn't really a violent person. He was an academic, and that's where he shined the most. Truth be told, he would have declined the invitation to join this club if it wasn't an easy way to get away from Quirrell the previous year, but he grew to like the art aspect of it. There was just something about analyzing and tactically countering spells that were mystifying to Harry, and that was what he liked about dueling. Everyone else either wants it as an easy way to get gold and fame, which, considering how pitiful most of the British dueling roster was in the international scene, was fairly possible. The other just like fighting opponents, but Harry never really liked the idea of violence all that much. Oh, he understood that it had its uses, but only as a show of power or as a last resort. Just responding to everything with a curse or a hex was just impractical and an easy way to make enemies. Still, for an entire semester, Harry had asked the professor for an opportunity at fighting him, not because he wanted to prove something, but to see how high the bar was. Oh, the half-goblin was obviously taking it easy on everyone, even the 7th years, but there was something that motivated Harry into being the first that would make the professor sweat, even if it was a long way away. So, yeah, while Harry was miles ahead of most senior students in runes, magical theory, advanced arithmancy, and spellcrafting, it didn't really translate to dueling skills. So even if everyone knew that Harry was above all others in terms of magical knowledge, it wouldn't be suspicious to take this seriously. But damn, people were going to be very annoying. At least the rumors would stop anyone from pestering him. Harry bowed to his professor, who did the same, and he took a balanced stance, not knowing what Flitwick was doing. The stance that the professor was using was weird, but it seemed to work for him. From the angle of his wand and how his legs were bent, he could tell that it was an attacking one to compensate for his lack of height while taking advantage of his enhanced reflexes that came with the goblin blood. It didn't take long for the professor to cast the first spell. He was fast, that was certain, and so were his spells somehow. Harry stopped pondering about what could affect a spell's speed and chose to simply conjure a repelling shield, angling the spell towards the one following it, before sending in a disarming charm. The half-goblin ducked under. The professor gave him a mocking smile and Harry responded with a spell chain, 3 basic casts followed by a flipendo and a descendo. The idea was of straining a potential shield and flip the opponent over before pulling him down. Of course, the professor countered these spells in a fraction of a second, making them fade into nothing. It was amazing to his arcane hearing. It was like the man was somehow untying them like knots. It was strangely beautiful. Still, with the duel still continuing, the professor used his first large-scale charm. It seems like the prodding portion of the duel was over. The man conjured a boulder and sent it at Harry, who, with a wave of his wand, cut it cleanly in half. Harry levitated one of the half-boulders and sent it back at the professor and used that as a distraction to point his wand at the dueling platform, making it go up and down like it was made of rubber before sending it towards the professor, hoping the wave would push him off. What Harry didn't expect was the professor to use the coming wave to propel himself over the boulder and send a stunning charm at Harry. The Potter Scion was barely able to duck under the spell and responded by summoning the boulder from behind the professor. Alas, the professor sensed the coming threat and waved his wand behind him without even looking, and the boulder turned into a swarm of butterflies with metallic wings, who suddenly flew aggressively towards Harry, who in his panic yelled out, "Ignis!" The flamethrower charm, or Ignis, wasn't that difficult to cast, but the scale that Harry used it was impressive. The wave of fire consumed the coming insects and came towards the professor, who didn't shield against them. Yeah, flame-resistant charms could easily protect against this spell. Harry decided not to risk his vision by casting a wave of wind to dissipate the flames and maybe take the professor by surprise. Unsurprisingly, the half-goblin stood there unperturbed with a slightly proud smile on his face. Of course, Harry decided not to let himself be distracted by it. The man was awfully tricky, and it was the right decision since the professor's speed doubled suddenly and the man started sending spells as if he was a machine gun. Harry tried to counter a few of them, but it was just too fast, and Harry hid behind a Protega shield hoping to weather the storm. In dueling, hiding behind a shield was a last resort. It meant that you were on your last legs, and Harry knew that in theory, but the practical part was a lot different than he envisioned. He'd never been in this position before and he needed a plan quickly enough. Harry looked at the variables around him and a small plan formed around him. The shield he was using was a Protega shield, which is usually taught to all students. Layered shielding was pretty useful in certain professions, but not really in dueling, and there were a lot of layered shields out there that were combined with the Protega one. Harry slowly morphed the inside of the shield into a smaller layer and slowly charmed it to absorb a fraction of each attacking spell. Around a minute later, the outer layer of the shield started fracturing, and Harry created a third layer, a repelling one, just above the absorbing layer, and let the outer shell break. It started a cascading effect. The power in the absorbing layer was sent to the repelling one, who was overcharged enough to create a giant blast of telekinetic and magic repelling shield that sent the entire barrage of spells as well as a telekinetic force towards Harry's opponent. Harry saw how the professor had to shield against the attack and used this distraction to create another one. He made an illusion of himself and made it look like he was charging for a lightning spell, while his invisible self sent in a shield breaker and a disarming charm, followed by an overcharged banishing charm. Surprisingly enough, it worked slightly. The shield breaker worked, but the disarming charm was countered. The banishing charm seemed to have been countered but only partially, and the professor looked like he had been pushed slightly. The trick with the illusion had distracted the man enough to land a hit. Even if he saw through it in seconds, it was enough for Harry. The half-goblin looked at Harry in disbelief before grinning. The man then animated 2 ropes that Harry hadn't seen, and which made him try to banish them. Of course, the professor used this distraction to disarm Harry and banish him away, making him the loser of the duel. Flitwick then slowly walked towards Harry and gave him a wide smile. "An excellent showing, Mr. Potter. But remember to watch your surrounding and not freeze up. The moment you started your plan, you were so focused that you didn't notice a discreet attack coming your way. A skilled opponent uses more than one attack at a time, preferably in different mediums. And try not to overcomplicate your plans. Simple strategies are known to work better than complex ones because of their flexibility. Outside of that, I have to say that you have exceeded my already high expectations I had of your skill. Good job." Harry smiled slightly. "Thank you, Professor." The Potter Scion knew that the man was still holding back a lot in their fight, but he hadn't let the spell hit him. Holding back or not, Harry scored a hit, even a partial one, and that was an achievement and a half. Slowly, Harry got up and stiffened when he noticed his classmates' stares. He had forgotten entirely about them while he was fighting. Yeah, Seamus Finnegan was so pale that he looked sick, but the rest just kept gaping at him. They had probably never seen this kind of magical combat before. It must have grated them how much Harry was holding back whenever they confront him. Damn, there were going to be rumors about this, especially with Parvati Patil being there. Still, that should prevent idiots from trying to provoke him too much. So, Harry decided to ignore them all and just towards his friends instead. They were gaping as well, but the moment he walked towards them, he was met with a gushing Daphne. "Harry, that was amazing. I didn't know you could fight like that." That seemed to wake everyone out of their funk for a few minutes, while Harry decided to answer, "You can learn all of this if you dedicate yourself to these sessions. As long as you take it seriously, there's no reason why you can't do the same in a semester or 2. Professor Flitwick nodded. "That's absolutely correct, even if Mr. Potter is very talented in the field, with enough time and dedication, there is no reason you cannot reach his level. And now that you know what you have to beat, it's time for me to explain to you how our sessions will work. This semester will be mostly focused on theory. You will not duel each other. Instead, what we'll be doing is learning dueling stances, the rules and regulations, a few necessary spells, and improving your aim and dodging as much as possible. The faster you learn, the more I will be willing to teach you. Before the winter holidays, I will arrange a little tournament between you, with a few special prizes for the top 3 winners. So, we need to win to get admitted to the second semester." Padma Patil asked. "No. The top 3 will be immediately admitted, of course, but even if you lose in a single spell but show that you work hard enough, you can still be admitted. It depends entirely on you. As I said, this isn't a competition between you with a limited amount of space. Each one of you will need to prove himself to have some potential and enough dedication to be accepted, nothing more." Seeing that there weren't any questions, the professor continued, "One last thing before you leave. Our sessions will be weekly starting from today. If I give you homework, I will expect it to be done for the following session. And if I find out that any of you used a spell I taught you here to harm another student, I will personally kick you out of the club. There will not be a second warning, do you understand?" They all nodded, and the half-goblin dismissed them. Overall, it was a nice break from the usual stress. After the duel, Harry felt strangely lighter, like he needed the release really. He felt like he was exhausted but in a good way. His mind was clearer than ever, and he could tell that it was time to begin making progress in dealing with the diary. The 15th of October 1992, Hogwarts. Usually, Tom Riddle didn't like being surprised. This was no different. Back when he was in the orphanage and the other children liked to hide and beat him up for being different, for being special. Oh, he always got his revenge and probably punished them more severely than he should have. But how else were they supposed to learn? Tom had learnt from painstaking experiments that the best way to make people change their behavior was through pain. It was a biological factor, like animals being trained, that uses that evolutionary reflex to make people wary of what had hurt them previously, and thus it was the path that he had taken as a child to protect himself. He only used it when someone tries to do the same. The worse the act, the worse the punishment. For example, Billy Stubbs had heard that an aristocrat couple wanted to adopt Tom since they liked how calm he was, and chose to spread rumors about him liking to burn things. The couple left pretty quickly afterwards. The boy hadn't done it out of self-interest or in the hope that the couple would pick him instead. No, he did it purely to hurt Tom because he was different, and so, Tom retaliated by hanging his precious little rabbit. The boy had taken something he had hoped for ever since he understood what an orphanage was, and it was only fair to take away something just as precious from the boy. The same could be said with Amy Benson and Dennis Bishop, who had tried to push him off the edge during one of their rare trips outside the orphanage. Tom's magic had protected him, and he made them stay just at the edge, barely a fraction of a centimeter away from their certain death. They had learnt their lesson after a few hours of staying like this, and Tom had found a nifty little cave that was pretty well hidden. With every conquest, Tom kept a little trinket as a reminder of what they had done to him. It was proof that having faith and trusting anyone other than himself was a fool's hope. At the orphanage, Tom discovered humanity's unfortunate truth. For all they liked to show a mask of civility, every human being would revert to a savage if there were no consequences for their actions. In an understaffed orphanage with little supervision, everyone fought for everything, going back to their roots as beasts just for one hint of comfort and a chance at a better life. It was also there that the young wizard realized that adults weren't really all that different. Mrs. Cole, for example, had done her best to prevent him from getting adopted, choosing the welfare of the other children instead of his. But Tom didn't care. He understood their nature after all. He knew that he was smarter than the other children, like a lot smarter. He learned a lot by looking at people walking in and out. The world outside of the orphanage was filled with stressed people, worrying about feeding their families, while the rich minority lived lavish lives. From what he had extrapolated from the newspapers his snakes had stolen from him, war was nearing. It was obvious, of course, considering how strict the Treaty of Versailles was, and its impact on the German economy. He was proven correct once more, years later, in both the Muggle world and the magical world. Honestly, all things considered, after sending a message about the consequences of people messing with him, Tom's life in the orphanage wasn't that bad. Everyone avoided him, even that stupid matron, but he had gotten used to being alone by then, and if he needed anything, then he got his snakes to steal it for him. Everything was stable until Albus Dumbledore came into his room after his 11th birthday. The man had this well-hidden arrogance to him that Tom was able to clock. He was righteous and inflexible, yet there was this menacing feel hidden deep down that Tom was able to see when he revealed what he later understood to be his Parseltongue talent. Yeah, he refused to go shopping with the man, because most of all, Tom wanted to understand if the rest of the wizards were like him or not. They were not. They were so ordinary, so human. He expected a community of people capable of altering reality to be condescending, arrogant, with a higher understanding of humanity, but all he got was normal humans with a few skills. Now, the noble families from ancient lines had this inherited arrogance that came with their ancestry, but none of the higher understanding. Of course, that was only for the heirs he met at Hogwarts, not that he ever met an adult head of house, which was very feared in the magical community. As for Hogwarts, it was rough at first. Tom's Parseltongue meant that he wasn't a Muggle-born and that he was a possible descendant of Salazar Slytherin himself. He kept that to himself, of course, since Dumbledore's reaction was enough to put him off. But being considered a Muggle-born in Slytherin was quite bad. The entire house worked with a hierarchy, with the skill of magic being the most important power. When Tom underwent the crest unlocking ceremony, nothing came of it, even if he felt like it was close for a few moments. And that had sealed his fate. The other heirs and their crests had their own magic to master, and poor Tom was left in the dust. Or he would have been if he hadn't worked 10 times as hard as his classmates, and it showed. Tom Riddle climbed his way to the height of the Slytherin hierarchy. You see, Hogwarts was very encouraging of experimenting with magic, and Tom was a genius in just getting magic to work. It was hard to explain, but things just felt right sometimes, and he could create new spells, potions, and wards on a whim. That alone offset any advantage others might have had with their crests, and his hard work just put him that far above others. Everything was going according to plan. He was going to show himself as a young prodigy, reveal his connection to Salazar Slytherin, and start a political career in the ministry. He was planning on starting a small custom enchantment shop, maybe even joining a guild to get a mastery. The future was his to do what he wished, that was until he saw death. It was the best way to describe it. He knew intellectually that Grindelwald's war was happening, but it was different to see it in front of his eyes. In the middle of London, Dumbledore and Grindelwald battled and left a trail of bodies behind them. The Hogwarts student just felt weak at their display. It was so far above him that it showed how unremarkable Tom really was. Tom had almost died on that day. He stared death in the face, and something changed in him. It was terrifying, and he wanted to avoid it at all costs. He wanted Dumbledore and Grindelwald dead. In his desperation, with one of the monsters that haunted his dreams being so close, Tom released a basilisk trying to kill him by surprise, and yet the man was able to avoid it somehow. After accidentally petrifying a couple of Muggleborn, he started this whole heir of Slytherin to keep trying to kill the monster that portrayed himself as a benevolent man. But when poor Myrtle Warren was accidentally killed, all that grief, all that pain washed away, and Tom chose to make her sacrifice not be in vain. He chose to use her death to make his first foray into immortality. At least, in a way, young Myrtle's death wouldn't have been just an accident. She would have helped him stop the monsters that were Dumbledore and Grindelwald. That was when Tom inhabited the diary and the rest of his soul continued. The goal of the diary was simple. It was to be used as a weapon against Dumbledore if he assumes control over the school and release the basilisk in a way that would either discredit him or kill him. And so, Tom stayed in the book, untouched for what felt like seconds and centuries at the same time. Time was odd as an enchanted object. He discovered that it had been around 50 years since someone wrote in his diary for the first time, but that wasn't important. What was important was that his other half failed miserably. Dumbledore had overhauled the educational system into a mockery of the nature of mages. He practically banned experimentation, any kind of weaponry. Sure, he had defeated Grindelwald and ended the war, but that was it. The man even became the headmaster, while still having 2 other posts with high influence. What in Merlin's name happened? Well, his other half decided to become a Dark Lord with the nickname Tom had made for himself when he was 9. It was an anagram that he made since all he had to himself was his name. Not that he really cared where he came from. His mother had died giving birth to him, and his father was either dead or had abandoned his mother, making him irrelevant in Tom's eyes. And while it was somewhat gratifying to find out that he was regarded to be stronger than Dumbledore, the fact that the entire ideology adopted by Voldemort for his campaign was nonsense and that the man ended up blowing himself up while miscasting a killing curse on a baby didn't help him much. The man was alive, of course, since Tom himself still existed. And the fact that the diary was given to someone going to Hogwarts was proof that Voldemort was planning something. And so, Tom would follow his purpose, to either discredit Dumbledore severely by petrifying Muggleborns, or to just kill the headmaster. After all, it was what he was made to do. To be fair, the diary wasn't supposed to be a weapon. It wasn't even supposed to hold a soul, but it was the only thing near when he accidentally killed Myrtle Warren. It was a failed experiment, one that was deemed too far-reaching, but Tom wanted to change the world at the time. If only he could continue his work, it was very promising. He didn't know why his future self beaked the diary in such a way as to turn it into a weapon, but Voldemort had to have a reason. Outside of this, something else came to his attention. When he spoke to the writer of the diary, someone was obviously chasing after him on 2 occasions. Someone was looking for him, for the diary, and it was Tom's own intelligence coupled with the secrecy enchantments that allowed the diary to blend in anywhere by mimicking the surrounding ambient magical signature. It was a way for the diary to not get flagged as a dark artifact after all. His writer didn't know who it was, only that it was a dark-haired boy, but there were many ways to fool the senses, so it might not be even real. But someone was looking for him before they had even gotten to Hogwarts, and this was more interesting than just following through the motions of his purpose. This was even more apparent today when Tom, possessing his foolish victim, opened the chamber for the first time. He had felt a small pinging. As the heir of Slytherin, he had access to the wards of the chamber, and something had sent a message outside the bathroom to say that the chamber had opened. Wearing another body, Tom couldn't help but smile to himself. This was interesting, very interesting. Someone knew that he was coming here. It wasn't Dumbledore because this place couldn't be detected by the castle wards and the man would have found another way. No, someone knew exactly where the entrance was and made a simple detector to know when it would open. Someone knew that he was opening the Chamber of Secrets but didn't have any proof. Or maybe, they didn't even know who he was possessing. Were they some kind of seer? Someone had started a game with him, a game he was more than willing to play. He had never been pitted against a seer before. Well, a potential seer at least. With a grin on his stolen face, Tom Riddle jumped into the bowls of the chamber, making sure to close the entrance behind him. After all, the game is afoot. The 15th of October 1992, Hogwarts. After the end of September, the weather over the grounds and the castle of Hogwarts took quickly a turn for the worst. The practical potion classes were especially bad, considering the humidity and how cold the dungeons were. The heat from the cauldrons was simply not enough to offset the cold. Most of the upper years were relatively fine, having learnt the warming charm before, but the younger students, including Harry's classmates, were often sick, and commonly necessitated visits to the infirmary. However, warming charms were prohibited in the potions class. Apparently, ambient magic could affect potions in unpredictable ways, so enchanted torches and charmed clothes could easily cause an explosion. So, yeah, people barely tolerated potion class, and Snape's personality did not help. Harry still didn't know why Snape didn't add a fireplace or at least something warm. Not everything had to be magical to work. There had to be a reason, because it was hard to see why Snape would be so spiteful as to make his students freeze to death, and the fact that they had shaky hands caused a lot of accidents. Very few people actually stayed in the corridors or hung out outside near the lake. Summer was definitely over, and autumn was showing itself to be quite miserable. If this was any indication, then winter would be horrible. Hell, the constant rain that started since October began caused the Black Lake's water level to rise so high that it was submerging many students' summer spots, and the way to the greenhouse was so muddy that Filch almost gets a stroke every time he tries to clean up. Why he was even cleaning up, Harry had no idea. It wasn't anywhere in his duties as caretaker, since the house elves were supposed to take care of it. The fact that he was a squib didn't hurt matters. Still, for Harry things were going relatively well. Longbottom and Malfoy were so focused on Quidditch that they forgot entirely about him, and even when they tried, word of his duel with Flitwick seemed to spread quite quickly, and they were pretty wary of him now. So, yeah, for the first time in almost a year, Harry was completely at peace at Hogwarts. No one tried to harass him, no one tried to get him in trouble. Things were just quiet, and if it wasn't for the diary still being on the loose, it would be a perfect year. Unfortunately, on that front, Harry got nothing. His experiments with refraction lenses were going quite poorly. The good thing was that the enchanted magical absorbent rubies and the orichalcum worked well, but the lenses were the problem. The results were there, but the glass was very fragile, even if it was enchanted. Ideally, these things would be made up of diamonds, but Harry had no idea how to synthesize diamonds in the exact shape of the lenses. So far, he's been attempting to use quartz, which seemed to work quite well, but with the predicted date of the first attack beginning, he was starting to get worried he won't have a prototype in time in case the basilisk attacked him. Fortunately, a combination of ice magic and his arcane hearing might be able to save him. There would be no reason a creature as massive and as magical as a basilisk wouldn't be sensed by his arcane hearing. He could technically fight with his eyes closed, or at least escape while slowing down the King of Serpents with his ice magic. Speaking of his cryokinesis, his progress in the field was quite good, both in his control and raw power. The books on elemental magic were vague, and he could now understand how. Pure elemental magic required a certain mindset that was unique to every person, and there were no standard spells. Well, there were technically a few fields, like creating ice, freezing something, manipulating ice, animating ice, and so on. But there weren't normal spells like Latin, and that was why learning it was so difficult and teaching it was nigh impossible. It was like magic used to be before Hogwarts, you figured out how it would work yourself. Even wands in this case were barely more than a focus, and their biggest functions is the manipulation of one's magic with wand movements, were not used. As for the magic crest, Harry figured out that the repelling magic circle really was the easiest one, especially since it took weeks to figure out another spell, which was just a standard shield. Damn, the Potter Scion could understand how the Romans annihilated all other opposition with the sheer number of wizards trained with a couple of years of magical training. Memorizing some Latin phrases, and wand movements were so much easier than making a magic circle and understanding it. No wonder they conquered most of Europe. All things considered, while things were slow, Harry was making progress. It was currently a Monday, and he sat down for lunch as he usually did next to his friends. Unfortunately, Tracy was being her moody self, to everyone's exasperation. The brunette just looked at Malfoy and sneered, "I want to punch him in his lanky face." Blaise rolled his eyes. "Let it go, Tracy. Let it go. Do you realize what this idiot did?" The girl responded. Daphne rolled her eyes. "Yes, he bought the Quidditch team new brooms to buy himself a place in the team, and that got Flint to not hold any trials this year." Yeah, the Quidditch trials being cancelled were a bit of a scandal. The trials were supposed to be useful not only for new talent to show itself but also for the current team members to not grow complacent and keep training so that they wouldn't be replaced. It was a good system that served the team for years, where everyone had a shot if they were ambitious enough. That was, of course, until Malfoy ruined the entire thing by buying his way in, and since he technically gave the brooms to the team members, not the team itself, or it would have been considered as a bribe and Madame Hooch would have banned the brooms and Malfoy from participating, Flint couldn't afford to lose the brooms, so decided not to hold the tryouts at all. It was hard to be angry at the Quidditch captain since he was in a somewhat difficult position. He couldn't really refuse Malfoy's donation, but the strings that came with it threatened the standing of the team as an organization. Harry sighed. "Look, Tracy, from the look of it, most of our house's team members aren't taking it seriously, since their positions in the team are secured because of the broom, Malfoy and Flint being the surprising exceptions. So, either they'll embarrass themselves so bad Flint will have to do the tryouts, or they win, and in this case, you'll have to wait until next year after Travers and Smith leave the team, and you'll have your shot." "It's just not fair," the brunette grumbled. "I know it's not, but life rarely is fair. Sometimes, you just lose for no reason," the Potter Scion explained calmly. Daphne interjected, "And don't forget that this donation is really hurting Malfoy Sr. in the school board. Apparently, he got reprimanded for it being an unethical action and asked to pay a fine. Not one that mattered to someone as rich as him, but enough for people to raise their eyebrows." Harry was prepared to reply when he suddenly got a ping on his magic. He was confused for a moment, only to remember that this was the small alert that came when his rune moved. Someone had just opened the Chamber of Secrets. Damn, he stood up suddenly, startling his friends. He ignored his questions and looked around. Lunchtime was variable in Hogwarts, depending on the schedule. That meant that most of the hall was empty. Damn, he looked around and decided to look for his suspects. From a quick look, none of the first years in any house were there. He looked at the Hufflepuff table and saw Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones talking to each other animatedly. Similarly, Zachariah Smith and Justin Finch Fletchley were still there, if only they were eating in silence, so that's them cleared. The Gryffindor team chasers were also not there, not that it was a surprise since Oliver Wood wanted to squeeze every single training moment for no reason. Cormac McLaggen was also absent from the hall. However, Cho Chang and Marietta Edgecombe were there, but Penelope Clearwater was absent. Damn, out of the 16 suspected students, he barely eliminated more than 6. As for Lockhart, he wasn't there, but neither was most of the staff, so that wasn't surprising. King hell, this was a disaster. Harry took out a piece of parchment in his hand to figure out the house of who was opening the chamber, but it was a lost cause. It was the middle of classes. There were a few students in the classrooms, but dozens were still in the corridor. He couldn't narrow down who the possessed victim was. Seeing that there wasn't any other choice, Harry stood up and ran towards the entrance to the chamber. It took a couple of minutes to arrive, but when he did, Myrtle wasn't there. It was a long shot too, since Riddle knew about Myrtle's existence since he killed her and everything. It was too much to hope for a mistake. Still, He knelt down trying to see if the runic stone he had put under the sink had been activated. The rune was connected to one of the sinks, specifically the one with the snake engraving on it, but there was something odd. Yes, it was activated, and that meant that someone was currently in the chamber. No one tampered with the enchantment itself, but the location of the rune was different. That wasn't an accident, you could only move the stone if the sticking charm on it failed, and that only happens if the magic in the rune is drained while sending the message. The only conclusion was that Riddle now knows that someone is going after him. Harry didn't want to stay because he didn't fancy his chances against AF King magical weapon of mass destruction that killed with eye contact and had a magical negating venom. Instead, he found another idea. Especially since this might be a counter trap of sorts. Now that he thought about it, casting a spell in a bathroom wasn't really forbidden, was it? Only messing with the enchantment activated the ward. It was why Harry used a small stone and enchanted it instead of directly enchanting the sink itself. What if Harry was able to create a more elaborate spell, like one that divined the information from a magical signature and connect it to the sink again? It's not like he needed to be subtle anymore. Riddle knew that someone was going after him. Harry nodded to himself, he needed to move fast. He quickly carved another rune on a new stone and put it in the same location as the first and fled the scene. He quickly went back to the Great Hall and sat down again. Sorry, I really needed to go to the bathroom. Ignoring his friend's doubting looks, he went back to eating his meal. Half an hour later, he got another ping from his runic stone. It tried to figure out who was responsible. There were two magical signatures that were combined somehow. Yeah, it was the possession victim. Both signatures were male, so whoever had done it was a male too. Whoever it was divining must have noticed the magic and destroyed the stone. However, not before something critical was sent as well. The perpetrator's body's age. 26. Yes, whoever had the diary wasn't a student, and from the sounds of it, there was a suspect that already fit this profile. Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart had just opened the Chamber of Secrets. And for the first time in over a month, I grinned wholeheartedly. I had my first true suspect and now I only needed to steal the damn thing. The 18th of October 1992, Hogwarts. Yes, whoever had the diary wasn't a student, and from the sounds of it, there was a suspect that already fit this profile. Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart had just opened the Chamber of Secrets. And for the first time in over a month, I grinned wholeheartedly. I had my first true suspect and now I only needed to steal the damn thing. It took 3 days for Harry to realize that an attack wasn't coming. Sure, it was too soon, especially compared to the original stories, which happened on Halloween night. So, the question was whether Riddle was just seeing that everything was in place or not, or was he spooked somehow by someone knowing that he was going to open the Chamber of Secrets once more. Harry was in unknown territory now and that was slightly terrifying. Starting from today, the stories would hold little sway on how the future worked. They were already spotty, but now, they would be actively false. The heir of Slytherin was coming, and Harry needed to be ready. The good news was that as of now, no one knew about the Chamber of Secrets opening once more, and the basilisk was still locked up. But the bad news was that if things stick to the original story, Harry had 13 days until a basilisk would be set loose on the student body, something that he needed to stop at all costs. And to do that, he needed the diary. He still didn't really know how to destroy it. Basilisk venom was practically non-existent and if it was, a vial would be worth more than Harry's entire inheritance. The only plan he had was to contact Arcturus Black and hope for the best. But the main issue was getting to the diary itself. He needed to act quickly. The answer was remarkably simple. Harry needed to sneak into Lockhart's room at night while he would be sleeping, and try to steal the diary, somehow. Yes, Lockhart was the most prominent suspect not only because of the age and gender that Harry discovered with his little trap but also because of the steady rise in teaching quality his classes showed. He still had his arrogance and pride, but there was a confidence with which he walked that was missing before. The pretense of competence that he always held started to fade away. Tom Riddle, even as a sixth year, was probably more knowledgeable than most Aurors, especially when it concerned defense against the dark arts, and with the possession being in place, connecting him to Lockhart, it would explain the man's teaching better material. So, yeah, Lockhart was the most probable culprit and Harry needed to steal it from him somehow. It was a terrible idea, but it was the only plan he had. In general, just stealing from a member of the staff could get anyone suspended or even expelled. Hell, they could get arrested and charged if whatever they wanted to steal was expensive enough. It was generally a bad idea, but Harry had no other choice. The good thing was that for the possession to occur, Lockhart and the diary had to be close for long periods of time, especially since the perpetrator is a shard of a soul that resided in an inanimate object. The possibly fraudulent professor had to have been writing in it for at least an hour a day. Lockhart was a fraud that thinks he found a ticket to stop being one, to be competent enough that no one would ever doubt him, and that meant that he treasured the diary more than anything. It was his security measure, his trump card. The man's biggest fear is to be discovered, and that diary guaranteed that this would never happen. He had to keep it close, especially at night, because he would never want to risk it being stolen. That meant that stealing it at night, when it was guaranteed to be in Lockhart's room, was the way to go. Now, professors were given 2 rooms, independent of their classes. They had a bedroom, which is connected to their office, which is also connected to their classrooms. They could use the bedrooms and office to do with them what they wish. They were under no obligation to not change anything about their personal rooms. Harry had read that in the charter when he was bored the previous year. So, that night, after dinner, Harry excused himself and slowly walked to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, put on his cloak and walked inside. His invisibility cloak was one of Harry's strongest advantages because it pretty much allowed him to ignore magic entirely when he walked through. Harry used his arcane hearing to see anything about the wards in Lockhart's office. They were oddly very powerful, especially considering how horrible of a wizard Lockhart really was. It was in his magic. While his magic was getting smoother and more controlled, it still didn't come close to that of an Auror, a hit wizard, or anyone that's a master of any magical field. Yeah, these wards were unknown enough that they had Tom Riddle's fingerprint all over them. Harry could have just ignored them and walked in, but that would mean that he would need to disable the basic wards in the classroom so that he would be able to physically open the door, and that would leave traces. Instead, the Potter Scion decided to wait for Lockhart to come back to his office and do his work for him. In the meanwhile, the young Slytherin took out a book and started to read. He was advancing pretty quickly with his ancient runes. Having learnt Norse and Elder Futhark, Harry decided to focus on hieroglyphs instead. It wasn't that useful in enchantment, which was what Harry liked the most, but in warding and curses, they had few equals. The Aztec ones came close, but with the civilization being pretty much wiped out, and so are half its ruins, the language is still being studied today. It was why there were so many curse breaker expeditions in the area. Countless ruins still haven't been discovered yet, and the traps there tended to be less fatal than the ancient Egyptian ones, who honestly didn't give a f**k about crimes against humanity. Seriously, there were wards that turned people inside out, killed people and trapped them in a time bubble that kept looping, making them die again and again, living an eternity of agony and pain. So, yeah, Gringotts decided that it was more cost-effective to focus on Aztec runes for the moment. At least their methods of killing were somewhat humane. Anyway, the odd combination of curses and wards made the entire language somewhat distasteful to warders nowadays. Honestly, Harry thought that they missed the point entirely. It being that the language was optimized to not give a protective shell like most wards but to imbue entire areas with an effect of sorts. The fact that they decided to incorporate curses was the ancient Egyptians' decision. Still, the entire language was fascinating and so abstract, since it was more like drawing than writing, unlike Norse runes. That allowed a certain level of flexibility when designing a ward, focusing more on the intent during the carving than the actual ward itself. On the other side, it was far more volatile, and sometimes even mutated over time, so that made it somewhat undesirable for long-term project. Expert believed that the curses on the pharaohs' treasures somehow had warped the wards to be that deadly and cruel. It made sense, but it was still a theory at best. Harry had almost forgotten about the entire diary mess when Lockhart opened the door to his classroom. The Potter Scion took a deep breath and watched as the man disabled his wards with a wave of his wand and walked to his office. He followed the man silently and waited until the own professor slumped on the chair tiredly. He pointed his wand at the defense professor and murmured, "Somnus." It was a sleeping spell that was a less violent variation of the stunning charm. Well, the stunning charm was based on it, really. Only it is violent, and the sleep itself was more of the victim being unconscious, so it's more visible. Somnus was more natural, in a way, and it showed how successful it was when the man slumped into his seat and fell asleep. With that done, Harry looked around the room with distaste. It was gold, like disgustingly so, and there were like 5 different portrait and picture frames of the man. With barely more than a thought, Harry waved his wand and froze all of them, and then he finally removed his invisibility cloak. He looked around and saw a stack of autographed photos of the man on the desk, next to a pile of what appeared to be fan letters. The Potter Scion shook his head with disgust. That man was barely more than a celebrity writer. The fact that there were no dark object detectors or anything really, was proof that the man really didn't know anything. But Harry wasn't here to prove to everyone that the man was a fraud, he was here for the diary. He looked around the room, with his arcane magic, and tried to spread his senses. Yeah, barely anything was more than a commodity. Harry didn't expect to see the diary immediately since he knew that it could hide from his arcane hearing, and thus from any magical detection spell. So, the answer wasn't to find the diary but to discover where someone like Lockhart would hide his most prized possession. He wouldn't risk it being stolen, so he wouldn't just keep it on his everywhere, but he would keep it close by for it to advise him. Instead of trying to find something inhuman, Harry decided to just focus on any kind of odd enchantment in the office. He gasped when he noticed something. It was hidden by the giant painting somehow. It must have acted as some sort of protection, both against detection and stealing. It was obvious that it wasn't enchanted by the same person as the one who did the wards. That was further proof that the man was a fraud. Still, with a little focus, Harry disabled the sticking charm on the portrait and allowed it to open. When it did, there was a small safe hidden behind the painting, which would open with a certain key. Harry was sure that he wouldn't have been able to open it since it was obviously enchanted. He could destroy it, but that would show that someone broke into the safe and that would mean that Aurors could be involved, something that Harry wanted to avoid. Now he needed to find the key, and where would someone as cunning yet foolish as Lockhart hide something he uses frequently? No, he wouldn't have it on him, he probably put it somewhere near. Harry focused on a shell of magic outside his body and used his arcane hearing to make it similar to Lockhart's before waving his wand and summoning the safe key. Unsurprisingly, nothing came of it, but what was odd was the small ping of magic near one of the drawers. Harry slowly walked until he found a small golden key inside. Well, that was easy. Harry shrugged and simply put the key in the small vault and opened it. There was some gold, of course, but the most important thing was the small black diary that was inside. It was strangely magical, all things considered, especially for something that could actively camouflage itself like before. Was it taking the properties of the safe somehow? Deciding to just grab the thing and go, Harry first noticed something was wrong when he first touched the diary. He was wearing dragonhide gloves in fear that it would be cursed with something, and yet the entire room turned white. No, it wasn't a curse, that would be impossible. It was an illusion. The diary was connected to the wards of the room somehow and put on an illusion for Harry to look at. The Potter Scion almost jumped when he heard a voice behind him, "Hello Harry Potter." He turned and took a look at a brown-haired teenage boy that looked around 16 and Harry instinctively knew who that was. "Hello Tom Riddle." The 18th of October 1992, Hogwarts. The diary was connected to the wards of the room somehow and put on an illusion for Harry to look at. The Potter Scion almost jumped when he heard a voice behind him, "Hello Harry Potter." He turned and took a look at a brown-haired teenage boy that looked around 16 and Harry instinctively knew who that was. "Hello Tom Riddle." The boy stiffened the moment he heard his name being uttered and Harry took his time to analyze how his opponent looked. As much as he hated to admit it, the teenager had an imposing presence and possessed an unsettling air of mystery that seemed to radiate from him. His tall and lean frame commanded attention, every movement executed with an eerie grace. The porcelain pallor of his skin contrasted sharply with the inky blackness of his neatly combed hair, which fell in perfect precision over his forehead. Yeah, Harry could see how he could charm a starving man into giving him food. Physically, he was pretty much attractive enough to get away with a lot. But all that innocence disappeared when he met the teenager's eyes. A pair of piercing, intelligent eyes, the color of liquid mercury, gazed out from beneath the arching brows. Their intensity was downright unnerving. Harry understood why he was so unnerved. These eyes were familiar, they were the ones he saw when he looked in a mirror. It wasn't the color or the shape, but the hidden intelligence and cunning that came with it. There was even a trace of the viciousness that Harry likes to deny he has, but the boy that became Lord Voldemort had in spades. Only in Riddle's case, his viciousness was carefully hidden by a faint, calculating smile that played upon his lips, which was accentuated by the sharp angles of his chiseled features, giving the boy a particularly aristocratic look. The Potter scion could understand how people could fall into his charm so easily. The other boy was practically screaming, "Mystery," and in the process of trying to solve him, you would end up entangled in his web. All of this analysis occurred in a fraction of a second, which the other boy used to hide his surprise. "You know who I am." Harry shrugged. "Tom Marvolo Riddle, son of Merope Gaunt and a Muggle, Thomas Riddle, which she named you after. You are one of the most brilliant minds to come out of Hogwarts, becoming the Slytherin prefect, and head boy, and pretty much ruling your entire house even when you were considered to have no magical ancestry. You later took on the moniker of Lord Voldemort and started a civil war, after which you blew yourself up in a magical accident trying to kill a baby. But that's not you, is it? You a shard of that person, a remnant of the man that people feared uttering his false name." Riddle obviously didn't like that Harry knew so much about him. He definitely hated being in the back foot in our conversation. The Potter scion could see him gritting his teeth in anger before uttering, "And you, my dear Potter, are a seer." Harry raised an eyebrow at this. He could see where Riddle could see it, and it was scarily accurate in a way. The fact that the boy was able to see that Harry held some information about the future, not that it was relevant now. "And how did you come to this conclusion?" The older boy laughed. "Well, the fact that you were chasing my diary twice in a row. You knew that I was going to open the Chamber of Secrets, you knew the entrance of the chamber, enough to make your little plans. The counters in the common room and the classrooms, and the rune stone underneath the sink. I have to commend you, they are very inventive solutions, but they gave you away. I can't really blame you, though, you are a little out of your league, little seer. Perhaps if you were older. I'm sorry to tell you that I'm not a seer," Harry answered while hiding a grimace, "but I guess that's a nice guess." The older boy didn't seem to want to let go of the theory. "No, you were able to detect me, but my magical camouflage seemed to throw you off, some kind of magical sensing. It would explain you hunting the diary, but not the chamber." "Unless I had already marked the chamber before you even came to Hogwarts," Harry interjected. "That's even more evidence for the seer theory," Riddle commented. "It would be if this was the only place I marked. You see, Hogwarts is so boring. These brats don't even understand the gift they have, or how bad things could have been for them. They don't appreciate magic. Not like we do, don't they?" Harry saw the gleam of interest in Riddle's cold eyes, so he continued, "So, when I'm bored as the professors try to dumb down the curriculum, I either start my own project, or I try to solve a puzzle, and what better puzzle than the Chamber of Secrets? I have to say, you played them masterfully. Blaming Hagrid who happened to be hiding in Acromantula was ingenious. They were all looking for reasons to expel him anyway, and you gave it to them. In wartime, they didn't want people to panic, and since you stopped the attack afterwards, you stuck to patterns, hiding in the shadows and attacking retreating Muggleborns, petrifying them at random places in the castle at random times. You even gave yourself an alibi when a student was attacked while you were in class. That must have confused Dumbledore." Riddle snorted. "That man was always too meddlesome for his own good." "Yeah, he's still as much of a condescending meddling ass now. But there's something I couldn't help but notice. I could tell that your weapon is a basilisk. There were no signs of wand magic, and a beast controlled by Slytherin had to be a snake since he was a Parselmouth. Add in the fact that it had to be long-lived eliminates a lot of serpents. So, each student petrified had a terrified expression on their face, so they had to see the snake itself. Assuming the large size since a few were looking up, it's obvious that the method of attack had to be visual. So, by removing the other possibilities, the beast was either something of Salazar Slytherin's creation or a basilisk, where the chances of petrification were slim. Unless you were aiming for petrification for some reason, and that suggests advanced planning. You were following a pattern of attacking Muggleborns, but you made a mistake. Myrtle Warren, you didn't want to kill her, and you risked shutting down the school, something you couldn't allow to happen. Riddle shook his head with a regretful expression on his face. She wasn't supposed to be in the bathroom. The basilisk hadn't activated the protection measures since it said it was uncomfortable. I should have been firmer, and poor Myrtle paid the price for my oversight. Harry nodded, and that was a security risk since the entrance to the chamber was so close. So, after looking around and interrogating her ghost, I found out where the chamber was and added some measures that would warn me. I had deduced you were the most likely culprit to the crimes. Murderers often try to join the investigation of their crimes. It's a common trait in people with sociopathic tendencies. Or maybe you wanted to make sure you framed Hagrid. Either way worked. And when I looked closer into you, I realized what you became. Your name, an anagram, if only people would have realized. But the only thing missing, the only little detail that I don't have is why. Why target Muggleborns? Why risk returning to a war-torn country for seemingly no reason? They were mudbloods. I was simply fulfilling my ancestors' wishes, the teenager protested. Harry shook his head. No, that's not quite it. Salazar Slytherin existed before the statute of secrecy was put in place. Purebloods were simply nobles, and Muggleborns were often peasants. There was a clear separation between the two classes. He didn't care about blood purity since that movement started out centuries later. So, what was your plan, your real plan? Riddle looked uncomfortable being on the back foot and just sighed. Dumbledore, he was my target. Do you have any idea what it was like seeing an archmage of all people just stay out of the war only to do his best to slowly destroy our society instead? He was the Gryffindor head of house, and he never pushed them, never asked them to do better. Hell, he was actively removing books from the library without anyone knowing. Well, I noticed them since I was actively looking for them. I saw the monster that could be born because of his negligence, and I wanted to push the public enough, destroy enough of his reputation so that he would have to start fighting the war and leave the school just to get back the goodwill of the Wizengamot. He is supposed to be a deterrent to stop Grindelwald from attacking Hogwarts as he did to Durmstrang. Unfortunately, Dumbledore was so attached to the damned castle and practically refused to leave. It was so infuriating, and then I made a mistake with Myrtle, and I just couldn't let myself risk killing another student, or worse, having the school closed down. Professor Dippet would have been crucified, and Dumbledore would have been the prime candidate as a headmaster, and you saw how that ended up. Entire magical fields have been banned. The curriculum is now a joke. Hell, fifth years in my generation were much more competent than your graduates, and that's in every single field. That's not speaking on how he pretty much beeped alchemy into a source of income tied solely to him. Harry snorted. That seems very unlikely. The chances of success are very slim if did it this way. Even if Myrtle hadn't died, Dumbledore wouldn't have unwillingly left the castle. The older student became enraged at the accusation. Well, I had to do something. All I wanted was to build a better world, where everyone is equal. You've seen it, haven't you? How the Muggleborns are still considered peasants, and how little room they have to rise in our society. I want to give them opportunities to start their own families, their own crests. I wanted to create a society without any good or evil, only power. And aren't old families more powerful than Muggleborns? They literally have centuries of magical knowledge at the tip of their fingers. It wouldn't change much, would it? It would give them hope, Tom interjected. I would give them hope. Getting Muggleborn petrified wasn't just to get Dumbledore expelled since he was our deterrent. The Wizengamot allowed him to not fight because he was protecting the students, and if he failed, he would be forced to go back to the front line and hopefully die. But what this would do is give Muggleborns more rights and more protection, or if that failed, the other Muggleborns would start protesting, forcing the Ministry to make some changes. Is it so bad that I wanted a better world for me and the others that would suffer and be considered to be outsiders to this beautiful world? And yet, here you are attacking Muggleborns once more. I am being careful this time. No Myrtle incident is going to happen anytime soon. But this is my chance, our chance, to kick Dumbledore out of Hogwarts. For the betterment of wizard kind, to create our world, we can't rely on Dumbledore. I'm not asking you to trust me, all I'm asking for is a chance to change the world. The people petrified aren't in pain, they aren't in danger, they're only a message. And Muggleborns would gladly miss a few months of their lives in exchange for getting a better future, wouldn't they? What I am doing is a gift to everyone. Are you so inflexible that you wouldn't risk improving our world, just out of pettiness? The Potter Scion gave the older boy a warm smile before speaking, "You're full of shit, Riddle." The 18th of October 1992, Hogwarts. I'm not asking you to trust me, all I'm asking for is a chance to change the world. The people petrified aren't in pain, they aren't in danger, they're only a message. And Muggleborns would gladly miss a few months of their lives in exchange for getting a better future, wouldn't they? What I am doing is a gift to everyone. Are you so inflexible that you wouldn't risk improving our world, just out of pettiness? The Potter Scion gave the older boy a warm smile before speaking, "You're full of shit, Riddle." The stupefied look on the older boy's face almost made Harry burst into laughter. Riddle just froze as if he didn't really consider the fact that Harry could call him out on it and just muttered, "What? You know, you're good. You're very good. I bet you have people eating out of your hand very easily. That charming look, it's just a mask, isn't it? It's just a persona. When you're attractive, when you so easily persuade people that you're actually at their side, they stop considering you to be a threat. It gives you some sort of power, doesn't it? You're there and yet you're not really there. It's like having a cloak of invisibility of sorts. Ambition is a hard road, isn't it? And that's what you're all about, ambition. You're a predator masking yourself to be an ally like a wolf pretending to be a sheep. You like giving people the instruments of their own downfall, it gives you pleasure to see the little people just flailing about with their meaningless lives. The older Slytherin protested, "I don't know what you're talking about." Yes, you do. It's in the eyes, you see. Normal people can't really see you, for what you really are. Do you think I never noticed how you kept changing your arguments for your ambitions fitting my reactions to what you said before? That's how you do it, don't you? In a single conversation, everyone ends up confessing something important, a goal, a dream, even if they don't feel like they've given you their heart, and you use that to gain their trust and have them join you. It's so easy, isn't it? How gullible everyone else really is. The Riddle boy's eyes widened. "Seriously, you got it all wrong." "Maybe I am, maybe I'm not," Harry responded, "but Voldemort had to come from somewhere, didn't he?" "Oh, you hate Dumbledore, that's for sure, and you want to discredit him. But that's not the end goal, not really. It's just a stepping stone. You only made it so when you noticed my distaste for the man." Your eyes lit up like a predator having found its prey, a pressure point for you to push. You should be proud, by the way. Not many people can read me so easily, and your act was very convincing, but come on, stop pretending, it's getting sad. You might as well continue this conversation as your real self. Why don't you talk to me, Riddle? There's no point in hiding anymore. I can see you. Immediately after Harry finished speaking, the smile on Riddle's face disappeared and his eyes hardened, like that of a snake ready to attack at a moment's notice. The Potter Scion grinned, "Hello, Tom Riddle. It's good to finally meet you. You're a very irritating boy, Harry Potter," Riddle said with a confident and threatening tone that wasn't there before. "Just because I can see through you, doesn't mean that I'm irritating," Harry responded. "And yet no one had ever done it before," the older boy retorted. "Dumbledore did. There's a reason that he disliked you, and it was because he saw it. This fake persona that you showed the world, he's the same. He's like you, like us. His thirst for power rivals yours, only he has a different mask. He chose the grandfatherly kind man, and you chose the mysterious charming boy. They're all masks to hide your ambition for power," Harry retorted. "And where's your mask then?" Harry grinned, "I don't need one. After all, you do all of this to get supporters, to start a movement. I have practically no political aspirations. I don't want to rule the world. I don't want to change the world. My ambition is beautiful in its simplicity. I want to study magic." Riddle burst into laughter. "What a joke. That's your ambition. That's your goal in life. To study magic. And you call yourself a Slytherin. Magic is a means to an end, a power to use to fulfill your desires, not an ambition in itself. To think that all this potential is being wasted on someone like you. What's wrong with studying magic? You want power because you once felt powerless, and you don't want to feel like that anymore. You saw death and you ran away. I can see it in your eyes. You're terrified. I did the same, but instead, I found serenity. I saw the beauty of life. Your entire life is based on a single ambition, on a single Moment, no, a single emotion. Fear. So, how is my ambition that's based on wonder and curiosity any worse than yours? That's not true, the boy protested. Do not try to lie to me. I told you before that I can see through you, Harry said. For all your preaching, this isn't about changing the world. This isn't about saving it or giving Muggleborn rights. No, you want power, you want safety, you want immortality. And what's wrong with that? The older boy exclaimed. Nothing. I can see the benefits of someone of your intelligence and cunning being in charge. Every politician wants the same. It's not that terrible of a goal. Many have tried before you, and many will try after you. It is the way of the world. But I thought we were being transparent, that you would stop lying. This is a meeting between us, so why don't we just set aside the bullshit and start making this conversation progress? So, here I am first, why are you planning on attacking the students? Riddle glared at him but still answered, I want Dumbledore out of the castle. Harry nodded, that's true, but why would you need him out? He will return pretty quickly considering his ties and political position. His replacement will probably be his deputy, McGonagall, which will be the same. Riddle shook his head, I am built for this exact purpose. I have no choice in the matter. My older self might need it from me. No, you know your other self's fate, and you would never take orders from him. I would believe that you were telling the truth about you not having a choice, but I know your nature. I know what you are. You're not just an enchanted inanimate object with some intelligence, you're a shard of a soul. And that means that you're independent enough to make decisions. No, what you want is more than that. Oh, that's so simple. How did I not think of that? You want to live, not as a diary, but as a normal person. You're disappointed with your future self, and you want to be free, to live. Riddle stayed silent and Harry continued, but it's not that easy, is it? Getting a body of your own. Your counterpart has been trying to do that for years and you're a soul shard. You don't have enough energy to manifest into a permanent magical construct, and possession is temporary and unreliable at best. You can't rely on Lockhart all the time, and I'm not an expert in soul magic, but you can't just steal his life force or his body. The incompatibility of it would destroy the body. That's what you want Dumbledore out of the castle for. Whatever you're planning, he'll be able to recognize, or maybe he could use the wards to stop it somehow. The older boy's face was made of stone and Harry couldn't really read him anymore. For all his confidence, Harry was just egging Riddle on, watching his reactions to things that are personal. But the boy had steeled himself entirely when Harry mentioned him getting a new body. Suddenly, Riddle burst into laughter again. You're close, I'll admit that. But you're still so far away. You had me worried for a second. I would tell you what I'm planning, but I'm not some story villain that would explain my plans. And well, you're not going to live long enough to see it anyway. After all, you're still inside my wards. Harry suppressed a grin. Yes, Harry kept talking all the time, but it was mostly a delaying tactic. Staying in enemy wards was just stupid. It was why Harry analyzed the wards thoroughly during his conversation using his arcane hearing. The moment he realized that the diary had control over the wards, he knew that he wasn't going to get out of Lockhart's office without a fight. And so, the moment Riddle started shifting the wards and activating harmful attacks, Harry waved his wand and sent that pulse of magic that deactivated the entire array. It would take over half an hour for the wards to recharge and it was definitely noticeable, but it was better than being in a fight. Harry winked at the flabbergasted expression on the older boy. Come on, you can't say that you didn't see that coming. The Potter Scion then slowly walked towards the diary to pick it up, happy with his victory, only for the book to turn into ash the moment he touched it. He turned around and saw Riddle's projection that had an infuriating smile on his face and realized something. Lockhart never had the diary, did he? The boy's previous smirking expression turned into a full-on grin. No, he didn't. There are other ways to take control of people. Lockhart was weak enough and stupid enough that it wouldn't really notice my voice whispering in the back of his head. You're a remarkable student, Harry Potter, and you're very observant, but you have a long way to go to challenge someone like me. Harry understood then what had happened. You were always planning on using Lockhart as a decoy. You knew that someone was going after you, and the moment you realized how I was tracking you, you took control of him and made him stand near the entrance of the chamber while possessing him to fake my results. You wanted me to break in here and get the diary. Why? I didn't know who was coming after me. This was to reveal yourself, for me to trap you, find out what you know using legilimency before finally obliviating you. I expected a seer with little sense, but you're a lot more interested than I thought you were going to be. And yet here we are. I can't touch you, because I don't know where you are, and you can't touch me because I cancelled your connection to the wards. A stalemate. Perhaps, but it will have to break sometime soon. And I found my original goal, while you're still floundering trying to find my diary, the older boy answered with a smug grin. At his sour expression, Riddle continued, "Oh, don't be so sad. You were very close. And I'm doing everyone a favor by getting rid of Dumbledore. I'm even only petrifying people. I have no plan to kill anyone." Harry gritted his teeth. He didn't like losing, but it was undeniable that Harry lost this encounter. You could be bluffing about the diary not being here. You could be lying about killing people. Riddle's smirk was infuriating. Come on, don't be a sore loser. Why would I even lie, when there's nothing you can do about it either way? You know what, you're free to look around. Hell, you're free to even break into the fool's mind. But be quick about it, you only have a few minutes before the wards reset. I have to say that I was going to kill you, at first. Or at least petrify you. But now that we spoke up, I have to say that I'm fascinated. I look forwards to our next encounter, Potter. As the projection was starting to disappear, Harry muttered, "Catch you later." His answer was a chuckle, "No, you won't." With Riddle gone, Harry ended up taking a quick look into Lockhart's mind while focusing on a diary. There was nothing. Riddle had played him and had won this round. Harry returned to his common room feeling both disappointed and excited for some reason. He knew it was wrong, but there was just something about having a worthy opponent to spar against. He only hoped that no one would suffer because of his mistake. The 19th of October 1992, Hogwarts. Harry returned to his common room feeling both disappointed and excited for some reason. He knew it was wrong, but there was just something about having a worthy opponent to spar against. He only hoped that no one would suffer because of his mistake. The following day, Harry woke up later than usual. He didn't do his daily occlumency exercises, nor did he read a book. He was up all night analyzing his confrontation with Riddle and trying to figure out clues that he had missed. Tom Riddle had played him and there was no way to deny it. Harry had thought that he was victorious, that the moment he had seen the cursed diary, everything would go back to normal. Now, he needed to reassess everything he had thought before. He wasn't dealing with a single soul shard possessing a silly girl of sorts but with an actually brilliant teenager with a mind that rivaled his own. In this life, aside from magic, Harry's greatest gift was his mind. It was difficult to explain, but compared to his previous life, he was just slow. Harry could learn things faster, had a very good memory, and just could make links and correlations that he wouldn't have seen in his previous life. He could solve puzzles in seconds, that he would have struggled against in his previous life, even as an adult. Harrison Smith wasn't an idiot by any means. In fact, he was up there in terms of intelligence, but this life was just on another level. Harry's mind was the reason he could learn magical subjects so quickly, after all. Yes, his arcane magic helped, and it synergized terrifying well with his mind, but things like runes and advanced arithmancy were all on him. At first, he didn't know if it was a side effect of having magic, but he hadn't seen anyone exhibit the same intelligence as him in Hogwarts. Until Riddle, that is. The older student was so different from Voldemort that it wasn't even funny. How could someone as brilliant as Tom Riddle end up as short-sighted as the fake Dark Lord who just wanted to live forever and kill his former professor? The seeds were there. Riddle had the arrogance associated with the Dark Lord, he definitely had the magical prowess, but all this planning, the tricks and misdirection were not Voldemort's usual method of operation. Where Tom Riddle was methodical and precise, Voldemort was wild and chaotic. Where he was careful, Voldemort was overconfident. There were similarities, but they were fundamentally different persons and Harry needed to treat them as such. The wraith that was possessing Quirrell had jumped into Dumbledore's trap without a second thought. He didn't care about subtlety at all, especially considering the manner he tried to recruit Harry. Yes, the Potter Scion would have seen through most attempts at manipulation, but he lost nothing by being pleasant. He was so used to terrify people into submission that he didn't even try another way, or maybe he couldn't think of any. The man just giving a private lesson or two would have enticed any student, and slowly they could convert them into an agent. This whole, join me or die, routine was just inefficient. But Riddle wasn't like that. His honeyed words could charm anyone. He almost had Harry convinced that his goal was to genuinely try to save Muggleborns and Muggle-raised students. But how did he know that it would strike a chord with Harry? Lily Potter being a Muggleborn is common knowledge, but his being Muggle-raised was something that he kept closely. Daphne was the only one to have noticed, but if she did, then Riddle must have seen it too. It wasn't legilimency, Harry would have felt it, and with the diary being far away, mind magic was unlikely while the astral projection was technically possible. Did the older boy tailor an argument just to suit the knowledge he gained of Harry in seconds? Because that would be terrifying. If Voldemort had acted like that in his younger years, it was understandable why he got such a large following that was so entirely devoted to him. But that's not important. What is the fact that the basilisk was going to attack soon, and Harry couldn't really do anything to stop it. The Potter science thoughts were interrupted by Blaise, who poked his shoulder. It's weird to see you asleep this early, mate. You're always up, either at breakfast or with a book in your hand in the common room. Are you all right? Harry nodded. I'm good. I just have something on my mind, is all. After getting dressed, the two boys met Daphne and Tracy in the common room. The girls were also surprised but didn't voice anything. Still, they went to breakfast in silence. Honestly, Harry was happy that he had found friends that understood when he needed to think in peace. They all walked to class afterwards, which unfortunately was with Gilderoy Lockhart. Yeah, he had seen too much of this man the previous night, but he had to stomach it even further. It enraged Harry that a fake was pretending to be a professor without any repercussions. Seriously, what are Dumbledore's credentials for hiring defense professors? All of the other senior professors were masters in their fields and have contributed to the advancement of magic in some way. Sprout had made new ways of crossbreeding plants with surprisingly effective results. McGonagall had written a lot of theories regarding the animagus transformation and helped shorten a few self-transfiguration steps. Snape was the youngest potion master in history, having created over 5 new potions, and published altered generalized recipes that improved the potency of potions at lower ingredient costs. Flitwick needed no introduction. From dueling to warding, that man knew his stuff inside out. The fact that he had a mastery of charm with his heritage was proof that he was so good that bigotry just didn't apply to him anymore. The other professors were mostly the same, but Lockhart was honestly a joke. All he had were his books, and Harry had checked. Speaking of the bee-owned Ponce, he entered the room with that disgustingly bright smile on his face. Hello, my dear students. Now, I have the results of your previous assignments, and I am happy to see that most of you have a good grasp on common magical pests and how to get rid of them. So, that means, we're ready for this section of the curriculum that focuses on actual defensive and offensive spells. The entire classroom muttered excitedly. Harry wasn't one of them. Sure, the pest section was annoying and boring, but Harry didn't really stand out in them, at least not as much as students like Hermione Granger, who seemed to study very hard for every single one of them. As far as Lockhart was concerned, Harry just already knew how to deal with magical pests, probably from his presumed guardians. The other students caught up pretty fast since dealing with the pests wasn't that difficult. They weren't dangerous, and Harry actually approved of having them in the curriculum just in case students ran into them by accident at home or in the castle. Things like billywhigs, gnomes, bundamans, and ghouls could just show up in a magical household, and having children prepared to deal with them is generally a good idea. Harry was curious as to what the man was going to do next. Defensive and offensive spells could be classified in many ways. Of course, the professor waved his hand to calm the class. Now, don't get too enthusiastic. Before we can start casting spells at targets, you need to understand a bit about the theory. Don't worry, we'll be blasting each other pretty soon. Now, for the rest of the semester, we'll be focusing on what I like to call elemental spells. Now, for those of you who don't know what elemental magic is, it's the control of certain elements using magic. A master of the water element could sink cities with a thought. A master of the wind element could create tornadoes with a simple wave of their wand. You get the picture. And I know you're excited and everything, but you're not going to learn that. Harry heard a few disappointed sounds around the room and stifled a giggle. These people were barely able to cast stinging hexes, and they wanted to be master elementals. But yeah, this wasn't a bad introduction and the young Slytherin could see where this was coming. The professor continued, "Yes, I know, it's a bummer. But I never said that you were learning elemental magic, which takes decades to become proficient at it, let alone master it. I said we will be working on elemental spells, which are spells infused with a simple element. Spells like Incendio, which you learnt the previous year, are such spells. There are 5 main elements. There are other elements of course, but you'll rarely see them, so for the time being, we'll pretend they don't exist. Back to the 5 main elements. There is fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning. Each element has an attribute, of sorts, and its own strength and weaknesses. If we just take these elements and make them fight, we see that some of them have advantages over others. Water is weak against earth but strong against fire. Fire is weak against water and strong against wind, which is strong against lightning. Earth is strong against water but weak to lightning. So, if I send a fireball spell at you, it's better to counter with a water spell, which will actually not only cancel the element but will actually counter the very spell. It's also why you could counter large elemental attacks with less extensive spells if the elemental superiority is in your favor. The class continued and Harry had to admit that even if he hated Riddle's guts on principle, he was shaping Lockhart to be an adequate teacher. Yeah, it irked him that the professor was under some sort of mind control, or possession, but the man was a fraud who could have sabotaged the education of hundreds of students, so Harry didn't feel that bad about it. The only issue is the level of access this gave Riddle. Like it or not, professors had a lot of perks in Hogwarts, and it allowed Riddle to move in the castle unrestrained, and that was dangerous. As horrible as having an incompetent professor might be, having one controlled by a younger version of the Dark Lord was just wrong. Harry had tried to see if he could find the enchantment the previous day when he used Legilimency on Lockhart. He could feel the sudden urges to do a few things, or sudden bursts of knowledge, but not their source. There had to be an anchor of sorts to allow these compulsions to work on the own Ponce, and that anchor needed to be connected to the diary. Getting the diary would get everything sorted out, but the person who had it remained a mystery. With an opponent as competent as Riddle, plots within plots were possible. He could have been invisible and camouflaged somehow in the train. If the diary could hide itself from Harry, there was no reason its user couldn't as well. Maybe his list of suspects was wrong in the first place. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, even if improbable, must be the truth. But everything was possible with magic, thus what could he trust to make his conclusions? His encounter with Riddle had really rattled him, but he needed to steel himself and continue his investigation. After all, the man had thrown the gauntlet, and Harry hadn't had a challenge in a long time. For all his reservations, the Potter knew one thing for certain. This year is definitely not going to be boring. The 31st of October 1992, Hogwarts. His encounter with Riddle had really rattled him, but he needed to steel himself and continue his investigation. After all, the man had thrown the gauntlet, and Harry hadn't had a challenge in a long time. For all his reservations, the Potter knew one thing for certain. This year is definitely not going to be boring. It was Samhain and Riddle still hasn't done anything so far. And yet Harry knew that things were going to start heating up soon. After all, using an important date like today to make his debut was in the older boy's wheelhouse. Plus, the symbolism would make that date attractive. While people would be celebrating Voldemort's presumed death, his younger self would start his crusade, whatever that might be. Harry couldn't stop him, not now at least. The fact that Riddle had promised only to petrify students, while probably true, didn't reassure him at all. After all, the boy had made mistakes before, and poor Myrtle was the one who paid the price. Sure, the Potter Scion remade him runic stone out of stubbornness. He put it exactly in the same place and he knew that Riddle would check first. However, instead of using it as a detection method, he used it as a trap instead. Instead of it just sending a pulse to Harry whenever it moved, it was also connected to another hidden rune stone. Harry had dug a small hole in the floor of the bathroom, where he hid his second stone. The stone near the entrance would send a continuous magical signal to the second one, and the moment someone interrupts the signal between the two stones, they would both send a message to Harry. Harry also added a small marking potion that's mixed with water and that would spread throughout the bathroom the moment the stone is moved, or the signal is interrupted. This would allow Harry to track whoever was involved. He wasn't expecting much if he was perfectly honest. These traps were impressive in design, especially because of the resistance to detection. Most detection charms focus on effects that can impact the user, so this solution would take many people by surprise. But Tom Riddle wasn't just anyone, and that was the issue. Outside of this, Harry still hadn't been able to finish the basilisk glare-resistant goggles. He was still stuck on the durability of the lenses, and it looked like he was either going to need to use some kind of diamond lenses, or just treat the glass alchemically somehow. And he was still wary of practicing alchemy without someone actively teaching him, since the consequences tended to be wild and permanent. However, the good news was that the ice magic was going well, and so was his exploration of his magical crest. He had started to instinctively understand magical circles without spending hours studying them. He still couldn't create anything on command, but he could understand the magical circles in his crest as if he was going through a catalog of sorts. He was still stuck to the telekinetic family of spells, the crest deeming him to not be worthy enough to have access to anything else, but it was more than enough to occupy him now. Still, it wouldn't be enough to fight a basilisk. Not even close. And without making sure that every outcome was covered, Harry wasn't prepared to put himself in danger needlessly. And so, Harry spent his days in the room of requirements trying to figure out what to do. Of course, he had asked the room to get him to the Chamber of Secrets, and it didn't work. He asked the room about ways to kill a basilisk, and nothing of it as well. For all the idealism that came with the room, it had a lot of limitations. And so, Harry spent his time preparing for the inevitable attack but finding little to nothing that could stop Riddle reliably. The fact that the man was controlling many people in the castle meant that he didn't need to use the diary's victim to do his dirty work. He also could use them as hostages easily, so outing him to the public could be an issue. As for today, he needed to be vigilant and ready for anything to happen. He wasn't going to be suicidal and go after the basilisk on a hunch. But that didn't mean that Harry couldn't do anything. The house detector in the common rooms, the Great Hall, and the library were still up and running, so that was an advantage. Harry was attending the Halloween feast and was discreetly looking at his suspects in the Great Hall. Every single name on his list was in the Great Hall, talking animatedly in their respective tables. Even the entire faculty was there, even Filch, who was playing with his stupid cat. The decorations in the Great Hall had changed this morning. As it was Halloween, a cloud of live bats was fluttering around the enchanted ceiling, while hundreds of carved pumpkins leered from every corner. Finally, the chatter of conversations as the headmaster rose from his large seat among his fellow professors. Happy Halloween. Now, while I can drone on and on about this special day, you don't want to hear an old man ramble all night. So, to keep things brief, dig in. The golden plates and the dishes instantly filled themselves with delicious food. The house elves really do go above and beyond during feasts. As expected, the food was excellent, but the music was a little too dramatic for Harry's taste. All in all, it was an enjoyable night, except for the fact that Harry was still worried about an attack happening. The Potter Scion kept looking around for his suspects all night, but none of them left the Great Hall. Harry had tagged them all discreetly with a tracking charm just in case, but they could be easily dispelled. He kept doing this until Daphne painfully elbowed him discreetly in the, "What the hell, Daph? I'm starting to get tired of this, Harry. I know that you have a lot on your mind, for some reason you refuse to talk about it, but you already don't spend a lot of time with us. So from here on out, whenever you're hanging out with us, you'll pay attention to us. Because you're being a very bad friend right now." Daphne's words kinda threw him for a loop for a second. Harry knew that he was spending less time with them, but he didn't know that they felt this way. He looked at Blaze, who was nodding in affirmation, and Tracy, who was playing with her food. It was then that he understood how badly he was treating them. Whenever he wasn't innovating or training for his possible encounter with the basilisk, Harry did start to view his time with his friends to be a bit of a burden, like a social obligation instead of stressing out. "I'm sorry, Daph. I understand. From now on, I'll focus only on you guys whenever we hang out." The B.O. looked him in the eyes as if looking for any sign of a lie before smiling. "Good. So, did you hear about Malfoy getting into a fight with Longbottom in the middle of the Quidditch pitch when it was raining last week? Harry straightened up immediately. You're kidding. How did that happen? Tracy was the one who answered this time. Well, apparently the two of them wanted to spend some extra training time on the pitch, and of course, they wanted to get the other to stay away, which ended up in a full-on duel. They both spent the night in the infirmary because of their injuries. Flint wanted Longbottom to be banned for endangering his new seeker, but Professor McGonagall put her foot down. People take this game way too seriously, Harry commented. It's a serious game, the brunette protested. Exactly, it's a game. In school matches, the snitch is always too slow since professional snitches are very expensive and also very hard to catch. It would be hard to have classes if the games last for days on end. So, in the end, whoever has the best seeker wins, and the rest of the game has very little effect. If you get your beater to attack the other team's seeker and take them out of the game, even if you're fouled, you'll win the game in the long run. It's a dirty trick that won't do much in a professional match, where the matches are decided by the chasers instead, but it will do. Tracy was outright gaping at Harry's answer. I thought you knew nothing about Quidditch. I don't like the sport, Harry answered with a shrug. That doesn't mean that I'm ignorant. By the time the feast ended, Harry had received no notification from his trap. His suspects had stayed till the end of it, and when everyone started to leave to their common rooms, there was this sliver of hope that Riddle would stay his hand. Of course, this hope was dashed to nothing as he saw the commotion coming ahead. It was in the path just leading out of the Great Hall, just near the stairs leading up to the first floor, which was flooding with water. A circle had been formed by the Hogwarts student population, and in the middle of it were Neville Longbottom, Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, who looked very nervous. Next to them was Headmaster Dumbledore himself, who had drawn his wand and was waving it at a familiar petrified figure of Argus Filch, who looked like he was shielding something in his arms with a scared look on his face. When the Potter Scion took a closer look, he realized that it was the form of Mrs. Norris that didn't look petrified for some reason. The little dash of hope that was in Harry's heart had disappeared into nothing as he saw the large words written in blood near the petrified victims. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Yeah, that's an ominous message all right. Harry needed to look at his traps. The entire map was useless if he didn't know when the chamber was opened, and the sadistic caretaker was even at the feast until the last minute, alongside his cat. It was a harrowing thought. The basilisk had literally been meters away from the student population, minutes before Dumbledore dismissed them. Harry came in close to examine the scene further. He heard Dumbledore reassure McGonagall, he's petrified, but the cat is dead from asphyxiation. He was protecting her with his arms when he was petrified, and accidentally had his hand over her face. The poor thing couldn't breathe and died. Shit. At least Riddle hadn't killed the cat on purpose, but damn, this was a very bad move. It showed Harry that Riddle could get in and out of the chamber very quickly and hide the attacks very easily at any moment. Harry ignored Malfoy making a fool of himself in front of the professor by gloating and calling that the Mudbloods were next. Instead, he slowly walked to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, looking if he could find any clues. By the time he arrived there, he immediately noticed that his trap was working flawlessly. No one had tampered with them, the marking potion wasn't triggered. Nothing had happened. It didn't make sense. How could Riddle open the chamber without having access to the entrance? Harry slowly walked towards the sink to look at his stone underneath and saw a little piece of parchment just next to the stone. It had the words, "Nice try," neatly written on it, and Harry knew that it was a message from Riddle. Harry stood up with a snarl and froze when he noticed something. The snake engraving on the sink was gone. Son of a bi.ch, Riddle didn't disable his traps, he simply changed the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets altogether. Well, Harry had to admit that the man was good. But he needed to get to the common room before anyone would notice that he was away. He needed to plan, but this wasn't the time for it. After all, it was Samhain, and he would be foolish not to use such an important magical event to give himself an edge. He had a ritual to prepare for. The 31st of October 1992, Hogwarts. Well, Harry had to admit that the man was good. But he needed to get to the common room before anyone would notice that he was away. He needed to plan, but this wasn't the time for it. After all, it was Samhain, and he would be foolish not to use such an important magical event to give himself an edge. He had a ritual to prepare for. In the stupor provoked by the mysterious attack on Argus Filch and Mrs. Norris, none of the other students had even noticed that Harry had left. Honestly, he probably wouldn't figure out something that he didn't already know. Riddle wasn't sloppy. The only clue would be the message, which happened to look like perfect letters in a high-up position. Theoretically, any adult would be able to do it, so, assuming that the older student wouldn't let such an obvious clue slip. Tom had obviously enchanted a brush or some paint to do it. So, as callous as it might seem, there wasn't much Harry could figure out from the scene of the attack. His time was better spent on other pursuits, like figuring out how to best use the Samhain ritual to prepare himself. As far as he could tell, the best clue would be to use it to upgrade his magical crest. It was very powerful and filled with countless spells and magics. Magic that he could use against Riddle. He didn't really know what the results of his plan would be, which made sense since magical crests were personalized and varied greatly between families. Harry had read the incantation in the book the Room of Requirements had given him about magical crests, the one that he translated. He had to say, it was a far better read now that he had a good understanding of Old English. Still, it was an incantation that was supposed to enhance your connection to your crest. It commonly prompted visions of remnants of past users of the crest, and sometimes people ended up with new skills, but that was a rare event. It wasn't something that was commonly known. Harry had discreetly asked Daphne, but she said that any magic regarding the Greengrass magical spell was recorded and that they usually left them alone until a scion's 13th birthday, but the last Potter wasn't that patient. Honestly, the magical circles that the crest was slowly teaching him were already hard enough, and versatile enough for Harry to be busy for the rest of the year. No, the issue was Riddle. He needed an advantage because he was losing quite badly in their little game of shadows. The scales needed to be even once more. Still, it was a risky maneuver, but then again, Harry was preparing to fight AF, King Basilisk. There wasn't anything riskier than that, really. When he returned to the common room, the atmosphere was oddly subdued. Preparations for the Samhain ritual aside, the Chamber of Secrets being opened was a big deal for the house, and it wasn't for a good reason. People don't really realize that the blood purists in the House of the Snakes were a loud minority. Sure, there was a little discrimination, but the actual number of purebloods in the house wasn't that much higher than in the other houses. The only difference was that the rest was filled with half-bloods, and there weren't any Muggleborns. The Chamber of Secrets being opened was like a shining light on the house, and every single Slytherin was going to be watched even more carefully than they usually were. Of course, that asshole Malfoy didn't help matters. Yelling out that the Mudbloods were next was not a good look at the house as a whole. It seems like the entire House of the Snakes would have a few uncomfortable months, especially since the attacker killed Mrs. Norris. Still, all things considered, it wasn't time to start pointing fingers. Harry was sure the Slytherin court was going to need to address the entire house about something. They don't normally talk to the house needlessly, so that would be the first time that Harry would see the mysterious group that is pretty much in charge of the entire house. Deciding to focus on the ritual instead, Harry slowly walked towards the hidden ritual rooms. Harry put on his ritual robes and mask and ignored the weird feedback from his arcane hearing of the ambient magic sliding off the robes. He saw the first years follow a prefect towards the general ritual room. Harry followed them from behind and took a place in the large circle around the room. Harry didn't really have the resources to start a ritual of his own, and honestly, he didn't need to. Unless he was planning something fundamentally different instead of the standard ritual, like using human sacrifices or something that disturbing, there wasn't really a reason not to just use the general one. The moment he stepped into the room, Harry relished the silence that came with it. In a castle full of magic, his arcane hearing was always hit with endless noise. He had done his best to ignore it, but it was still this little noise in his head that just wouldn't go away. It was far worse in sections of the castles that were obviously added afterwards. It didn't mean that the enchantment didn't work properly, only that it was fundamentally different, and to Harry, it just sounded like two different songs playing at once, instead of it integrating into one larger song instead. The room itself was illuminated by completely non-magical candles, and like last time, there was a large stone, a monolith, really, in the middle of the rune, filled with what Harry recognized to be Celtic runes. The Potter Scion didn't examine everything, but from the looks of it, it was a prayer for the Morrigan, the Celtic goddess of death, asking for peace of those who were beyond the veil. Whoever had set this up had pretty much copied an already working ritual the Celts had designed and were commonly using. Finding and sharing that ritual was impressive, but there was no originality in it. It was like a set of instructions were followed. It worked, but Harry couldn't help but feel disappointed by the fact that very little originality and ritual design were actually used. Of course, the animal sacrifice thing happened, powering the ritual like the previous time. The candles were blown, plunging the room into darkness, other than the glowing runes on the monolith of course. And alongside this change in scenery, the primal magic that Harry had felt the previous year enveloped the room. Harry still couldn't make heads or tails of it. It was just multidimensional, on a plane that Harry just couldn't perceive. The song that it tried to convey was so complex, so beautiful, even in his limited perception of it. The magic was so fundamentally different from anything he had felt anywhere else. It was deep and raw magic, the type, which was practiced thousands of years ago, when humanity was young, and science was not even a whisper. A time when magic ruled sovereign and was present everywhere in the grass and the rivers. A time which did not exist anymore today. As far as Harry could theorize, this was the closest thing he felt to true magic. Wizards simply could not conceptualize the entire thing and decided to implement only facets of it. It was probably why this raw magic was so potent and complex, while magic cast by humans was easily three-dimensional. Our magic is humanity's interpretation of the source, which is incomplete. The magic itself was filled with darkness, with death. After all, it was the Day of the Dead, and a life was sacrificed for this magic. It was oppressive yet welcoming. It was mostly peaceful. With that realization, a small sense of clarity appeared to Harry, and he could finally hear something else in the raw death-tainted magic of the ritual. There was something hidden inside the death energy, something powerful. It was so much bigger on the inside than from the outside somehow. It was very hard to explain, but it was a beautiful concept, complicated yet so sad. Life. Harry instinctively understood what this was. As a person who has experienced death, he knows what life feels like. It was beautiful, just amazing, filled with possibilities and choices. But it always ended the same way, with forgotten memories and tears, thus the sad. After all, everything's got to end sometime. Otherwise, nothing would ever get started. The question was why there was so much life, on a ritual based on a day of death. Or perhaps it was the dead celebrating life in a way. When Harry focused even more on the feeling of life, he could almost hear a familiar melody that resembled his own. It was so full of wonder and love that it surprised him. He had never experienced such fiery passion before, and he closed his eyes, trying to hold back the small tears just from the feeling. He had never felt anything more beautiful than this. Was this what his mother felt towards him? It certainly couldn't be anything else. And just as he was going further and further, the raw magic practically dissipated, and Harry realized that he has been absorbing the death energy all this time without realizing it. His magical circuits were filled with magic that he knew exactly what to do with them. As the prefects were unlocking the magical crests of the first years, Harry murmured an incantation, Midland u earf mine foragain, I see rega u, et u er me wisen. Aiden mester me a biot a fiercen stofni. It meant, legacy of my ancestors, I call upon you to show me the way. Aid and advise me to weather the coming storm. It was a small incantation in Old English. There was a reason why people moved away from Latin and Old English. Words have power, and somehow these languages shaped magic, in a way. It was why the entirety of Europe which use wands, still use Latin spells. It was just more potent than any other common language to shape magic. Old English was the same, but since it was connected more to Druidism than wand casting, it isn't really known. As he expected, Harry's crest started to burn slightly, and it slowly absorbed the magic that he had gained from the ritual. It wasn't really painful, but the feeling of losing that much raw energy was uncomfortable. Suddenly, the ritual room disappeared, and instead, Harry found himself surrounded by a land of shadows. There wasn't a sun in the sky, and yet there was this glow that made Harry see shapes at the distance. No, the darkness was illuminating the path somehow. That paradox almost gave the Potter Scion a headache by itself. The shadows themselves seemed alive, more akin to floating fluids, than reflections of light as they were in the mortal world. Harry followed the illuminated path until he saw a withered tree that didn't have a single leaf. There was no life around. Honestly, if that was the inner representation of the crest, then it definitely looked threatening. Movement. Something was moving up on the tree. It was a raven. It caught and floated down to the ground and shifted to a carbon copy of Harry but with silver eyes. It was odd, seeing this imperfect reflection of his own face. The man's silver eyes were glowing like full moons, but there was something else bothering Harry about them. Yes, they were old eyes, wise eyes, that just didn't look right on someone his age. Deciding to take the initiative, Harry calmly asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Ignotus Peverell, young Potter. And I believe we have much to discuss." The 31st of October 1992, Hogwarts. It was odd, seeing this imperfect reflection of his own face. The man's silver eyes were glowing like full moons, but there was something else bothering Harry about them. Yes, they were old eyes, wise eyes, that just didn't look right on someone his age. Deciding to take the initiative, Harry calmly asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Ignotus Peverell, young Potter. And I believe we have much to discuss." For a second, Harry's face froze in shock. This was Ignotus Peverell, the man that had outsmarted death itself. He looked so normal. From the legends, he should have looked older. After all, he's the only one of the Peverell brothers that greeted death like an old friend when he died of old age. Wanting to clarify, Harry asked, "As in the Ignotus Peverell, from the Tale of Three Brothers?" The man's neutral face frowned slightly. "Do not always take legends and stories too seriously." "Yes, I am that Ignotus Peverell, but I can tell you with absolute certainty that most of the legends of the Hallows are false. My brothers and I did not defeat death by conjuring a bridge, that's for sure." "So, where did the Deathly Hallows come from, then?" The man gave Harry a mysterious grin. "Perhaps one day, young descendant, when you have proven yourself worthy, I will explain how the Hallows were made. But that's not why you're here, is it? You used a spell to communicate with your crest. So, tell me what you need. Why have you come?" "Riddle. Tom Riddle. I need help dealing with him," Harry responded reluctantly. It was a bit of a flaw of Harry's that he didn't like asking for help. He liked figuring things out himself, and sometimes, he tended to be too proud to ask for aid. He knew that it wasn't something good, but he had lived for a decade with the Dursleys without the luxury of help in any way, and old habits die hard. Anyway, if there was anything he could trust, it was his very own crest. And he really needed the help. Tom Riddle had outsmarted him very easily, and it didn't seem to be changing anytime soon. The older student had a network of people under his control, including a professor. It was funny, in a way, that the soul shard of a Dark Lord had deemed the man to be so incompetent that it put him under its control and made him teach properly. Riddle was evil and all, but at least he had standards. So, yeah, he needed to know how to deal with a basilisk in case that happens, and a way to track down the real diary. He also needed to figure out how Riddle was controlling his victims. Mind control spells of that duration need some kind of anchor for the spell to work without it being obvious. The Imperious Curse, for all its advantages, was very easy to throw off after a few days without being reapplied, and Riddle wouldn't risk it on such a large network that he didn't always have access to, especially if he's masquerading as a student. So, he had to rely on compulsion charms that are connected to the diary and anchored with some kind of physical artifact to act as a target. That would allow him to send orders from far away without needing to connect to any other. Each order was technically a new spell, and if the compulsion charm was subtle enough, it wouldn't be obvious. As far as he could tell, this was the method Riddle used, since it was the only way to order around Lockhart from inside the chamber without leaving it. So, Harry needed to find the artifacts on every single control victim, and destroy them, just to break Riddle's network. Harry's ancestor broke him from his thoughts. The Soul Shard. A very peculiar opponent, I must admit. I have to say that I have never seen something as delicate as a Horcrux used as a weapon and gained this much autonomy. I think he made a mistake during its creation. He killed another student by accident, so he rushed it, so that her death wouldn't be meaningless. The silver-eyed man snorted, "All deaths are meaningless, child. The dead do not care about the living, it's why they're dead, after all." "Then, why are you here?" I'm not really here. Ignotus Peverell died after living a long and fulfilling life. I am just an imprint of his consciousness in the magical crest that he granted his descendants. The fact that you're compatible enough to theoretically be his successor, is the only reason I showed myself. Of course, being compatible isn't enough. You have to prove yourself worthy of this knowledge, and well, I'm not holding my breath. Harry gritted his teeth. Why am I not worthy, then? Because you're a coward, the man simply answered. Oh, don't pretend to be angry at me. You know you're a coward, I'm inside your head, remember? If it was up to you, you would leave this school, go abroad and study magic in peace. You wouldn't concern yourself with this Voldemort and the Champion of Light. And well, I can't have someone so passive, so unwilling to do anything, be worthy of Ignotus' legacy. What about Riddle, then? Harry protested. How am I a coward in that case? You are fighting because you are afraid. Afraid of the basilisk, afraid of your friends getting hurt. Everything you do is out of self-preservation, nothing more. And even then, with all the advantages you have, you're still floundering about like some sort of headless chicken fighting a ghost. And why is having a bit of self-preservation a bad thing? Harry asked. Because you're going too far with it, and I can see what giving you this knowledge will do to you. You will hole yourself up in a warded castle and stay there for all eternity. You wouldn't fight if you could avoid it, and I can't trust you to do the responsibilities that come with Ignotus abilities because you are too afraid. That's not even mentioning the fact that your body can barely accommodate low-level spells. Any moderate spell is liable to S.K.U. dry of magic. Harry was getting angry, but his most prevalent emotion had to be shame. Yes, Ignotus was right. He was living in Hogwarts while doing his best of distancing himself from the action. It was only when a threat to himself and the entire school appeared that he started opposing him, and it wasn't going well. That needed to change, but he couldn't really do it on a whim. What am I supposed to do, then? How should I become worthy? The Potter Scion asked desperately. I guess the Riddle mess could work as a test of sorts. Defeat Tom Riddle and we can talk again about your role as my heir, well, Ignotus' heir. I just told you that I can't stop him, Harry protested. You can't stop him because you're playing in his field. This little game of shadows is his playground. He has been doing it for longer than you have, and his political ambitions, which you seem to lack, have driven him to hone that skill as instinct. Misdirection and trickery are his weapons, not yours. You have a remarkable mind, but you're an academic by nature, not a politician. So, even the playing field, use your own skills to do it. Instead of trying to figure out what happened to the diary, try creating something that would track it down. Instead of trying to trick him into revealing himself, get him to overextend, make him overconfident, and his innate arrogance will give you enough opening. Hell, you're trying to fight Riddle, when you have another clue somewhere. While Tom Riddle is brilliant, his possession victim is likely not to be the same. Build something to track down his thralls and destroy their anchor. Run around and say his name. Look at people's reactions, and they will reveal themselves easily enough. Harry gaped at his ancestor. Why didn't I think of that? Because you're young and inexperienced. This is your first real opponent, your first step towards your destiny, and for all your intelligence, you lack the wisdom and experience to know what to do immediately. You will learn, as I learned as well. What about the basilisk? The silver-eyed man shook his head. Salazar Slytherin's pet is not your average basilisk. You are fighting the real king of serpents, their apex predator. This will be your first journey in the reverse side of the magical world, the hidden side of the magical world, if you would. This is not a monster that you are ready to fight, no matter how ready you feel you'll be. So, I'm going to break my rule once and give you a slight advantage. After all, you've been ignoring an entire field of magic for no reason. It's time to change that. Good luck, Harry Potter. Do not disappoint me. Before he could do anything, the man turned back into his giant crow form and landed on Harry's right shoulder. The rest was so confusing, but in that fraction of a second, the entire world of shadows disappeared, and instead, thousands of images, visions, and scenes rushed before his very eyes. Scenes of battles, births and deaths. War and peace, nice cultivated and complete ruins. He watched as the world broke into two factions of light and darkness, and specters of the dead roamed the earth once more. Armies of pure light burned away everything that came in its way, while the darkness consumed everything it could. He saw volcanoes erupting on the command of wizards, giant demonic monsters attacking everything in their way. He saw a man rising from a putrid fog forcing dark-robed figures to bow and acclaim him. He saw the best of both light and darkness fall in this endless way. A giant kraken sinking Muggle warships. Dragons as big as cities roamed the skies, roaring in defiance against a single man wielding a sword glowing with hope. Light and darkness fought a last time in the middle of fire, water, wind and earth. The end was coming, and a victor would be crowned in this endless war. Yet for all of this, Harry could see that what remained was a shadow of humanity, a mockery, not the real thing. Harry did his best not to fall to his knees and yell out as the visions invaded his senses. But just as suddenly as they came, the visions disappeared, and the Potter Scion gasped as the ritual room revealed itself to him once more. He ignored the looks of his housemates. He was wearing a mask after all, and they didn't know who he was. Instead, he slowly walked away from the room, wanting to lie down on his bed again. It was a hectic day and Harry needed to process everything. Well, for one, his magical crest held a remnant of Ignotus Peverell, one of the legendary figures in wizarding history, yet the man seemed unconcerned with Harry's well-being entirely. You would think that being his last descendant, he would be helpful. Well, the Potter Scion would admit that the man helped slightly. He made Harry realize what he's been doing wrong all this time with Riddle. Yes, Tom Riddle was a brilliant boy, but his main advantage over Harry was his age. Considering his political aspiration, his sheer charisma, and his age, he was probably the king of Slytherin when he made the diary. That meant that politics and cunning were second nature to him, and honestly, for all their similarities, Harry was a very different person. They were both raised in neglectful environments, they were both geniuses and magical prodigies. But their hopes, their dreams, were wrong. Tom Riddle wanted to be recognized by the world, but Harry just wanted to study magic and understand it. Both are admirable ambitions, but that made their priorities fundamentally different. With a jolt, Harry realized what his ancestor was talking about when he said he was giving Harry a gift. This was brilliant, why hadn't he thought of that before? For the first time in a few days, Harry had hope. He would defeat Riddle, and he would do it on his own terms. The 3rd of November 1992, Gryffindor Common Room, Hogwarts. In the Gryffindor Common Room that evening, Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom were struggling over their potions assignment. They were in a very bad mood, having had to attend detention with Professor Severus Snape in the afternoon. Yeah, melting their cauldron, getting a week of detention, and losing 10 points each for Gryffindor did not help matters. The youngest male Weasley was especially angry since he had gotten a second howler from his mother for breaking his wand and not telling anyone about it. That Ponce, Lockhart, ended up complaining to Professor McGonagall, who sent an owl to his mother. Neville would secretly admit to himself that the woman had a point. A wizard was useless without his wand, and well, having a broken one affected Ron in all his classes. His teachers had obviously noticed but assumed that it was a lack of skill or control. Hermione, on the other hand, was busy doing the following week's Transfiguration homework that McGonagall had just announced. Honestly, Neville thought it was too much, but the Muggleborn seemed to enjoy it for some strange reason, so who was he to judge? Although, she had been acting a little more relaxed recently, even if she tended to want more time to herself. She did still help him and Ron with their homework, though, and Neville was grateful for that. That potions assignment was a nightmare. Honestly, Neville just loathed the class. Ron seemed to share his opinion, and even Hermione didn't really look forward to it. The theory lessons with the incompetent junior professor, and the nightmarish practical sessions with Snape, just made the entire class a living nightmare. The greasy bat hated Neville with a passion, and he was even a former Death Eater. Why Dumbledore is letting him teach and spread his reign of terror was a mystery to the boy who lived. Neville's dislike of the magical field showed in his grade, which tended to iterate between poor and dreadful. The Longbottom Scion would admit that he didn't really put much effort into his classes anymore. A little of it was to spite Snape, but it was mainly because the entire class was so boring. Neville was always restless, ready for action, and just sitting down brewing a potion for hours, or writing an essay on the properties of Murtlap essence, was just so dull. There were so many better things to do, like playing Quidditch, exploring the castle, or, most of all, figuring out who is opening the Chamber of Secrets. Deciding to distract himself from the mind-numbing essay he was writing, he looked at Hermione. Any luck with your research about the Chamber of Secrets? The bushy-haired girl shook her head. No. I couldn't find any mention of it outside of Hogwarts, a history. If there was, it's probably gone already. Everyone has been curious as well, so any book would probably be taken out by now. Ron stiffened when he heard of it. What did it say again? Seriously, Ron. It's like you have the memory capabilities of a goldfish, Hermione muttered, then continued out loud. Well, as you probably know, Hogwarts was built by the four greatest witches and wizards of the age, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. They hid the castle with very powerful wards to protect the students since back then, the statute of secrecy didn't exist, so everyone knew about it, and wizards and witches tended to be hunted down in sight. The older ones were safe, of course, since they could easily use their magic to protect themselves. Some even made a sport out of escaping witch burnings. The issue was the children. So, for years the founders worked in harmony together, seeking out youngsters who showed signs of magic and bringing them to the castle to be educated. But then disagreements sprang up between them. A rift began to grow between Slytherin and the others. Slytherin wished to be more selective about the students admitted to Hogwarts. He believed that magical learning should be kept within all magic families. He disliked taking students of Muggle parentage, believing them to be untrustworthy. After a while, there was a serious argument on the subject between Slytherin and Gryffindor, and Slytherin left the school. Greasy git, Ron commented. Hermione ignored him and continued, this is something that's been confirmed by historians so far. The legend of the Chamber of Secrets states that Salazar Slytherin had built a hidden chamber in the castle, of which the other founders knew nothing. Slytherin, according to the legend, sealed the Chamber of Secrets so that none would be able to open it until his own true heir arrived at the school. The heir alone would be able to unseal the Chamber of Secrets, unleash the horror within, and use it to purge the school of all who were unworthy to study magic. They theorize that it's some kind of magical monster that only the true heir of Slytherin could command. So, it has to be a Slytherin then, Neville thought out loud. Hermione shook her head. It might just be a cruel prank that went wrong. The attacker definitely didn't plan for Mrs. Norris to die since she was suffocated by a petrified Filch. And I looked anywhere, monsters that petrify are rare, and not that long-lived. For example, the cockatrice can barely live more than a decade without dying of old age. The closest thing I could find was the Gorgon curse that was put on Medusa, who turned whoever looked at her into stone. But that was permanent, some kind of forced transfiguration, not a temporary one like Dumbledore said. A real shame about Mrs. Norris though, she was a cute cat. That thing was a demon in disguise, Ron protested, and Neville agreed with him. That cat had chased them down many times after curfew when they wanted to explore the castle at night. But the animal did not deserve this, suffocating to death by its own petrified owner. It was just horrible. Sometimes Ron could be a little insensitive, and Hermione seemed to take offense at his careless words. It was nothing new, the two of them tended to argue a lot. Choosing not to let the situation escalate, Neville spoke up. What if it was true? What if the chamber was really open? You saw how worried Dumbledore looked. He couldn't even heal Filch. I don't think there's a student that can do something that Dumbledore couldn't reverse. A legendary monster though, could do the trick. Hermione looked hesitant. Maybe. But who can it be, though? I have researched most of the founder lines out of curiosity. The line of Slytherin ended with the Gounts, who all died out over 50 years ago. There's the branch that escaped to America and became the Sayre line and founded their own school there. But a Sayre coming to Hogwarts would be scandalous enough for the news to take notice. It's fairly obvious I think, said Ron in feigned surprise. Who do we know who wants all the squibs and muggle-borns out of Hogwarts? The youngest son of Arthur Weasley looked at Neville, seeking his approbation. The Longbottom Scion looked back, seemingly unconvinced. If you're talking about Malfoy. Of course, I am, said Ron. You heard him. You'll be next, mudbloods. Come on, you've only got to look at his foul rat face to know it's him. Neville shook his head. Malfoy, the heir of Slytherin. Don't get me wrong, I hate the git, but I don't think he has it in his to do something like this. Look at his family, Ron exclaimed vividly. They've all been in Slytherin for centuries. They could easily be secret descendants of Salazar Slytherin, handing down instructions about the Chamber of Secrets from father to son, for generations. Ron, your entire family was in Gryffindor. So was mine, to be honest. Does that mean that I'm the descendant of Gryffindor? Neville protested. Yeah, but while everyone was horrified, Malfoy was very happy with the attack, like he's getting some attention, Ron continued, and it can even be Potter too. He's certainly sneaky enough to pull off something like this. That brought Neville short. Harry Potter just didn't come to him for some reason. He didn't even think about his godbrother ever since summer vacation. Potter just stopped showing off in class. He just did the work and kept writing in this new notebook of his all the time. No one knew what he was doing, and when Seamus tried to get a peek, he said it looked like gibberish to him. It even had some protection that stung anyone but its owner from touching it. To be perfectly honest, it was interesting for a week before everyone just gave up. It was probably some sort of study notes, knowing the boy. There were a few rumors about him fighting Flitwick in the dueling club. Neville didn't really doubt them. He remembered Potter fighting the wraith of what he now knows as Lord Voldemort, as a first year, in the Forbidden Forest. The boy was just on another level, and Neville could only hope to catch up one day. Yes, Potter had the capability to do this. He has been acting a bit differently this year, a mix of distraction and pure dismissal of Neville entirely. Before, there was this aura of condescension that he emanated. Now, it was like he didn't even notice that Neville was there. This change of character could mean that he's the heir of Slytherin. But then, the boy who lived remembered the boy pulling him away from a killing curse and rethought his theory. He just shook his head. No, it's not Potter. Hermione continued, yeah, that's not like Harry at all. As you would know, Ron argued, you haven't spoken to him for months. People change. Seeing another fight coming, Neville spoke up, all of this is just speculation. It could be anyone in Slytherin, really. Ron stiffened, what we need is proof. If only we could pretend to be Slytherins and ask questions. Neville stiffened, there is, actually. It's some kind of potion. I heard my grandmother talk about it once. I think it's called Poly something, I don't really remember, but it can transform you into another person. Hermione stiffened, you mean Polyjuice potion? Yeah, that's it, he exclaimed. Neville, that takes over a month to brew. And the ingredients are expensive, the Muggleborn protested. I can get the ingredients easily enough. And we can afford to wait a month. It would also give us enough time to see if the perpetrator attacks again. Do you think you could brew it? Hermione nodded, I'm not sure. I need the recipe first. It's in a book called Most Potent Potions in the restricted section of the library. Neville nodded, I'll try to convince Lockhart to give us a permission slip. He seems to like me for some reason. Ron seemed to grumble at this, it's because you're a celebrity, mate. You're his ticket up in the world. Whatever, Neville said, ignoring Ron's little outburst, I'll handle the permission slip. And the ingredients. Hermione will brew the potion. And Ron, keep a lookout for anything suspicious or any other suspects. They all agreed and decided to continue their homework, and a few hours later, all thoughts of the Chamber of Secrets had disappeared. After all, the match against Slytherin was in a few days and Neville wanted to be ready. He wanted to show Malfoy and the entire world that it didn't matter how much money he threw at everything. Neville would still be the superior seeker. Oliver Wood and the rest of the Quidditch team were putting their faith in him, and he will not disappoint them. He had trained day and night for this. What could go wrong? The 16th of November 1992, Hogwarts. After all, the match against Slytherin was in a few days and Neville wanted to be ready. Neville wanted to show Malfoy and the entire world that it didn't matter how much money he threw at everything. Neville would still be the superior seeker. Oliver Wood and the rest of the Quidditch team were putting their faith in him, and he will not disappoint them. He had trained day and night for this. What could go wrong? Harry woke up that morning not looking forward to the rest of the day, even if it was a Sunday. He could see where things were headed, and it wasn't something he wanted to be a part of. It all started with a Quidditch game 2 days back, and things really started to heat up then. Tracy had dragged him and his friends to attend the match since it was often the most interesting one of the entire school year. The Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry was really heated when it came to Quidditch, and it showed. Longbottom and Malfoy had spent almost 2 months doing nothing but training for the match, granting everyone a little break and a very calm school year. Harry knew that after the game things would go back to the way they used to be, but he didn't expect things to explode like this. Yeah, the game was mostly dominated by the Slytherins because of the brooms Lucius Malfoy donated to the Slytherin Quidditch team, but then, of course, a Bulger started targeting Longbottom for some reason and ended up almost killing the boy by knocking him off his broom and hit him in the head after he had fallen. The young celebrity found himself with severely broken ribs, a cracked skull, and legs that were pretty much crushed. He ended up in the infirmary and wasn't seen since. Oliver Wood, of course, had complained that the ball was obviously cursed, and Madam Hooch agreed with him. To be completely honest, if Harry didn't know that a house elf had done it, he would have been impressed. Quidditch equipment is notoriously hard to enchant or curse because of the countless enchantments that are filling it to the brink. If a student had done it, they would have needed to break into Madam Hooch's office without being noticed by the wards, add a curse that is so woven into the enchantments of the Bulger that it would be unnoticed by the flying instructor during the standard pre-match detection. If a Newt student could pull it off, Harry would have raised his eyebrows in surprise. Now, house elves work on a separate magical system. The Potter Scion didn't really understand how it worked, only that it had different properties and rules. Honestly, he didn't have the time to research properly, even if he was planning on getting a house elf, the moment he has an actual place. They were dead useful, after all. But since they were a complete unknown in terms of magical potential, it would be possible for a house elf to curse the Bulger. Anyway, the match was cancelled, since the Bulger was obviously cursed, but there was no proof that any of the Slytherins had done it. But worst of all, it was proclaimed to be a tie with no points for either house. Considering that the entire Quidditch tournament is calculated using the sum of points that each house has after all their matches, both Gryffindor and Slytherin were penalized, and weren't happy with the results. Harry had heard murmuring the previous day of Slytherins saying that the Gryffindors did this so that they wouldn't lose as badly because of their new brooms. The Gryffindors said that it was obviously done to take out their star seeker. Tensions were brewing, and no one was happy. And if that wasn't enough, Dean Thomas was attacked and petrified just the night after the game. So, yeah, things were obviously getting serious, and it was threatening to turn Hogwarts into an all-out war at any moment. All it would need is a spark to light things up. To be perfectly frank, Harry was not looking forward to it, especially since he was in the middle of exploring the gift that his magical crest had given him. The repository of spells remained the same, and obviously limited, but the actual gift just activated at random intervals. When the spirit of Ignotus Peverell mentioned that he didn't try most magical fields, he didn't think that he mentioned divination of all things. It wasn't really as much of a sham as he thought it was going to be, but it definitely was relatively unreliable. Sure, there were fields like scrying that give out tangible results, but seeing the future was so fickle that it rarely ever meant anything. All Harry had gotten were some weird dreams about a giant snake eating a black lion the night before Dean Thomas was attacked, and a sudden vision of the boy frozen in his place the moment it did happen. It could be helpful in the long run, but so far, all the books he had read about seeing the future seemed to be nonsense. But at least, Harry had a halfway dependable way to know when an attack happens exactly, which is something he could leverage. But outside the unreliable gift that his ancestor had given him, Harry was also blessed with a single design, a single theory, so to speak. One that would allow him to craft a weapon that could possibly kill a basilisk. But the materials needed for something like this were so unattainable, that he had only one contact that could help him get them, Arcturus Black. Harry hated that he had to rely on a virtual stranger for something like this, but he had no choice. Well, there was the Room of Hidden Things, but the chances of that working were minimal. The Potter Scion was already at a disadvantage since he has lost the entrance to the chamber. From what he could understand, the entire place was in some kind of pocket dimension that was activated using a password in Parseltongue. It was why it was so easily moved away by Riddle, and Harry had checked, but there seemed to be absolutely nothing out of the ordinary underneath Ning Myrtle's sink. At least, the founder wasn't some creep who put his chamber in a girl's bathroom. There wasn't even plumbing when they did the castle, so someone moved it there, probably Riddle. If you think about it, it was an intelligent move. Bathrooms are already warded so no traps could be sprung on him there. The location also made it easier to connect to the castle pipes to allow the basilisk to move around, and finally, no one would think of this being a place to do so. That means that Riddle had to look for another place with similar advantages to his new chamber, but still, it didn't mean anything since Harry didn't know any Parseltongue. He checked by summoning a snake and seeing if he could understand the hissing. He got nothing. There wasn't much about the snake tongue in the Hogwarts library, even in the restricted section, something that was odd since it was common knowledge and the founder of the House of Snakes himself was one. Yeah, that had Dumbledore's fingerprints all over it. Not for the first time, Harry wished to know where the man put all the books he kept taking from the library. They would probably be enough to fill an entirely new one by themselves. That's how many books the man just confiscated because they were too dangerous. Now, the biggest question was, why did Riddle attack Dean Thomas? The boy mostly kept to himself and liked art. He didn't get into fights, he didn't make a spectacle of himself. Most people didn't even know if he was a Muggle-born or a half-blood, and no one really cared. Hermione Granger would make a better target if he wanted to scare Muggle-borns. She was loud, she was a friend of the boy who lived, and she liked to show up to the purebloods who looked down on her for being a Muggle-born. Colin Creevey was also the same. He was a high-profile target just for annoying everyone around him with nonsensical questions and taking hundreds of photos every day. So, yeah, why Dean Thomas? Riddle hadn't attacked him in the stories, so why did this change? Maybe he knew something that Riddle didn't want to be spread out. No, he was smarter than that. A memory charm and a mental compulsion would be enough to silence anyone who wasn't a high-level Occlumens, something that Dean Thomas just wasn't. Harry was so engrossed with his thoughts that he didn't notice his friend sitting next to him for breakfast, and was then poked by Daphne. What the hell, Daph? You're being inconsiderate again. Remember, we agreed that when you're literally next to us, you wouldn't get lost in your own head. Harry looked down. Sorry, I didn't notice you sitting down. Of course, you didn't, Tracy commented, so, what's making you this distracted? The Chamber of Secrets, Harry simply replied. So, you're like a quarter of the school that wants to be the ones to solve the infamous mystery of the founder, Blaise said with a sarcastic tone. Harry shook his head. No, I already solved most of it, but the problem I have is why Dean Thomas was chosen as a target. What, you solved it? Daphne asked. Well, most of it, really. It's a bit obvious if you know where to look. You need to go back to the original attack, and you'll be able to have enough information to make your conclusions. Each attack is supposed to make a statement of sorts. Filch was an attack on the staff, showing everyone that no one was safe. Especially since he was barely gone for a minute when he was petrified. Every single old attack was the same, so the attacker is using similar means, in a way. The next person to be petrified is supposed to be known by most people. It's useless to spread fear if you don't know who the victims are in the first place. So, it had to be someone noticeable. Colin Creevey, Hermione Granger, and people like that. The purpose is to spread fear, so the question is, why Dean Thomas? He keeps to himself, and no one outside our year even knows who he is. Before the attack, I bet none of you knew that he was a Muggle-born. So, the question is why he was attacked in the first place. Daphne gave him a weird look. What makes you think that the goal is to make people afraid? Well, it has to do with the method of attack, Harry explained. It's not a spell, because Dumbledore would have easily countered it. Wand magic is structured like that, but a creature's magic can be stubborn and unpredictable. And if the beast is what I think it is, then whoever is controlling it is making sure that it only petrifies people and not killing them. Killing people would actually be easier to do and would leave fewer clues in the crime scene. Yeah, but you're basing all of this on the attacks that happened years ago. Whoever is doing this is different. What if they don't want to spread fear? What if there isn't a convoluted plan? Daphne responded. That's ridiculous. Of course, Riddle wants to spread fear. Oh. Maybe he did want that before, but this is different. Tom Riddle woke up in the future and saw how much of a disappointment his future self was, so what would he do? Would he really restart a reign of terror just to momentarily hurt Dumbledore, who was in a much more secure position than he was when Tom was still a teenager? No, of course, he wouldn't. There had to be something else. Something that's tied to Dean Thomas. Something that was different. This time, there had to be another motivation. Tom was a brilliant wizard, but he was fundamentally different. He was a Horcrux. So, what would a Horcrux need? He didn't have any magic. hence the need to possess people. Wait a minute, Harry was thinking of Riddle as its own independent person. But he wasn't, was he? Harry stood up with a huge grin on his face and just exclaimed, "You're a genius, Daff." He then kissed her cheek and ran out of the Great Hall. He had a diadem to find, after all. The 16th of November 1992, Hogwarts. He was a Horcrux. So, what would a Horcrux need? He didn't have any magic, hence the need to possess people. Wait a minute, Harry was thinking of Riddle as its own independent person. But he wasn't, was he? Harry stood up with a huge grin on his face and just exclaimed, "You're a genius, Daff." He then kissed her hair and ran out of the Great Hall. He had a diadem to find, after all. The room of hidden things was infinitely large, at least it looked that way. And if there was one way to describe it, it would be chaotic. The first time he saw it, he was awed. It was a single room that was about as large as a cathedral from a first glance, but Harry had learnt that its size was nothing more than an illusion. He hadn't found an end to the room yet in over a year of exploration. Paradoxically, the room was illuminated by the windows that were high up on the walls. There had to be some kind of illusion or space warping to have that kind of effect, but the light illuminated the room in a way that made it look like a city with towering walls, built of what Harry knew must be objects hidden by generations of Hogwarts students. There were alleyways and roads bordered by teetering piles of broken and damaged furniture, stowed away, perhaps, to hide the evidence of mishandled magic, or else hidden by the castle's proud house elves. There were thousands and thousands of books, no doubt banned or graffitied or stolen. There were winged catapults and fanged frisbees, some still with enough life in them to hover half-heartedly over the mountains of other forbidden items. There were chipped bottles of congealed potions, hats, jewels, cloaks. There were what looked like dragon egg shells, corked bottles whose contents still shimmered evilly, several rusting swords and a heavy, blood-stained axe. But the idea of treasure hunting here was a foolish one. Most objects had their enchantment withering away over the years. It was a side effect of standard enchantment. The truth was that permanent enchantment is nothing more than an illusion, at least to the average wizard. Enchantments just aren't permanent. There's always a leakage of magic when it's used, hell even if it's staying idle. For all its wonder, magic acted often like energy, and well, a perfectly magically sealed environment was unlikely. A few skilled practitioners go around this issue by anchoring runes that allow them to absorb ambient magic, but that overcomplicated the designs and made the product far more expensive. After all, rune experts are very rare in the Isle. For some reason, the field was often dismissed by the masses that liked using wand magic more. Although Harry did read mentions of artifact creation, which somehow permanently enchants an object from scratch without rune anchoring it. But he couldn't find anything concrete about the field itself in the library. So much that he doubted its existence if it wasn't for the fact that there are many relics of past magic that still function today without anchoring runes. So, yeah, the Room of Hidden Things was pretty much useless to the average wizard. There wasn't any gold, since the house elves put any lost money into the school fund instead of just throwing it away. The enchanted items have faded away, so they were useless. And the items still holding any magic, few as they may be, are almost all broken. The only treasure there were the endless books in the room, and the items hidden in the suitcases and pouches that were thrown there. Honestly, Harry could probably get a fair bit of gold just looking around in this room and stealing anything interesting, but the issue was the fact that it would be extremely time-consuming. The Room of Hidden Things just didn't take any commands. It just didn't change in any way, no matter how Harry worded his request, so he would need to do it manually. But Harry wasn't there for any of that. He needed to find a specific thing, a diadem to be exact. He was going after the Horcrux, a lot earlier than he should have. He didn't dare do it the previous year since Voldemort was in the castle and messing around with it might have alerted the Dark Lord. But now, he was dealing with another Horcrux. Honestly, Harry was theorizing here, but Horcruxes were connected. They had to be for them to work as anchors for Voldemort's soul together, like a net stopping his bodiless soul from moving on constantly. Divided or not, every single soul anchor was a part of Voldemort, a shard of his very self. They all had to be connected in some way. To be completely frank, the Potter Scion knew very little about souls, but for some reason, that felt more natural in a way that he simply didn't know how to discuss. And a magical connection could be piggybacked. It could be used to find the real thing, Harry only needed to be careful that he was only looking for the diary and not somehow alert Voldemort of someone messing with his Horcruxes. From the stories in his previous life, Voldemort did not feel his Horcruxes being destroyed, but the Potter sign how much his stories could be wrong in a few issues. But what if he didn't really piggyback on the connection? What if he used it to divine the location of the diary? His magical crest did press on the power of divination, and a small scrying ritual could be done easily enough. It should be harmless and untraceable for the actual wraith of Voldemort since he wouldn't be the target anyway. Yeah, Harry only needed to find the diary. The Potter Scion didn't know how much time it took for him to find the diadem. The room was that massive and there was so much magic around that it made Harry have a headache whenever he used his arcane hearing. However, after what felt like hours, a glimmer caught Harry's eye. He didn't know if it was a pinging of his arcane hearing, or if he had somehow seen it, but he instinctively turned towards it. There, resting on a stone pedestal adorned with intricate carvings, was the diadem of Ravenclaw. The crown-like artifact emanated an ethereal glow, its silver surface reflecting the soft light from the windows. The diadem itself was a delicate masterpiece of craftsmanship. Its base was formed by a band of silver, meticulously etched with intricate designs resembling birds in flight. The birds, eternally frozen in a dance of elegance and grace, seemed to be the embodiment of Ravenclaw's wise spirit. The edges of the diadem curved gently upwards, forming a semicircular arc that would sit gracefully upon one's head. Studded along the arc were gleaming sapphires, their deep blue hues capturing the essence of the night sky. Each gemstone was meticulously cut, reflecting light in a way that hinted at the vast knowledge locked within their depths. As Harry moved closer, the sapphires seemed to wink at him, almost inviting him to explore the secrets concealed within the diadem. The centerpiece of the diadem was a large, exquisitely crafted raven, its wings outstretched as if poised for flight. The raven's beady onyx eyes sparkled with a mischievous intelligence, capturing Harry's gaze and drawing him deeper into the artifact's enchanting aura. The raven's feathers were carved with extraordinary precision, their feathery texture so lifelike that one could almost feel the softness beneath their fingertips. As Harry reached out to touch the diadem, his arcane hearing let out a severe warning. The Potter Scion jolted back in panic. Holy shit, that diadem was dangerous. The compulsion was so subtle, that Harry didn't even notice that it had taken hold. Hell, it didn't even seem to affect his mind but acted more like a cheering charm that's modified towards curiosity and wonder. Now that he could feel it, he could tell what it was. Damn, Voldemort was a subtle asshole. If it hadn't been for his arcane hearing, he didn't know what could have happened, but it wouldn't be good for him, that's for sure. Choosing to freak out later, Harry decided to just go through with his original plan. He wanted to go back to the common room. His friends were probably worried about him. So, he took out some chalk from his bag, sat down on the ground, and started drawing the ritual circle. He then took out a few candles and lit them at certain places around the circle. It was a basic ritual that was more spell-like than the actual arcane magic that came with normal ritualism. Harry didn't want anything to do with that, since they tended to be unpredictable. But old diviners wanted standard ways to scry cursed objects without risking a major accident. It wasn't the most powerful or subtle method of scrying, but it worked, and it also made sure that the object itself wouldn't influence the caster in many ways. With the chalk done, Harry levitated the diadem towards the middle of the circle and started muttering the incantation, Anam Dreoshta, Lorgain Agus Turis Fogra. Over and over again. It was a Gaelic ritual and incantation, which roughly translated to, magical soul, mind discovery and notice journey. One part of the incantation summoned the magic, the next one invoked the search of mind, and the last one changes the purpose of the incantation to be a scrying one. The chalk around the diadem started to glow and slowly disappeared, the candles blew themselves suddenly, and the diadem itself started to glow. Slowly, the room of hidden things disappeared and images began to form around him. Somehow, Harry could feel that the incantation could continue in two roads, one was blue and orderly, while the other was dark and sinister. Knowing that it would be Riddle's path, Harry reluctantly chose the dark path. He would have loved to see the founder herself with his own eyes, but he had a mission to fulfill. The moment made his choice, he saw flashes of an older Tom Riddle, his face twisted with malice with ominous glowing red eyes. There were many ways to proceed, and Harry pushed the word diary to the front of his mind. The ritual seemed to understand and focused on the diary. He saw the younger version of the Dark Lord with anguish on his face pick the first thing he had on hand to use Myrtle's accidental death as a sacrifice for his first Horcrux. There was this desperation and fear that were being shown. But as fascinating as this might be, Harry didn't want to see the past, only the present, and the ritual seemed to understand. He saw Lucius Malfoy put the diary in the cauldron that Ginny Weasley was holding, but the cauldron didn't actually belong to her. She was holding it for her friend who came shopping with them and went to get all her books. By the time it was finished, Ginny handed back her cauldron to her friend and took her own from her mother. Lucius Malfoy had planned on everything, but he made a mistake. It was obviously a ploy to take out his political rival, but it backfired and now his heir was in danger, not that the man knew it. Harry couldn't see who Ginny's friend was, so he focused more on her. He kept going until he could see her properly. And it didn't take long for Harry to see a familiar girl with dirty blonde hair and silver eyes that was writing in her diary. A lonely girl that just wanted a friend so desperately that she gave her heart out to the first person who accepted her. Luna Lovegood. Too bad it happened to be an evil diary that wanted to possess her. Honestly, Harry had forgotten about the young girl, preoccupied with his search for the diary. She was one of his suspects, sure, but he had dismissed that list entirely since Riddle seemed to be one step ahead of him all this time. But that's it, Harry had found the diary. However, before he could do anything else, a ghostly version of Riddle came out from the diary that Luna was writing in, his eyes wide and screaming, "Begone." Whatever Riddle had done, it absolutely destabilized the ritual which turned off. There was also some kind of mental attack that came with it. This was all Harry could think of before he realized that he was actually physically pushed into the air, and he crashed into a few broken tables. It didn't take long for him to black out after that. The 16th of November 1992, Hogwarts. Whatever Riddle had done, it absolutely destabilized the ritual which turned off. There was also some kind of mental attack that came with it. This was all Harry could think of before he realized that he was actually physically pushed into the air, and he crashed into a few broken tables. It didn't take long for him to black out after that. When Harry woke up, it was easy to notice that he wasn't alone. Yes, his eyes were bleary, and he was very disoriented, but there was a presence that just wasn't there before. There was this shift in atmosphere that Harry just didn't know how to explain. He was still in the room of hidden things, of course, but before he could gather his surrounding, he heard a familiar voice, "You're awake." "It's earlier than I expected, but it should still be enough for this." "Riddle," Harry snarled back. The older boy looked unconcerned and was twirling a wand in his hand, Harry's wand to be specific. "So, Harry, you found out who I was possessing. I have to say that I'm impressed. Sure, you were led around with my trick with Lockhart, and I was sure that I fooled you into dismissing your initial list of suspects from the Express, that you were going to keep narrowing down. But you went above and beyond what I expected from you, and for that, you have my respect." "Bravo." Harry shook his head. "You never said that I had to play on your rules." "Yes, who would have expected divination of all things to be my downfall? I always hated the uncertainty of it. It's always so easy to fool, to misdirect. Hogwarts is already practically immune to scrying, but you managed to get past that, haven't you? You used a connection that's stronger than anything else I could stop. It took some time for me to realize where you were, and I definitely didn't expect you to be in a special room of mine. With another Horcrux close by too." Harry grinned as he stood back up. Riddle was still pointing his wand at him, but the Potter Scion wasn't really concerned about it. His wand was his. Its allegiance was his own, and it would not hurt him. The thing about Horcruxes is that for them to work, there has to be a connection between them. No one has ever made more than one, but I'm guessing you didn't change the ritual. Soul magic is notoriously finicky, and people made sure that no mention of it exists, so I guess that for your other self to be a functioning human being, his entire soul had to be connected like a network. I just used one to get another. I bet you think you're pretty damn clever," Riddle hissed. "You're not, you caught a lucky break." "Maybe I did, but you're here, aren't you?" Harry responded. "Yes," the older boy murmured, "I never expected you to go this far, this quickly. But needs must. You also said that you wouldn't cause any more deaths, that you learnt from Myrtle," Harry interjected. "So, tell me, why did Filch's cat die?" "It was a mistake," Riddle bellowed out. Yes, it was. But didn't you say that Myrtle was also a mistake? So, tell me, what's stopping you from making even more blunders? What if you kill a first year the next time? It's already bad enough what you're doing to Luna. Don't involve her with this, the older boy gritted out. Oh, Harry had found a weakness, and like a good Slytherin, he pounced on it. What an interesting reaction. Luna Lovegood is supposed to mean nothing to you, be just a meat puppet. That is what you alluded to, when you talked about the victim you were possessing. But that's not true, is it? The lonely girl with an innocent heart exposed her soul to you and you couldn't help but admire her. Riddle twitched and the Potter scion continued, no, more than that. You started to like her. I have to admit that I can see why you would. That kind of wonder and kindness is just amazing. The older boy sighed with a resigned expression on his face. She was unlike anything I have ever seen, a miracle child that suffered, yet all that pain forged her into a kind soul. A girl with a broken gift, whose clairvoyance emerged when she saw her own mother die. The way she saw the world was just so different. And you couldn't help but be entranced, the young Potter continued. You couldn't stay away from her, and yet you knew that you were hurting her. You need to stop, Tom. This isn't a game, you're seriously going to hurt someone. There's a winner and a loser, Riddle said, that makes it a game. What about Luna? Will she win, or will she lose? The older boy stayed silent at that, and Harry decided to press on. Why are you even doing this, Tom? What's the purpose of all this? I don't buy that Dumbledore is your end goal. You know that he's politically invincible. He supported every business that came out of Hogwarts, he put people into contact in the ministry, and 2 whole generations passed where they saw him as this godly being that was their kindly headmaster. Dumbledore isn't going anywhere, and you know it. Your attacks literally have no meaning. The older boy refused to answer, and Harry decided to go for the killing blow. You know what I think? I think you don't really care about Luna at all, that you're using her in a vain effort to absorb her life force and live a mockery of life. How dare you? Riddle exclaimed with madness in his eyes. Then explain why you are going through all of this. Are you seriously letting Luna suffer like this for no reason? I'm doing this for her, the fidgety boy answered. I am creating something beautiful, something wonderful. I want to forge a new world, one without pain, without loss, without death. Is that such a horrible thing to strive for? It does sound like a good ambition to have. But the question is, how does possessing Luna, absorbing her life force, and petrifying Muggleborns and Squibs help in any of that? Riddle released a harrowing laugh. It's sad, you know. You don't see it, but we're so alike. I used to play games like the one you're doing with me. Pressing the right button to get reactions. You played on my fondness for Luna, something that I barely even realized how much I treasured, just to get me to reveal my plans. Here you are, wandless, weaponless, and yet you're the one in control. Such is the power of words. Harry snorted. Yeah, your older self didn't really do the same. It was all threats and torture. It's funny when I compare the two of you, you're like night and day. So, let's just make it even. Why don't you just tell me why you're doing all of this, and I could even help you if I like it. You're not going to help me, Riddle said while shaking his head, and I'm not going to reveal my plans to you like some idiotic story villain. My plans are my own, and besides, what's the point of having our little game if we're on the same side? It's just not as fun, is it? Harry knew that there was something more to his answer, something Riddle was keeping back, but before he could say anything the older boy perked up. Now, the question is what to do with you. You see, I'm a bit old-fashioned like this, but you know too much, you're too dangerous. The game we played was fun, even if it was short, but if I let you leave this place alive, you're going to cause more problems and I just can't allow that to happen. My goal is too important. My dream is too important to risk for the sake of the euphoria of having a worthy opponent. It's a shame really, I was looking forward to having fun with you in our little duel. The Potter scion's breath hitched. Come on Riddle, we can talk about this. What's there to talk about? You pushed too far, and you raised the stakes. I don't have another choice. If it's any consolation to you, Potter, I am sorry. But you broke the rules of the game. You went too far and forced me to do this. I never thought I'd say this, but you were too good that you evolved from being an entertaining rival to an active threat to my goals. You were proving yourself to be a worthy rival, too worthy, it's why I have to do this. Goodbye, Potter. Just as Riddle was pointing his wand at Harry, the younger boy activated a magical circle that telekinetically pushed Riddle away. The force didn't really send him flying, but it did go through him. It was so large that Riddle had to drop the only physical thing he had, Harry's wand, which the young Potter summoned to himself. "You were saying," Harry commented. Riddle snarled back at him, "Do you really think that I didn't plan ahead at all?" He then wandlessly summoned another wand from the pile of tables on their left. "You're just delaying the inevitable." Riddle sent in a piercing curse, which Harry countered by summoning a table into a shield and then banishing it towards Riddle. The shards just went through the projection entirely. That was annoying. The older boy sent him a smug grin. "I'm not here. I'm just a projection and you can't hurt me at all." When the projection went through an entire spell chain without flinching, Harry knew that he had a tough fight on his hand. Of course, Riddle seemed to want to attack Harry using curses that seemed to get darker and darker with each one. The Potter Scion dodged a flesh-rotting curse and transfigured the entire pile of tables into two giant wooden arms to act as shields against any incoming attack. They stayed like this for what felt like hours in this stalemate. Harry's defense was malleable, enough to defend Harry, while Riddle just kept attacking and ignoring any spell coming his way. Harry snarled and summoned chains of ice using his cryomancy, and he charmed them into a poltergeist banishing charm. It was a simple spell that Flitwick had told them to use on any object that they didn't want Peeves to touch, and it was simple enough to work. This time, the chain's animated chains actually touched the wraith and sent it flying back. Although the older boy seemed to take things a lot more seriously since with a wave of his wand, he created a shockwave that obliterated Harry's shielding hand and unbalanced him enough for Riddle to get back up. If the stakes weren't that high, and if Riddle wasn't obviously trying to kill him, he would have burst into laughter at the dumbfounded look on the older boy's face. Who would have thought that it would be a basic charm that solved this issue? Riddle's magical projection must have resembled that of a poltergeist in some way. Harry grinned and animated another pile of scrap into a hand that he charmed as well and animated it to attack his opponent. For all Riddle kept sending one blasting curse after another, the Potter Scion just kept adding more scraps after another to stop it. Honestly, Riddle should have fought back better, but it seems he was restricted in some way. Maybe it was the fact that Riddle was relying entirely on magic stolen from Luna, or maybe it was the fact that he was just a projection, and he couldn't really siphon as much magic. Riddle must have been confident that Harry wouldn't have been able to do much without his wand. That was his mistake. Before the young Potter could revel in his coming victory, his opponent did something unthinkable, something that Harry would describe later as the desperate actions of a mad teenager. Tom Riddle summoned Fiendfire in the middle of Hogwarts. The 16th of November 1992, Hogwarts. Before the young Potter could revel in his coming victory, Riddle did something unthinkable, something that Harry would describe later as the desperate actions of a mad teenager. Tom Riddle summoned Fiendfire in the middle of Hogwarts. Fiendfire wasn't technically a fire spell. Its history was honestly easy to track since the ramifications of the spell were pretty big. The entire thing started thousands of years back with an ancient Greek mage called Prometheus that was studying alternate dimensions. Honestly, the study of parallel worlds and dimensions was something that countless civilizations tried to explore, and it always ended in disaster in some way. This was no different. Somehow Prometheus had discovered a dimension of darkness and flames and prepared to open a portal of sorts. Unfortunately, he didn't have a choice. Not many know what happened afterwards, only that one day, the mage vanished, with all his research with him. Hundreds of years later, when the mage known as Vulcan discovered a trace of the research and recreated Prometheus' research. Thankfully, he didn't open a portal to the other dimensions entirely, and only a connection of sorts to enhance his forging, as the dimension tended to have a purification aspect to them. This allowed Vulcan to create wondrous artifacts that were superior to any other artificer at that age, so much so, that he was known as the god of fire and the forges. Years later, some descendant tried to recreate the spell but wasn't able to do it. Wands had started to become commonplace, and the ancient forms of magic were often disregarded. So, after decades of study, the wizard was able to create a wanded version of the spell, which acted like an unstable microscopic portal to the other side. Unfortunately, for all the man's intelligence, his magical circuits were subpar. As such, he chose to make the flames themselves help power the portal. What he didn't expect when he cast that spell was that the flames themselves had a basic consciousness that fought back. The wizard was quickly overwhelmed, his name lost to history, but not before committing one of the biggest disasters in the magical world's history. His flames went out of control and burned Alexandria to ash, the library included. Countless tomes were lost, hundreds of experts perished in that fire, unprepared to fight something of this caliber, that's not to mention the artifacts destroyed. And it was the magical world that lost the most. By nature, fiendfire targeted magical energy. Theorists claim that it was some kind of ascended consciousness that somehow absorbed the magic of its dimension, becoming the sole living entity. It literally feeds on magic, and when they realized this, a massive ritual was constructed to seal and drain the entirety of ambient magic from the city of Alexandria, and the fire winked itself out eventually. It took centuries for the magical community to recover, and the Library of Alexandria was rebuilt. Unfortunately, it still remains a shadow of its very self. Of course, after a lot of experimentation, it was determined that a strong will can override the consciousness of the flames and guide it, but not completely control it. To be perfectly honest, Harry only learnt all of this because he was curious as to why fiendfire could destroy Horcruxes. Now, that was obvious, the soul shard was anchored with magic. What fiendfire does is consume the magic inside it, and that releases the soul, allowing it to pass on, hence the destruction of the Horcrux. The soul itself is unharmed. Well, it's already split since, it's a Horcrux, but fiendfire doesn't affect souls. But that didn't matter now. What did matter was the fact that Riddle just opened a gate to what was essentially hell and released magic-consuming conscious flames in a magical school that held practically the next generation of magic. Now, Harry wasn't Dumbledore. He couldn't just transfigure an extra-dimensional fire with a wave of his wand, but for all his stupefaction at the move, Harry knew how to improvise enough to buy himself some time. So, yeah, Harry did the best thing he could think of and just conjured what felt like hundreds of ice chains. The ice magic that held it was stopping it from melting at the sheer heat that came with it. The chains surrounded the entire flames in a dome and started linking. Harry used this to conjure hundreds of small magical circles in the knots, telekinetically pushing the fire down. It was the most stressful and tasking thing Harry had ever done. The sheer scale of multitasking alone was ludicrous, but for now, the fire was somewhat contained. The heat was being countered by the ice magic, and the fire was contained by the countless telekinetic pushes that acted like some sort of prison. Gritting his teeth at the exertion, the Potter Scion exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind, Riddle? You would risk destroying the entire school, destroying yourself, just to win, to prove a point." The older boy looked oddly sad at that. "No, not to prove a point. For a dream, my dream. When I was younger, I hoped to change the world. To make it a just place, where talent triumphs over hate. An eternal existence, where no one would ever die. Imagine a world where your parents were still alive. A world without pain, without death. My counterpart lost his way, he became a monster, an abomination that destroyed everything in his path. He focused so much on Dumbledore, it's obvious. He found out that our dreams would never be possible with the old man around, and so, he started a war to stop him, and he forgot why he had done so in the first place. But I refuse. I will succeed where my counterpart began." The pressure was slowly getting to Harry. He couldn't hold on to the magic like that, especially since a giant snake tried to attack the dome, pushing him into putting more magic in the telekinetic magic circle. He couldn't keep this up, but he needed Riddle to keep talking. "You want a body of your own. You think too small, Potter. But I have to say, I didn't expect you to be able to cast something like this. And you're a second year. This magic is even something I have never witnessed before. Your family crest, I assume." Harry nodded. "Yes, my crest. That's right. Harry's crest. The answer could lie in the crest somehow." Harry pushed his irritation towards Riddle and pushed some magic into the crest, asking for help. The last Potter felt judged in a weird way, before a small confirmation. In return, he could a magical circle that was more complicated than anything he had ever seen before. Honestly, Harry didn't have the time to study it properly, but that didn't mean that he couldn't cast it from the crest directly. The energy requirements were too large for Harry to handle without passing out, but he could theoretically carve the circle into the ground and ask the room itself to put the magic into it. Harry growled, and discreetly, started to telekinetically carve his desired circle just outside the chain dome. Harry had to scale down the chains and telekinetic protection slightly, and Riddle took that as a weakness of sorts. Honestly, the older boy didn't need to act clever. He obviously used this spell because he couldn't use a lot of magic, and the raw power of the Fiendfire spell was a lot higher than the cost of casting it. It just required willpower, something that Riddle had in spades. The older boy laughed in glee, taking Harry's struggles as signs of his victory. "You're losing, and you know it. Why don't you just give up, and make it easier on the both of us? You must realize by now that you're not getting out of this place alive. For all your skill and intelligence, Harry Potter, it took a shade of my power to defeat you." The projection waved its wand and the giant snake of fire turned into a dome of sorts that exploded away, shredding Harry's defenses. The magic circles were destabilized, and the ice chains started to melt. Harry could have reinforced them, but he was almost done with his trap. It took seconds for Harry's defenses to come crashing down. The sudden heat and waves of fire burned Harry slightly and he was sent flying back, the impact taking his breath away. Harry could make up a figure through the fire. It was Riddle who had slowly walked towards Harry with a smug smile on his face, if it's any consideration. "You would have posed me a challenge if you had time to grow. Goodbye, Potter. Know that I do not do this out of hate or anger, only because I must. You will try to stop me, and I cannot allow that. And you need to stop talking all the time," Harry replied while grinning slightly, before activating his trap. When Riddle moved his wand to command the Fiendfire to burn Harry to ashes, the fire just stopped inches in front of the younger wizard when he cast a larger telekinetic magical circle that was far more powerful, blocking the fire entirely. Harry coughed and let out a bloody grin. His trap was taking hold and it was a pretty obscure magic circle whose purpose was to destroy poltergeists. Since those were magical constructs that developed a consciousness, the entire circle simply absorbs magic and turns it into ambient magic outside the circle. Anything magical inside the circle will die if it's not tied to an object. The older boy seemed to realize what was happening since he screamed out, "No! No!" Before the Potter Scion could react, the older boy waved the Fiendfire in the final attempt to stop his opponent. Harry almost grinned at the futility of it and used another telekinetic shield to protect him. The Potter Scion quickly disarmed Riddle with a telekinetic push on the wand itself and broke it. These magic circles were awfully handy, yet from the satisfied smile on Riddle's face, Harry couldn't help but feel like he lost somehow. His suspicions were confirmed when he realized that he wasn't even Riddle's target. Down on the ground were the charred remains of the famed lost diadem of Ravenclaw, with the sinister black ichor getting down from it. The absurdity of it stunned Harry. He never expected the older boy to do something like this. "You would destroy your own Horcrux." The Fiendfire had dissolved down to nothing, leaving nothing but some heated air, and two gasping combatants. "I am not Lord Voldemort, Potter. Why should I care if he lives or dies? You might have won this round, but the war has yet to be decided. Why should I allow you to have another advantage in finding me again? After all, I'm going to start attacking again, and frequently. I will not stop until you catch me, or I catch you. The next time we meet, I'll have my pet with me, and I won't be so limited. We'll see how you manage then." "What about Luna?" Harry couldn't help but ask. "I will miss her, but my mission will help her too. I guess I'll have a new wielder soon." Harry shook his head. "No, you won't. Why do you think you haven't been fading away yet? You're a projection and your existence is tied to the life force you have stolen from Luna. The life force that is being continuously drained from you is being turned into ambient magic. You will not be able to get another wielder, you won't have the energy to possess anyone for a while. All I have to do is collect the diary and destroy it. This is goodbye, Tom." The projection shook its head in amusement. "No, it isn't. It's been fun though. I can't wait to do it again." Slowly, the image of the older Slytherin had dissolved into nothing. Later, Harry realized what Riddle meant when he was on his way to sneak into Ravenclaw Tower and saw an unconscious Luna Lovegood in the middle of the corridor. The issue was that she didn't have Riddle's diary with her. Damn it, he was so close. This was really getting old. The 16th of November 1992, Hogwarts. Slowly, the image of the older Slytherin had dissolved into nothing. Later, Harry realized what Riddle meant when he was on his way to sneak into Ravenclaw Tower and saw an unconscious Luna Lovegood in the middle of the corridor. The issue was that she didn't have Riddle's diary with her. Damn it, he was so close. This was really getting old. As Harry approached the stunned bee, owned slightly, and after looking around for the diary, he sighed in exasperation and just renovated the young girl. The girl woke up with a start and asked, "What happened?" "I just found you stunned here and woke you up. Do you remember what happened?" Harry answered. "No, I think they hit me in the back. Although, it could be an angry pack of Raxperts. They can be pretty mean, you know. I did feel my head getting a bit floaty and unfocused before I fell asleep," the Ravenclaw answered dreamily. "Seriously, Luna, you were stunned from the back. You've got to know that," the last Potter interjected. "Maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. Isn't that wonderful, the uncertainty of it all? And is it also wonderful that they took Tom Riddle's diary too?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Suddenly, the girl looked panicked. She leapt towards her bag and frantically kept trying to find the book in question. She kept murmuring, "Where is it? No, no." She then looked at Harry. With teary angry eyes, "Where is he? Where is Tom?" The girl actually took out her wand in anger. Damn, she was really attached to the diary, huh? Deciding to calm her down, Harry said, "I don't know where Tom is. I'm trying to find him, but someone else took the diary. Do you have any idea who it could be? Any clue would help me find him. Why are you even looking for him?" the younger girl asked suspiciously. Harry grabbed the back of his head in embarrassment. "Well, he and I have been playing a game for a couple of months. I kinda won this round, and since he's such a sore loser, he decided to hide away." The young Ravenclaw gave Harry a dry look. "I'm not an idiot, Potter. Just give it to me straight." Harry shook his head. "You won't like the answers I'm giving you." "I can take it, just tell me already. How do you even know about Tom?" Luna answered with a resolve that was unusual for an 11-year-old girl. The Potter Scion looked around to make sure that no one was listening in on them before taking his wand and muttering, "Muffaliato. Look, it's a long story, but I'm kind of a seer. I get random flashes of things that happened in the future and the past. During the summer, I found out that a certain diary was going to be used to release a monster on the student body. Since divination is very unreliable, I couldn't really tell anyone about it, especially since the specifics were hazy. I researched a bit and found out about the Chamber of Secrets and made a list of suspects who might have done it the last time. Tom and I found out about each other when I put a trap on the entrance to the chamber. We've been playing this game of cat and mouse for a while, where I'm trying to find his diary, and he's possessing a victim to petrify Muggleborns. I ended up finding that you had the diary, and he freaked out. We dueled, I won, but he somehow got the diary off you before I did." Harry wasn't really lying as much as he was bending the truth. He was a seer ever since his magical crest gave him the ability. He did find out that the diary was going to be used to release a monster on the student body. He did try to track down who had made it, and they dueled. Harry had objectively won, but Riddle had escaped enough to fight another day. Hell, Harry was able to drain all the energy that Riddle was able to get from Luna. She wasn't going to get any of it back, but she could regenerate it in time. But that meant that Riddle was too weak to possess anyone for a while. Around 2 to 3 months to be exact. It was enough of a break that Harry would be able to prepare himself for the inevitable confrontation with the man again. Yeah, it took Riddle from August to October to have a strong enough influence over Luna that he would be able to possess her. The young Ravenclaw, though, looked stricken at Harry's revelation. "Are you sure about that?" At Harry's nod, she deflated. "I thought he was my friend. I really liked having one. He was just using me. I'll be honest, I don't think he was. Not in the way he thinks, at least." The girl started to get angry. "I trusted him with everything I had, everything I am. And in return, he took over my body to petrify 2 people and kill a cat. How is that not using me? It's his nature. Fundamentally, he isn't a person, not really. He's a mistake that was weaponized. The real Tom Riddle put a part of himself in the diary, and that's all it is, a shard of a real person, a shadow, that somehow evolved into something more. He possessed you because it was what he was made to do, what he was designed for you. I don't know if he truly cared about you, but the goal he was designed to do came first," Harry explained. I don't understand, Luna stated. Harry forgot what he was talking to. An 11-year-old girl for a second and decided to change his approach. Do you know the tale of the frog and the scorpion? She looked confused for a second and shook her head. Harry continued, well, it goes like this. A scorpion asks a frog to carry him over a river. The frog is afraid of being stung, but the scorpion argues that if it did so, both would sink and the scorpion would drown. The frog then agrees, but midway across the river, the scorpion does indeed sting the frog, dooming them both. The dying frog asks the scorpion why it stung despite knowing the consequence, to which the scorpion replies, I am sorry, but I couldn't resist the urge. It's in my nature. Tom is like that scorpion, he was made to open the chamber of secrets, and no matter how much he liked you or not, he will do it. But he was so real, Luna protested, he was understanding when I talked about the difficulties I had about being lost in my clairvoyance. The creatures I created interpret my visions without me being overwhelmed all the time, but I still get lost in my head sometimes. I told him about my mother, about my father's obsession with his newspaper. And he comforted me, he told me that everything was going to be alright, and I could tell that he was being truthful. Maybe he was. He's more than a painting but less than a person. He's like half a person that was put in a diary, but half of him is still missing. Yes, but he's a diary. How could he grab himself? Harry sighed, he's smart. And when I mean smart, I mean a veritable genius when it comes to politics and mind games. He created a network of people that he's controlling somehow. It's more subtle than possession, it's more like selective compulsion charms when he wants them to have. He could have had one of them just stun you in the back and get the diary before he made this magical projection for our confrontation. It was probably a backup plan in case it was a trap since I was able to take him by surprise and find you. I never got that close before in our little game and he probably panicked. It's just like him to be paranoid. So, please try to remember anything about who attacked you. Yeah, that magical projection was insane. Honestly, the Potter Scion had no idea how the hell Riddle pulled off creating a bastardized version of a poltergeist that was powered by his diary's energy, and that he possessed to create a virtual body for himself. This was some bullshit magic right there. You know, they said that Riddle was a prodigy among prodigies, but Harry never conceptualized just how advanced he was until then. And his control over Fiendfire using an obviously unsuited wand, with limited magical reserves, was just insane. Like seriously, an actual Tom Riddle with a real body would wipe the floor with him. I'm sorry, I don't remember anything. Harry sighed in exasperation, damn it, I'll have to start from scratch. At least I have a couple of months until he's recharged enough to start attacking again with his new victim. Alright, I'm sorry I bothered you, Luna, but I really need to sleep. As you probably noticed, I'm kinda hurt now. Yeah, Harry was practically limping away, with cuts on his face and arms, burned robes and a few patches. It wasn't that big of a deal, especially considering that he was near Fiendfire of all things, but the young Slytherin was just tired. As he made his way to leave, Luna caught his arm and stopped him, I want to help you. Luna, you don't know what you're asking. We'll probably end up fighting a 1,000-year-old monster. I don't care. He used me. I bared my soul to him, and he broke my trust. She looked down and croaked, I thought that I had finally had a friend. This was just too sad, and Harry instinctively hugged the young Ravenclaw, repressing a hiss as she touched his burns. Fine, you can help, but only in the research department. The girl looked up at him and grinned, thank you. An idea struck Harry, you said you were a clairvoyant, right? Does that mean that you can tell if someone is under Riddle's control? Maybe. When someone is acting oddly, I can see rackspurts around their head. They're in a different pattern. I saw it when we tried using cheering charms in class. But it's hard to see from far. I don't mind trying though, but I need a reference to see. Lockhart is one of them if you need a reference, Harry answered. Ah, I remember. He's very fuzzy when he teaches, like there's something else giving the instruction. I just thought he separated himself into two personas, the warrior and the performer. Like he was damaged enough by his conflict that he didn't want to show it to the public somehow. Harry shook his head, no, that was entirely Tom's doing. He's just a performer, as far as I can tell, at least. Luna shrugged, I'll look into it. What else do you need me to do? Nothing right now. I bought us some time to plan things out without worrying about students being accidentally killed like Tom did when he was a student. We'll regroup later, while I'm not on the verge of passing out, and we'll plan then. Now, I need to get to the infirmary. Here, let me help you, the Ravenclaw responded while grabbing Harry's arm. And thus, a friendship was born. The very next day, people were stupefied to see Harry Potter, the star student of his year, talk to Luna Lovegood, the known oddball that was nicknamed Loony. But neither of them really cared about the opinions of others, focusing entirely on their goal of stopping Tom Riddle and destroying the diary. It was the talk of the school for the entire day, at least until the announcement that Gilderoy Lockhart was opening a public dueling club of his own. Apparently, the man's fame and the general fear of another attack had made most of the school sign up. Harry, though, decided to attend for a single reason. After all, if things went according to canon, he would have his first experience with Parseltongue, and that could be useful. Yes, very useful indeed. The 18th of November 1992, Hogwarts. Daphne Greengrass wasn't jealous. She really wasn't. Well, maybe a little bit. But that was justified. Who in Merlin's name is Luna Lovegood, and why was Harry even hanging out with her? It wasn't fair. He barely even talked to the girl and now they were best friends. It wasn't fair, and it was mostly because she could tell where this was going. Since Lovegood isn't a Slytherin, he was going to hang out outside the common room, and thus without them there. There was a strict policy of not having non-house members in their common room, and that was pretty severely enforced. Slytherin matters stayed in Slytherins and not with outsiders. Harry was already barely hanging out with her since the beginning of the year, and this was a sign that he was drifting away from her. From the start of the year, Harry barely stood still. It was maddening and somewhat concerning. There was this intensity and urgency in everything he did. The Greengrass Scion honestly didn't know where it was coming from, but her friends and her decided to leave Harry be, and let it get out of his system. Only it never did. This urgency got even worse after Filch was attacked and the Chamber of Secrets was presumably opened. Something in her gut told her that Harry knew more about the attacks than the rest, but she couldn't really confirm it. To her shame, for a fraction of a second, she thought that Harry might have done it, that he might be the heir of Slytherin, but he was with her during both the attack on Filch and the petrification of Dean Thomas. So, he, thankfully, wasn't a monster that petrified Muggleborns with an ancient monster. Desperate for an answer, Daphne ended up asking her mother for advice. It was shameful, but her mother was very intuitive about this stuff, and she had never steered her wrong before. Of course, the letter she got back was full of teasing that the younger Greengrass did not appreciate, but what she told her was to learn an interest of Harry's, involve herself in it, and they would end up spending a lot of time together. She ended up choosing dueling. Well, she chose it because she had no clue what Harry really did in his spare time, and when she discreetly looked at his work, she didn't understand a word. For example, he once had a notebook out where he was writing some kind of essay about the benefits of using orichalcum to accelerate the recharging of spell-infused gems. Seriously, it took 2 weeks for her to even understand the title, and it showed just how advanced Harry really was in terms of magic. This was post-Newt research stuff, not something a Hogwarts student, let alone a second-year one, needed to know. So, yeah, her only choice was dueling. Her mother had given her some basic tutoring in self-defense, but she could only hope it would be enough to impress Harry. He did look impressed when he saw her use that ice hex on Mulciber when he harassed her that one time. Yeah, he was on another level altogether. His duel with Flitwick was just amazing, even if he lost in the end. Anyway, this was why she was coming to Lockhart's new dueling club altogether. Harry was coming with Lovegood, for some reason, and she had joined them. It was maddening how relaxed he started to act right after he met Ravenclaw. It was like the stress that was on his shoulders lessened a lot, and it showed. It was unfair that Loony Lovegood of all people helped him in a way that Daphne herself couldn't. Well, that was a bit mean, but Daphne had to admit that the Loony nickname was very well earned. Lovegood was always looking in the air while humming innocently, while always badgering about made-up creatures that her father's insane magazine kept talking about. They arrived at the Great Hall and noticed that it was overhauled in the same way Flitwick did during their first dueling club meeting. The difference was that a quarter of the school was attending. It was mostly due to Lockhart's popularity, but also because it was listed more as an activity than a club, and that meant that people who were already in other clubs could attend. Malfoy, in particular, kept claiming that he was some kind of dueling prodigy and that he was going to beat Longbottom and prove that the boy who lived wasn't that special. Well, Longbottom wasn't special. Everyone knew that from the classes. He was mediocre in everything but herbology and defense, where he seemed to shine. But the unsatisfactory end of the past Quidditch match made everyone itchy to fire hexes at each other. Dean Thomas being attacked so soon after didn't help matters. It showed in the uproarious chatter that permeated the air in the Great Hall that Daphne noticed the moment she entered the vast room with Harry and Lovegood at her side. If there was a way to describe the atmosphere, it would be that it was tense. Draco was already here, and so was Pansy. Crabbe and Goyle, or Draco's minions as Harry liked to call them, were also there. And so was Millicent, who had started to cling to Pansy for some reason at the start of the year. Daphne hoped that Pansy wouldn't rub off on her. She didn't spend a lot of time with her, but Millicent seemed like a nice girl. She tended to stick with Lily Moon and Theodore Nott but started to drift away recently. Anyway, this entire thing was a disaster waiting to happen, and so, while waiting for Lockhart to show up, asked Harry, "What are we doing here, Harry? I doubt we're going to learn something here. We're already going to Flitwick's club." Her friend gave her a slight smile. "Honestly, I'm here for the entertainment. I'm not planning on participating in anything, but you have to admit that seeing Malfoy duel Longbottom is going to be interesting. Plus, I have a feeling that something interesting is going to happen." Harry's eyes twinkled with mischief a bit at the end. Damn, those green eyes were unfair. However, the mood was ruined by Lovegood speaking up. "Yeah, there's a high possibility of Nargle infestations being there." The Potter Scion snorted in amusement. "Yeah, there's the two. Stupid Lovegood and her stupid imaginary creatures, ruining everything." She wanted to ask more about Harry's reason. Alas, Gilderoy Lockhart strolled onto the stage, resplendent in robes of deep plum. The absurd amount of light cast down upon him by the luminous candles seemed to reflect blindingly off of his teeth, creating a blur, somewhat marring the otherwise perfect image. In stark juxtaposition to Lockhart, Snape strode up wearing his usual black. Lockhart smiled brightly at all of the students as he waved merrily. Snape, in contrast, just looked bored. "Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves, as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works." He winked and flashed all of them a charismatic smile. This was typical of him. Even in their classes, however competent he might be, the man certainly did have a flair for the dramatics. Daphne knew that Harry especially didn't like the classes and was still sure the man was a fraud of some sort. "Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape." Snape gave a curt nod, but no more than that. "He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself and has agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin." Yeah, Daphne's head of house didn't like the way Lockhart introduced him, and judging by the glare that threatened to burn the celebrity alive, he was not going to go light on him. Lockhart's competence did surprise Harry slightly. He was still wary of the man for some reason. Nevertheless, a duel between professionals should be interesting. Honestly, after Harry's duel with Flitwick, her expectations were high. Lockhart and Snape turned to face each other and bowed. At least, Lockhart did, with much twirling of his hands, whereas Snape jerked his head irritably. Finally, Lockhart triggered some sort of magic which caused the dueling wards around the stage to start a silent countdown. Seconds later, a resounding, ancient-sounding gong rang out through the hall. Well, Lockhart did have a tendency to be dramatic, but that was just insane. Anyway, the duel started at once. And if Daphne could explain it in a single word, it would be disappointing. Sure, the students were applauding and cheering, but the art that could be seen in Harry's duel with Flitwick was just not there. Lockhart looked like he was fumbling slightly, had lost his footwork, and kept sending standard hexes and curses, and only used the Protegus shield. He looked nervous and more than a little panicked, while Snape had a vicious smile on his face, like he was playing with his opponent, and hadn't moved an inch the entire duel. Of course, finally, Snape ended up surprising Lockhart with a shield breaker and an overpowered disarming charm that sent the Ponce flying out. Maybe Harry's suspicions about Lockhart were true, because that was truly a subpar effort on his part. When she turned towards her friend, she realized that he had a vicious smile on his face, like he was being vindicated somehow. When their eyes met, he gave her a smug look, and she ended up elbowing him. Fine, you might have a point. Don't let it get to your head. Tracy is going to be heartbroken when she hears about this. The girl kept defending him all semester and lorded Harry's mistake over his head for weeks. Yet, Harry was sure that Lockhart wasn't who he said he was, that he didn't do the feats in his book, and Daphne had to agree with him slightly. She and Blaise decided not to attend the meeting since they said that Flitwick was probably more experienced in dueling, and they already had enough work as it is. The professor stood up and gave them a startling smile. That was a good showing, Professor Snape. Now, as you may have noticed, we both agreed beforehand to stick to all spells or less, since we didn't want to overwhelm you. Professor Snape did a good job with one of the most elementary yet underused pieces of magic, the disarming charm. Of course, as your defense teacher, I know that I taught it to all of you, but what I hadn't taught you is how to chain that spell to a shield breaker. A truly vicious combination, so let's start with that. For the next hour, Lockhart made sure they mastered the disarming charm, the basic Contigo shield, how to cast a shield breaker, and a small spell chain of spells they learnt the previous year. Of course, by the end of the lesson, it was time for the sparring, which was strictly voluntary. The duels tended to end in less than a minute. Daphne herself fought against some third-year Hufflepuff girl and won easily. Harry had given her a proud look afterwards. Ron Weasley, who had gotten a new wand for the safety of the entire school, ended up getting easily defeated by Theo Knott. But Crabbe and Goyle both lost their duels with Goldstein and Boot. Anyway, while humorous, the duel between Granger and Millicent was a disaster, especially since it ended up as a physical fight, where the Muggle-born ended up in a headlock and was whimpering in pain. The professors ended up disqualifying both of them since physical contact was illegal in dueling. Neither Harry nor Lovegood decided to put their names forward, and it was noticed. Thankfully, Malfoy was too preoccupied with his coming duel with Longbottom to make a scene. When that particular duel was announced, he stood up straight and looked very focused for some reason. She didn't really understand why Harry was invested in this duel, but it felt like it was exactly what he came to the meeting for. And if Harry is interested in something, the young Greengrass knew that it was worth keeping an eye on. So, as the dueling wards came down once more, and the boy who lived and the Malfoy scion prepared themselves, Daphne decided to see what got Harry to waste almost 2 hours of his precious time. The 18th of November 1992, Hogwarts. When Harry attended Lockhart's dueling club session, he didn't really know what to expect, especially with the B.O.N. professor's surprising competence as a teacher. Honestly, the Potter scion only came to get a first glance at Parseltongue being used. The Tongue of Serpents isn't something that has been studied much, deemed as family magic more than any other spell. It didn't make any sense. Family magic was something that you had when you were born. You couldn't really give it to someone. Soul shard in his scar or not, if Parseltongue was genuine family magic, then Longbottom shouldn't be able to speak to snakes. And considering that in the story, the boy who lived was able to do it, and that was a mystery that Harry wanted to solve. Honestly, the mere existence of Parseltongue baffled Harry. It couldn't be a regular language. Snakes were good predators, who could hunt in packs with basic tactics to ambush large prey, but they definitely didn't have the intellect to follow precise orders like Voldemort's rumored snake familiar, at least when it came to non-magical snakes. So, Harry was curious as to how it worked. It was a mystery worth solving, and it did make a good way to test whether or not Longbottom was a Parselmouth. And examining the use of the snake tongue with his arcane hearing could be a clue to finding where Riddle put the new entrance to the chamber in some way. 10 minutes into the meeting and Harry already doubted whether it would be worth it. The dueling demonstration between Lockhart and Snape was just despicable on both sides. Sure, the spells were obviously limited to the standard curriculum until OWL level, but that made sense since this meeting was for first years to fourth years, so using any sort of advanced magic would go over most people's heads. But no, what made Harry suppress a sneer while watching the spar was the utter disregard for dueling as a sport was being shown. Snape was obviously a fighter, and so was using ambush and light aura tactics. He was also missing most of his arsenal since he obviously specialized in dark spells. Harry did see the man stiffen in the middle of a spell chain, or suddenly change wand movement, preparing to cast a curse by instinct. It just made him look sluggish. And speaking of instincts, Lockhart didn't have any, and it was obvious. Riddle being stuck in the diary for at least a couple of months made whatever way Riddle was making him competent stop. The man just kept sending spells without any tactics in mind and cowered behind a Protega shield for most of the spar before Snape had enough of him and sent him flying. So, yeah, it was a disappointment. Even Luna and Daphne thought the same, considering the small frowns on their faces. The two girls had insisted to accompany him for some reason, even though he had told them that it would be a waste of time if they wanted to learn anything. After a practicing session that honestly felt like ages, Lockhart announced the spars to practice what they have learned. The two girls ended up participating in a small duel each, both of them winning their own fight. Daphne was obviously a little more experienced, probably because of Flitwick's dueling sessions and whatever self-defense spells she had learned at home. Anyway, eventually, the duel Harry came to see appeared. Longbottom against Malfoy. For some reason, people were excited about the rivalry. The two boys were obviously incensed with each other. Malfoy was angry at Longbottom because he thinks that the boy who lived was the one who hexed the Bulger that attacked him to spare Gryffindor their humiliating defeat. The B-owned Ponce kept complaining about it in the common room, so much so that Harry wanted to punch him just to shut him up. Longbottom, though, just seemed angry in general ever since the attack. The fact that he was a suspect didn't help at all, since he was the one that discovered Filch's petrified body and Mrs. Norris's corpse. The fact that Dean Thomas, his roommate, was petrified later, felt more like a taunt than anything else. Apparently, the boy who lived had started a crusade and vowed publicly to the Gryffindor common room that he would get to the bottom of things and avenge their fallen comrades. That boy really was dramatic. Anyway, it was obvious to everyone that the two of them were going to ignore every restriction and go all out the moment the duel started, and well, they did. It was a relief that neither of the duelers knew any permanently harmful spells, and Snape being there would be able to deal with any real issue. Anyway, the duel turned into a common schoolyard scuffle, with practically no shielding and just common spells and hexes. Of course, things started to heat up a bit when Malfoy snarled and sent in a cutting curse of all things, Lacero. It wasn't really a dark curse, but it was a little frowned upon because it was optimized for cutting biological matter, like human flesh. Luckily, Longbottom dodged most of it, but he did end up with a thin red line on his gut, with blood slowly looking down on it. The boy who lived frowned, and well, he went all out on it. It seems that the Longbottom Scion had started to learn some self-defense in his spare time because he snarled and started a pretty interesting spell chain. He started by casting a knockback jinx that threw the young Slytherin in the air and followed it with an impediment jinx that froze him in the air. The boy who lived proceeded to cast a veritable barrage of pranking spells before finally casting a descendo charm that pulled the boy back into the ground. By the end of it, Malfoy had orange skin with pink dots all around, pimples on his face, and a horn on his forehead like a unicorn. Yeah, Longbottom was going to win this handsomely, but Neville's status as a Parselmouth hadn't been tested yet. Lockhart smiled blindingly and started to release the ward, a round of applause for our winner, Mr. Neville Longbottom. And so, with the wards down a bit, Harry decided to involve himself a bit. He slowly used his legilimency to project the idea towards Malfoy. It wasn't even anything harmful. It barely even qualified as a compulsion. It was just an idea, that the Malfoy Scion grasped like a lifeline while he was still lying on the ground and snarled, Serpensortia. The end of his wand exploded. Longbottom watched, in pure disbelief, as a long black snake shot out of it, fell heavily onto the floor between them, and raised itself, ready to strike. There were screams as the crowd backed swiftly away, clearing the floor. Malfoy seemed to have fainted from the exertion of the last spell, but this was the exact scenario Harry wanted to see. The spell itself wasn't a conjuration but a summoning. It was very dangerous magic but not a particularly difficult one. The main danger was the sheer randomness of the outcome. This spell in particular simply finds a random non-magical snake and summons it at the end of the caster's wand. It could just as easily be a giant boa constrictor or a harmless garden snake. And thus, the magical price of the summoning changes with the result and the location, which explained why Malfoy fainted immediately after casting the spell. One thing was for certain, that snake came from Hogwarts, probably in the Forbidden Forest. The wards wouldn't allow something from outside to come in, especially with such an easy spell. To deal with the snake is pretty simple. You either could unsummon it, which teleports that snake back, or you could just kill it. Snape stepped forwards, offering to help out Longbottom, and so was Lockhart for that matter. Longbottom chose not to listen to them, and for some reason, he just tried to blast the damn thing. With surprising flexibility, the snake avoided the spell entirely and started to slither menacingly towards the boy who lived. The two professors tried to act quickly, but suddenly Longbottom started to hiss, and Harry finally started listening to Parseltongue for the first time in his life. It wasn't a language, the hisses and spits were meaningless. No, it was how the ability expressed itself, how it was cast, in a way. Because it was a spell, an immensely complex one, but a spell, nonetheless. It was some kind of soul projection, that enveloped all snakes around and gave them a temporary spark of magic, and thus intelligence. The rest was just a way to communicate an intent in a way. It was like an idea, turned into a message, that communicated perfectly. The noise was some kind of mnemonic way to communicate. How fascinating. But in the end, it was a spell, which could be used by anyone, but would probably need decades of training to master. Yet, here was Longbottom doing it without even realizing it. No, it was more like he didn't even deal with the process of a spell. Why did that sound familiar? Oh, yes, magical crests. Salazar Slytherin must have put the ability as a spell in his magical crest. An instant mastery of Parseltongue, but how did Longbottom get the crest? Oh, Voldemort. The crest must have been something that he had inherited it. And when Longbottom became a Horcrux, a shard of the crest must have accidentally been added in the scar as well. Maybe, the scar is even the manifestation of the crest. Possible, but unlikely. Well, that gives a whole different meaning to the phrase, marked as an equal. Of course, back to the dueling club, the entire crowd was silent. Although, there were a few gasps around the hall. They all seemed to wait for the metaphorical bomb to go off as everyone started to realize that Neville Longbottom, the King Boy who lived, was a Parselmouth. Before it could, Hermione and Weasley rushed forward and began to guide their dazed-looking friend swiftly out of the room. Just as the hall started muttering, Harry felt an arm wrap protectively around him and he was suddenly pulled right up against Daphne. She gave him a slight accusing glare. Not here. We're leaving. With her arms still draped around his shoulders, Daphne began to lead Harry towards the hall's exit, walking at a very brisk pace. Luna tailed them while humming some unknown tune. The moment they were far enough away from the hall, she gave him an accusing look. You knew that this was going to happen, that Longbottom was a Parselmouth. I was just testing a theory. Now, I know that Longbottom is a Parselmouth. Harry replied. Her eyes lit up. You arranged this to happen. Somehow, you made sure that Longbottom would be confronted by a snake. Her smile turned into a frown. He could have died, Harry. Harry shook his head, not with Snape around. The fastest non-magical snake venom takes 20 minutes to be lethal. It's more than enough time for Snape to give him a bezoar since he always carries a few with him. In the unlikely chance he didn't, he could have easily frozen the venom and carried him to the infirmary. There was practically no risk there. Hell, Malfoy's Lacero curse was more fatal. So, is Longbottom the heir of Slytherin? Daphne asked. Of course not. He was unconscious in one of the attacks, and while he was the one who found Filch, he's simply not clever enough to pull something like this off. No, I did this to get a good read on Parseltongue and on how it worked, which would be very useful to find the actual heir. You're going too far with this, Harry, Daphne interjected. We agreed that our time together should be about us, not about your manhunt for the heir of Slytherin. Harry looked down. I'm sorry. You better be. I want some time alone. I'll see you later, Harry, she answered before running off. The Potter Scion suppressed a groan and looked at the smiling Luna. What are you looking at? She'll get over it, just give her some space. How do you know that? Harry replied. I can tell she really likes you, the bee-owned answered, but she has a point. Your manhunt for Tom has obviously consumed your time so far. You need to de-stress. You know, when I feel overwhelmed, I take a stroll by the Forbidden Forest and feed the Thestrals. Do you want to join me tonight? Thinking for a few seconds, Harry nodded. You know. What? This sounds like a good idea. I'll see you at curfew near the Great Hall. The Ravenclaw nodded and skipped to the other side of the room while still humming. That girl could be intelligent at times, but damn, sometimes she's just weird. The 18th of November 1992, Hogwarts. Neville Longbottom had no idea what had happened. He vividly remembered humiliating Malfoy in their little practice duel after the Ponce started to seriously attack him. It was easy. The training he had received in the summer from a former Auror made his encounters with Malfoy little more than a piece of cake. For some reason, his grandmother gave him a proud look when he suddenly came to her and told her that he wanted to learn how to fight properly. She had arranged for his instructor, and every time the boy who lived wanted to quit, he remembered the infuriating smirk on Potter's face as he played with him and Ron. He was looking forward to challenging Potter after humiliating Malfoy. Get back at the traitorous godbrother that humiliated him so many times in the previous year. But the traitorous snake decided not to lose graciously, but thankfully Snape killed it. But for some reason, people just kept staring at him with fear and horror on their faces. He barely even registered his friends pulling him outside the Great Hall for no reason. Maybe they thought that the other Slytherins might attack him for humiliating one of their own. Ron steered him out of the hall, Hermione hurrying alongside them. As they went through the doors, the people on either side drew away as though they were frightened of catching something. Neville didn't have a clue what was going on, and neither Ron nor Hermione explained anything until they had dragged him all the way up to the empty Gryffindor common room. When the hell were you going to tell us? Neville felt even more confusion flood his already clogged brain. What the hell was the redhead on about? Was he talking about the training for some reason? His grandmother had told him not to advertise that he could defend himself, this way any attacker wouldn't be prepared. Ron would have probably asked to attend the sessions as well, and the Longbottom matriarch really didn't like Ron Weasley. She seemed somewhat neutral to the rest of the family, except for Percy, whom she disliked by instinct because he wanted to be a politician, and she admitted to him reluctantly that she admired the twins' innovation, even if their work ethic could be better. Anyway, she really hated Ron. She never said anything about it, but she obviously thought that he was dragging her only grandson down. Reluctantly, the Longbottom scion would admit that Ron wasn't the sort of person you wanted around if your goal is to be productive. The sad thing was that he had a very good tactical mind, he was just not inclined to school, or just hard work in general. But he was brave and loyal to a fault, and Neville appreciated that more than him being some sort of magical savant. Anyway, Neville realized that his friends were looking at him expectantly and just muttered, "Tell you." "Yes, tell us." "Tell you what, exactly?" "That you're a bloody Parselmouth." "Wait, what?" Neville wasn't a Parselmouth, that's for sure. His grandmother had made him memorize over 1,000 years of ancestry ever since he was a little boy. "None of them is a Parselmouth, what are you on about?" "I'm not a Parselmouth. Believe me, if there was one in the family, I would know." "Hell, my grandmother would definitely know, and you know that it's a family trait that's passed on by blood." "Well, it sure looked like you were," Ron exclaimed. That didn't make any sense. Where would he have even looked like a Parselmouth? Thankfully, Hermione interjected, "The snake, Neville. You commanded it, didn't you?" "Yeah, but he was scared out of his mind and that thing was huge. He just asked the thing to stop out of desperation, but I only told it to stop." "Oh, is that what you said to it?" "What do you mean? You heard me. I said it in front of the whole hall." Both of his friends shook their heads. "Neville," Hermione said after taking a deep, heavy breath, "we didn't hear anything you said. We just heard you speaking Parseltongue. To us, it just sounded like a bunch of incomprehensible hissing." Neville's mind just froze. "You're not having me on, are you?" "Of course not. Did you look at everyone's faces in the Great Hall?" Ron exclaimed. How the hell could he have been a Parselmouth? How did he even use it without realizing it? Even when he was a child and used accidental magic, Neville knew that he used magic somehow. And the Longbottoms didn't even have a link to Salazar Slytherin in any way. The man was rumored to be the greatest user of the snake tongue in history. Apparently, he did things with it that just weren't possible, especially considering the primitive magic that nomadic tribes tended to use the tongue for. This skill had turned him into a legend. Being a descendant of a founder of Hogwarts, even if it was Slytherin, was an honor, one that his ancestors would have bragged about, instead of their druidic origin. It just didn't make any sense. A small voice at the back of his head told him that one of them could have hidden it. Maybe a descendant of a squib from a half-blood that married into the family. There was a possibility that maybe his family was light-aligned, just wanted to deny, one that he accidentally revealed to the world. He needed to send an owl to his grandmother telling her what happened. This could have a large impact on the family's reputation after all. Neville opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again and tried to say anything. No words came out. He looked to Ron imploringly. Ron looked sheepish. "You were speaking it, mate," he said apologetically. "We all heard you, clear as day. We had no idea what you even said to it. But, obviously I was telling it to stop." His two friends exchanged looks. "Plenty of people thought you were sending it after Malfoy even when he was passed out," Hermione admitted. Ron continued, "And now everyone thinks that you're the heir of Slytherin, that you're attacking Muggleborns." "But I'm not," Neville protested. "Of course, you're not attacking anyone, but how are you going to prove that you weren't responsible?" Hermione interjected. "I was knocked out in the infirmary when Dean was attacked, and I was at Nick's death party with you when Filch was petrified. Isn't that proof enough?" Dean's attack had seemed like a personal insult at the time. The Muggleborn was barely a few rooms away from the infirmary when he was petrified. It was like the heir of Slytherin was taunting him, telling him that he could have gotten him too if he wanted to. Ron shrugged. "You could have been pretending to sleep in the infirmary, especially since Dean was attacked near you, cursed the Bulger to attack you and clear you as a suspect. And you were the first person to find Filch because of that voice you were following. Relax, Hermione, and I believe you, but the rest of the school won't. There probably isn't going to be an official investigation since the petrification isn't permanent. No one was really hurt but Mrs. Norris, so Dumbledore is going to protect you. However, the school won't care about that, especially if the attacks continue." Neville couldn't help but think that this was exactly why he was friends with Ron. That boy was loyal to a fault, and there were some rare instances, when he chooses to use his head, that showed just how smart he would be if he applied himself. And he was right on the nose here. There was no concrete evidence other than him being a Parselmouth, meaning that the Aurors weren't going to be called. Other than him finding the body the first time, there was nothing linking him to any of the attacks. But there was one thing for certain. He was going to be the school pariah, and that was unacceptable. "I need to clear my name, and there's only one way I can do this." Hermione seemed to grasp where he was going quickly since she paled in fear. "You mean?" "Yes, we need to catch the heir of Slytherin. We were already going to interrogate Malfoy and Potter using Polyjuice. So, we're already halfway there," Neville continued. She hesitated for a moment. "Yeah, but we were only going to ask them what they knew. We don't know if they were the heir, really, only that they knew something, Malfoy because of his father, and Harry because of just how smart he was." Ron groaned. "Come on, Hermione, you can't just keep hanging on to that guy. He's a Slytherin, which means he's bad news. I know that you used to be friends, but he was probably using you to spy on other Gryffindors or just to help him with his homework." The Muggleborn shook her head. "He never really asked me anything about my house, and he didn't need help with homework. We just talked about magic and certain useful spells. But trust me, I know Harry. He's not the kind to do these attacks, but he's exactly the kind of guy that would put pieces together that no one has before. It's the only reason I agreed to the Polyjuice, and that was only because I knew he wouldn't say anything if we asked him directly. We haven't talked in a long time. I don't want you to get any illusion that it's a sting operation of some sort. If he confesses, then I'll help you take him down, but other than that, he's not a suspect. I know you weren't looking at him when Neville started talking in Parseltongue, but I did." He had this smug little smile on his face like he knew that Neville was a Parseltongue, and that confirmed it. Ron exclaimed. "Wait, Potter knew what? How is that possible? How could Potter know something about him that no one else realized before?" He needed to know more. "You have to admit, Hermione, that it's pretty suspicious." The Muggleborn's resolve looked like it was wavering, so Neville pressed slightly. "Look, we'll try to find out what he knows. If he's innocent, we'll leave him be. If he is the heir of Slytherin, it's our duty to expose him." "How long until the Polyjuice is done cooking?" 10 days, the Muggleborn commented. "We can start getting pieces of hair of who we're going to replace, as well as a way to discreetly make sure that they won't show up." Neville nodded. "Good. Also, Ron, I want you to ask Fred and George to follow Potter and Malfoy closely. They're our main suspects and we need to know their comings and goings. They could lead us to the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and we could catch them in the act." The redhead agreed, I'll tell them as soon as I see them. Now, we have another lead, Neville continued. Dobby accidentally let out that the Chamber of Secrets was opened before. That means that the three of us will need to research in the library about it. Similar attacks had to have been there before. If whoever had done it was caught, then a family member or a descendant could be doing it now. Ron groaned, I thought we were done with researching stuff after the mess with Flamel last year. It took months just to find who he was. Can we ask for more help instead? Let's just keep it between us, Neville replied while shaking his head. We don't want to tip the air off that we're looking into past attacks. If they knew about them, they could easily find the books we were looking for and hide them just to throw us off their trail. We need to be discreet, and we need to be smart about this. Yeah, Neville Longbottom was going to catch the heir of Slytherin and clear his name. But until then, he knew that his time in Hogwarts was going to be rough. He only hoped he could hold on until his status was back as the savior of the magical world once more. The 18th of November 1992, Hogwarts. That night, Harry waited until curfew and snuck out of the common room using his invisibility cloak. He was strangely excited for what was essentially a walk in a forest with his new friend. To be perfectly honest, he could see why Tom was so taken with the young Ravenclaw. Harry had spent less than a handful of hours with Luna and he had to admit that she was unique. She just saw the world differently, something that made sense since she was a clairvoyant. In general, clairvoyance is a magical skill that allows someone to perceive the world differently, to see beyond what can be perceived with the BPD eye. In a way, Harry's arcane hearing might be a form of clairvoyance since he could perceive magic in a way others just don't, but the general definition involves a more conceptual nature of the skill. Luna, for example, can just discern the true nature of something. Whether someone is good or bad, kind or mean, hateful or loving. She could see if someone was hexed or was under some kind of compulsion, and probably so much more. The girl tried to stay away from her gift as much as possible and Harry had the impression that she was strangely resentful towards it. Anyway, Harry knew that it was this skill that made Luna confide in him so easily. He was honestly tempted to ask her how she perceived him, but she must have known in some way that he meant her no harm. Yet, the young Ravenclaw was just so kind despite her gift. In a way, Harry could understand how it was possible, but in another, it was baffling. The truth was that people were complex, and Luna could probably see that. Everyone, especially children, had a kindness to them, an innocence, that Luna probably couldn't see in older men and women, one that made Luna forgive their obvious spiteful attempts at putting her down and bullying her. That kind of kindness, that kind of forgiveness was just something that Harry couldn't understand. Luna had suffered, yet she just ignored her pain and moved on to her carefree life. She wasn't putting on a mask or hiding her suffering, she just forgave them and didn't care, and that was unnatural, that was inhuman. A human being is not supposed to act like that. Even good people simply repressed the urge to have some kind of vengeance, something that would have been quite easy for Luna to pull off, but she just let go. No wonder Tom Riddle was fascinated with her. He had suffered at the hand of other children, yet he always got back at his attackers. Yet, through pure understanding, Luna Lovegood had shown him that there was another way, a better way. She had shown Harry this, but honestly, with all his maturity, he didn't think he would be able to shrug off slights like she did. Before he could realize it, Harry found himself at the entrance to the Great Hall and saw Luna waiting for him while humming. Security was pretty lax now that Filch wasn't there to scare the crap out of the younger years. Prefect patrols had increased, apparently, but they didn't intimidate the younger students as Filch did. The Potter Scion honestly thought that Dumbledore hired the squib just for the crazy old man aura that he projected, that children would instinctively fear, even though the average second-year student was technically more dangerous than him. He took off his cloak and revealed himself. "Hello, Luna." The girl twirled around and smiled at him. "Hello, Harry Potter. It seems that we chose a good night for our stroll. There's magic in the air." Harry simply shrugged, having started to be used to her weirdness. "Sure, shall we?" The girl didn't answer him and just started skipping away. They simply walked in silence, their footsteps echoing softly in the empty corridors. The dim glow of moonlight filtered through the tall windows, casting long shadows that danced along the cold stone walls. Minutes later and they had left the castle and made their way towards the forest. They walked past the black lake, its dark waters reflecting the silver glow of the stars above. Harry watched Luna's graceful movements, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. The familiar sound of her humming echoed through the night, harmonizing with the soft rustling of leaves and the distant hooting of an owl. Luna's ethereal presence seemed to blend seamlessly with the enchanted atmosphere of the forbidden forest as if she were a part of it. They reached the edge of the forest, its boundary marked by ancient, towering trees that loomed like silent sentinels. Moonbeams filtered through the dense foliage, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. The magic of the forest was as oppressive as ever. Harry's arcane hearing was all over the place. There was this large magical enchantment that was around the entire forest, that was playful and protective, but with a weird sinister tint, yet there were so many creatures inside, that it had another layer that just sounded like noise more than anything. There were the cold-blooded predators, the soft magical plants, the severity and discipline that probably belonged to the centaurs. In all truth, it was magnificent in some kind of organized chaotic paradox that just fascinated him. It was an entire magical ecosystem, and it was as complex as it sounded. They arrived at a clearing, where Luna just stopped suddenly, and stood still. I always like to stay here. It's just on the edge of centaur territory, so the really dangerous creatures tend to stay away, and sometimes I get a few visitors, who I just like to talk to. I find Thestrals to be wonderful listeners. Here they come. Yeah, Harry could sense them too. They felt like fleeting shadows, that were somehow skittish, their dark forms blending seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. Luna approached them with serene confidence, her pale blue eyes filled with a gentle understanding. The creatures, shrouded in an aura of mystery, seemed to recognize her, responding to her silent call. Luna started stroking one of the smaller Thestrals and then proceeded to take a few slabs of meat from her bag and feed it to them. She giggled as the skeletal winged horses licked her hand after finishing the food. Harry was smiling for some reason. He was feeling content. He hadn't felt that way in years, and wasn't that a bizarre revelation? After a few minutes, he chose to break their comfortable silence. You can see them. Yes, the girl answered with an airy voice, it was my mother. She was a spellcrafter, you see. She did something wrong and it backfired. She was like me and had this gift, but it wasn't as strong for her. I guess I considered it a curse in some way. It wasn't nice, feeling her soul leave her body, seeing the sheer terror of death that she felt when it happened. I didn't want to let go of her, and I guess I went too far. Ever since then, I could see the creatures my mother made up for me for my bedtime. She told me stories about Raxperts whenever I was scared, and she told me I could chase them away with positive thoughts, and other silly things. I guess I wanted a piece of her to stay with me, and my gift. Agreed. Now, every time I see someone, I see a part of my mother. What about you? You can see them too, right? Oh, that sounded like she was traumatized by her mother's death, and she tried to peer too much using her gift. Her clairvoyance must be extremely powerful if she was able to go this far. Maybe it was just the fact that she saw and felt her mother's death that made her repress her gifts in a way that only expressed itself in the form of creatures. Honestly, Harry wasn't going to judge her. A traumatized child didn't need more on her plate from the sound of it. Instead, the Potter Scion replied, I guess you can say that death is an old friend. I have to ask though, I know that the other students give you a hard time and you just let things slide. Why are you so angry at Tom for doing what he did? What makes him different? I couldn't see Tom with my clairvoyance. I just thought it was like a portrait in diary form. It was the first time I really trusted someone in a very long time. After my mother died, I wasn't well. My father pushed himself in his newspaper trying to drown his sorrows with more work, and I had lost most of my friends. It was why Ron called me loony, at the time. I could see people's true nature and it made things so easy. Tom was different, he was a friend. I couldn't see him, but I chose to trust him. I hadn't done that before, and he betrayed me. This is why I am so angry at him. He used me to hurt others. He possessed me, petrified 2 people and killed a cat. I just can't let something like that go. People are mean because they want to feel superior, or they're scared, or they're angry. I can see it with my own 2 eyes, but what Tom did, it was unforgivable. Harry nodded, I guess I can understand that. You're right about a lot of things. I was neglecting my friend. I was so focused on dealing with Tom, About stopping the monster that I just forgot about them, I guess. I'm not proud of it, but it's the truth. You're a wise young woman, Luna Lovegood. He wasn't lying. With the time he was able to buy with Riddle's recent release, the pressure to destroy the diary was gone. Sure, he was still going to train and make plans like normal, but he wouldn't act like a madman in a rush. He would still take breaks and just hang out with his friends again. Sure, it would have been better to find and destroy the diary, but Riddle was unpowered, and considering that Lockhart looked like an idiot amateur during his duel with Snape, he stopped having control over his network. The girl hummed, "Of course I am. I'm in Ravenclaw after all." Harry simply watched as Luna kept feeding and stroking the Thestrals. It was a peaceful scene, and considering how hectic his life has been recently, he could use some of this peace. Of course, that was when Harry felt something with a big signature come closer. He could feel his magical crest stinging slightly. Luna also seemed to notice that something was coming. The large intruder happened to be the familiar sight of a certain three-headed dog. The Cerberus seemed overjoyed to meet Harry for some reason. The strange familiarity between them was still there for Harry's arcane hearing to pick up. This feeling of soul was still there. The giant dog playfully started to lick the Potter Scion, covering him in drool. Yeah. I'm happy to see you too, Fluffy. I didn't know you lived in the forest, although that did make sense. I missed you, bud. It must be nice to stay here in the forest after an entire year cramped in a room. The dog whined and Harry kept stroking him. When he turned towards Luna, he found her openly gaping at him. It was a comical sight, especially considering how composed she usually was. Harry could guess that to a clairvoyant, there wasn't much that she would consider surprising. And yet, the young Ravenclaw was openly showing surprise. Harry simply shrugged at her. "What's wrong?" "Merlin's beard. I thought my mother made them up. I didn't think they were real," the bee-one kept murmuring. Harry quirked his eyebrow. "What are you on about? Sir Barry are documented in countless books and studies. No, you don't understand. This isn't a magical creature at all. This is a phantasmal beast." The 3rd of December 1992, Hogwarts. It has been a few days since he went on that trip to the Forbidden Forest with Luna, and well, it started becoming a regular thing. Harry didn't know how to explain it, but there was just this connection between him and Fluffy, and it was oddly relaxing just laying around with the beast's presence. His unusual nature was already an interesting thing, but Luna was surprisingly very knowledgeable about the subject. Of course, it took a little while for her to freak out before she actually started explaining it. Apparently, the existence of phantasmal beasts was a thing of legend. According to her, it was on par with the crumpled horned snurkak, in terms of discoveries. Since proper research on magical beasts is something of a recent thing, numerous rare and elusive creatures were not really properly researched. Apparently, according to a few ancient texts, a few magical creatures just are fundamentally different. They are more than beings of flesh and blood and are creatures of magic and energy. Legends say that before Atlantis was sunk, in the age before man, the rumored age of gods, magical creatures as large as cities roamed the world. They were unbeatable beings of pure energy and magic. And sometimes they were even worshipped as gods. In many ways, that was precisely what they were. They were beings of incredible power and lifespans that could get up to thousands of years. When they mysteriously disappeared, wizards and witches started to emulate these creatures and experimented by using alchemy to create beasts to serve them. They were not nearly as intelligent or as powerful as the divine beasts, and they were creatures of flesh and blood and thus could be easily harmed or killed. Modern dragons couldn't compare to Luna's tales of elder dragons, who were symbols of power personified more than anything. However, these magical creatures could sometimes ascend when they become beings of legends. They are then called phantasmal creatures. It could happen to a particular creature or an entire species, or maybe even a part of a species. According to the young Ravenclaw, things like Pegasi, Nemean lions, or hydras were rumored to be phantasmal creatures. However, as none of these creatures allowed wizards and witches to run experiments on them, and they are powerful enough to go through entire teams of war mages, it's hard to confirm such theories. Funnily enough, the entire thing started interesting magizoologists when they started to study unicorns and found that they were fundamentally different from any other magical creatures. They couldn't do much without risking getting cursed, and a unicorn never dies of natural causes, at least as far as they could tell. It was theorized that they were beings of partial energy. However, all the researchers could do was study their behavior and make theories since for some reason the creatures were simply immune to magic. Research on Cerberus was never properly conducted as well. They were too rare for large-scale studies and their magical negation properties were far more powerful than unicorns. Luna, probably using her clairvoyance, was able to divine the true nature of Fluffy and was stupefied by it. When Harry suggested that unicorns could also be phantasmal creatures, the young Ravenclaw started organizing a search for them, but they couldn't find any for her to observe anymore. It was slightly unnerving to be completely honest. Still, every couple of days, he and Luna would go to their clearing, pet the Thestrals, and play with Fluffy slightly. The three-headed dog was very obedient to Harry for some reason, and he couldn't deny that his crest thrummed slightly at the beast's presence. Although, when they took Hedwig with them, the snowy owl kept glaring at the overly friendly hound. She was probably jealous, so Harry made sure to give her extra bacon and spend more time. It seemed to work since she was a lot calmer later. Anyway, other than accidentally confirming one of the most researched topics in magizoology, Harry spent his time just hanging out with his friends, although, it was mostly with Daphne, who had asked him to teach her how to duel out of nowhere. They spent hours every day together, just the two of them, dueling slightly. And Harry had to admit that the bee-owned was very talented in the field and had a vicious side to her that he didn't see often. Which brings him to their current situation. They were in an empty large classroom, sparring. Harry ducked to dodge a cutting hex and shielded against the punching hex that followed. He smiled slightly as the girl huffed in exasperation as her tutor easily countered her spell chain. She then sent a new spell, her hand glowing slightly where her family crest resided, Legamen Planty. Giant roots appeared from the ground and tried to bind Harry. However, the Potter Scion simply waved his wand and yelled back, Impedimenta. Radix Evanescet. The first spell simply slowed down the roots massively, and the second one vanished them into ash. It was a modified vanishing charm that Harry made on the spot that only vanished plants in a wide area. It was faster than doing it individually but far more energy consuming. Honestly, it wasn't exactly fair, since Harry was, for lack of a better term, a savant when it came to magic. He could easily modify spells on the fly and technically this wouldn't be authorized. Well, it would be if it was done silently as official duels normally or since it was technically a vanishing charm and not an entirely new spell altogether. Alas, the Greengrass Scion had used one of her family spells, which was definitely illegal. Well, the spell wasn't exactly one cast using the crest. She was going to fully unlock it on her birthday, which was in a few months, but her father had given her a list of spells to warm it up, in a way. They weren't powerful, and Daphne did need to learn how to cast them, but she was naturally gifted when it came to using them. Still, obscure spells rarely surprised Harry altogether. To his arcane hearing, spells were painfully obvious. While enchantments and wards felt more like songs in the background, spells felt more like bullets filled to the brim with magic and intent. The purpose of a spell was usually clear a fraction of a second after it was fired. As such, Harry was able to easily figure out the goal of Daphne's spell. The Potter Scion grinned, "You're doing very well, Daphne. It's a big improvement in such a small amount of time, but remember to not use any family spells since it's illegal in tournaments and you would be disqualified." Instead of answering back, she snarled at him, "Flipendo. Expelliarmus. Glacius." Harry simply waved his arm. "Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment and definitely don't let your enemy lead your actions. Protega. Incendio." The shield deflected the Flipendo spell towards the disarming charm, and the fire-making charm countered the Glacius spell, turning it into a battle of wills. The freezing charm and fire-making charm are complete opposites. They weren't really elemental spells since they were just spells that caused an object to burn or freeze. They did not manipulate an element in a way. And since these spells are arithmetically opposite, it is possible to turn it into a battle of wills of sorts. Of course, Harry could easily win such a contest with Daphne, but what he didn't need to. Daphne's own disarming charm went back at her and sent her wand flying back. Harry grinned once more, and be mindful of your surroundings, especially the spells that you cast. The bee-owned grumbled, "I still didn't land a hit on you. Daph, landing a hit in a duel means that you've won the exchange unless it's mitigated somehow." And not to sound arrogant, but I'm a little better than the average second year when it comes to magic. Believe me, you're far ahead of the curve. The Greengrass Scion didn't seem to believe him, and so, he continued, look, your progress is phenomenal and even Professor Flitwick thinks so. You know how hard he is when it comes to dueling. You just need to learn a style that suits you, and after a bit of practice, you'll be golden. A style? The bee-owned asked with a puzzled expression on her face. Oh, right. We haven't really covered this yet since we're still doing the basics with Flitwick, Harry answered. It's more like a way you play, the tactics that you employ. Certain duelers prefer to stick to small and quick spells instead of large ones. Others deploy modified shields and use them as attacking spells which can defend at once. Some favor changing their surroundings using transfiguration, and some just rely on conjuration. And even then, how you use this kind of magic can affect your style massively. What I mean by that is that whether you like to rely on counterattacks or be aggressive with your magic. You could even just dodge quickly and wait until your opponents get tired, although I wouldn't really recommend this fighting method. It's all up to you. And what style are you using? Daphne asked. Well, I rely mostly on counterattacks, like the one I used on you. My shield charms repelled a spell towards another, and I used a battle of wills to lock you into place so that you get hit with your own disarming charm. But if I had to suggest a style for you, it would be one involving your speed. Your casting is very quick, and your spell chains are very impressive. The girl blushed and mumbled, thank you. On their way back to their common room, Harry spoke up, now, I have to ask. Why do you always resort to your family spells whenever you're emotional? The girl fidgeted slightly. I just panic and it's always there in the back of my mind. Ever since I learnt them, I haven't really needed to think about using them. It's very hard to explain. I just cast them by instinct, like I was holding up my arm and protecting my face. My father was very strict with me in the summer and decided to teach me a few basics, and they just feel natural, I guess. I know it's unusual since we usually have to wait until we're 13. But apparently, it's a tradition to master a handful of spells before we have access to the full thing in our next maturity. I don't think the other crests work like that since Mum looked confused as well when Dad took me on a training trip. I guess I'll see when Astoria unlocks my mother's crest. But anyway, there's this whole pressure on me to master these spells, so I try to use them as much as possible. While this was interesting, it wasn't any of Harry's business. Family crests were family matters, after all. Even telling him this much about it was a sign of trust on the part of Daphne. Luna was right, in a way, that he was slowly drifting away from his friends during the whole search for the diary. When he slowed down and made some time for them, he remembered how much he missed just spending time with them. They were now closer than ever, even if he was far closer to Daphne than to Blaise and Tracy. Anyway, the Potter Scion walked his friends to the entrance of the girls' dormitory and prepared to go shower. He was planning on finishing his anti-basilisk glare goggles soon since he made a lot of progress in the last few weeks. Oddly enough, he was held up by Crabbe and Goyle of all people. It was disconcerting to see them away from Malfoy, and even then, behind them was Millicent Bulstrode. The girl was normally very uncomfortable around the two boys since they were very prone to violence. That wariness wasn't there before. She quickly blurted out to him, Harry, I wanted to ask you a few questions. Huh, she called him Harry. It was common courtesy to call people by their family names. Sure, sometimes Harry ignored it, but Millicent always followed the unspoken rules of Slytherin. Her posture was also wrong. She was nervous but did not have the inherent pride a scion of an old family had. Crabbe and Goyle were also too different. Other than their posture, they looked inquisitive, and well, they never really looked like it. They were easily distracted, easy to anger, and prone to violence, but the truth was that they were slow. Yet, there was a spark of intelligence that he had never seen before in their eyes. The conclusion was simple, these weren't his housemates. These were imposters. The question remaining is how he should handle it. This could go wrong very quickly. The 3rd of December 1992, Hogwarts. Before making a scene, it was better to be absolutely sure, Millie. How are you doing with that spell I taught you? Are you still having problems with it? Well, Harry knew for a fact that Millicent hated the nickname Millie since Pansy always kept calling her Silly Millie whenever she messed up something. And well, she and Harry barely interacted with one another, and since she started joining Malfoy's group, she would have been in deep trouble if he heard that Harry was teaching her anything, really. So, when she didn't grit her teeth and didn't deny her being with Harry, in front of the people who were essentially Malfoy's enforcers, Harry knew immediately that she was an imposter and so were Crabbe and Goyle. She nodded. Yeah, I think I'm getting it, but I really need to ask you a few questions. The Potter scion repressed the urge of rolling his eyes at her pathetic attempt at changing the subject. Hermione really wasn't cut out for the whole deception thing, was she? Harry really should just expose them, and he definitely would. But doing so would earn him the enmity of the Golden Trio. They barely even spoke to Harry this year, and he wanted to keep it that way. So, why involve himself when he could pin it on someone that they already hate, like Malfoy, who was glaring at the trio, probably thinking that they were betraying him or something. He might as well also lead them on a bit, especially since they were doing this because they're probably thinking that Harry is the heir of Slytherin or something similarly absurd. So, instead of yelling out that there were intruders in the house, he smiled at them. I'm always available to help my housemates. What do you need help with? Crabbe was the one who asked that time, the Chamber of Secrets. Well, that was easy, yeah, Slytherin's infamous chamber. It's a shame people are using it to spread fear the way they did. I'm not sure, of course, but my guess it would be the fact that Slytherin tricked the other founders and hid his magic in the chamber to do it. This was honestly the theory Harry had come up with, and he didn't mind sharing it. Wait, what? I thought he made it to house the beast that killed Muggleborns. I mean, mudbloods, sorry, Goyle exclaimed. Goyle, did you forget? You can't say that word in here. It's against the rules. Malfoy might get away with it because of his father's influence, but I don't think you can do it. Even then, he's been reprimanded a lot of time in private and the prefects have even contacted his mother. Yeah, the way their eyes widened amused the Potter scion, but instead of answering the questions and revealing house secrets, he continued, as for your question, the whole blood purity thing started appearing after the statute of secrecy was put in place as a way to preserve nobility in a world that was full of wizards. Before then, there were only nobles and peasants, whether they are magical or not. Slytherin wanted to ban peasants from entering the school. I can see his point, to be honest. Millicent looked aghast. What? How could you say that? Damn, Hermione really wasn't subtle. Well, it's not about them being lesser, it's about them being uneducated. 1,000 years ago, peasants didn't know how to read, how to write, how to behave. They were farmers and workers that only thought about how to survive the following winter. Just bringing them up to speed to learn any magic was too time-consuming, and Slytherin wanted to bar them from entry. However, the other founders refused, since that meant that any sign of accidental magic started a witch hunt at the time, and a lot of Muggleborns burned to death back then. So, instead, they came to a compromise, to have a basic exam before starting a magical education, which is available for everyone, but if they failed it, they would have to attend basic classes before they could start learning. If they failed these, they were expelled. No one was happy about it, but it was the only compromise that they could reach. I never read that in any books, Millicent replied. Harry grinned, because you're probably reading in the public history section. If you take a look at the research books in the back, especially the ones from before the statute of secrecy, you will see it. For some reason, people have made it very hard to find out about the founders. Seeing Millicent wanting to argue back, Crabbe interjected, and the chamber. Oh, right, I got a bit overwhelmed. It's a bit of a theory of mine, but I think that Slytherin tricked the other founders. The main selling point of Hogwarts was the library. The 4 founders sacrificed their family spells and their research to build the foundation of the libraries. The founders shed their family names and created the fake ones that we know. Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, these aren't real names, and the real ones were scrubbed from all texts, probably with a spell of some sort. And since nobles greedily wanted the knowledge, they enrolled their heirs, which is how Hogwarts started. What I think happened is that Slytherin only shared a portion of his family legacy and hid the rest in the chamber for his heir to access. He essentially swindled the other founders of their family legacy for a fraction of his own. It does fit his character. The whole monster thing could just be some kind of protection for anything attacking the castle, but not the students. Definitely not the students. Goyle was gritting his teeth, probably insulting Salazar Slytherin under his breath. So, that must be Weasley then, so, the monster. What do you know about it? Well, everything, really. It's pretty obvious when you know where to look. You got that from just 2 attacks. Millicent interjected. No, you only have to look back on the events where the chamber was opened the last time, around 50 years ago. What? The 3 impersonators exclaimed. Well, yeah, people don't want it to be spread, but around 50 years ago, the chamber was opened. Over a dozen Muggleborns were petrified, but the attacks stopped when 1 died, and the school almost closed. They put the entire thing on a troublesome student and expelled him, even if the beast he had didn't match the pattern. I think it was an acromantul or something. They should have been expelled anyway, but they just put it all on him so that the school wouldn't close. And since the attacks stopped, they all put it out of its mind. But since that information is documented, it's easy to find a clear pattern, and adding in the current clues, the nature of the beast is easy to figure out. So, what is it? Crabbe asked excitedly. Well, that would be telling. Honestly, I was hesitant until Longbottom started to speak in Parseltongue. You think he's the heir of Slytherin? Millicent asked. Merlin, no. Harry responded, whoever is doing it is smart enough to evade me. Longbottom doesn't have a subtle bone in his body. Then do you think that he's a descendant of Slytherin or something? Crabbe asked. Probably not. The only reason I jumped immediately at him being a Parselmouth was because the Dark Lord was a Parselmouth. Not much is known about how Longbottom escaped the killing curse, and while there are many theories, a lot of wild and raw magic was expelled that night, at least according to the unspeakable report that was leaked to the public. It is possible that somehow the Dark Lord's magic made an imprint of sorts with Longbottom, giving him the ability to speak Parseltongue. It's far more likely than him having a magical ancestry that was hidden for centuries, while it could have been providing a lot of prestige for the family. You have to remember that before Voldemort, Parseltongue was mostly known for its rumored healing abilities, not the weapon of terror that the Dark Lord used to his advantage. Yeah, but does the fact that Longbottom can speak Parseltongue mean anything when it comes to the Chamber of Secrets? Millicent asked. Harry shrugged. Of course, it does. The fact that Longbottom is speaking Parseltongue correlates with the fact that I heard a few paintings say that he was following a voice to Filch's body, one that no one else could hear. Slytherin was a proud and poetic being, he would only have some kind of snake as his ultimate weapon. So, I theorized that Longbottom was a Parselmouth. So, that narrowed the list of beasts into reptiles that are extremely long-lived. Looking at how the petrified bodies looked, the behavioral pattern of spiders recently, and a lot of little things, finding the beast's nature is elementary. Of course, Slytherin could have just created an entire creature just to become his ultimate weapon, but the clues are too much. So, what is it? Goyle asked with an annoyed voice. Now, that would be me stopping you from the sense of accomplishment of finding it yourselves. Consider it a test of sorts, Harry answered with an infuriating smile on his face. They were all obviously angry at Harry's dismissal, so he continued, I have to admit that I can see why Dumbledore is keeping this quiet. I can see the school closing down, and him being fired if it was revealed to the public, especially since he knew about it for decades and did nothing to stop it. I can't say I would be disappointed, he's objectively the worst headmaster this school has ever had. You're wrong, Crabbe exclaimed. Damn, those kids were too easy. The Potter Scion simply shrugged. Political agenda aside, Dumbledore took out the most books from the library. Ever since his appointment, over 5 magical courses were removed, over a dozen clubs were cancelled, and magical research became at an all-time low. Hogwarts. Graduates literally need retraining whenever they get into any kind of technical apprenticeship, and a few guilds literally just reject applicants from the school automatically since our curriculum is too limited. He also has 2 other full-time positions on top of being headmaster, so that takes up a lot of his time. The 3 imposters looked at each other hesitantly, but he's the most powerful wizard in the world. I don't care about who he is. I care about the school and my education. In the unlikely event he doesn't know what the beast is, then people would have severely overestimated his intelligence and extensive magical knowledge, but, well, that's absurd. Because if a student with less than 2 years of magical education can find out what it is, then he should know. So, that means that he has to know. I can only hope that he actually starts taking action against the heir, because if the monster is what I think it is, then we could all die with a single attack. The only reason this hasn't made national news is because it's just normal petrification, which can be easily remedied with a mandrake draft. If it was a curse or something unknown, the ministry would have been all over this. Crabbe leaned it. So, do you have an idea who is responsible for all of this? The question is not who, Harry said, the question is how. The key to this mystery lies in the past. To know who is responsible for the attacks today, you need to find out who was responsible the last time the chamber was opened, 50 years ago. Crabbe's eyes widened when Harry essentially quoted Dumbledore from the stories. Longbottom must have heard it as Harry's counterpart did in the books. Deciding to excuse himself, the Potter Scion spoke up. Well, I'm kinda sweaty and need a shower. I spent 2 hours sparring with Daphne, you see. It's nice to see you, Millie, Greg, and Vince. Don't hesitate to come back if you have any other questions. Well, that was fun, but everything must come to an end. He had to say that his little mission was somewhat successful. He had diverted the trio's attention with a lecture that they didn't need about the founders, taught them a lesson about the fact that Slytherin wasn't some racist asshole, and shook their faith in Dumbledore's leadership since he knew what the beast was for decades, and didn't do anything about it. But that wasn't the cherry on top. What was the fact that the moment the three imposters turned to speak with Malfoy, Harry sneakily cast a modified revealing charm that would only work after he activates it manually. It was easy to use arithmancy to incorporate a feature like that was extracted in many curses. This was going to cause trouble for Dumbledore immensely. There are wards around all the common rooms. Only someone sorted in Slytherin could enter the Slytherin common room. They would need the permission of the head of house or the headmaster otherwise. Dumbledore must have disabled the wards or given them access without anyone knowing, and the heads of houses were going to ask him a lot of questions about it. Harry, then, pretended to walk up the stairs and put on his cloak of invisibility to watch the fallout and waited until they looked like they were going to leave and activated the curse. A few seconds later, while the three Gryffindors were talking to Malfoy, their features immediately reverted back to normal. The common room stood silent before it exploded into noise. In a fraction of a second, the Golden Trio were unconscious on the ground and Professor Snape was called by one of the prefects. Well, that was fun. The 3rd of December 1992, Hogwarts. Neville still didn't know how things could get so wrong. As he looked at the snarling face of Snape, he knew that he was screwed. Snape has always been spiteful when it came to him, but this was different, this was more. It was like the boy who lived had crossed a line of sorts, and now he was out for blood. What happened? The potion should have lasted at least an hour, and Neville had timed it. They were inside the Slytherin common room for less than 30 minutes, and it took them 10 minutes to sneak it in the first place. So, did Hermione somehow screw with the potion? It was a Newt-level potion after all, and the Muggleborn was a second year, all things considered. No, according to Hermione, it was exactly like it was supposed to be, and they had transformed perfectly into their targets. So, why did it stop working all of a sudden? They had already gotten valuable information by tricking Potter. Hermione was right, that guy was a chump whenever it came to explaining things. It was a wonder how the guy ended up in Slytherin instead of Ravenclaw. That guy must have read more books than Hermione, especially considering how he kept showing her up whenever it came to knowledge. Neville already knew that the Muggleborn was going to run to the library next to confirm what he had said about the founders, as well as trying to overcome the unspoken challenge of finding what the monster of Slytherin was. What really interested Neville was the fact that he somehow already figured out that he was a Parselmouth before he himself knew. It was obvious, now that he thought about it, but it did confirm that Hermione wasn't exaggerating when it came to Potter's intelligence. To be completely honest, Neville didn't know how to feel about his godbrother. He just seemed so beyond him, so far away from him in terms of both personality and magic. It irritated him at first, but now, it was just intimidating to just speak with him. It felt less like asking Hermione for some help, and more like asking Dumbledore of all people. The Longbottom Scion really wanted to connect with him, but he was so out of reach, that Neville was scared to make the first move. Of course, Ron just hated the guy on principle. He was a Slytherin, thus he was a slimy snake that couldn't be trusted. That guy really had his priorities backwards, if he had any priorities other than Quidditch, chess, and fighting Malfoy. But Malfoy didn't count. He was a prick, and it was surprising how little he was regarded in his own house. Neville's grandmother had drilled him countless times about being observant in political situations, and well, the Slytherin common room reminded him a lot about these lessons. What was interesting was the fact that Malfoy was shunned in Slytherin. It wasn't something he expected at all. The Malfoys always looked untouchable from the outside, but it seemed like the house was as annoyed as the rest of the school was when it came to the own Ponce. You could see it in the way they all huddled away from him whenever he sat down. Malfoy probably thought it was some kind of sign of respect, but Neville knew. His housemates did the same to him, ever since he was revealed to be a Parselmouth. Also, the fact that Malfoy was reprimanded for saying the word mudblood and supporting the heir of Slytherin, and they had even contacted his mother. Now, that was worth the trip on its own. And the information they had gotten was practically a gold mine. They now knew that the Chamber of Secrets was opened before, around 50 years back to be more specific, and that the petrifications happened as well, but it ended when a student died, and, according to Potter, someone was framed for it. The real heir must be the descendant of whoever had opened the chamber 50 years ago. If they knew who was responsible in the past, they could track down their descendants and figure out who had done it as well. The conversation with Malfoy, on the other hand, was pretty lackluster. All they had learned was that Lucius Malfoy had told him to let the heir be, and that the Malfoy hid most of their dark artifacts in a secret room under the drawing room floor, which was why the Auror raids never found anything. Ron looked excited to tell that little fact to his father. Unfortunately, they were all preoccupied with the whole disguise falling apart and them being attacked thing. Yeah, that wasn't fun. In mere minutes, Snape was called into the room, with his billowing cloak behind him, and Neville found himself in the potion master's office with his best friends. Ron looked as pale as a ghost, and Hermione looked like she was having a nervous breakdown. "Professor," Neville started. He was immediately interrupted by the Slytherin head of house. "Mr. Longbottom, I have literally found you trespassing into a common room that isn't your own, in stolen Slytherin robes, having drunk an illegal potion that could have easily poisoned you with the slightest mistake, a potion that you brewed with ingredients that I recognize to be missing from my stores. There is nothing that you could say would not make it worse. So, as your professor, I am advising you to stay quiet and not say anything that will probably end up hurting you in the long run. Most unfortunately, you are not in my house, and the decision to expel you does not rest with me. I shall go and fetch the people who do have that happy power. You will wait here. I do not want to hear your voice at any moment before my return." Normally, Snape would be smiling at getting them in trouble, but he just looked angry. Seeing how the professor was behaving, Neville decided to do the smart thing and just shut up. The man left, and the boy who lived just felt sick. If Snape had gone to fetch Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House, they were hardly any better off. She might be fairer than Snape, but she was still extremely strict. She was going to kill them, he knew it. 10 minutes later, Snape returned, and sure enough, it was Professor McGonagall who accompanied him. Neville had seen Professor McGonagall angry on several occasions, but either he had forgotten just how thin her mouth could go, or he had never seen her this angry before. She raised her wand the moment she entered. Neville, Ron, and Hermione all flinched, but she merely pointed it at the empty fireplace, where flames suddenly erupted. Neville hadn't realized how cold he was until the warmth of the fire started to spread. "Sit," she said, and they both backed into chairs by the fire. "Explain," she said, her glasses glinting ominously. Ron started to speak, but Neville immediately stopped him. Ron's mouth was probably going to get them further in trouble. "Well, Professor, it's a bit of a long story. You know how I'm a Parselmouth." The woman nodded and he continued, "Well, people haven't really been nice to me ever since that happened. What, they stopped worshipping you like some sort of messiah?" Snape answered with a sneer. "No," Neville denied, "they just look at me like I'm the one who petrified my own roommate. So, I decided that finding out who the heir of Slytherin really was would clear my name. And where better to look first than the Slytherin common room? We used Polyjuice to sneak inside while Crabbe, Goyle, and Millicent were in detention, and we started interrogating people sneakily. You thought that whoever was responsible would just confess in the middle of the common room?" McGonagall asked with an incredulous tone. "Well, maybe. We thought that they, at least, might know a little more about it. So, what would be the harm? You're asking what would be the harm in impersonating your year mates, and breaking into a place they're supposed to feel safe in? Snape asked. Well, we thought that no one would really be affected. It was only supposed to last for 1 hour, but for some reason, it stopped working at least 20 minutes early. Snape looked startled for a second. You brewed the potion? Yes. Well, Hermione did. Neville looked at his friend who was practically trembling. So, let me get this straight. You stole ingredients from my personal stores, used them to brew a potion that was above your capability, incorrectly from the sound of it, and snuck into the Slytherin common room because you hoped that the heir of Slytherin who has been attacking Muggleborns would confess their crimes to you because you asked for it. And the potion ended up malfunctioning, causing everyone to panic and attack you at once. Hermione interjected, Hey, I didn't incorrectly brew the potion. The glare McGonagall sent her made her defiant look wither in a fraction of a second. I'm telling you this for your best interest. Don't confess to brewing an illegal potion to your professors, one that could cause you a fine of a few hundred galleons at least, and maybe even a short stay in Azkaban. If you weren't a minor and if you didn't brew the potion in Hogwarts, you would have been in a lot more trouble. So, please, shut up, Ms. Granger. The deputy headmistress took a deep breath and continued, Since this is your first offense this year, you will be in detention for the rest of the semester, and this incident will be in your permanent school record. I will send a letter to your parents informing them about what happened. I am disappointed in you, Ms. Granger. Now, get back to your common room. I will contact you about the details of your detentions later. Hermione looked in tears as she left the room. The Transfiguration Mistress looked at the last 2 students in the room. As for the 2 of you, after the mess you made with the flying car a few months ago, we told you that if you did something like this again, then you were going to be expelled. The truth is that you committed a crime, and now it's out of my hand. We'll have to go to the headmaster for this. Please follow me. They marched in silence around a corner and the deputy headmistress stopped before a large and extremely ugly stone gargoyle. Lemo. Drop. She said. This was evidently a password because the gargoyle sprang suddenly to life and hopped aside as the wall behind him split in 2. Normally, Neville would have been excited about the prospect of seeing the headmaster's office for the first time, but all he could feel was dread. He was going to be expelled. He knew that in his bones. His grandmother was going to kill him. He was letting everyone down, even his parents. He had even dragged Ron into this scheme to clear his name, just because he couldn't handle the fact that people didn't like him anymore. The Weasleys were going to be heartbroken, and it was all his fault. Maybe the information they had gotten from Potter could help them. Dumbledore wouldn't punish them for helping him stop the heir of Slytherin, would he? Potter was already resentful of Dumbledore for some reason, even if he had somewhat of a point, and Neville did start having questions of his own for the headmaster. If Potter was right that the chamber was opened during when he was in the castle, why didn't Dumbledore stop him the first time? If the culprit was obviously framed, then how did Dumbledore let that happen and why did he stop looking for the chamber altogether? And why didn't he reveal the nature of the beast? Potter had figured it out, after all, and he's a student. Did Dumbledore just hope that the problem would just go away on its own? Neville had many questions and even if he was going to be expelled, he wasn't leaving without answers. Having been distracted by his thoughts, the boy who lived didn't notice the spiral staircase that appeared in front of him. As they all stood on it, it started to rise in circles, until at last, slightly dizzy, Neville saw a gleaming oak door ahead, with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. They had arrived at Dumbledore's office. The 3rd of December 1992, Hogwarts. Sometimes, Albus Dumbledore feels like this whole long-term investment in Neville Longbottom was too much of a headache. It might have been urged by the powers of light, who guided him into creating the boy who lived, but no magic could save him from the headache that this boy kept sending his way. And it had been going too well before the brat even attended Hogwarts. Weaponizing a prophecy for his own gain took a lot of time and effort. The ritual he had given the Longbottoms, and the Potters had worked. Lord Voldemort had been defeated, and turned into a pale shadow of a living being, activating the prophecy. That meant that the moment Neville Longbottom was marked by Voldemort, half the prophecy was completed, meaning that the other half must happen as well. The energy was there, and the price was paid. Breaking the prophecy himself could liberate this energy and use it to create magnificent things, that could warp reality in unpredictable ways. And it was this potential that stopped him from just killing the boy out of frustration for his actions. Who in their right mind uses a flying car to get to school, just because they missed the train? Just using a flow for a couple of sickles to get to Hogsmeade and send an owl would have been enough. But no, the boy who lived had to make Albus' life miserable. The number of favors he had to call in, not just on a national scale, but international as well, to make this go away was staggering. Breaking the international statute of secrecy was a big taboo, and if it had been a random Muggleborn doing something like this, he would have been found dead from mysterious causes hours after the incident. Honestly, the headmaster didn't care about indiscretions as long as they were in private, and well, he could always use them to motivate people. But seriously, sometimes Albus wondered what went on in that empty head of Longbottom's. He was having a perfectly nice night before Severus sent him a Patronus message telling him that Neville Longbottom, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger were discovered to be infiltrating the Slytherin common room having drank a polyjuice potion. Worse, they were discovered in public and reverted back to their original appearance in the middle of the crowded common room. And that alone was a political mess. The Crabbe, Goyles, and Bulstrodes were not particularly powerful families, but they were essentially in Lucius Malfoy's pocket. So, making something like this go away would take a lot of effort and concessions on his part. Breaking into another's house's common room was already bad enough, and the school charter proclaimed that it should be severely punished. But it was still a school matter. But the use of an illegal potion publicly was also a problem since it was technically grounds for the ministry to interfere. They rarely ever did it, but with the mess that this school year has been, and Malfoy probably pushing Fudge to do something, there was the very real possibility that this would escalate. Luckily, there were other ways to impersonate people, so as far as anyone else is concerned, they could be holding some kind of illusion artifact that malfunctioned at once, due to spell interference. The bigger problem was the fact that impersonating members of another house was grounds for a blood feud. Thankfully, family matters, for events occurring in Hogwarts were under the headmaster's purview, as long as the judgment is fair. It was an obscure law written in the school charter to avoid honor duels between students for some slight or another. The Ministry of Magic hadn't been created yet, and since Hogwarts was technically considered outside of their involvement, Albus could deal with it himself. Of course, the fact that Hogwarts wasn't governed by the Ministry didn't change the fact that they could make things difficult if they wanted to. The castle wasn't under their control, but the curriculums, the exams, the funds, and many other things were. It was possible for them to interfere, but it wasn't usually worth the effort. So, that meant that Dumbledore needed to put on a show of sorts, and explain that no one was above the rules. And honestly, the Brats deserved it. Who in Merlin's name does something like this, and why? Although Albus also shared some blame for that incident. He had allowed Neville, Ron, and Hermione immunity from the wards on all common rooms. That was a mistake he had made the previous year when he wanted them to investigate the stone and he had forgotten to remove the access. None of this mess would have happened if it wasn't for this oversight. He was so preoccupied with the stone and Nicholas that he forgot. Of course, that was when Minerva and Severus arrived with 2 students following behind. So Miss Granger got off the hook somehow. He gave his deputy headmistress a questioning look and she immediately got his message. Miss Granger has been punished already, but since these 2 have broken their agreement and couldn't wait for an entire semester without causing another scandal, I thought it would be prudent to take them to you. Yes, he had gently threatened them with expulsion after the flying car fiasco. He looked at the 2 students that were staring at the sleeping Fawkes in awe. This is Fawkes, my companion of many years. He found me when I was just out of Hogwarts when I was lost and needed a little guidance. As you could probably tell, he is a phoenix. Fascinating creatures, phoenixes. They can carry immensely heavy loads, their tears have healing powers, and they make highly faithful pets. Fawkes looked up and gave him a slight glare. According to him, I am the pet. The aged headmaster was chuckling at the end of the sentence. He really liked to show Fawkes up. Phoenixes really were rare creatures but very few people knew of their nature and Dumbledore wanted to keep it that way. Albus motioned to the chairs in front of him and continued, well, Neville, Ron, please sit down. I believe we have much to discuss. I believe that I must congratulate you for being the students that caused the most non-educational work for the faculty in a single semester. The Longbottom boy looked down. We're really sorry about all of that, sir. Nonsense, my dear boy, we can more than handle the increased workload, even if it comes at the cost of a few nights of sleep. The only occurrence you need to be apologetic for is the most recent one pertaining to Polyjuice Potion. It is very illegal to be caught in possession of that particular potion. Normally, we would have been required to inform the Department of Magical Law Enforcement about it, but for some reason, it appears that we couldn't find any traces of the potion anywhere, so we must assume that you used some kind of illusion spell that helped you impersonate other students to break into the Slytherin common room, and illusion spells are not illegal, are they? It took a little while for the boy to understand where he was getting at. The Weasley boy still looked confused. Seriously, did Molly Weasley drop him as a child or something? Severus, who was standing behind the boys, gritted his teeth and nodded. He wasn't happy, but he was willing to play along and dispose of the Polyjuice for now. Young Neville finally understood what they were going for. Yes, sir. Of course, sir, we used an illusion spell. All right, with that settled, they avoided the Auror's interference, at least. Now, onto the rest of this mess. Now, to make sure that he wouldn't be able to confess to ingredients being stolen from his cupboard, Professor Snape will make a list of missing ingredients that you will have to reimburse for borrowing and losing them. The Weasley boy started to protest. You can't. You'll find that I very much can, Mr. Weasley. Theft is not authorized in Hogwarts. I will personally contact your guardians with the final amount, and the circumstances of this mess. I believe that it will be a considerable amount, especially considering that a few of the ingredients were quite rare. I also believe that impersonating the children of magical families can have very steep consequences, so I will leave your families to deal with the reparations themselves. The two children's faces paled in fear of their guardians finding out, and at the amount of gold they will probably have to pay. Young Neville was due for a very terrifying scolding session. Augusta Longbottom will probably severely punish the boy enough for him to at least keep his head down this year. Now, before we proceed with your punishment, and believe me, you will be punished, I need to understand why you did what you did. The redhead exploded first. We only wanted to catch the heir of Slytherin. Ron, shut up, young Neville interjected. We wanted to clear my name by finding out who was petrifying the other students. Ever since people found out I was a Parselmouth, everyone looked at me like I was on second away from attacking them. And wasn't that a reveal that flipped the entire board? Albus never had the chance of studying Parseltongue enough to understand how it worked, or how it was transmitted. It couldn't be through blood, but honestly, the headmaster didn't know exactly what had happened on the night Neville Longbottom survived the killing curse. He didn't even understand the ritual that he had given to Alice Longbottom. The light had guided him in its creation, but its details were obviously beyond him. The premise was supposed to be simple. A life for a life. After all, only death may pay for life. And then it happened. An unstoppable force in the form of the killing curse met an indestructible object, who according to the ritual is supposed to be protected, and well, that caused an explosion of raw magic. It became a blind spot for everything, and by the time the residue cleared up, there was nothing but a destroyed room filled with ash and an unconscious boy with a scar on his forehead. Young Neville's scar was still protected by the magical event, and well, Augusta Longbottom didn't let him study the scar afterwards, and the headmaster didn't feel like it mattered enough for him to press her about it. Now, he would need to do it. The next time the boy finds himself in the infirmary, Albus was going to keep him asleep and study whatever was going on in this scar. His theories so far were worrying, especially considering the method he theorized Voldemort used to live on past his death. Instead of saying any of that, Albus stayed composed. And you thought that breaking into the Slytherin common room would help you how? The Longbottom scion looked down, embarrassed. We thought that the Slytherins would know more than the rest of the school. Severus then snorted. Of course you did. What an imbecilic response. I am glad that your idiocy is not contagious, Longbottom, or I would fear for the next generation of wizards and witches in this country. Hey, we were right, the redhead protested. Potter knew stuff about the Chamber of Secrets. He said that he figured out what the monster was. The two professors stiffened, but that little exclamation made Dumbledore freeze. Explain. His tone wasn't the gentle one he used earlier, and the Longbottom's scion stiffened. He started up with a lecture on the Chamber of Secrets, like how it was older than the whole blood purity thing, that it was probably a place that Salazar Slytherin used to swindle the other founders of their magic while hiding his own for his heirs. It was kinda interesting, but it was hard to pay attention because of how nervous we all were. What about the monster? Albus pressed. Well, he said it was obvious, but didn't say what it was. Only that me being a Parselmouth confirmed it. He said it had to be a long-lived reptile that could petrify people. That it was obvious that you knew what it was but didn't say anything since that would close down the school. He said that you knew for a long time from when it was opened 50 years ago and that you said nothing because the school would have been declared unsafe and would have closed down permanently. Albus had tried to figure out the secret of the Chamber of Secrets and tracked it down to the bathroom young Myrtle died in, probably accidentally. He had found nothing but a snake carving on one of the sinks, but he could not get it to open. He tore down the bathroom, but nothing was underneath. Even the Elder Wand could not get inside. Tom had been very clever back then, a far cry from the sadistic man he became late in life. He had an alibi for every attack, and he struck seemingly randomly to push as much terror as possible at him. Dippet was pushing Dumbledore towards solving this mystery, being the greatest mind of his generation and whatnot. He hated to admit it, but Voldemort had been very close to getting him kicked out if he hadn't stopped after Myrtle Warren had died, and just framed Hagrid at the threat of the school closing. And so, the basilisk remained hidden, hopefully forever. Albus Dumbledore couldn't get into the chamber and kill it, but Tom seemed to change afterwards and had no desire to reopen the chamber. That is until now. Honestly, if it wasn't for the reports he had gotten about Voldemort being in Albania, he would have assumed he had possessed someone else. Alas, he couldn't find the logic of him doing it instead of getting a body of his own. Perhaps, he had a secret son or a daughter he was using to do this. It didn't matter. Hogwarts was Dumbledore's place of power, he wouldn't let some scared parents close it down. He needed to stop the attacks, but they were just so random, and only 2 of them happened so far, not enough to find out what happened. He had tried to find the bathroom once more for the mark, but the snake carving was gone. He didn't understand what that meant, to be honest, only that the entrance of the chamber wasn't in Myrtle's bathroom anymore. But it was worrying that Harry Potter had figured all of this out. Very worrying indeed. Perhaps, the boy would need to be discouraged. Although, he had the good sense not to tell everyone about it and spread fear. The aged headmaster sighed heavily. I'm afraid that young Harry is correct in his conclusion. Quite the smart lad, isn't he? I do know what the monster is, and it is why I wish to handle the issue discreetly. It is a very dangerous monster, but if we close down the school, the monster will remain here forever, meaning that Hogwarts would be gone, with no replacement in sight. Only the heir can open the chamber, hence why I couldn't do it. Salazar Slytherin was a very impressive wizard, after all. Believe me, I will do my best to stop this monster from continuing, but I need your word that you will not speak of this to another person about any of this. The 2 boys nodded, and Dumbledore continued, now, back to your punishment. I'm afraid that with your repeated offense this semester, I have no choice but to suspend you until the end of the winter holidays. I will contact your guardians with the details as well, but this is the lightest punishment I could give you, especially since I am breaking my promise I made earlier in the year that you would be expelled if you do something as egregious as the manner that which you arrived to school in September. The 2 baffled looks on the boys' faces were priceless. Serve the Brats right for giving him so much work. Now, he only needed to meet up with Harry Potter to make sure that Brat wouldn't talk. And he also will need to speak to Severus and Minerva and explain to them why he had allowed Neville, Ron, and Hermione immunity from the wards in all common rooms. He could tell that it wasn't going to be a nice conversation. The 5th of December 1992, Hogwarts. It took 2 days of intense days of deals and explanations for Dumbledore to make the entire thing go away. And even then, he had to make a lot of concessions and offer a few favors, and the best result he had gone with is the fact that the boy who lived wasn't going to be arrested, nor is he going to be expelled. To be completely honest, Albus didn't really care about the Weasley boy and would have let him deal with the consequences of his actions. Alas, he needed young Neville to be close, and he couldn't really let him off while leaving his friend to the wolves. That would scream of favoritism. That boy really was a headache sometimes. But that didn't compare to the headache he had when he explained the situation to the boy's guardians. The Granger girl was a simple matter of sending a letter saying that she had an official warning after breaking the rules and using an illegal potion and that she would be serving detention until the end of the semester. However, since the two boys were the ones in deeper trouble, he preferred to explain to them the situation in person and well, the Weasley matriarch started screaming halfway through, and barely let him talk while she kept yelling at her son, telling him that his brothers were never this stupid and that he was ruining his life. No wonder the boy had an inferiority complex the size of Mount Olympus. The Longbottom matriarch, on the other hand, just gave her grandson a withering look filled with disappointment that made him droop into his seat with shame. Soon after explaining the situation, he dismissed them, telling them that he would try to help them privately. Afterwards, he summoned the Crabbe, Goyle, and Bulstrode family heads, who had been informed about what happened from their children. Albus didn't want to make this a public scandal, at least not as much as it already was, but after some negotiations, the Crabbe and Goyle family heads were appeased with some monetary compensation, which Augusta Longbottom was more than willing to pay. However, the Bulstrode family had just asked for a favor from him to be claimed at another date since they didn't think a Muggleborn could offer them much politically. This was by far the worst concession so far. Promising a favor to a family in Lucius Malfoy's pocket, now that was something that pained him to do. What has the world come to, when he, Albus Dumbledore, the champion of light, promised a boon to a family that followed a Dark Lord? He only hoped that the Longbottom boy was worth all this mess because Albus was really close to just killing the boy and using the breaking of the prophecy in a ritual or another. Augusta Longbottom seemed satisfied with his efforts, enough that she promised to pay the Weasleys' side of things as well since the family's finances were in a very bad state. They definitely didn't have enough to pay 5,000 galleons to avoid their son going to Azkaban. So, long story short, Albus managed to get the aggrieved families to not press any charges in the ministry or talk about it in public. So, with that done, the impersonation aspect of the Gryffindor's crimes was removed, and adding in the fact that any trace of Polyjuice was removed, all it came back to is just breaking into another common room, which is strictly under the school's purview. Now, the only hurdle in his efforts was the fact that Rita Skeeter had somehow managed to find out about it, probably from a letter sent by a Slytherin student, and the public was in an uproar. It didn't help that young Neville had publicly broken the law when came to school with a flying car. Albus needed to call in a few favors to make sure that the article wouldn't be too damaging, and that no other would follow it. He wanted to remove the article altogether, but the information was out there, and Albus didn't want to look too heavy-handed with his involvement. And maybe that was a good thing, in the long run. The article itself actually praised Dumbledore's impartial actions in suspending the boy who lived despite his celebrity status, and was more talking about the reckless actions of the boy himself, and how he easily disregarded the laws of the nation. Perhaps the public's opinion could pressure young Neville at doing better and thinking before doing something like this again. And Albus had already lost a lot of goodwill with the Daily Prophet by telling them not to publish the petrifications and the Chamber of Secrets being opened. He didn't need to make an issue, he would deal with it later, but the main issue he had to deal with was the cold glares his staff were giving him. It turned out that giving full access to a few students and forgetting about it had made them angry. He would never say it out loud, but he would admit that he messed up with that one. Giving the children full access to the wards meant that they had full access to their professors' private rooms, and that was just a breach of privacy. Albus had done it before many times to test a few students that he later invited into his Order of the Phoenix when they graduated. The only problem was that a few of them accidentally used that connection to build a real map of the castle with all the people registered in the wards inside and see their movements in real time. These marauders really could be accidentally brilliant sometimes. He didn't say that to Severus, of course. The man was already furious at him risking his charge's privacy, and the younger man had to speak with the Slytherin court to reassure them that they weren't at risk anymore. It didn't help that Albus practically forced the potion master to stay in the school in his stead during the winter holidays to investigate the opening of the chamber, instead of going home. Still, Albus was so preoccupied in the last few days that he only just had time to satisfy his curiosity about the Potter boy. The young Slytherin knew too much but didn't seem intent to share that knowledge, except for when young Neville and his friends asked him about it. The fact that the boy so readily gave out information that he intentionally didn't spread before, one that would have given him a lot of prestige in his house, led to a single conclusion. Harry Potter knew that the Crabbe, Goyle, and Bulstrode scions were imposters, and more specifically, that they were young Neville and his friends. And even then, he had revealed just enough to make the Longbottom scion think that he had gotten one over the Potter boy, only to have the information that his rival had allowed him to have a facet of the truth erased by the boy in seconds. Honestly, the thought of just obliviating the boy did come across Albus' mind, but the damage to a young mind, especially one that was defended enough that he would need to overpower, could be irreparable. Oh, Albus would do it in a heartbeat, but Harry Potter was an asset in the making, one that he wouldn't throw away needlessly. After all, Albus is many things, but he is not wasteful. The boy was intelligent and his position in Slytherin could be leveraged to act as a spy when Lord Voldemort inevitably returns. And here he was, the child with Lily Potter's eyes, and James Potter's face, staring at him with an intelligent glint in his eyes. "So, Professor Snape didn't say why you summoned me, Headmaster. I assume it has to do with Longbottom's, how do I say it, indiscreet actions." "That would be correct, Harry. Young Neville told me that he fooled you into revealing dangerous information." "Ah yes, Polyjuice is quite the potion, isn't it?" "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that he didn't use Polyjuice. The Daily Prophet said that it was an illusion spell, right?" "I have to say that whatever it was, I was completely fooled. Longbottom would make a great Auror one day," the boy answered with a small smile on his face. "For some reason, I have a hard time believing you, my boy." "But the question was, why did you reveal such important information without thinking twice about it?" the headmaster asked. "They simply asked, and I find that help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it," the boy responded with the same infuriating smile on his face. Albus did his best to not visibly grit his teeth. The boy was directly quoting him, now, but certain information is dangerous to be shared, like the nature of Slytherin's monster. "Out of curiosity, how did you come to figure it out?" "Mostly through deduction. With enough information, one could understand the world, and maybe even predict the future. I only needed to find any mention of the Chamber of Secrets in past Daily Prophet articles, and I had an accurate list of the attacks that happened 50 years ago, adding in that Longbottom was a Parselmouth and had been following a voice during the first attack. It's easy to figure out what it was." "And what do you plan to do with that information?" Albus asked. "Nothing. Revealing it would cause mass panic. Hogwarts would close, but the main issue is that whoever is responsible could start acting rashly, and other mistakes could start happening, like young Myrtle Warren, for example. So, I'm leaving it to you to do your job." "Yes," the boy figured out that the beast was probably a basilisk, and how do you know that? "Figure out the identity of the beast. If a student with less than 2 years of magical education, no matter how brilliant, figured out in a couple of months what you couldn't do in decades, then I would have a lot of questions about your competence and your general intelligence. And you are many things, Albus Dumbledore, but unintelligence is not one of them. And, if the information was so dangerous, why did you give it away so readily?" the headmaster asked. "I had a good feeling about it." "No, you little brat. You knew exactly that Neville was there and told him about him purposefully, while making sure not to reveal the identity of the beast, just enough clues for the boy to figure out on his own." Alas, Dumbledore didn't think confronting the Potter scion about it would achieve much. He was too guarded and the boy's occlumency was competent enough to stop a passive legilimency probe, so he couldn't find out more about his motivations, only his results. "And you said that Hagrid was framed. What's your proof?" the Champion of Light asked, deciding to change the subject. "Tom Marvolo Riddle," the boy simply replied. Dumbledore stiffened. "How do you know that name?" "He's the one that caught Hagrid with an acromantula, which cannot petrify people. Marvolo is a Gaunt traditional name, who are descendants of Slytherin, so that makes him the prime suspect. People with sociopathic tendencies often like to get involved in the investigation, sometimes out of arrogance, and sometimes out of fear. And if you rearrange the letters in the name, you get the name of a certain Dark Lord." Adding in the fact that the Dark Lord was rumored to be a Parselmouth and a descendant of Slytherin, the pattern fits. As the boy continued speaking, Albus started to get paler and paler. "That is very dangerous information, young Harry. You mean that since Riddle isn't a wizarding family name, the Dark Lord is probably a half-blood, which means that his entire cause was probably a lie to grab power." Yes, he does not take kindly to those who look deeply into his past. You have seen the past year what happens when he is irritated. He would be infuriated if he figured out that someone knew of the past that he has been trying to hide for so long. The boy looked pensive for a second. Understandable, to be honest, and I had no plans on doing so. I'm just pointing it out to remind you why he started attacking Muggleborns in the first place and actively didn't kill them. A basilisk's gaze is a very easy method of killing, especially discreetly. But instead, he chose to cultivate this fear, to create this infamous personality of the heir of Slytherin. The gaze was redirected. Dumbledore started. Every time. One is a happenstance, twice a coincidence, but 12 times, for 12 attacks, you can't seriously believe that. You don't see it, do you? After all this time, decades of thoughts, you still didn't understand why Tom Riddle decided to open the Chamber of Secrets in this manner, and how this time, it's very different, even if it looked the same. And do you care to enlighten me? Dumbledore asked with an amused tone, even if he was inwardly disturbed. Oh, you don't see it, do you? Who am I to take away your enlightenment? I have given you the clues to figure it out yourself. Who knows, Headmaster, perhaps by the time you realize his motivation, you'll understand him a little better. This was a lovely talk, Headmaster, but I believe you have a lot on your mind, Headmaster. Good night. The boy actually turned and walked towards the entrance, leaving a gaping old man. He scratched Fawkes on the way back and left without saying another word. The sheer audacity of that boy. Still, it did give him a lot to think about. The 19th of December 1992, Hogwarts. It was the end of the semester, and for the first time, Harry wasn't staying at Hogwarts for the winter holidays. The previous year, Harry was blinded by Hogwarts, beauty and the wonder of a magical castle for him to explore. But the thing was that it was easy to get bored if you stayed too long in a single place, and while the castle was lovely, a change of atmosphere was welcome. Normally, the Potter Scion wouldn't have done it. Every time he stayed in Diagon Alley, he risked being found out by some concerned parent and brought to the ministry, and he didn't really need to pay anything to stay in the castle during the holidays. However, Arcturus Black invited him to attend the Yule ceremony with him in his manor, and the Potter Scion had planned to ask the Black Patriarch for a favor that he needed for his basilisk contingency. With Tom Riddle returning in a couple of months, Harry needed to prepare for the possibility of fighting a basilisk, and luckily, his magical crest had given him the plans for a weapon for him to use. In other news, Harry had finally made some progress in the anti-basilisk glare goggles. Precisely, he had found a way to decrease the possibility of the lenses breaking. The key lies in the alchemical elixir of hardening, which reinforces a material permanently and makes it impossible to change. Ironically enough, it was a form of petrification. Harry was still wary of the permanent effects of alchemy, but elixirs were usually the safest side of the field to learn from if you made sure not to touch and imbibe the product at any point. To even strengthen the enchantment, Harry decided to make each lens to be about the size of a human, which allowed him to carve the runes without any issues on the side of the lens. The lenses were then shrunk using a shrinking charm, which was rendered permanent after treating the lens with the hardening elixir, which petrified them. The lenses were positioned in a way that would reflect any magic effectively, and the loss would be sent in by small orichalcum veins that surrounded each lens and transported the energy into two rubies that were magically treated to hold magic to be used at a later date. Jewelcraft was a surprisingly diverse field of magic. So, yeah, Harry had finished his anti-basilisk glare goggles. It had taken a few weeks to figure out the alchemical process so that he wouldn't blow himself up or injure himself permanently. However, the only issue was that he didn't know how these would hold against an actual basilisk glare, and he had no way of testing that. Perhaps, the Black Patriarch would help. He would probably find that out in a couple of hours. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Blaise, who was struggling to push his heavy trunk in the first compartment of the Hogwarts Express available. "I'm really happy to be out of the castle and going home this year." "I see what you mean," sighed Harry, once the group of four were all seated in the compartment. Between the snowstorms and the attacks, winter is really not pleasant at Hogwarts this year. "I heard only a few students were staying here for the holidays," Tracy interjected. The Potter Scion could see where they were going from. Practically no one wanted to risk attending the school and risk getting petrified. The Weasleys and some older students wanting to study for their newts are all the living who remain. confirmed Daphne. Apart from the teachers who do not go home for Christmas, everybody is gone. Even the researchers all were scared from getting petrified in a way that Dumbledore couldn't reverse without a mandrake draft. Wouldn't it be safer in the castle now? Tracy asked, with Longbottom suspended. Wasn't he the heir of Slytherin? Yeah, the Potter scion had to stifle a smirk at that. His impromptu prank was a bit more effective than he expected. He didn't expect Dumbledore to outright suspend Longbottom and Weasley. The Golden Trio had to have entered the Slytherin common room without the wards expelling them, and that meant that either Snape or Dumbledore had to support them. The latter was more likely. So, Harry decided to expose them in a way that wouldn't be traced back to him and that wouldn't be hushed up with the headmaster like all the other complaints. Harry expected Dumbledore to just ignore the situation like all the previous ones and let the court of Slytherin take revenge in the house's stead. The Golden Trio would get the valuable information they wanted, but they would have been punished enough that they would think twice before doing something like this in the future. It certainly sounded like this would be the plan that Dumbledore would follow when Harry was summoned to the headmaster's office. The aged headmaster seemed like he kept focusing on the information Harry had, and not on the fact that his golden boy had broken the rules. Harry's knowledge of Tom Riddle's name had rattled the old man, but it was questioning the fact that he didn't even have a modicum of understanding of his enemy that truly shut the man up. Now, the headmaster would be so lost in his memories, trying to figure out the motivations of Tom Riddle, and Harry wished him good luck with that. Harry expected the man to be distracted by the information he revealed as well as the political shitstorm that the boy who lived in his friends made. Yet, Dumbledore just outright suspended Weasley and Longbottom. Suspensions were rare in Hogwarts, and since there hadn't been an attack ever since Longbottom left the castle, the entire student body was convinced that Longbottom was the one attacking. To be perfectly honest, it was all a big misunderstanding, but humbling the boy who lived without even meaning to was surprisingly satisfying. Anyway, Hermione, who was the only one not to be suspended, had been hounded with questions but refused to say anything for fear of incriminating herself and the others. Blaise yawned loudly. I, for one, didn't expect Dumbledore to suspend Longbottom and Weasley for just breaking into our common room. I'm pretty sure that the Weasley twins broke into all four, but they were barely punished. Yeah, but they weren't found out, Harry said, and they definitely weren't using an illegal potion to break in and impersonate the children of a few Wizengamot members. The headmaster probably wanted to avoid the ministry looking too closely on this, especially with the attacks happening. Isn't the school its own entity? I remember reading something that said that, technically speaking, Hogwarts is a law in itself in Britain. The Ministry of Magic only had control over a handful of things, but not nearly as much as the headmaster. Daphne nodded. Yeah, but they still have enough power to interfere if a severe crime happens. The use of Polyjuice Potion by a public figure would make news, and that would be a scandal by itself. This was Dumbledore essentially punishing his golden boy enough that no one would say that it wasn't warranted, and no one would really raise a fuss, especially since all traces of Polyjuice disappeared, so they claimed it was using illusions. Yeah, like Longbottom could cast something as delicate as an illusion for half an hour without messing anything up. So, in the end, it'll boil down to closed-door deals to make repairs and the reputation of the school is maintained. Harry raised an eyebrow at his friend's explanation. She was really clever when it came to political motives. She really will make waves when she joins the Wizengamot one day. What about the petrifications? Why doesn't the ministry interfere then? Tracy asked. Well, that's easy, Harry replied. Every case that the ministry takes on Hogwarts soil that is not officially its responsibility, must be accepted by either the headmaster or the board of directors after the charter reformation of Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black. Apparently, Black decided to allow the ministry to help with the Muggleborn and orphan funds, since his predecessor was fired for mismanaging the school's gold. It's the only reason the ministry could even interfere in the castle. Now, Dumbledore obviously doesn't want the Aurors messing around with his territory, and well, for some reason the board feels the same. Since Lucius Malfoy is a member, I'm assuming that he has no issue in the situation since petrifications are easily reversible, or maybe he's waiting for something to happen to act on it. I don't know. There's also the fact that the entire fiasco is obviously forbidden from being published, either by Fudge or Dumbledore. So far, only a cat was killed, a squib that no one liked and that had no family is petrified, And a Gryffindor muggle born with only his mother as his blood relations, a Gryffindor that is honestly so unremarkable that people forgot he even existed. Tracy groaned and palmed her face. I didn't notice that there hadn't been a single article about it in the Daily Prophet. Welcome to the world of politics, young Davis, Harry answered her with a smug smile. There's a reason why I hate dealing with it. But you're pretty good at it though. Blaise asked. Being good at something doesn't mean that you have to like it. I would very much rather read a good book or experiment with my magic than debate a senseless issue for hours without achieving anything. Honestly, I'm dreading the day I'll have to attend a Wizengamot meeting. Tracy snorted. You'll probably turn it into a lecture of some sort, anyway. They all bantered for a couple of hours, until Daphne asked an important question, what about the heir? What are we supposed to do about him? They all looked at Harry, who shrugged. Why are you all staring at me? Because you always have an explanation and you can't leave a mystery alone to save your life, Daphne answered with a cheeky tone. Hey, the green-eyed boy protested, I am not that bad. You kinda are, Harry, Tracy answered. The Potter scion looked at his only male friend who just betrayed him by nodding. He was on his way to protest again but was interrupted by Daphne. So, you're telling me that you have no idea who is behind this at all? Well, Harry started. And that's why we all looked at you. Unbelievable. Half the school and the entire faculty are trying to solve the mystery of the chamber and you're ahead of everyone. Why don't you say anything about it? The Potter scion hesitated for a second before answering, yeah, I figured out who is opening the chamber and what the monster is. The problem is that it's a very complicated situation and the magic involved is some pretty messed up stuff that I have no business knowing about. Seriously, this is the kind of magic that gets you hunted down for just knowing about it, and I don't want to get to a trial where I'll have to convince people not to kill me for my knowledge. Look, the reason I'm not involving anyone else is because whoever is doing this is messed up in the head and the monster is very dangerous. Honestly, killing students is easier to do than petrifying them. It's actively holding back and breaking the rules in our little game could have a lot of consequences. Please, Harry, we're your friends, Daphne pleaded while holding his arm. Are you sure about this? Harry looked at them. I have been keeping you separated from this part of my life for a reason. You'll see things that you would consider to be impossible. You will see the world differently, and even then, I can't tell you everything, but I will assure you that the way you see the world will be over. So, I'm giving you a choice. Harry opened a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and took out 6 beans. Half of them being red, and the other half being blue. He handed over a bean of each color to his friends, leaving them each a red bean and a blue bean, and grinned. Harry always wanted to say this, and there will be no going back from this choice, which is why I will leave you as much time as you want before you give me your answer, and I won't take one before the winter holidays are over. When you make your decision, I want you to hand me one of those beans. If you choose the blue bean, and I will take it on the fact that you wish to relish in your ignorance. There's no shame in not wanting to involve yourselves in something dangerous. But if you take the red bean, I'll show you a glimpse of how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember that this is your choice. Make sure you don't regret it. Not letting them say anything, Harry got up, took out his trunk and left the compartment. They had arrived in London without them noticing. That's how distracted they all were. Still, Harry got out of the train and walked towards the familiar melody of the Black Patriarch, choosing not to think too much about the choice he had given his friends. He honestly didn't know if he wanted them to accept his offer, or if he wanted them to reject it. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.